Chapter 001. What is this place? When Yiling opened his eyes, he found himself in a strange world. Yiling is a Super Dragon Ball fan. He remembers that he was watching the Dragon Ball anime before, and he fell asleep watching it. Who would have thought that after waking up, he came to such a strange place? Looking around, Yiling saw a black piece, sniffed, the space was full of dampness, and then sensed his body, but he was shocked to find that there was no slightest discomfort on the body, but it was full of explosive power. Did I cross over? Yiling was excited in his heart, and quickly stood up from the ground. Suddenly, Yiling's head felt a feeling of dizziness, as if he was turning the river and the sea in his mind, and soon, he read a lot of information. Yes, Yiling crossed, he actually crossed into the world of Dragon Ball, and it was Vegeta's body. This is Vegeta, the prince of the scion of the fighting nation. How excited Yiling Z is, such a shining body is in his hands, then it can be said that the wind will be wind and rain. However, after Yiling learned about this Vegeta's current situation, he was no longer excited, but almost vomited blood in depression. Oh, Vegeta was only 5 years old at this time, no wonder Yiling felt that his body was very small. Wait, 5. Yiling, who knew the history of Dragon Ball, suddenly felt that the sky was spinning, as if a heavy hammer hit his chest, falling into a long silence. It was in this year that the planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza, and it was from this year that Vegeta was homeless, killing and wandering through the vast universe. Yiling quickly calmed down, he had to find a new way out for himself, and according to the history he knew, Vegeta had grown by leaps and bounds after the battle with Goku because he went to Earth. It's just that at this time, Goku seems to be still in the mother's womb, right? However, if you think about it, the battle with Goku was because his serious injuries were healed, and due to the special blood of the Scions, his combat effectiveness has improved. That being the case, the corners of Vegeta's mouth schemed an arc. His Royal Highness, His Royal Highness. Just as Yiling was thinking about how to protect himself, he heard someone outside shouting for him. Come in. Yiling took a deep breath, and since he was safe, he decided to tap Vegeta's own strength. From today on, he will be Vegeta. Coming in was a boy about 15 or 16 years old, with a somewhat rough appearance, and Vegeta quickly recognized that this boy was his little brother Naba. Your Royal Highness, Mr. Saab is here. Naba said with a grin. The reason for this expression was because at this time, his nose was blue and his face was swollen, and he seemed to have just fought with others. Saab? What is he coming to do? Vegeta glanced at Naba, muttered to herself, and then frowned. The history inside Dragon Ball is not very detailed, especially the story about Vegeta's childhood, almost a passing one. However, Saab is a person he knows. This person does not look at a handsome face, but in fact he is ruthless, and he is also one of Frieza's personal younger brothers. Vegeta could be sure that it would not be a good thing for Saab to come over at this time. Ignoring Naba, Vegeta left the cave directly. Planet Vegeta is almost similar to the appearance of Earth, but because of the war, Planet Vegeta at this time has a sense of defeat. Thinking that the planet named after him would soon be destroyed, a strange thought suddenly came to Vegeta's mind. If the planet exploded, wouldn't it be interesting? This thought surprised Vegeta slightly. How is this done? Could it be that if you become a Scion, you will be born with that innate killing essence? Just as Vegeta was thinking about his thoughts, he heard a contemptuous voice coming from the side. Yo, presumably this is His Royal Highness the Prince named after planet Vegeta, right? Your little brother's combat effectiveness is good, it has reached more than 3000, but unfortunately the level is a little poor, it is completely vulnerable, just now I still have mercy under my subordinates. It was an alien who spoke, purple skin, a frog mouth, and a detector on his left eye, which looked strangely shaped, and Vegeta glanced at him, a little familiar. Then, he glanced at him and found that Naba on the side was glaring angrily at this person. Obviously, the scars on Naba's face were mostly the work of this person. His Royal Highness, let me introduce myself, my name is Chu Yi. The alien looked at Vegeta with a smile and said his name. Chu Yi? Vegeta remembered. Isn't this the same idiot who was destroyed by himself years later? However, looking at the current situation, it seems that the strength of this product is not low, and it is estimated that the other party has known its combat strength value from the detector, otherwise, it would not be so arrogant. Vegeta ignored it, turned around and left. Anyway, this goods will be destroyed by himself sooner or later, let him scream. Ignored. Chu Yi's face was a little ugly. Humph, it turns out that King Vegeta's son is a waste, I should still be a very powerful fellow. Chu Yi gritted his teeth and said unscrupulously sarcastically. Of course, it was impossible for Vegeta to ignore such insulting words, and he smiled coldly and squinted at this alien named Chu Yi. How? Want to compete with me? Do you know what your combat power is? Yes? Chu Yi looked at Vegeta with contempt, and his contemptuous expression was overflowing. Dry. Vegeta snorted coldly, beckoned Naba over, and asked in a low voice, what is the combat power of this idiot? Naba had previously tested Chu Yi's combat effectiveness with a detector, and when he heard Vegeta's words, he quickly said, about 10,000, which is comparable to the combat effectiveness of His Royal Highness. About 10,000, Vegeta grinned. Just as he wanted to try the strength of this body, someone automatically sent him to the door, so his eyes became eager again when he looked at Chu Yi. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 002. How? His Royal Highness wants to use force with me? I tell you, you are not my opponent. Chu Yi smiled coldly, and the contempt in his eyes was even worse. Energy waves. Without the slightest hesitation, Vegeta threw out a ball of energy light and went straight to where Chu Yi was. He also did not expect that this kind of energy light ball that came from now would be so handy. Originally, Yiling, as an earthling, thought that if he wanted to adapt to this body, he would need a long running-in period, but he never thought that the degree of integration was so close, as if he was born a fighting nation scion. Me. Chu Yi never expected that Vegeta said to fight and fight, you have a premise to explain something, don't play like this. Saying that it was too late, Chu Yi's figure turned into a streamer, and after a few flashes, he dodged the attack of the energy wave in a thrill. Rao was so, because he was caught off guard, the energy wave almost grazed Chu Yi's frog mouth and flew out, leaving a dark blue blood stain on his mouth. Soul fade. Chu Yi was enraged, and the whole person became irritable, and his momentum suddenly increased several times. Vegeta was stunned slightly, because he suddenly sensed the powerful aura on the other party, as well as the terrifying combat power. The next moment, I saw Chu Yi swing forward with one hand, and a ball of light full of energy burst forth. Vegeta's face changed slightly, and then quickly flew into the air. Wow, you can still fly. Vegeta's expression shows how excited he is, this body is simply amazing, and the fit has reached 100%. Just as Vegeta felt the beauty of the sky and the earth, he suddenly realized that behind him, a huge energy rushed towards him, and the speed was so fast that he was shocked. He knew that it was Chu Yi who had launched the resistance. The energy of this product is quite powerful. At this moment, it seems that it is very difficult to dodge the opponent's all-out blow. However, at this critical juncture, Vegeta suddenly found that the energy in his body was surging wildly, and it was soaring like a rocket. Beep! Chu Yi, who was already flying up, was just about to make a move on Vegeta, but he became dumbfounded at this moment. Because, through the detector, he found that Vegeta's combat effectiveness is gradually improving. 11, 12, 13. In the end, the probe showed that Vegeta's combat power had increased to a height of 15,000. This That's impossible. That's impossible. Cold sweat slipped down Chu Yi's purple face, and his body jerked, and his expression was very exciting. Yes, the detector must be faulty. It must be. Vegeta's combat effectiveness is obviously not as high as his own, and he must be about 1,000 lower than himself. Nima, this detector actually failed at a critical moment. Chu Yi could no longer care about the value on the detector, and suddenly burst out a powerful punch, like a dragon out of a hole, carrying extremely powerful energy. Vegeta, you can die. Chu Yi hissed. However, Vegeta waved his backhand unhurriedly, accompanied by a crisp sound, and slapped Chu Yi in the face. Chu Yi was stunned at that time. What a speed! He had obviously punched behind him, but he was slapped hard by the other party. So, the value on the detector is accurate? Impossible, impossible, he is just a Saiyan, how can he have such a powerful combat power? Chu Yi was stunned, and his whole body was twitching, as if he refused to believe this fact. Snap! Vegeta threw his hand and slapped him again. You, Chu Yi's face was full of anger, and his face was already a little distorted. This kind of slap in the face has seriously hurt Chu Yi's self-esteem, blue blood flows from the corner of his mouth, and the eyes that look at Vegeta have become even more vicious. Snap! Vegeta smiled softly, shook his hand again, and slapped Chu Yi's face. Soul Light, you have completely angered me, I will kill you. Chu Yi was angry and was slapped in the face 3 times in a row by a 5-year-old child. He felt that he was already angry like a volcano erupting, and the momentum of the whole person increased several times again, and the look of gritting his teeth seemed to swallow the entire sky. Immediately afterwards, a ball of energy light had already condensed in Chu Yi's hands, and arcs of electricity surged above. The huge energy, as if it was about to swallow the entire starry sky, frightened many Saiyans present and looked sideways. Especially Naba's face had already turned pale, as if the energy was about to hit him personally. You can die. Chu Yi looked hideous and continued to run the energy light ball. Idiot! Vegeta smiled softly, dashed up, and kicked over. Poof! The ball of energy light flew out, and the next moment, Chu Yi spurted out a mouthful of blood, which was particularly dazzling in this clear blue sky. Vegeta flew up, his tiny fist swinging down. Bang! Chu Yi seemed to be a cannonball, and after a loud bang, it fell heavily on the ground. Because the energy that erupted when the two fought was too powerful, at this time, more and more Saiyans had already arrived at the scene, and after seeing Vegeta's powerful scene, everyone's faces were full of shock. At the same time, there is more admiration and great pride in this prince. His Royal Highness the Prince is only 5 years old, and he has a combat power of 14,000, which is too strong. Deserve it, to put it bluntly, isn't this Chu Yi a lackey of Lord Frieza? Dare to run amok on our planet Vegeta? For a while, many Saiyans were talking about it, and the eyes that looked at Vegeta were like chicken blood. Vegeta slowly fell to the ground and looked at Chu Yi lying on the ground with a smile. Vegeta, you wait for me. Chu Yi felt as if the bones in his whole body were about to be shattered, and he no longer had any strength. He never expected that this 5-year-old boy would actually have such a strong combat power, moreover, he had far surpassed himself. Leave you a dog to die first, how far to roll? Vegeta smiled coldly and kicked Chu Yi outside the 9 heavenly clouds. As for whether this product is dead or not, it is not something Vegeta can worry about, the other party is just Frieza's little minions, and he can kill at any time if he wants to. All the Saiyans were stunned, they had long heard that this little prince had a very strong combat power, but they did not expect that even Chu Yi was not his opponent. For a while, there was an unusual silence on the field, only the blowing breeze, which raised pieces of dust on the planet. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny Chapter 003. Vegeta snorted coldly, soared into the air, and disappeared from everyone's sight. His Royal Highness, His Royal Highness. Naba was slightly stunned and quickly chased after him. Don't follow me, play while you go. Vegeta squinted at Naba and said coldly. Your Royal Highness, where are you going? King Pei has something to find you. Naba was taken aback, hesitated slightly, and quickly answered. You go back and tell him I'm not available. Vegeta replied indifferently, and after speaking, he suddenly increased the speed of his flight, throwing Naba, who was still stunned, far away. Vegeta went straight to the Saiyan Cosmic Command Center, intending to take a trip to Earth while Frieza hadn't noticed him. Gaga, as long as you get together the Dragon Balls on Earth, you can fulfill any wish. At that time, let the Shenlong transform his body into a regenerative type like Bu, and with the unique physique of the Saiyan to improve his combat effectiveness after being resurrected from death, even if he is not a Super Saiyan, it will make Frieza crazy. In addition, through the battle between him and Chu Yi just now, Vegeta also discovered that he seemed to contain very powerful energy in his body. However, this energy cannot be controlled at will, and it seems that it can only burst out at a dangerous moment. This made Vegeta suddenly think of Goku's son Son Gohan, this mixed-race little brat. The potential energy is very huge. Did you say? Vegeta's mind flashed. Is it because he was an Earthling before, after crossing into Vegeta, he can also be regarded as a mixed blood? In this way, he also has the vast potential energy of Son Gohan? Although not very sure, for Vegeta now, he is secretly happy. His Royal Highness. After seeing Vegeta, several commanders got up one after another, with an extremely respectful attitude. Find me a spaceship that is a little more spacious. Vegeta ordered. Your Royal Highness, where are you going? The captain came over and asked politely. Vegeta's face suddenly became indifferent, and he squinted his eyes at the captain. Ahem, what are you still stunned for? Don't you hurry up and prepare a spaceship for His Royal Highness. The captain was startled and hurriedly ordered his subordinates. In the blink of an eye, the spaceship was ready, and Vegeta looked at the fairly sized spaceship and nodded with satisfaction. Your Highness, this is by far the most advanced spaceship of our Saiyans, and its flight speed is also one of the few in the universe. The captain flattered Vegeta for fear that the prince would get angry and cripple him. How long does it take to get to the planet Nartra in the galaxy? Vegeta asked. Planet Natal. The captain was stunned, and hurriedly ordered his subordinates. Is the prince talking about the red planet? Good. Vegeta nodded. This planet is too far away from our planet Vegeta. Even if it is this most advanced spacecraft, it will take nearly half a year to pass. The captain investigated the data and explained seriously. Vegeta frowned. He didn't expect that this place was really far enough from the Milky Way. Forget it, go far, just this spaceship looks spacious enough. In this half a year, it is also a good choice to grasp cultivation and cultivation. Snap! After the spaceship's hatch opened, Vegeta stepped inside. Launch! With a whistling sound, the spacecraft ran directly to the vast universe. Streaking a long trajectory in space. Earth, I'm coming! Vegeta shouted inwardly. Let those who think they are going to the planet Natura scratch the wall. At the same time, Sob, who was talking to King Bei in the palace, suddenly became ugly. King Bei, what do you mean by this? Sob had a gloomy face and stared coldly at King Bei on the other side. What? King Bei was puzzled. Just now I received news from outer space that someone left planet Vegeta 3 minutes ago, and it seems that it was the little prince's spaceship. Sob said coldly, King Bei, you are backtracking. King Bei suddenly got up and ordered the guards, contact the little prince immediately to see where he went. King Bei, you really have a good grasp of this time, deliberately fighting with me here, but secretly sending your little prince out. Sabo's face became more and more indifferent, and an eerie voice came out, "You better give me a satisfactory answer, but Lord Frisia wants me to personally bring the little prince back." Sob, "I, King Bei, have always been talkative. I think you may have misunderstood, right?" King Bei's voice became indifferent, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "Good, good. King Bei, you are responsible for what you say." Sob's momentum suddenly increased several times, and his voice was also raised by an octave. As if he noticed that something was wrong, in an instant, many SAIYAN guards came and surrounded Sob. "King Bei, don't you want to rebel?" Sob shouted. King Bei's eyes flashed sharply, and a trace of panic appeared imperceptibly, and he ordered loudly, "Give me all to stand down." At this time, a guard came up and prayed, "King Bei, when the little prince was leaving, he said that he was going to the planet natal in the galaxy." King Bei cried out loudly, "Naba, Naba!" Naba hurried over and knelt on the ground. "Didn't I ask you to go over and call the little prince over?" King Bei asked with a cold face. "The little prince doesn't listen to his subordinates." I can't help it either," Naba said tremblingly. King Bei flew up, kicked Naba to the ground, and shouted, "Useless waste." At this moment, a strange-looking alien hurriedly walked in, and bowed to Sob and said, "Mr. Sob, Chu Yi was seriously injured by Vegeta and almost died." "When?" Sob frowned. "Half an hour ago," the subordinate said. "Why didn't you report to me before?" Sob's face was gloomy and terrifying. Before his subordinates were busy going to treat Mr. Chu Yi. So. As soon as his subordinate said this, the whole thing suddenly fell apart, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. When everyone present saw such a scene, they all raised their vigilance. King Bei also raised his combat effectiveness, for fear of encountering accidents. Useless stuff. After Sob killed this subordinate in seconds, he flew out of the palace with a gloomy face, and said to himself coldly, "Humph, planet natal, right. If you want to run, it's not that easy." After Sob left, King Bei personally helped Naba up and said with praise, "Naba, you did a good job, you are smart enough." Naba looked at King Bei stunned, with a blank face. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 004. Call His Royal Highness, Call His Royal Highness. Not long after entering the universe, Vegeta was woken up by the ringing of the phone in the control room. Listening to this voice, it was Naba. "What's going on?" Vegeta answered the phone and asked coldly. "Your Royal Highness, Doria is heading in your direction." Naba quickly answered. "How is it Doria, isn't it Sob?" Vegeta was stunned for a moment and asked rhetorically. "Oh, it may be that Sob just happened to have something and let Doria pass, and I don't know exactly what the specific reason is." Naba thought about it, but he couldn't say why. "That's it." Vegeta laughed. Also, King Bei specially explained to His Majesty, saying that he let His Royal Highness the Prince take care of himself. "I heard that Sob came here to take you to meet Frisia, but I didn't expect you to leave first." Naba continued. "Got it." Vegeta replied coldly, not bothering to pay attention to this group of scions who were of little use to him, and after speaking, he directly hung up the phone. Vegeta also did not expect that after he was reborn, he would become so cold and heartless. Perhaps, the real self does not have the slightest relationship with King Bei. However, Doria will catch up, which Vegeta does not expect. Vegeta knew that this man named Doria was also one of Frisia's younger brothers, and his combat power was very strong, although it was not as good as Sob, but it was not to be underestimated. It seems that after arriving on Earth, there should be a vicious battle. The corners of Vegeta's mouth crossed an arc and began his journey of cultivation in the spaceship. As time passed, Vegeta gradually got used to life in space. and the familiar Milky Way is already within reach. Even, on this spacecraft, Vegeta can see the familiar planet Earth. It's finally here. After this period of cultivation, Vegeta found that his combat effectiveness had improved a lot. After simply cleaning up, Vegeta took out the detector and checked his combat effectiveness. Combat effectiveness 15,000. When he saw this combat strength value, Vegeta was speechless for a while. Originally thought that he had improved a lot, but he only refined all the combat power when he fought with Chu Yi last time. The combat power of 15,000 is definitely not the opponent of Doria. Vegeta guessed that Dodoria's combat power was at least about 20,000. The combat power improvement is too slow. Vegeta shook his head, hoping that the Earth would make him stronger. Boom! The spacecraft landed in a desert on Earth, smashing a deep crater. Snap! The spaceship door opened, and Vegeta flew out of it wearing a probe, his tail tightly wrapped around his waist. Through the detector, Vegeta quickly discovered that about 10,000 kilometers away from him, there was a figure with a combat power of about 200. Combat effectiveness 200. This person, 8 achievements, is a god. On today's Earth, this old immortal of Namex is already considered to be the existence of the sky. Vegeta is full of emotion. It seems that he will destroy the Earth with a shock cannon, right? Vegeta smiled softly, found the immortals, and you can find the legendary 7 Dragon Balls. Swoosh! Vegeta soared into the air and headed straight for the temple. Sure enough, as explained in Dragon Ball, the gravity of the Earth is only 1/10 of that of planet Vegeta, and at this time, Vegeta sensed and felt that his body had become much easier, and he could hardly feel his existence. After a quarter of an hour, Vegeta finally saw Garanta standing in the distance, and the seemingly unreachable temple. When approaching Garanta, Vegeta moved and flew inside. Meow! The Garan immortal barked a cat, and his hair stood upside down, like a great enemy. After all, Vegeta's aura is too powerful, and it is still an evil type, and the Garan immortal is well informed, and he is already very brave without jumping from the tower on the spot. You are the Garan immortal. Vegeta chuckled and looked at it with a detector. This fat old cat has a combat power of about 160, which is also a good character. Meow, who are you? What to do on Earth? Garan asked warily. You don't care who I am. I heard that you have super divine water, and you can tap your potential after drinking it, right? Vegeta asked with a smile. Meow, yes, I do have super divine water, you come with me. Garan immortal also made up his mind in his heart, let this little monster drink it quickly, poison you. Earth does not allow such a strong evil character to exist. Having made up his mind, Garan immortal took Vegeta to a small room and handed over the bottle containing the super divine water. Vegeta opened the lid and sniffed, and there didn't seem to be anything peculiar either. Old cat, is this thing really super divine water? Vegeta asked, looking at the Garan immortal. It's a real deal. When the Garan immortals said this, they also prayed in their hearts, drink quickly, what is the verbosity? Vegeta smiled and asked with interest, it seems that you want me to drink it earlier, right? Is this poison? Young man, how can this be poison? Meow. This is the most magical super divine water in the world, as long as you drink it, the potential in your body will be tapped. Garan immortal was insincere, but he was really puzzled in his heart, this little monster is already so powerful, and he has to tap the potential of a bird. If the potential is really tapped, the planet will be completely destroyed. The Garan immortals could only pray that the super god water could poison this little monster. Vegeta no longer hesitated, looking at the shape of this pot, it seemed that there was not much difference from the one used by Goku, so he drank the super god water in one go. Of course, Vegeta also knows that the super god water is highly toxic, and only by overcoming its toxicity can he successfully tap his potential. After drinking the super divine water, Vegeta quickly flew away from Garanta and disappeared from the sight of the Garan immortals. The reason for doing this, Vegeta also found that this old cat was hostile, and if he killed himself while he resisted the poison of the super god water, it would be fucked. Looking at Vegeta's disappearing back, the Garen immortal let out a long sigh of relief and sat on the ground with one butt. It's terrible. It's terrible. Where did this little monster come from? Just looking at him like this made him feel that his hair all over his body stood upside down, and he was snoring. I'm afraid that even the guy above his head may not be the opponent of this little monster, right? Until now, I can only pray that this little monster has been destroyed by the poison of the super divine water. As soon as Vegeta found a hiding forest, he felt as if all his internal organs were misaligned, and he fell to the ground, and the severe pain made his face become distorted, beads of sweat rolled down, shortness of breath, and almost turned his back. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 005. Vegeta never expected that the super god water would have such a powerful toxicity. Rao is that his combat power has reached 15,000, and he is still a little unable to resist this toxicity. As time passed, Vegeta was fighting against the poison carried by the super divine water. When Vegeta opened his eyes, it was already a little dark. Dao, this super divine water is really not covered, and his little life almost hanged. Vegeta had palpitations. If he let the super divine water poison him, it would be sad. Fortunately, the big difficulty does not die. Well, I don't know how much combat effectiveness has improved. Vegeta tries to use the energy in his body. Boom! A powerful aura spread towards the surroundings like a terrifying wave, and the huge energy rolled up layers of storms, as if on the eve of a storm. Dark clouds, terrifying waves, and where it passed, trees flew everywhere, a mess. Seeing this scene, Vegeta was also stunned for a long time, and the power of the super divine water was really unexpected. Of course, only a powerful aura is not enough to explain anything. At this time, the combat strength value is the most critical. Vegeta quickly turned on the detector to observe his combat effectiveness. 21, 22, 25. In the end, the combat effectiveness stopped at the figure of 30,000. I went, how did I just improve such a little? Vegeta was disappointed, drank the super divine water, and struggled back from the death line, but did not expect that the combat effectiveness only doubled. However, Vegeta thought about it carefully. It had only been a long time, and his combat effectiveness had suddenly doubled. You know, if you don't come to the earth, you don't know that the year of the monkey can be promoted to this realm. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta adjusted his breath, and the next moment, he soared into the sky, as if rolling up a strong storm, and rushed towards where Garen Ta was. Meow! The Garen immortal, who was dozing, broke out in a cold sweat, looked at this little monster stunned, opened his mouth wide, and couldn't say anything. Old cat, you seem to be disappointed. Vegeta looked at Garen with a smile on his face. Meow! No meow, how can I be disappointed? Congratulations on tapping into your potential, congratulations on meow. The Garen immortal broke out in a cold sweat and stepped back. Less nonsense, I heard that you still have a good thing called fairy beans here, take it out. Vegeta stretched out his hand and a lion spoke. Who are you listening to? Where do I have fairy beans? The Garen immortal was stunned and asked rhetorically. Immortal beans, this is the panacea that he has just cultivated, how did this little monster find out? The Garen immortal was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood, so he wouldn't give the fairy beans to this evil little monster. This little monster is already terrifying, if you take the immortal bean again, it will be no different from the immortal body. Not really. Of course, Vegeta didn't believe it, grabbed the hair of the Garen fairy, and slipped up. No meow, the Garen immortal panicked. If you don't have one, you can go down. Vegeta threw the Garen immortal out of Garen Tat. Meow, Garen immortal broke out in a cold sweat, his limbs were scratching, and under the crisis, he quickly shouted loudly, Dao Du Yun! Tendon Cloud! The golden cloud flew in and picked up the falling Garen Immortal. Ha ha! The Garen Immortal let out a long sigh of relief and shook the cold sweat on his face. However, the next moment, the pupils of the Garen Immortal suddenly dilated several times, because he found that the little monster was suspended in midair, silently looking at himself. You! What do you want? The Garen Immortal looked wary. I said, hand over the fairy beans, I can spare you from death. Vegeta said coldly. There really is no meow. The Garen Immortal gritted his teeth and refused to tell the whereabouts of the immortal bean. Humph, I don't know if I'm alive or dead. Vegeta waved with one hand. Bang! The tendon cloud carrying the Garen Immortal suddenly dissipated and scattered. The Garen Immortal looked down, his scalp was numb in shock, and he fell straight down. Help! Help! Meow! The Garen Immortals shouted loudly, and their voices were extremely tragic. However, just when the Garen Immortal was about to land, he was caught by someone. Garen Immortal gasped and almost fainted. Okay, I'll give you another chance at the end, where is the fairy bean? Vegeta asked coldly. After saying this, Vegeta pulled the Garen Immortal into the air and soared into the sky. Fang Cai, the natural one who took the Garen Immortal was Vegeta, although he was indifferent, he would not kill this old cat with his own hands, but he was just a little bored and wanted to tease the other party. I said meow. Garen Immortal was so frightened that his internal organs trembled, he even regretted living in such a high place, this Nima felt really uncomfortable. Humph, if you know this, why stubbornly resist? Vegeta threw the old cat into Garen Tat. It's not that I don't give you fairy beans, it's because fairy beans haven't matured yet. After Garen Immortal said this, he turned and pushed open a small door, and led Vegeta into the room. Vegeta's heart sank, not yet mature? Nima, this is not good news. Look at the meow, this is the fairy bean, but it is not yet mature meow. The Garen Immortal pointed to a green plant and explained to Vegeta. Vegeta fixed his eyes and found that on a plant that seemed to be a rich bamboo, small beans were condensing, and it seemed that it was really that kind of magical fairy bean. And, as the Garen Immortals said, this bean is not fully ripe and is not very useful now. When will it mature? Vegeta asked. There are at least 10 years or so before maturity, which is still a preliminary estimate. Garen Immortal explained. How did it take so long? Vegeta was in a hurry, and he was still waiting to use fairy beans to improve his combat effectiveness. The growth of fairy beans, you need volcanic ice water, I have limited ability, I can only take a little back each time. If you really want to make fairy beans mature faster, just go to the interior of the southern Tongtian volcano, bring more ice water over, maybe it won't take long to ripen. Garen Immortal said with a serious face, but his heart was cold. Little sample, old cat, I can't cure you a little monster meow. Are you trying to lure me into that Babel volcano and be swallowed by the volcano? Vegeta asked with a sneer. Don't dare, meow, Garen Immortal quickly denied. Okay, I'll go over and get some ice water when I'm free. Vegeta didn't care much about Sendu right now, and before that, he had one more important thing to do. You're busy. The Garen Immortal nodded vigorously, wishing that this little monster would get out sooner. I'll go first to meet the old neighbor above your head, and then there will be a period. After Vegeta finished speaking, he took off and flew away from Garen Tat. After hearing this, Garen Immortal's eyes widened, and he was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 006. Vegeta continued to fly upwards, and soon the temple was within reach. Here you are. A green-skinned man stood in a spacious place, silently looking at Vegeta, and after seeing him here, he just said indifferently, and the meaning in that word was as if he was greeting a friend he hadn't seen for a long time. Vegeta, who is familiar with the history of Dragon Ball, only glanced at the other party and recognized it. This green-skinned, crutches-wielding guy is naturally a fairy. And behind the immortal, standing is his henchman, dark skin, Mr. Bobo, who looks a little funny. You know all about it. Vegeta smiled. He knew that the immortals were above the temple and seemed to be able to see what was happening on the entire planet. Being able to easily defeat the Garen immortals, I know you are very unusual. The immortal said expressionlessly, perhaps, there is no one on this planet who can compete with you, even if it is me, I am afraid it is not your opponent. Vegeta smiled gently, isn't this nonsense, his combat power has reached 30,000, if he doesn't dominate the earth, then it's a bit fucked. I don't care what purpose you have, please leave the earth immediately, this place does not belong to you. The immortal had a cold face and did not smile. Tell me the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball, as soon as my wish is granted, I will leave immediately. Vegeta smiled slightly and stated his purpose. Hearing the words Dragon Ball spit out from Vegeta's mouth, the fairy's expression froze slightly, his body trembled and he liked it, and a little stunned look flashed in his pupils. Dragon Ball? How did this little monster learn about Dragon Ball? Moreover, looking at his appearance, he seems to know that the Dragon Ball was made by himself. Don't look at me with that expression, I know where you're from, you're a nemesis, they have a magical ability, right? Vegeta explained with a smile that just in case, the detector had been turned off before, otherwise, this remark caused Frisia's people to eavesdrop, and then Megastar would have to suffer again. What about Miji? The fairy's eyes widened, and then he suddenly smiled, no wonder I don't look like a normal person, it turns out that I am an alien, I finally know why, thank you, young man. Immortal, Mr. Bobo also took a deep look at the immortal. Okay, stop talking nonsense, hand over all the Dragon Balls. Vegeta's face became cold, he was no longer too lazy to talk more nonsense with this old guy. As long as he finds the 7 Dragon Balls and grants his wish, Vegeta is still waiting to abuse Frisia. Since you know me so well, don't you know, I can only make Dragon Balls, but where Dragon Balls are, it is not my jurisdiction, if you want to find Dragon Balls, whatever you want. The immortal smiled indifferently and said without fear. After hearing this, Vegeta was suddenly stunned, which he had forgotten. It is true that the Nemesis can make Dragon Balls, but after the Dragon Balls are manufactured, they will be scattered all over the planet, and even the Dragon Ball maker himself cannot sense the whereabouts of each Dragon Ball. Deo, the ideal is very skinny, why is the reality so full? Vegeta was speechless for a while, and now, he could only go and get a Dragon Ball radar to come out. I just don't know if the future wife Boomer was born, and if she is still in her mother's womb. Who will she find to make the Dragon Ball radar? Vegeta was silent for a long time, not knowing what to do. The immortal looked at Vegeta up and down, and after a little hesitation, he finally couldn't resist the question in his heart, young man, I can sense that there is a very powerful energy in your body, this energy is also good and evil, I know that you are not a bad person, tell me, what wish do you want to achieve? Vegeta glanced sideways at the fairy and did not speak. Say it, maybe I can help you. The immortal smiled and said. Less nonsense, I'll come back again. Vegeta was too lazy to take care of the old immortal and planned to leave. Help yourself? The brain is clamped by the door, right? As far as the combat power of the immortals, let alone Frisia, even if Dororia comes over, it is a snack for others. Since the immortals could not find the exact location of the Dragon Ball, Vegeta waited for a long time and decided to go to the Transformation Capsule Company. Even if the current Boomer has not yet been born, her father is a great scientist, and it should not be difficult to ask him to help make the Dragon Ball radar. In addition, Vegeta also plans to ask Boomer's father to make a gravity room for himself, so that he can cultivate in it. Young man, the energy in your body is too huge, although you are already very strong now, but if you can make these energies of yourself restrained, I believe there will be a great improvement. The immortal suddenly said this. Oh! Vegeta's eyes became eager as he looked at the fairy. Stay, I'll show you how to introvert energy. The immortal smiled and invited. Vegeta frowned. Where did he have the leisure to hide his energy from restraint now? If Frieza himself committed suicide, it wouldn't be fun. Nowadays, the most important thing is to find the 7 Dragon Balls, and nothing else matters. You can tell me the method, I'll figure it out myself, just stay, I'm busy. Vegeta replied. Energy introverted, not can be achieved in 1 or 2 sentences, since you have something to do, let's talk about it later. The immortal smiled, but did not mean to hold back. Vegeta glanced at the immortal and always felt that this old fellow seemed to be uneasy and kind. Forget it, leave this old guy alone, the most important thing now is to find the Dragon Ball. Thinking of this, Vegeta stopped being verbose, flew up, and fell down. The immortal stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to say something, but by the time he opened his mouth, Vegeta had already disappeared. Immortal, this man, Mr. Bobo had a nervous expression on his face. I'm not his opponent at all, in front of him, I feel a very powerful coercion, the immortal smiled self-deprecatingly, I don't know if his stay on Earth is a blessing or a curse. It's a pity, if he is willing to stay in the temple to cultivate, I will have a way to dissolve his evil chi. Immortal, he has gone to plague the Garen immortals again, Mr. Bobo glanced at the scene below and said with a smile. The immortal closed his eyes and was silent for a long time, as if he had made up his mind, and ordered Mr. Bobo with a solemn expression, Bobo, once this little monster gathers 7 Dragon Balls and summons the Divine Dragon, you will kill me immediately, as long as I die, the Divine Dragon will disappear, and his wish will be frustrated. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 007. Vegeta returns again to Garen Tao, where the Garen Immortals are located. Meow, you. What else are you here for? Garen Immortal is so frightened that his heart is trembling, this little monster is too hateful, it may not be good to come over. Let me ask you, where is the Transformation Capsule Company? Vegeta asked with a straight face. What are you doing with the Transformation Capsule Company? Garen Immortal looked wary, you know, the Transformation Capsule Company, which is the most famous large enterprise in the world today, if this little monster is allowed to scourge, it will not be fun. Less nonsense, you just need to tell me the specific location, otherwise. As Vegeta said this, he leaned on the railing and glanced down. The Garen Immortal's hair stood upside down, and he was so frightened that he snorted several times, then pointed to the southeast direction, and said tremblingly, it's in that direction meow, you. Don't mess around. Vegeta ignored the Garen Immortals and flew up and galloped towards the Transformation Capsule Company. At the same time, a spacecraft successfully landed on a red planet. The red-skinned, measles-like Dororia flew out of the spacecraft, looked left and right, and looked at the detector again, looking dazed. Strange, Sob said that Vegeta is coming to this planet, but there are no high-flying figures on this planet. Dodoria muttered to herself. Where is this kid going? Dodoria circled the planet, and he soon discovered that there were no highly intelligent humans on the planet, but only primitive creatures. Immediately afterwards, Dodoria dialed Sob's phone. Doria, how's it going? You've arrived on planet Natal, haven't you? Did you get that kid Vegeta back? Sob asked with a smile. Sob, is your message accurate? Why didn't I find a combative figure on this planet? Dodoria said coldly. Oh? Maybe he hid in a corner. Sob analyzed. It's impossible, I circled the planet and didn't find any higher creatures at all. Dodoria said a little depressed. You wait first, I'll investigate. Sob suddenly felt as if he had been deceived, and after interrupting the conversation, his angry face turned blue. After a detailed investigation, Sob was immediately angry. "Good you baking, I'll make you pay." Sob gritted his teeth and quickly dialed Daria's phone. "Daroria, no need to look for it, Vegeta, this kid has gone to Earth, a small blue planet in the solar system." "Earth? Humph, Sob, I didn't expect you to be so easily deceived," Doria quipped. Sob snorted coldly, hung up the phone, and dialed King Bei again. "King Bei, where did your little prince go?" "You don't tell me, even you don't know?" Sob asked coldly. "Didn't the little prince go to planet Natal?" "Why, didn't you find it?" King Bei asked blankly. "Okay, King Bei, you and I are both open people, don't pretend here." Sob's voice was extremely gloomy. "You think I don't know? Did your little prince go to Earth?" "Yes." "Earth? This can't be, what did the little prince go to Earth for?" "I know about that planet, and I heard that there are almost no powerful characters on it." King Bei replied with a smile. "Humph, King Bei, you'd better be honest with me." After Sob finished speaking, he interrupted the call. After King Bei put down the phone, his face became ugly, and after a moment of silence, he immediately called Naba over and ordered, "Naba, you immediately call the little prince. Sob already knows that he has gone to Earth." "King Bei, His Royal Highness has turned off the communicator since he went to Earth, and I can't contact him now," said Naba tremblingly. "Oh? Could it be an accident?" A worried look appeared on King Pei's face. "Don't worry, King Pei, His Royal Highness the Prince is the pride of our science, a small planet like Earth, he can sweep it away without paying for it alone, and no one can stop him." Naba thought about it and made an analysis. "In this way, you immediately go to Earth, and after seeing the little prince, report to me at any time." King Bei was still not very relieved, and the loss of contact on his son's side made him a little worried. "Yes." Naba nodded. "By the way, you take Raditz with you, although that kid has low combat effectiveness, but his brain is still flexible, you guys will see the opportunity to act after you go, it's best not to conflict with Frisia's people, please report to me immediately if you have anything." King Pei ordered. Vegeta's speed was very fast, and at this time, he had already appeared in the courtyard of the Transformation Capsule Company. Seeing such a spacious and luxurious compound, Vegeta nodded with satisfaction, knowing that in the future, this will become his home, and he and Boomer will have a son, a daughter, and 2 children. Just as Vegeta sighed slightly, he heard a childish voice coming from the side. "Big brother, who are you? Why is it in our house?" Vegeta fixed her eyes on a little girl about 4 years old, with blue hair and a small braid, who looked very cute. "You're Boomer, right?" Vegeta looked at the image of this little girl, and it was a little similar to Boomer when he grew up. "Hey? You know me? But I've never seen you." Boomer walked around Vegeta very curiously, and then his eyes lit up, and he said with some excitement, "Wow, big brother, your belt is so fun, fluffy." Saying that, Boomer grabbed Vegeta's tail with an expression of love. Grabbed by the tail by a little girl, Vegeta was speechless for a while. If it weren't for the fact that this girl would be his wife in the future, he would have wanted to kick her away. Fortunately, Vegeta had overcome his weaknesses on the spaceship long ago, otherwise it would not be shameful enough. "Big brother, where did you buy this belt? I also want to buy one," Boomer said with a happy face. Just as she said this, Boomer suddenly exclaimed, because the next moment, she found that the belt swayed from side to side, as if alive. "It's not a belt, it's my tail." Vegeta smiled, his tail wagging back and forth. "Oh," Boomer exclaimed, his face turning pale and looking at the little monster in amazement. "Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you," Vegeta comforted. Boomer was stunned for a long time, and after finding that there was no danger, he finally nodded gently. Dr. Brive, I hope you are good to yourself. Humph, against our Black Silk Army, you will not have a good end. At this moment, only a not very friendly voice was heard, coming from the next room. P.S. 3 changes today, remember to vote for the following vote. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 008. What you say is hard to achieve, it's not that I don't help you. Dr. Brive replied. This Dr. Brive is none other than Boomer's father. When Vegeta heard this, he was slightly stunned. He did not expect that the Black Silk Army actually found Boomer's home, and it seemed that he threatened them with something. Boomer, why is the Black Silk Army in your house? What are they going to do with your father? Vegeta asked. Big brother, they're all bad people, they want my father to help make something, it seems to be. It's about what beads. Boomer didn't know why, he always felt that the little boy in front of him could bring him a great sense of security, so he didn't hesitate to say what he knew. Dragon Ball? Vegeta asked. Yes, Big brother also knows about Dragon Ball. Boomer asked in surprise. Well, I'm here for this too. Vegeta smiled softly. Could it be that the big brother is in a gang with them? Boomer asked warily. Do you look like that? Vegeta smiled. Boomer looked left, looked right, and finally said affirmatively, Big brother is definitely not with them, Big brother is a good person. Okay, I'll go in and take a look, you follow me. Although Vegeta is indifferent, he can't say anything about his future wife. In addition, this little Boomer is his future wife, of course, he can't let her be hurt a little, no one. Now it seems that the old father-in-law's situation is not very good, and he was actually found by the Black Silk Army. Vegeta heard that the Black Silk Army is a very powerful organization, and even the state can't do anything about them. Dr. Brive, since you can research something as advanced as a transformation capsule, I think you should not be a problem with a small Dragon Ball radar, right? Vegeta had just dragged Boomer to the door of the room when he heard the man inside start talking again. As I said earlier, transformation capsule is my life's work, and I have studied for more than 20 years to get the results today. Dr. Brive explained, General Blue, I have never touched the Dragon Ball radar you mentioned, and I believe that even if it is researched, I don't know how long it will take. Give you a week, you'd better give me a satisfactory answer, even if it's a preliminary design plan, otherwise, General Lan sneered, then added with a sneer, I heard that you have a baby daughter, who is 4 years old this year, named Boomer, right? Oh, this little girl is good. You. What do you want? Dr. Brive's face changed color. Don't do anything, I'll take your baby daughter to our barracks to play first, and when you research out the Dragon Ball radar, your daughter will naturally be fine. General Lan said, and ordered the 2 railgun subordinates, go, invite Miss Boomer to me. I promise you, you don't touch my daughter. Dr. Brive was anxious and hurriedly drank. Don't worry, I won't touch her, as long as you seriously do things for our Black Silk Army. General Lan smiled brightly. Snap! Just as Vegeta was about to enter the door was opened by 2 guards. The 2 sides looked at each other. And after seeing Boomer next to Vegeta, the 2 guards directly ignored Vegeta, with a smile on their faces. Head, this little girl sent it to the door by herself, ha ha ha, but we don't need to go to the trouble to find it. Dr. Brive. Your daughter is really well behaved. General Lan also smiled unabated, and looked at Boomer behind Vegeta. Although Boomer is only 4 years old, she is already very sensible, and she just heard that the other party was going to take her away outside the door, and she was a little scared in her heart. Especially when General Lan's cold gaze swept towards him, his face suddenly turned pale, and he couldn't help but hide behind Vegeta. Whose kid is this? Looks like Zhen is not likable, hurry up and get out. One of the guards glanced at Vegeta, who seemed to dislike him for blocking Miss Boomer, and immediately felt that he was a bit of an eyesore, and after shouting, he grabbed him by the hair. In any case, Vegeta's countdown hair was so stylish that the guard felt that if he didn't catch it, he seemed to be very sorry for his rough big hand. Bang! Vegeta waved his hand and slapped the guard away. The huge force directly made this guard fly out along the door, and when he landed, he was already dying. Such a scene made another guard hurriedly take out his gun, and unceremoniously swept towards Vegeta. Vegeta grabbed the guard by the collar and gently threw it back, and the guard fell impartially on his companion, completely unconscious. Vegeta's crisp and neat movements made General Lan's eyes widen in shock, and his jaw was about to drop. With a cold snort, General Lan stood up from his seat, his face becoming more and more gloomy. General Lan glanced at Dr. Brief and said coldly, "Doctor, you have a kind, you are planning to make enemies with our Black Silk Army." "No. Nothing, this." Dr. Brief was so frightened that he wondered, where did this kid come from, how could even the people of the Black Silk Army dare to fight? "Humph, boy, it looks like you are very capable of fighting, but do you know what will happen if you go against our Black Silk Army?" General Blue moved his muscles and walked towards Vegeta step by step. "If you don't want to die, get out of here, I'm not interested in you." Vegeta snorted coldly. Indeed, killing a few small minions of the Black Silk Army, he really didn't have the slightest interest. "Haha, what a big breath, who do you think you are? No one has ever dared to speak to me like that." General Blue smirked angrily, and rampant laughter echoed through the room. "Give you one last chance, if you don't want your Black Silk Legion to be destroyed, quickly disappear in front of me." Vegeta was a little impatient. "Ha ha ha, boy, do you know who you're talking to? Just by you still want to destroy our Black Silk Army? Do you know what is the origin of our Black Silk Army?" General Lan laughed, and he almost laughed back. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 009. Also, a child who looks to be only about 5 years old will say such outrageous words, and no one will believe it. Moreover, the Black Silk Army is also one of the best armies in the world, and even the country has no way to take them, let alone a child. Dry. Vegeta shook his head and walked over step by step. "Boy, I know you can do Kung Fu, so let me meet you properly." General Blue clenched his fists and bombarded Vegeta with a punch. Ah! The next moment, General Lan let out a miserable cry and disappeared directly. Boomer and Dr. Brive wide-eyed, "You look at me, I look at you," looking around for General Blue. Too fast, a good person, why did he suddenly disappear? The two seemed to be dreaming, not knowing where Vegeta had changed the famous Blue General. "Big brother! Where is he?" Boomer asked in a low voice. "Oh, it's already flown into the sky, and it is estimated that it will not come back." Vegeta smiled, not bothering to explain in detail. Just now, he just grabbed General Lan's attacking arm, dashingly threw an arc, and then General Lan went to the sky, floating in midair at this time. As for whether this Blue General is dead or alive, it is no longer Vegeta's concern. "You! What is this child called?" Dr. Brive looked at Vegeta in horror and asked in a cold sweat. "My name is Vegeta, I came to the doctor for a favor, 2 things, one is to help me make a Dragon Ball radar, and the second is to help me get a gravity cultivation room. I think the doctor should be able to make it." Vegeta said indifferently. "You? Are you going to do Dragon Ball radar too?" Dr. Brive was stunned. Vegeta nodded. Dr. Brive stared at Vegeta without blinking, silent for a long time, before nodding and saying, "Okay, I can promise you, but you have to tell me, what do you mean by that gravity cultivation room?" "It's very simple, it is to double the gravity of the earth. You first make me a gravity 300 times that of the earth, and then increase it later. Vegeta explained. You? What did you say? 300 times gravity? You? What are you doing? Dr. Brive's face had become confused, and he looked at Vegeta in amazement and muttered in a low voice, do you know what 300 times gravity represents? You have 30 kilograms now, right? 300 times gravity, that's 9 tons, oh my god. Vegeta smiled. If he didn't work hard to cultivate, how could he deal with Frieza? Frieza, a potential risk factor, does not get rid of it for a day, and Vegeta feels that it is difficult to sleep. Let me try. Dr. Brive wiped his cold sweat, feeling as if he was dreaming, and looking at Vegeta, he felt that the other party was a monster. That Dragon Ball radar needs to be made as soon as possible, I have an urgent use. Vegeta instructed. Also, I'll stay in your house before the two things are made, and the doctor won't object, right? No, of course not. Dr. Brive waved his hand vigorously, and then said with some concern, however, little friend Vegeta, if you beat the people of the Black Silk Army, I am afraid that the Black Silk Army will not give up, and besides, they also want me to make the Dragon Ball radar. By the way, it just so happened that they left the Dragon Balls with me. Saying that, Dr. Brive took out the Dragon Ball, and Vegeta glanced at it from afar. It was a 3-star Dragon Ball. There is only one Dragon Ball, and the fart is not topped. And Vegeta certainly won't be interested in it. If the Black Silk Army comes again, I will let them be destroyed. Vegeta smiled. It was just a small Black Silk Army, it was too easy to destroy them. The corners of Dr. Brive's mouth trembled. Where did this kid come from? He was really arrogant enough to speak. However, Dr. Brive has a peculiar feeling, always feeling that this child is a little kind, and it makes people feel more secure. Therefore, he agreed to Vegeta's 2 conditions without the slightest hesitation. Now that the matter had been negotiated, Vegeta had his own room under Boomer's arrangement and stayed there for the time being. Dr. Brive also began to study the Dragon Ball radar. As time passed, the gravity cultivation room was more troublesome to make, and according to Dr. Brive's meaning, it would take at least more than a month to make the prototype. As for the Dragon Ball radar, because Boomer was a little curious, after Vegeta's consent, he let her try to toss it. After these 2 days of cultivation, Vegeta was pleasantly surprised to find that he actually had a way to hide his aura. It seems that this is not a difficult thing, perhaps, only in the environment of the earth, can master this skill. On this day, Vegeta was practicing in his room when he suddenly noticed that there were quite a few helicopters in the sky. And in the next moment, nearly hundreds of people fell from the sky, fully armed, and looking at their dress, it was the people of the Black Silk Army. Vegeta smiled coldly. These flies are really annoying enough, since they want to destroy the group, then it is good to complete them. Standing silently into the spacious courtyard, Vegeta looked with interest at the uninvited guests who appeared here. It seems that they also heard the abnormal movement in the sky, and the 3 members of the Boomer family also ran out, and after seeing the Black Silk Army appear, their faces turned pale. Brother Vegeta, you run, they want to deal with you. After Boomer saw Vegeta's figure, he quickly shouted. Vegeta smiled at the girl and didn't speak. Soon, the people of the Black Silk Army had already fallen to the ground, and the one at the head was quite handsome, and Vegeta learned from the history of Dragon Ball that this cargo was General Bai. I think that at the beginning, Goku spent a lot of effort in order to deal with this white general. However, now that this white general has met himself, then he is considered unlucky. Is that him? General Bai asked one of the guards beside him. General Bai, that's him, he turned General Lan into nothing, he must be playing tricks. The guard quickly answered. Okay, got it. General Bai waved his hand and looked at Vegeta with a smile. Little ghost, you are in trouble this time, do you know who you offended? Yes? Kneel down and kowtow and beg for mercy, I may be able to give you a pain, otherwise, I will make you regret coming to this world. Finished. Vegeta said coldly. Little ghost, you are really not simple, I know you can do Kung Fu, but you are not our opponent. General Bai said this, and ordered his subordinates, catch him, I will let him live better than die. After the words fell, hundreds of guards rushed up, still holding the most advanced guns in their hands. The 3 members of the Boomer family were so frightened that their faces changed endlessly. Vegeta smiled contemptuously. And the momentum of the whole person suddenly increased, and the huge energy, as if a powerful storm, swept over the hundreds of guards. What? I only listened to the screams of these guards, and when I looked again, they had already disappeared. General Bai looked back and forth, his eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets, his lips were furrowed in fright, and he looked at Vegeta and asked, You? Where have you changed people? For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 010. Vegeta smiled coldly, just now he just released his energy slightly, and he had already blown these flies outside the 9 heavenly clouds. It's just a small ordinary person, and Vegeta doesn't pay attention to it at all. Name the location of your headquarters, and I can spare you from death. Vegeta said expressionlessly. I said. You don't change me into nothing, I can tell you anything. General Bai bowed his head and said with a bow, and after speaking, taking advantage of Vegeta's lack of attention, he suddenly took out a relatively advanced pistol from behind him and shot continuously at Vegeta's chest. Bang bang! After 3 shots, General Bai laughed and smiled extremely brightly. Brother Vegeta, cried out Boomer with concern, if Dr. Brive hadn't pulled her tightly, the girl would have wanted to rush up. Idiot, you're too careless, ha. General Bai smiled and laughed, and suddenly found that Vegeta was still standing in place, and in shock, he almost flashed his waist. Immediately afterwards, General Bai was shocked to discover that Vegeta was actually intact and not injured at all. This Nima is a monster, right? By the way, this guy will do tricks, is it possible to turn the bullet into nothing? You seem disappointed. Vegeta smiled slightly, the egg pain that was idle recently, the appearance of the Black Silk Army was just enough to relieve the boredom. General Bai looked at Vegeta stunned, several thoughts flashed in his mind, and quickly thought about what to do against the enemy. Hehe, this young master, I just scared you, there is no bullet in my gun, you must not care. General Bai had already thought of a way out, and said with a smile, also, aren't you going to our Black Silk Army headquarters? I'll take you there, how? Lead the way. Vegeta ordered coldly. He had already decided that since the Black Silk Army had come out again and again to make trouble, it would be a troublesome thing for them to be destroyed, and it would be troublesome for the province to stay in the future. Besides, if he is not at home one day, and the people of the Black Silk Army come and break the Boomer family, then it will be fucked. Now that the idea has been decided, Vegeta is not a wordy person, and he is flying into the sky with General Bai. Nima, this guy can actually fly. Where did this little monster run out? General Bai was stunned, and even Boomer and the others below looked at this scene with a stunned expression. They also did not expect that in this world, someone could fly out of thin air and drag a big living person. The Boomer family rubbed their eyes vigorously, feeling as if they were in a dream. Say, in what position? Vegeta snorted coldly. In that direction. General Bai was so frightened that his whole body trembled, especially when he saw that he could not be grounded, he was even more frightened and confused. Where do you dare to snub Vegeta's question? Vegeta smiled and galloped in the direction he had said. However, just after Vegeta flew about 100 kilometers, he suddenly sensed a strong aura appearing on the earth. This breath is... Vegeta stopped in mid-air, silently staring in the direction of the strong aura. Humph, it's finally here. Dodoria, hey? Vegeta sneered, no longer bothering to pay attention to this white general, and loosened his hand. Ah! General Bai let out a miserable cry and fell from the sky and sank into the vast sea. How could Vegeta have the spare time to care about General Bai's life and death? He controlled his combat power for about 10,000, and then turned into a white light and quickly flew towards the location of Dodoria. This is Earth? Nice environment. After Dodoria appeared, he looked at his surroundings and had a smile on his face. And the place where the Dodoria spacecraft landed happened to be a small village, perhaps the reason why he felt eye-catching, and with a wave of his hand, a huge energy rushed out. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the entire village turned into a flat field. Immediately afterwards, Dodoria pressed the button on the probe to find the powerful characters on the planet. Found it, Vegeta, the little prince of the Saiyans. Do you think you can escape by hiding on Earth? Dodoria smiled and said to herself, oh, the combat power is a little more than 10,000, Chuyi, this idiot, can't even beat a little Vegeta. However, it seems that the little prince already knows that I am coming to Earth, and is in a hurry to come and die, hee. Doria smiled contemptuously, calculating the time it took for Vegeta to come over. It was only a few minutes, and he fell to the ground unhurriedly. After waiting for less than 2 minutes, Doria saw Vegeta speeding towards him, and he smiled even brighter. Little prince, you are finally here. Dodoria looked at Vegeta and said. Humph, you're Doria, right? What are you coming to do? Vegeta looked at Dodoria, who looked like a leper, and asked unknowingly. Your Excellency Frieza is very angry with you for acting without permission. Let me take you back, little prince. You have made my famous Dodoglai look for so long, should you express it? Dodoria sneered. Tell me, what do you want me to say? Vegeta asked with a smile. It's simple, let me fix you properly, and then take you to see Lord Frieza. Dodoria said with a smile. Fix me? You have to have the ability to do it. Vegeta smiled coldly. It's really arrogant. Dodoria snorted coldly, and then pressed the detector. Little prince, don't you look at what your combat power value is. Do you think you can defeat me with a little more than 10,000 combat power? There is a saying that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers, it seems to be you. The corners of Vegeta's mouth schemed an arc and did not speak. By the way, why didn't you wear a detector? Was it broken by you? Dodoria finally discovered that Vegeta did not carry a probe in his eye. That kind of thing doesn't work for me, I don't need to wear that kind of stuff now. Vegeta said with a smile. Indeed, after these few days of cultivation, Vegeta could already sense the strength of the other party's aura and the location of the other party. Speaking of which, this way of sensing breath is much more convenient than wearing such a detector. Useless? Brag unblushingly. Doria smiled. Well, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore, now I'll let you see how good I am. Don't say it's me who bullies the small. Dry, hurry, I still have something. Vegeta was impatient. Seeing that Vegeta was so calm, Doria suddenly had a sense of foreboding in her heart, and looked at the other party. You don't want to secretly transform into a giant ape, right? Tell you well, even if you turn into a giant ape, I have a way to destroy the moon in the first place. Do you still use transformation to deal with you? Use your detector to take a good look at Prince Ben's combat power. Vegeta smiled gently, and the whole person's momentum suddenly rose. A huge amount of energy swept across the earth, as if a sandstorm had struck, permeating around Dodoria, almost blinding his toad's eyes. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 011. Beeb. Seeing the combat power value displayed on the detector, Dodoria's face became extremely exciting, and she glanced at Vegeta in disbelief, and shook her head vigorously. That's impossible. What's impossible? Vegeta smiled softly. You are just a small scion, how can your combat power be the same as mine? Darius' voice was a little hoarse, and I have to say that this result was still a big blow to him. You misunderstood. Vegeta smiled. What do you mean? Dodoria asked rhetorically. My combat power is higher than yours, take a good look at your detector. After Vegeta finished speaking, he raised his breath again. Beep. Dodolia's face changed suddenly, cold sweat also slipped down, her eyes were round, and she looked at such a scene in disbelief. Combat effectiveness. Combat effectiveness 25,000. This must be a broken detector, it must be. Doria gritted her teeth, pulled the detector off her eye, and crushed it. Humph, even if you destroy the detector, my combat power value will not change. Vegeta chuckled, and the whole person turned into a flame of light, and in the blink of an eye, he came to Dodoria. Dodoria's eyes widened, and her face was extremely stunned. Bang! Vegeta bombarded with a punch and hit Doria hard in the abdomen, and his small fist plunged deep into it. Dodoria flew upside down without warning, not even having time to cry out in pain. Wow! Dodoria stopped and looked around. In the back, idiot! Vegeta floated behind Doria and said with a smile. Doria quickly turned around and looked at Vegeta dumbfounded. The corners of Vegeta's mouth crossed an arc, and I have to say that this period of cultivation was not in vain, especially after drinking the super divine water, the improvement of combat effectiveness was not covered. Of course, the other party is just Doria, Vegeta can't be proud of it, his goal now is to find a way to become a Super Saiyan as soon as possible in order to destroy that Frieza. Vegeta had already analyzed it after becoming a Saiyan. Super Saiyan is not just anger can be transformed, anger is just an introduction, you have to cultivate to a certain stage, that is, the combat effectiveness is increased to a certain value, and then through anger to transform into a Super Saiyan, so that the combat effectiveness is increased several times again. So, Vegeta still has a long way to go. You! How can you have such speed? This can't be, you're just a Saiyan. Darius' eyes widened in disbelief, and he wondered, this Saiyan is also improving too fast, right? When the combat effectiveness is improved, the speed will naturally increase. Vegeta said with a smile. Ah! Your Excellency Frieza, you! How did you show up? Doria suddenly looked behind Vegeta with a look of amazement. Vegeta sneered and didn't look back. Your Excellency Frieza, Didn't I have a trick with the little prince, hehe, I'll take him back right away. Dodoria smiled and quickly replied. Load, continue to load. Vegeta sighed, there was no one behind him, with his current perception ability, he could clearly sense it without looking back. Not to mention that such a powerful figure as Frieza appeared, even an ordinary person standing behind Vegeta could sense it. Seeing that Vegeta was not fooled, Dodoria gritted her teeth, and her expression became even more ugly. Swoosh! Vegeta rushed forward like a phantom, raised his palm, and slapped Doria his rough face. You! Snap! Vegeta slapped him again. Dodoria's face was distorted, and her eyes were hateful, like a grudge, eager to crush the corpse of this little fart on the other side. I said, Dodoria, are you Sob's lackey? Sob himself did not come, why did he send you this waste? Vegeta smiled and asked. Hey! Sabo, isn't there just something wrong, His Excellency Frieza sent me over. Doria tried to calm herself down and replied with a smile. Okay, you can die. After Vegeta finished speaking, his momentum suddenly increased, and a powerful energy was also brewed in his palm. Energy waves. Seeing Vegeta release energy waves, Darius' face changed color, and she quickly waved her hands and said, "Vegeta, wait a minute, I have something to say." "Oh, you say?" Vegeta is idle and bored, and it is also a good choice to let this Doria accompany him. Therefore, he did not rush to do it either. "I said, you can let me go, right?" Doria asked in a deep voice. Vegeta smiled and didn't answer. "Okay, I'll say it first." Doria collected her thoughts for a moment before explaining, "Vegeta, you don't know yet, do you? His Excellency Frieza intends to destroy all of your Saiyans precisely because Saiyans like you are improving their combat power faster and faster, which threatens his status. Hehe, in a while, Your Excellency Frieza will personally go to the planet Vegeta and wipe out all of you Saiyans." Vegeta smiled gently. He already knew about this, and he used Doria to talk more here. "Little Prince Vegeta, you must be worried about your parents, right? Hehe, you still think about how to save your people here, right? I'll go first, and there will be a period later." After Dodoria finished speaking, he turned and left. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity and quickly escape the place. If Vegeta is destroyed here, it will be fucked. The next moment, I saw Doria turn into a stream of light and gallop towards the direction where the spacecraft was. "Haha, Vegeta, this idiot, ha ha ha, he must be overly worried." Doria was overjoyed. Bang! Doria was flying proudly, his body froze, and he suddenly stopped. Because Doria found out, Vegeta didn't know when she had appeared in front of him. "Okay, you can die." Vegeta smiled softly, and the energy wave that had just brewed flashed again. "You! Vegeta, you better not force me." Doria gritted her teeth. "You're talking too much nonsense." Vegeta said no more, and with a wave of one hand, the energy wave rushed towards Doria. Boom! With a strong storm, the next moment, Vegeta was stunned. He suddenly sensed that Dodolia's aura continued to increase, and the energy in his body became several times larger. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 012. Ugh! The energy wave that had just been hit by Vegeta flew back upside down. Vegeta frowned and slapped the energy wave, instantly dissipating this energy. What's going on? Could it be that Doria can also transform? Vegeta was puzzled. He remembered that in the history of Dragon Ball, Doria could not transform. Moreover, Doria's combat strength is only a little more than 20,000, and with his current strength, it is easy to abuse this guy. Just when Vegeta was a little dazed, he saw that Doria's body became bloated, and then sensed the other party's breath, and Vegeta was stunned on the spot. At this time, Doria's breath had reached a new realm, and Vegeta could be sure that his combat power completely surpassed his own. According to preliminary estimates, Doria's combat strength at this time has reached at least more than 35,000. "Vegeta, I said you forced me." Doria's face was a little distorted, and her fat body looked even more funny. However, Vegeta couldn't laugh. "It's terrible." Unexpectedly, Dodolia's combat effectiveness actually increased to more than 35,000. "You know, Vegeta is only a little over 30,000 now." "Humph!" Doria snorted coldly, and the next moment, the whole person was like a cannonball, heading straight for Vegeta. Vegeta's face immediately changed color. Boom! Doria's speed was so fast that Vegeta could barely see his movements. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta felt his body tighten, and after careful sensing, he found that he had been pinched by this monster with both hands. "Vegeta, go and die." Doria leaned down and rushed to the earth with Vegeta's body. Boom! With a loud bang, Vegeta's body left a deep hole in the ground. Poof! Vegeta spurted out a mouthful of blood. The combat strength of 35,000 has far exceeded his imagination. Vegeta gritted his teeth, and secretly blamed himself in his heart. he blamed himself for underestimating the enemy. If he went all out from the beginning, it would not cause the current situation. Wu! Vegeta, you're dead today. Dodoria gasped. Although His Excellency Frieza said that I would take you back, His Excellency Frieza also said that if you don't cooperate well, you can cut it first. Hehe, wouldn't it be nice to wait until you are destroyed, and then kill all the people on this planet and let you have a concert in hell? Wu! Vegeta glanced at Dodoria, and he suddenly found that Doria's combat effectiveness had decreased a lot after the attack just now. He can be sure that the current Dodoria's combat strength is at most about 30,000. Moreover, looking at his state, it seems that he is not lightly tired. Go and die. Dodoria suddenly activated the energy of his whole body and released a huge shock wave in the direction where Vegeta was. Vegeta was taken aback. This guy is really not simple. At this critical juncture, it was too late for Vegeta to dodge. After all, the violent blow from Dodoglia just now caused his body to suffer great damage. Seeing the huge shock wave rushing towards him, Vegeta's pupils were dilated. Boom! Dodoria's shock wave was extremely powerful, and with the huge energy of the terrifying waves, the place where Vegeta was located had been razed to the ground. The dust in the sky filled the area with no shape. Doria gasped, and after a few seconds, a butt sat on the ground, beads of sweat sliding down her face. Hey, Vegeta! You deserve it! Doria was not very angry, but his face was full of smiles. In addition, the bloat on his body has completely disappeared. Not only that, but this product seems to have a serious illness, and his body has become a lot thinner. Doria, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Just when Doria was just breathing a sigh of relief, she suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from the front. As if she had been electrocuted, Doria immediately jumped up from the ground, all trembling, and her face was already a little stunned. The dust gradually dissipated, and Vegeta's figure was revealed little by little. That's impossible! Doria exclaimed, looking at Vegeta as if she were looking at a monster, cold sweat breaking out on her back. What's impossible? Vegeta sneered. In fact, the current Vegeta is not comfortable. Just now, seeing Doria's powerful shockwave rushing in, at a critical moment, Vegeta was pleasantly surprised to find that the hidden energy in his body suddenly operated out on its own. In the next moment, Vegeta sensed that his combat effectiveness was rapidly improving. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Vegeta crossed his arms, protected his head, and abruptly resisted the coming shockwave. It's just that resistance is resistance, but Doria's shockwave is too strong, and Vegeta is not lightly injured because of this. However, Vegeta looked at Dodoria at this time, but suddenly happy. Feelings are faster than his combat power is consumed. Vegeta estimated that Dodoria had little energy left at this time. Doria, that trick was good just now, I almost reported to the King of Hades. Vegeta smiled, but privately he was condensing energy in order to destroy this Dodoria. Dodoria's big face became frightened, his eyes rolled, his lips trembled slightly, and his legs couldn't stop trembling. Ah! The next moment, Doria let out a scream and rushed towards the direction where the spaceship was. Vegeta was shocked. If this made Doria run away like this, it would be a wasted achievement. Besides, this Doria let himself be seriously injured, and this revenge must be revenge. Quickly raising his breath, the flame of light in Vegeta's hand flickered, and a golden light went straight to where Doria was. Poof! Dodoria, who was running, suddenly stopped, looking at the golden light passing through his chest with a stunned expression, and purple-black blood spurted out wildly. Poof! Dodoria fell weakly to the ground, unable to get up again. Vegeta sneered and walked up step by step. Now he feels difficult to move a step. In this battle, Vegeta's energy was almost exhausted, and he was seriously injured. When he walked to Dodoria's side, his face suddenly changed. Because Dodoria suddenly opened her eyes. Oh, Not dead yet. How is this guy so tenacious? Vegeta is like a great enemy, and if Dodoria can still jump, then he is in danger. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 013. I really didn't expect. I cast a special combat enhancement skill, which is still not your opponent. Doria said while spitting out blood, but, Your Excellency Frisia. You Scions will avenge me, you Scions, sooner or later you will be wiped out by Lord Frisia. Vegeta froze and did not speak. Feelings, this guy only has the last breath left. Sure enough, after saying the last sentence, Doria tilted her head to the side, and her life was cut off. Vegeta was afraid that the goods were not dead, and stepped forward and kicked him hard, finding that he was completely unresponsive, and then fell to the ground. The vast universe, Frisia's spaceship. Sob walked to Frisia's side with a solemn expression and said in a deep voice, Your Excellency Frisia, Doria has lost contact with us. Oh? So, Doria was destroyed by this little prince? Frisia sat down on his throne and said with a smile. Impossible, right? Sabo's heart sank, and he quickly analyzed, Doria's combat power is more than 20,000, and Vegeta's combat power is only about 15,000, how can he be Doria's opponent? There's nothing impossible about that. Frisia sneered, Scions are warlike and cunning, and most of the brainless Doria is also underestimating the enemy, and it is normal to be killed by him. That. So Your Excellency, what now? Sob's face slipped into cold sweat, and after a moment of silence, he asked. You go there in person, bring more people over. Frisia looked at the vast space and said in a deep voice, Sabo, you can transform, as long as there is no negligence, a small scion is still easy to deal with. Yes, Your Excellency Frisia, I'll go. Sob nodded heavily. Hey, scion? I think it's time to put the opportunity to destroy them on the agenda. Frisia muttered to herself. Looking back on this battle, Vegeta found that he was still too underestimated and must give it his all from the beginning. After resting for a while, Vegeta suddenly felt dry mouth, and his whole body seemed to be pricked with needles, and he almost fainted. Fortunately, his willpower was extraordinary, but he endured it abruptly. And after seeing the surroundings, Vegeta wanted to cry without tears. Nima, this ghost place is uninhabited, and finally a village was destroyed by Dodoria. I was seriously injured, how can this be good? With Vegeta's current injury, let alone flying, it is difficult to even move. After all, the all-out blow of Doria just now, as well as the powerful shockwave, brought him a lot of damage. At this moment, Vegeta suddenly sensed two powerful auras appearing near him. When I turned around, I saw a green-skinned alien walking over step by step with a crutch. Immortal. Vegeta smiled bitterly, this guy came over, it's probably okay. And behind the immortal, the Garen immortal stared at him with a vigilant face. Immortal, he is not lightly injured, oh meow. Garen immortal whispered. The immortal nodded and looked at Vegeta coldly. Vegeta's heart sank, feeling that these two guys wanted to destroy themselves while they were too injured. The two guys of the immortals and the Garen immortals are really sinister enough. Little monster, you can't do it anymore. The Garen immortals also seemed to see that Vegeta's physical condition was not very good, and they were about to jump up with excitement. Vegeta smiled and didn't speak. Immortal. When the judgment is constantly rebuffed by his meow, kill him, with him, the earth will be persecuted sooner or later. Garen encouraged. The fairy's eyes flickered, pondering. Vegeta summoned a little energy, stood up with great difficulty, and said with a smile, come on, my energy has been exhausted, and now is the best chance to kill me. Vegeta, you think I really don't dare to kill you? The immortal replied with a cold face. Just now you also saw how powerful the person who came to Earth is. Vegeta smiled coldly, I'm here to remind you that in the near future, someone will come over, and they will be even stronger than him. As soon as these words came out, the immortals and the Garen immortals were so stunned that they couldn't say anything. I'm not alarmist, no one on this planet is their opponent except me. Vegeta sneered. Kill you, they won't come to Meow, they are coming to you Meow. Garen immortal said in a deep voice. You idiot old cat, you use your brain to think about it, if they can't find me, they won't have the slightest interest in this planet. Kill people and sell them, they should be able to sell them for a good price. Vegeta glanced sideways, turned around, and said without thinking, okay, I'm busy, goodbye. After speaking, Vegeta ignored the two old guys, turned and left. Immortal, look, the Garen immortal was also hesitant. Vegeta, you just said that there will be powerful enemies coming to Earth, when will they come? The immortal suddenly asked. Maybe 2 or 3 months or so. Vegeta said with a smile. 2 or 3 months. More powerful enemies are coming to Earth. The immortals and Garen immortals stared wide-eyed and had a very helpless feeling. Garen immortal, cure him. After a short silence, the immortal commanded the Garen immortal. Immortal, my fairy bean is not ripe yet, I can't save him. Garen immortal smiled wryly. Anyway, send him to the temple first. The immortals seemed to have made up their minds. Okay, you two don't argue. Vegeta said impatiently, old cat, you don't have fairy beans, what am I going to the temple for? Hurry up and send me to the transformation capsule company, and you can get out. The immortals and the Garen immortals looked at each other, muttered softly for a moment, and finally nodded in agreement. A quarter of an hour later, the Garen immortals cried bitterly. Meow. The Garen immortal, who thinks of my famous name, actually carries a hateful little monster on his back. Old cat, if you quarrel again, watch out for me to twist your neck. Vegeta threatened. The immortal smiled bitterly and shook his head without speaking. About half an hour later, the immortals and Garen immortals threw Vegeta into the compound of the transformation capsule company and left without looking back. The news of Vegeta's injury was quickly discovered by the Boomer family, who found a few staff members and quickly helped Vegeta to his own hospital. After some bandaging, Vegeta was wrapped in a large white rice dumpling. Vegeta smiled bitterly, in this kind of day without fairy beans, he could only perform this kind of treatment. Brother Vegeta, those black silk troops are too hateful, when I grow up, I must make you the most advanced weapons. Boomer said with tears in his eyes. P.S. Vegeta said, if you want those guns to have birds, it is better to let friends who read books give some affordable tips, quick tips. Improve combat effectiveness, quack. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 014. Vegeta smiled, this girl thought that she had been injured by the Black Silk Army. Vegeta, the Black Silk Army is not easy to mess with, I think we should forget it. I'll make the Dragon Ball radar as soon as possible, and I'll give it to them next time they come, hoping that we can avoid it. Dr. Briff said with a long sigh. Don't worry, the level of the Black Silk Army is not my opponent at all. Vegeta estimated that according to the current state, he could improve his combat effectiveness tomorrow, at least, it was no longer a problem to deal with the small Black Silk Army. Of course, looking at the current physical condition, if you want to fully recover, I am afraid that it will be difficult to achieve it in more than a month. You kid, you're all hurt like this, and you're still bragging here. Boomer's mother smiled and said, but, Vegeta, you're brave, and I like brave boys. Let him recuperate his injuries first, Dragon Ball radar, we will make it as soon as possible. Dr. Briff said. After one night of treatment in his hospital bed, Vegeta felt his energy gradually recover. At the same time, he was also secretly wondering whether he should make a wish with the Shenlong so that his body could be automatically healed, and the taste of lying on the hospital bed was too uncomfortable. After a few days of recuperation, Vegeta was able to get out of bed and move freely. On this day, he was basking in the sun in the courtyard, and suddenly found that there were many planes in the sky, and then he saw the people of the Black Silk Army descending from the sky. The flies are here again. Vegeta's brows furrowed together. However, perhaps because of the bandage on his head to cover his hair, the Black Silk Army and the others did not recognize him. Suddenly, a certain guard swept a bullet into the sky, and then saw a big black man come out. "Dr. Brive, you can come out!" The black big one shouted sharply. "Wait, I'm the person you're looking for." Vegeta smiled and walked up. "Where did you come out of, the little mongrel? Roll aside and play." The big black man glanced at Vegeta, his eyes showing disdain. It's no wonder that Vegeta's arms are in plaster casts and his head is bandaged, as if he has just walked down from the battlefield, and of course the big black one will not put it in his eyes. Vegeta was just about to kick the goods, but as soon as he raised his legs, the energy did not rise, so he had to put this idea aside for the time being. As soon as the black big man's voice fell, I saw Dr. Brief step out of the research room and stand at the door, silently looking at each other. "Dr. Brive, what happened to the Dragon Ball radar research?" The black big man asked with a smile, directly ignoring Vegeta's existence. "General, the radar has been successfully researched, you guys take the Dragon Ball radar and leave here immediately," Dr. Brief said seriously, and as he spoke, there was already a small round instrument in his hand. Vegeta fixed his eyes on the small instrument in Dr. Brive's hand, and it really looked like the Dragon Ball radar he knew. "Go over and take it," Big Black ordered. A subordinate quickly ran over, snatched the Dragon Ball radar over arrogantly, and respectfully handed it to the black big man. The big black man straightened his eyes, and after learning how to use it and seeing the 7 Dragon Balls on the radar, he said with praise, "What a delicate instrument, worthy of the famous Dr. Brive." Dr. Brive looked at the other person expressionlessly. "What about Dragon Ball?" the big black man asked again. Dr. Brive returned the Dragon Balls to the other party and said coldly, "Okay, you can go, I don't want you to disturb the peaceful life of our family." "Haha, good, good." The big black man smiled and was silent for a moment, then suddenly became gloomy. "I heard that my subordinates were killed by a little devil here of yours. Hand over that child, and I will leave here immediately." Dr. Brief looked at Big Black with some surprise, and Vegeta, who was near Big Black, didn't know what to say. However, Dr. Brive soon understood that the idiots did not recognize Vegeta. "He has already left our house and gone in that direction." Brief smiled softly and pointed in a direction. "Dr. Brive, lying is punishable." Of course, the big black man didn't believe it, smiled, and asked, "You said he went in that direction, so let me ask you, what is the purpose of his going there? If you can't answer, you know what the consequences will be." "I heard that the world's first tournament is about to start, and he said that he was going to participate in the tournament, that's it." Dr. Brive smiled without changing his face. "Oh? The world's first competition conference, do not measure yourself." Big Black chuckled and looked at Dr. Brive. "In that case, then ask the doctor to come back to the Black Silk Army headquarters with us." "What do you say? Didn't you say you were going to leave right away?" Dr. Brive's face sank. "A wizard like the doctor is too wasteful to stay in this world, it is better to follow us to the barracks, and he can develop his greater potential." The black man said with a big smile, "Don't worry, after going to the barracks, as long as you do things well for our Black Silk Army will not treat you badly." "You," Dr. Brief said angrily, unable to speak. "Okay, take it for me," the black big one shouted sharply. "I won't do anything for your Black Silk Army." Dr. Brief decisively refused. "Oh? I knew for a long time that the doctor would say that." The big black man laughed unscrupulously. I was ready before this. I have a bombshell here, which can completely blow up your transformation capsule company. If you don't come with me, then we'll see. Brive's face changed color. This guy is so hateful. Vegeta finally adjusted his breath at this time, and at the critical moment, he rushed to the side of the black big man with an arrow and lifted him up. At such a scene, many guards present were shocked, and they all pointed their guns at where Vegeta was. Give me all to be honest, or I'll kill him. Vegeta snorted coldly. P.S. I haven't seen what the urge ticket looks like. Has anyone voted? For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 015. Ha 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 ha, you're an idiot, right? The black big one laughed, grabbed Vegeta's arm with a snap of his big hand, and said coldly, I don't care where you came out of the sick seedling, you dare to catch me, do you believe I broke your arm? You can try. Vegeta twitched the corners of his mouth and smiled. Oh! The big black man concentrated his strength and gritted his teeth. Day! With a crisp sound from the bones, when I looked again, Vegeta was still in the same shape as before. And this big black man shouted like a pig on the spot, and his voice was very tragic. Everyone took a closer look, and saw that the big black arm had changed shape, and it seemed that it was just broken. General, Black General. The faces of many guards present changed color, and their guns were raised higher, eager to kill this kid on the spot. I spared you last time, do you dare to come over? Vegeta's face was cold. If he hadn't been injured now, he really wanted to kill directly to the base camp of the Black Silk Army and kill this gang of flies. Black General, I recognize it, it's him. It's him. A guard hurriedly ran over, and after a certain distance from Vegeta, quickly said to the Black General. The black big man's face gradually improved at this time, and after hearing this little brother's voice, he stared at Vegeta with a cold face. Boy, do you know what is the end of going against our Black Silk Army? The big black man just threatened Vegeta, and then it was gone. To be precise, he was grabbed by Vegeta's arm and thrown out of the 9 heavenly clouds. You guys have a little bit of something new, okay? In addition to saying that there is no good ending, what else will be said? Vegeta clapped his hands and snorted coldly. Shoot, kill him. An officer-like guard at the head shouted and ordered his subordinates. Suddenly, the machine gun fired hard at Vegeta, and the sound of bullet casings hitting the ground was heard one after another. Dr. Brief stretched out his hand, looking worried, but he was just a scientist, and in this strong situation, he didn't know what he was doing. After a puff of smoke, Vegeta stood intact with a sneer on his face. Everyone was stunned and looked at this little monster in amazement. For a while, the birds in the courtyard of the transformation capsule were silent. At this moment, only boom was heard. Loud noise. Suddenly, a long telephone pole fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, revealing a deep pit. Vegeta fixed his eyes and saw a strangely dressed middle-aged man standing on a telephone pole with his hands behind his back, with a cold taste in his eyes, especially his hooked nose, which directly cut him to the evil side. This person, Vegeta is a little impressed, seems to be the most famous killer in the world, Peach Bibi. And after seeing Dobai appear, the guards cheered and danced happily. Is that him? An injured child? Momo Bibi asked. Yes, it's him, don't look at him so small, but very powerful. An officer quickly said respectfully. Okay, you guys wait to see the good show. Dobai jumped in front of Vegeta and said with a smile, 3 moves, only 3 moves, I can kill you in seconds. Vegeta snorted coldly, not reasoning. Oh! Dobai rushed up with a dream. Snap! Vegeta kicked over, and then he flew out and rubbed a deep ravine on the ground. All the guards were dumbfounded. This Nema cowhide is really big enough, and it kills people in 3 seconds. As a result, it turned out to be kicked by a child. A carp jumped up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was distorted, and his forehead was bruised. Knock knock wave! Mama Bai shouted, and a flame of light shot out from his index finger and went straight to where Vegeta was. Vegeta slapped it unhurriedly, and wiped out the bang wave on the spot. This scene made the peach-white eyes almost jump out, and the stunned long face was stretched abruptly for several points. Today, none of you want to leave alive. Vegeta was annoyed by the little fly, and after speaking, he limped towards the peach-white position. Although Vegeta's movements looked funny, the crowd couldn't laugh. Nema, with a bandage on his head and a plaster cast on his arm, such a badly injured person is actually so powerful, and he doesn't let people live? Spare your life, spare your life. Peach's white lips trembled a few times, and he knelt in front of Vegeta, but his right hand was stretched behind, and before he knew it, there was already an extra bomb. Vegeta saw it in his eyes, so that he would not be merciful, and walked over and kicked on the peachy chest. What? Known as the world's #1 killer, just such a burp. Poor fellow, the bomb hasn't had time to pull it off yet. The rest of the crowd was frightened, shouted, and fled in all directions. Give me all to die! Vegeta shouted, and powerful energy gushed out from his body, sweeping these black silk army guards into the sky. Boom! Vegeta's body emitted a strong flame of light, which instantly turned these guards into clouds of smoke. Whew! Taking a deep breath, Vegeta sat on the ground with his butt, and I have to say that the battle just now consumed a lot of energy from him. Although flies are small, they are still very physically demanding to clean up, especially in the case of injury. Ziobe, are you all right? Dr. Brief hurried over and helped Vegeta up. It's okay. Vegeta smiled and asked casually, does the doctor know where the headquarters of the Black Silk Army is? Xiaobei, what do you want to do? Dr. Brive asked in amazement. Of course, let them die, it is not enough trouble to keep these flies. Vegeta said with a smile. Xiaobei, last time you were attacked by them. Forget it, you better not go. Dr. Brive shook his head. Last time it was an accident, tell me, where is their headquarters? Vegeta waved his hand and asked again. Well, when you get better, I'll naturally tell you where they are. Dr. Brive smiled wryly and said. Vegeta thought left and right, anyway, the Black Silk Army can't become a big climate, and he is like this, it is a little difficult to fly, and it is also a good choice to destroy them after the injury is healed. Having made up his mind, Vegeta stopped being verbose and turned to rest. A month later, Vegeta's injury was completely healed, and after using the energy in his body, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his combat effectiveness had improved a lot. Vegeta's preliminary estimate was that his current combat strength had reached a high of 60,000. Perhaps, this is the reason why the Saiyans came back to life from the near-death and their combat effectiveness has greatly improved. Now that the Dragon Ball radar has been made by Brive, Vegeta plans to go in search of the 7 Dragon Balls on Earth. However, before looking for Dragon Ball, Vegeta always felt that these flies of the Black Silk Army were a bit troublesome, and if they didn't destroy these guys, when they went to find Dragon Ball, they came to harass the Boomer family, it would not be fun. Taking the Dragon Ball radar and looking at it, Vegeta soon found that about 1,000 kilometers away from him, 4 Dragon Balls were gathering. After thinking about it, most of these 4 Dragon Balls were at the headquarters of the Black Silk Army. Vegeta smiled, it was really a two-pronged thing. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 016. Brother Vegeta, where are you going? Boomer tilted his face and looked at Vegeta innocently. Vegeta touched Boomer's hair and smiled, I went out to look for Dragon Ball, I'll be back soon. Brother Vegeta, what exactly is Dragon Ball? What can you do to find them? Boomer asked. After I find the Dragon Ball, I'll show you. Vegeta didn't explain and smiled. Okay Boomer, be good at home, I'm leaving. After speaking, Vegeta soared into the air and galloped towards the direction of the 4 Dragon Balls. Brother Vegeta! Wait for me, people want to go. Boomer below waved his hands vigorously, but Vegeta was long gone. Vegeta had just flown a long way when he suddenly sensed 2 powerful auras descending on Earth. What are these 2 breaths? Vegeta frowned. Fortunately, these 2 breaths are not very strong. If calculated according to combat strength, one of them is about 3056, and the other is even weaker, only about 600. However, Rao is so, these 2 breaths are also very fierce existences on the earth. You know, the gods on earth are only 200 combat power. Who are they? Vegeta was not very relieved after all, and planned to go over and see for himself. Let these little flies of the Black Silk Army bounce around again. After Vegeta made up his mind, he controlled his combat power to about 10,000 and quickly flew towards the position of the 2 breaths. Meanwhile, in the middle of a desert, 2 spacecraft have landed on Earth. Nappa and Raditz flew out of the spacecraft and quickly used the probe to detect the planet. Nappa, it's His Royal Highness the Prince, with a combat power of 15,000, it must be him. Raditz quickly found where Vegeta was, looking a little excited. Well, it should be His Royal Highness the Prince. It seems that His Royal Highness the Prince has already discovered us, let's go over too. After Nappa finished speaking, he flew with Raditz towards where Vegeta was. About 10 minutes later, the 2 sides met in mid-air. Why are you here? Vegeta saw that it was Nappa and Raditz, but he was a little surprised. His Royal Highness, King Bei asked us to come to you, he was a little uneasy. Nappa quickly explained. Hearing this, Vegeta knew in his heart, no matter what, that King Bei was also his own father, and it was normal for him not to worry about his child. However, King Bei should care about himself, and it is estimated that it will not be long before Frieza will attack the Saiyans. Of course, because Vegeta crossed over, his parents here are strangers, there are not many feelings to speak of, and it is not his business whether he lives or dies. What can you do here? Vegeta asked lightly. Indeed, the combat effectiveness of these 2 guys is too low, and it is almost useless to come over. King Bei asked us to come and assist His Royal Highness. Nappa said respectfully. Vegeta was just about to drive these 2 guys back, and then thought about it. It happened that there was no available person around him, although these 2 guys had very low combat effectiveness, but they were among the best on the planet. Thinking of this, Vegeta changed his mind, smiled, and ordered the 2, you guys come with me first. Vegeta then galloped towards Boomer's house. Nappa and Raditz looked at each other, although they didn't know what Vegeta wanted to do herself, but they were courtiers after all, so they had to follow. On the way, Nappa asked a little strangely, by the way, His Royal Highness, I heard that Dodoria has come to this side of the earth, so let's leave quickly while he hasn't arrived yet. He's already been here. Vegeta smiled. Been here? Where is he? Nappa was surprised. It's already out. Vegeta rode. Hey? Dodoria is gone? He didn't disadvantage His Royal Highness, did he? Nappa was stunned for a moment and asked rhetorically. When I say fuck off, I mean he's gone to hell. Vegeta chuckled. Dead? Is Dodoria dead? How shocked is Nappa Menti, such a strong figure as Doralia, besides, that is still Frieza's little brother, actually dead. Okay, don't ask about useless things. Vegeta was impatient. Nappa and Raditz looked at each other and did not continue. And after seeing Vegeta stop above a large courtyard, Nappa pondered Vegeta's thoughts and said with a smile, His Royal Highness brought us here to destroy this place, right? Hehe, here is handed over to me, I let them turn to dust at once. Saying that, the light flame in Naba's hand flickered, and he planned to give the transformation capsule company a huge shockwave. Did your brain clamp the door? Vegeta was not lightly angry, and with one tail he pumped over, and at that time he pumped Naba out 100 meters away. Naba was stunned and looked at Vegeta with some bewilderment. Do things with your brains, you idiot! Vegeta glared at Naba fiercely. Okay, go down with me, and then dare to move around and be careful that I destroy you. When Naba heard Vegeta's words, he was so frightened that he quickly begged for mercy. Vegeta didn't bother to meet this guy in general, and after falling behind, he went to the laboratory to find Dr. Brive. Xiao Bei, how is Dragon Ball looking for? Dr. Brive smiled and asked, Hey? Who are these two? They came from one place with you, right? Naba and Raditz were both wearing Saiyan elastic armor, and Dr. Brive had a reason for saying this. And Vegeta, because of the last battle with Doria, his armor has been broken, and he has changed into clothes on Earth. Yes, Dr. Brive, they are my fellow countrymen, come here to join me, you don't mind taking them in, do you? Vegeta smiled and asked. It's okay, our family is so big, we can live casually. Dr. Brive nodded in agreement. Naba and Raditz's eyes widened, and they wondered, how could the little prince be so respectful to a guy with only 5 combat power? After getting Dr. Brive's consent, Vegeta called Naba and Raditz outside, and asked with a cold face, are you two planning to mess with me in the future? The two nodded. Well, since you follow me, then you have to follow my orders from now on, understand? Vegeta said quietly. Your Royal Highness, we obey orders. The two answered. From today on, this is your home, no one in the family should be harmed, but to protect their safety. Vegeta wrote. These words made Naba and Raditz's faces even more stunned, and they became the bodyguards of this family. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 017. After making arrangements, Vegeta asked Raditz to stay in the gate, and he himself galloped away with Naba in the direction of the 4 Dragon Balls. The reason why Naba was brought with him was not because the combat effectiveness of this cargo was high, but because Naba was easy to be impulsive. If this product does it to the Boomer family under impulse, it will really be fucked. Of course, even if it is Raditz, Vegeta is 1,000 instructions to let him honestly watch the house. After all, Saiyans are all militants and evil at heart. Vegeta doesn't expect them to be good, as long as they don't target their future wives. Soon, Vegeta and Naba were already in the sky above where the 4 Dragon Balls were located. Looking around, Vegeta smiled. Sure enough, as I guessed, this place was the headquarters of the Black Silk Army. Especially on the tallest building, there was still the flag of the Black Silk Army floating, swaying in the wind, which looked very eye-catching. Your Highness, are we going to protect this place too? Naba asked. No, destroy them, leave no one. Vegeta ordered with a cold face, this guy is really a pig brain. This is not simple, Your Highness, you are here to watch the liveliness, watch me sweep this place with a big move. Naba said, a powerful energy wave was already running in his hand, intending to directly sweep this place. Vegeta hurriedly stopped it, this goods lacks brains, right? If the energy is too high, what if the Dragon Ball is also damaged? There's something I want in it, you give me the honesty. Vegeta said. Naba then put away the energy wave, a little embarrassed, Your Highness didn't say it earlier, but it's simple, I just happened to be idle and bored, after so long in the universe, the eggs hurt, here is handed over to me. After speaking, Naba swooped down, swaggered to the door, and smashed the gatekeeper into a meatloaf with a punch. Vegeta didn't bother to pay attention to Naba's rude actions, checked the location of the 4 Dragon Balls, and rushed directly to the building that was about 100 stories high. Above the tall building, a one-eyed black-faced man sat on a luxurious seat, and on the table in front of him, 4 Dragon Balls were placed. The one-eyed big man is naturally the supreme commander of the Black Silk Army. Marshal, just now there was news from General Hong's side that the 6th Dragon Ball has been found. A subordinate came to report. Well, so to speak, plus the one in Dr. Brive's hand, we only have 1 Dragon Ball left. Marshal Black nodded and mused. But Marshal, that little monster from Dr. Brive. Even though Bai is not his opponent, we, the subordinates, were at a loss. Humph, I've found someone to study it. Dragon Ball's ability to resist strikes is very strong, even if it is a bomb, it is impossible to hurt Dragon Ball. Marshal Black laughed. When the last Dragon Ball is gathered, just throw a bombshell to the transformation capsule company? Humph, do you think it's very exciting? Marshal Wise. As soon as these words came out, Vegeta was stunned. If this is the case, the Boomer family will be miserable, and it seems that it is right for him to come and deal with the Black Silk Army earlier. With a chuckle, Vegeta knocked on the window outside. The Black Marshal, who was talking to his subordinates, frowned and asked coldly, who? His men, on the other hand, widened their eyes and their hair almost stood on end in shock, because he saw Vegeta outside the window. You know, this is the 120 floors, how can this guy appear outside the building? The subordinates were so frightened that they couldn't say anything. Seeing his subordinates look like this, Marshal Black looked back with some surprise. At a glance, Marshal Black suddenly felt a little familiar. Whose child is this? I seem to have seen it somewhere. Whose little fart did you climb to the top of our building? Marshal Black drank angrily. Marshal, he's the little monster. The subordinates are not very calm. The Marshal did not bring brains, right? What? The Black Marshal was startled, rubbed, and jumped up from his seat, looked at the photos on the table, and confirmed that it was indeed the little monster. Here, open the window. Vegeta smiled and beckoned to the people inside. Me. The Black Marshal was angry and ordered sharply, come, shoot me, shoot me. When the words fell, dozens of Black Silk Army guards burst in fully armed, looking at Vegeta's location, and what suddenly was a fierce strafing. The glass, coffee table, and wall suddenly became a hornet's nest. Vegeta greeted him with a smile, and in the midst of this rain of bullets, he unhurriedly picked up the Dragon Balls on the table, and looked at them one by one. Everyone was stunned. Where did this Nima run out of the monster? Packing the Dragon Balls into the bag that had been prepared long ago, the corners of Vegeta's mouth drew an evil arc. Stop shooting! Stop shooting! Marshal Black hurriedly ordered. The gunfire finally stopped, and everyone looked at the intact Vegeta, so shocked that their scalps were numb, and some people even rubbed their eyes hard, unable to believe what was happening in front of them. This friend, just a lot of snubs. Marshal Black hurriedly ran over and greeted Vegeta with a grin. Something. Vegeta glanced at the other and asked. This friend, I have a proposal here, I wonder if you are interested. Black Marshal said with a smile, in this case, he couldn't care about the Dragon Ball. Not interested. Vegeta refused without thinking. Marshal Black was stunned at that time. Nima, the script is not written like this, you at least have to ask first, what is the proposal and then whether you are interested. I mean. You see, you are so powerful, our Black Silk Army has tens of thousands of soldiers and horses, we join forces, this world is ours, I will be the boss, you will be the second. You see how? Ah, as soon as the Black Marshal said this, he heard a miserable cry. Then, everyone was horrified to find that their supreme commander here had actually been thrown from the upper floor by this little monster. You know, it's a 120-story building. Snap! A few seconds later, the Black Marshal was blurred in blood and flesh, and he went to the Yanking Hall to report with his dream. When the Dragon Ball arrived, Vegeta stopped being verbose and flew directly away from the tall building and looked down, where Naba was still playing fists and feet. "Naba, you play slowly," Vegeta ordered, leaving the excited Naba behind, turning and galloping towards where the sixth Dragon Ball was. Now, with the 4 Dragon Balls on the Black Silk Army's side, Vegeta has a total of 5 Dragon Balls in his hand, and there are still 2 left to make up. Thinking of his upcoming wish, Vegeta was thrilled. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 018. However, Vegeta always felt as if his wishes were not so easy to fulfill, and it seemed that someone had bad intentions to target him. Forget it, let's not think about it first, put the Dragon Balls together. Thinking of this, Vegeta sped up his flight. The 6th Dragon Ball is located in a camp in the Grand Canyon, which is also a branch of the Black Silk Army, and Vegeta got the Dragon Ball without suspense and turned the camp into a flat ground. Only the last Dragon Ball left. Vegeta was a little excited. At this time, above the distant temple, the immortals were watching everything below. And on the left and right of the immortals, it is Bobo and Garen immortals. "Immortal, look, this little monster is about to put together the Dragon Balls, and the last Dragon Ball seems to be meowed by Teacher Wushin." The Garen immortal sighed softly and pointed to one of the directions. The immortals were silent. "Immortal, if he makes a wish for an immortal body, then the entire universe will be in danger," Garen immortal said in a deep voice. "Yes, this Vegeta is indeed getting stronger and stronger." The immortal smiled, "But I think that maybe with him here, it is also guaranteed for our planet." "Immortal, don't be naive." The Garen immortal shook his head. He said that there will be a powerful opponent coming to Earth in 2 or 3 months. What happened? It turned out to be his 2 companions Meow, and we were fooled. At least, Vegeta and his 2 companions didn't kill indiscriminately, did they? The immortal smiled. That's because his wish hasn't been fulfilled yet, and if his wish is fulfilled, the Earth will be in danger. A look of concern appeared on the face of the Garen immortal. The immortal was silent, as if making a difficult decision. 10 minutes later, the immortal finally made up his mind and ordered the Garen immortal, "Garen, once he summons the divine dragon, you will kill me immediately, so that his wish will be frustrated." "Immortal." Garen obviously shook his head vigorously, "I won't do anything to you, besides, if you die, no one can save the Earth." "So what do you mean?" The immortals are a little inexplicable. "Immortal, you and the great demon king of Piccolo were originally one person. If you fused, would you have powerful energy? Perhaps, more than this little monster is possible. Meow." The Garen immortal said thoughtfully. The immortal smiled lightly and shook his head. "Piccolo has been sealed by Wutedu's demon seal wave. Even if he is released, with his character, it is absolutely impossible to agree to the fit. Besides, after the merger, it will not be me, and maybe it will also become the bad guy like the Piccolo Great Devil." "Inappropriate, inappropriate." The Garen immortal stopped talking, and for a while, the temple was silent. "Immortal, Garen immortal, what do you think it is?" While the two were silent, Mr. Bobo pointed to the distant sky, and reminded with some surprise. "Now that only the last Dragon Ball remains, Vegeta has taken the direction of the Dragon Ball and increased his speed to the extreme." However, just as Vegeta was on his way to the Dragon Ball, he suddenly sensed that there were many powerful auras descending from the sky, only tens of kilometers away from his current location. "What is this breath?" "Yes, it should be Sob." Vegeta grinned, originally wanting to wait until his wish was fulfilled to repair this Sob. But calculating the distance, he was now too far away from the location of the last Dragon Ball. Even at Vegeta's current speed, it would take 2 hours to fly over. After a little weighing, Vegeta landed on the ground and found a place to bury the Dragon Ball. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta swept towards Sob's location. At the same time, Naba, who was punching and kicking the Black Silk Army, suddenly stopped, because his detector had already shown the information that Sob and the others were here. Yes. It's Sob coming. Naba was a little alarmed, and then quickly sent a message to Raditz to tell him the news. I saw it too. Raditz said, I also saw that His Highness went towards Sob. What? His Highness went to Sob's side? Didn't he hit a stone with a pebble? Naba was so shocked that his scalp was numb, he didn't know what to do, and he was silent for a long time before muttering, His Highness's combat strength is only about 15,000, how come that Sob is 30,000? Yes, I remember that Sob's combat power was about 20,000, how did it become 30,000 now? Raditz also felt like the sky was falling. It's over, the fate of this planet is over. Naba has lost his fighting spirit. Let's quickly report the situation here to King Pei. Raditz thought for a moment and proposed. Okay, I'll contact King Pei. Naba turned off the call system and hurried to contact King Bei. A minute later, the fire burned in Nabaji, but it was impossible to contact anyone on planet Vegeta. A sense of foreboding hit him, and Naba-Khan rained down and told Raditz about it. Forget about this, although the combat effectiveness of the two of us is much lower than that of His Highness, we can't stand idly by, right? Raditz mused, let's go over and take a look, maybe we can give His Highness a handle. If we ignore it, in case King Pei knows, the two of us. You're right, go now. Naba thought that Raditz's little fart was quite brainy, so he agreed. At this moment, Sob and a dozen of his subordinates had already appeared in a small city. Such a strange spaceship suddenly fell from the sky, attracting the surprised eyes of many people, and they all stopped and watched. And after seeing Sob and other strange-looking aliens, everyone pointed even more, and their eyes were full of curiosity. However, when it was discovered that these people were still holding weapons in their hands, the onlookers were not very calm. What a stupid race, and the combat effectiveness is also pitiful, Sob pressed the detector, a smile on his face. Mr. Sob, the team has assembled. Kill them all, leave no one. Sob gave the order. In an instant, this small city staged a brutal bloody massacre, and innocent humans died in the weapons of Sob. For a while, even the air was filled with the smell of blood. By the time Vegeta arrived, more than half of the city's inhabitants had died, and the rest had fled. Little Prince, we finally met. Sob looked at Vegeta with a smile. P.S. Does anyone give a tip? Kneeling and begging. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 019. For the life and death of these ordinary people, Vegeta did not have the slightest pity. After all, these people had nothing to do with themselves, as long as the Boomer family was okay. Vegeta admits that he is not the savior or Goku of the original Dragon Ball world, he is a good and evil being. Sabo, you're here to bring me to Frisia, right? Vegeta asked with a smile. No, you're wrong. Sob smiled lightly, and the corners of his mouth curled in an arc. I came here to kill you, and His Excellency Frisia has no interest in you anymore. Is it? Do you know how Doria died? Vegeta smiled. Dodoria must be careless, you should be clear about your own combat strength, about 15,000, even if you improve, it is not my opponent. Sob stared coldly at Vegeta. Really? But he died. Vegeta touched his nose. Dodoria has no brain, it is normal to die at your hands. Sabo smiled and said, however, I would also like to thank you, His Royal Highness the Little Prince, if it weren't for you, His Excellency Frisia would not have personally improved my combat effectiveness. Vegeta was slightly stunned, no wonder he felt that Sabo's aura was much higher than that of Dodoria, it turned out that he had been promoted by Frisia. Unexpectedly, Frisia still has this ability. However, even if it was improved, Vegeta did not put Sob in his eyes, his combat power had reached a high of 60,000, and it was easy to deal with Sob. "Listen to me, destroy all the people on this planet," Sob commanded to many of his men. The crowd obeyed the order and scattered. Vegeta's brows furrowed tightly. He didn't care if the Earthlings lived or died, but he didn't want his planet to be dead. In case something happens to Boomer's family, it won't be fun, and he is still waiting for him to grow up and play a two-person game with Boomer, a big beauty. Moreover, Vegeta also sensed that Naba and Raditz were speeding towards him, and the Boomer family had no one to protect. Oh! Vegeta moved, as if it were a phantom, and in the blink of an eye, he destroyed several of the fastest guards. Wow! Sob's anger was not light, and the whole person's momentum suddenly increased, and he swept towards Vegeta's position. Vegeta, however, did not entangle with Sob, and killed the remaining subordinates as quickly as possible, only then levitating high in the air and looking at Sob with a smile. "Vegeta, you've already angered me, I'm going to let you know how good I am." Sob gritted his teeth, not that he felt sorry for these subordinates, but that he felt very faceless. After all, Vegeta killed his men in front of him, which was a kind of provocation by Chiguakuo. Sob's face was hideous, and his handsome face no longer had his original composure, and he couldn't wait to tear Vegeta alive. Die! Sob's mouth opened, and a bright light rose up into the sky, heading straight for where Vegeta was. Vegeta's figure suddenly became blurred, and he disappeared without a trace. Sob's eyes widened and he watched the scene in disbelief. Beep! At this moment, Sob suddenly realized that Vegeta's location had been revealed on the probe, so shocked that he immediately turned back and almost twisted his neck. "This! It's impossible, how could you possibly have such fast speed?" Sob looked stunned and shocked. Vegeta smiled softly, the corners of his mouth hooked an evil arc. Sob gritted his teeth and punched him. Snap! Vegeta slapped the opponent's arm on the spot, and flew up a kick, directly kicking Sob up several feet high. Boom! Vegeta flew up and hit Sob in the back with a loud bang, and Sob's body passed through a huge building and smashed a deep hole in the ground. This! How is this done? Sob got up with difficulty, looked at the value on the detector, and couldn't believe this fact. "Isn't it dazed?" Vegeta smiled and asked, "You should have noticed that my combat power is only about 15,000, but you are not my opponent." Sob's face was gloomy and terrifying, and he stared warily at the little monster on the other side. Vegeta smiled, and recently, his control of his aura had reached the point of pure fire. That is to say, he can control his energy at will. Just now during the battle, he suddenly made a short increase in combat effectiveness, and the detector could not detect accurate values at all. "Transform, Sob, I know you can transform." Vegeta smiled and looked at Sob and said. Although the last battle with Doria made Vegeta realize that he had to go all out at the beginning. However, recently, Vegeta has discovered a truth: it seems that Saiyans can only speed up their cultivation when they fight. Just like in the past month, Vegeta had concentrated on cultivation, and the energy in his body had only increased a little, so he had changed his mind this time to see if he could speed up his cultivation speed by fighting with Sabo. You know I can transform?" Sob was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized, understood, it was Doria who told you, right? Vegeta smiled. Of course he couldn't tell the other party that he had traveled over and knew the history of Dragon Ball very well. Humph, hum. Sob sneered, although transformation can improve your combat effectiveness, it has ruined your image, and you like handsome appearance. Vegeta didn't wait for Sabo to finish speaking, so he said the other person's line, "Well, you don't need to say this, waste time." Sob was completely stunned. This Vegeta is a monster, right? How did he know what he was going to say? However, by now, Sob had no choice. He felt that he was under a lot of pressure, and I am afraid that only transformation could deal with this little monster. Bang! Saibo's body suddenly swelled, his mouth bulged, his eyes were round, his skin became uneven, and a toad-like image appeared in front of Vegeta. Vegeta sensed Saab's aura a little, and it really became a lot stronger, and his combat effectiveness was at least increased to about 50,000. However, the other party and themselves still have a difference of 10,000 combat effectiveness, and it is still easy to kill this product. Meanwhile, Naba and Raditz finally arrived at the scene of the battle. When they saw Saibo's 50,000 high combat power on the detector, the two of them shivered, cold sweat broke out, and their lips did not listen to the call. Saab actually has such a powerful combat power. Raditz's combat effectiveness was relatively low, and he was almost scared to pee when he saw such a scene. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 020. In the end, Raditz is only 600 combat strength, and he was not shocked to death by Saab on the spot, which is already very good. Naba was also stunned, his face was terrified, and he almost fell out of mid-air. It's over, we're dead this time. Naba said in a hushed voice. What to do? Let's quickly withdraw, right? His Highness can never be Saab's opponent. Raditz was already retreating. Naba did not speak, hesitated for a moment, and finally made up his mind and flew in the direction of the spaceship. Humph, trash of two Saiyans. Saab had already discovered Naba and Raditz, but he didn't have the slightest interest in these two guys who couldn't raise their fighting power, just glanced at them and focused his gaze on Vegeta. From beginning to end, Vegeta was so calm and suspended in the air, and he didn't mean to make a move. Vegeta, as you wish, I want you to taste my power. Saibo sneered, and the whole person turned into a stream of light, rushing towards Vegeta. Ugh! Vegeta's figure suddenly became blurred, and soon disappeared. See, you can't run. Saab turned his head, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and with a powerful fist, he rushed towards the position where Vegeta had just appeared, greeting him in the face. Ugh! However, just when Saab was about to hit the target, he suddenly widened his toad eyes. Because Vegeta just disappeared. Where is it? Saab looked around, looking for where Vegeta was. Idiot, in the back. Vegeta rubbed his nose and smiled brightly. That's impossible. Saab was so shocked that his hair almost stood on end, and his lips couldn't stop trembling. What's impossible? You seem disappointed, Saab. Vegeta smiled widely, with a look of rage. Naba and Raditz, who were about to take the opportunity to escape, suddenly stopped and looked at Vegeta in amazement, feeling as if they were dreaming. How could the little prince have such speed? Moreover, this Saab has become so powerful, but the little prince is so confident. Naba and Raditz looked at each other, both seeing endless shock in each other's eyes. Impossible, impossible, your combat power is only 15,000, why is the speed so fast? Saab was completely at a loss. If this Nema surpassed him in combat power, he would naturally have nothing to say. However, what hurts Saab is that Vegeta's combat power is only 15,000. Only 15,000. Saab felt that his toad eyes were almost blind. Wait, could it be that the detector is malfunctioning? Saab felt that there was really a possibility. He turned his head to look at Naba and Raditz, who were in a daze, smiled coldly, and immediately rushed over. When Naba and Raditz saw Saab rushing up, they were immediately shocked, put on a posture, and were ready for battle. You two garbage are not my opponents. If you want to survive, hand over the detector honestly. Saab did not have the slightest interest in these two low-level Saiyans and did not bother to make a move on them. Hearing Saibo's words, the two breathed a long sigh of relief. Nema said earlier, isn't it a detector? So scared that Lao Tzu is about to pee. Raditz was quick and threw his detector far away to sob. Humph, Vegeta, I want to see your true strength. Sob dropped his detector, took Raditz's, and began to detect Vegeta's combat power. And seeing Sob's move, Vegeta just smiled slightly, but did not mean to block. Beep. The combat strength value soon appeared. Sob was shocked. Oh, how is it still 15,000? This. How is this possible? The most Sob said today was this, and he could no longer describe this perverted fact in words. Sob, are you ready to die? Vegeta smiled softly. You dream, in addition to being faster than me, your combat effectiveness is never higher than mine. You still can't beat me. Sob gritted his teeth and said with an uncertain expression. That being said, Sob also had no bottom in his heart. After all, he had just been injured by Vegeta's blow. Okay, the game is over, you have to be careful. After Vegeta finished speaking, he stretched his right arm forward. Sob's pupils dilated abruptly. Flash cannon. I saw a hot flame of light emitting from Vegeta's hand, and the flame of light quickly condensed into a mass, and then the flame of light rushed out like a long dragon. The vast energy rolled up endless debris in this almost abandoned city, and the sky seemed to be torn apart, and for a while the clouds were thick, and the thunder and lightning were mixed. Sob's pupils were even bigger. Beep. The detector worn on the eye is also constantly changing. 15,000, 20,000, 30,000. 50,000, 60,000. Bang! The detector seemed to be unable to withstand such a powerful energy attack, and suddenly fell apart. Vegeta's strong combat power has shocked Sob beyond words. His face is extremely stunned, because the stunt has changed shape, and the toad face is also distorted and even more ugly. Looking at Nappa and Raditz again, they were completely stunned at this time, their jaws dropped, and their mouths could swallow an ostrich egg. Sob, see you in the next life. Vegeta smiled softly, and with a flick of his hand, he shot that intense flame of light towards Sob. Wait! Wait! Sob waved his hand vigorously, his face pale. The corners of Vegeta's mouth drew an evil arc. Wait a minute! He's not that talkative. Boom! The next moment, with a loud bang, when I looked again, Sob was already blown up by the powerful flash cannon. Easily destroyed Sob, Vegeta has nothing to be happy about, just a Sob, he doesn't pay attention to it at all. It's just that Vegeta's strong strength has completely blinded the dog's eyes of Nappa and Raditz. The two hurriedly flew over, and the eyes that looked at Vegeta became eager. Vegeta squinted and said to Raditz, "Didn't you protect Boomer at the Transformation Capsule Company? What are you running over for?" For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 021. Raditz almost knelt down, and explained in a hurry, "His Royal Highness, his subordinates want to come over and see if they can fight." "Okay, hurry up and get me back!" Vegeta shouted. Raditz was so frightened that he quickly fled back to the Transformation Capsule Company. Vegeta swept his gaze towards Nappa again. "Your Highness, I just remembered that I haven't cleaned up over there." After Nappa finished speaking, he also fled with his tail between his legs. Temple. When the Garen immortals saw such a fierce scene of Vegeta, they were so shocked that they did not say anything for a long time. This little monster is indeed getting stronger. The immortal smiled, however, as he said, "If it weren't for him, the earth would be destroyed. But immortal, keeping him is a scourge after all." Garen immortal said in a deep voice. "Otherwise, I found that there was a righteous energy in his body, but it was just not fully exerted." The immortal let out a long breath. "If that's the case, then let him be, as long as he doesn't destroy the earth." Meow. The Garen immortals looked into the distance. However, at this moment, the immortal's body suddenly trembled, and cold sweat on his face also involuntarily slipped down. Meow. Immortal. This breath, the Garen immortal also seemed to sense something, and his hair stood on end in shock. Garen immortal, you're right. The immortal smiled self-deprecatingly. It seems that this world no longer needs immortals, what is needed is the strong. I was already able to get a premonition of what was coming, and the new enemy was far from what this little monster could handle. Immortals. What are you doing? The Garen immortal asked in surprise. I've already decided that I'm going to fuse with the Piccolo Great Devil. The immortal smiled back at the Garen immortal, looked at Mr. Bobo again, and said, Bobo, the temple will be handed over to you in the future, goodbye. After speaking, the immortal jumped off the temple and flew quickly towards the distant East Sea. Swish! Swish! Not long after the immortals left the temple. Just as Vegeta was about to go looking for the last Dragon Ball, he suddenly sensed several strong auras across the sky. Who's here again? Vegeta's face had changed color. Obviously, one of these strong breaths has far surpassed Vegeta. 1 2 3 4 5. 5 people in total. Vegeta suddenly remembered, but his heart became even heavier. Team Kinnet. Yes, it must be them. Vegeta, the other 4 people on Team Kinnet, don't care much, but this Kainu is definitely a fierce person. Judging from the current breath, Kainu's combat effectiveness has reached at least 120,000. 120,000, a full 2 times higher than Vegeta. Vegeta never expected that Frieza would send Team Kinnet so quickly. Sob had just been killed, and before the body had dissipated, the Kinnet team came running. What to do? What to do? With 120,000 combat strength, Vegeta admits that he is by no means an opponent of others. And what hurts Vegeta is that there are no fairy beans on the earth yet. That's right, Great Ape. As long as you transform into a giant ape, your combat effectiveness will increase tenfold, and you still need to be afraid of a small Kainu? Thinking of this, Vegeta's face was full of confidence. Team Kinnet, Gerdo, Likum, Guth, Bart, Kenayu. Come and report. 5 aliens of various sizes pose in a crappy pose and appear in a medium-sized city. The next moment, the 5 people looked at the earth heat coming up, and they were speechless. Guys, clean up the scene, paralyzed, let these people see us like monkeys. Captain Kainu ordered to Guys. Hehe, this is easy. Guys smiled softly. Boom. The medium-sized city of 20,000 people suddenly turned into ruins under the wave of Guys's hand. A huge mushroom cloud soared into the air and spread in all directions. Hehe, it's much quieter now. Guys smiled. Well, good job. Captain Kainu nodded. Lord Frieza didn't let us come over for a vacation. Hurry up and investigate the whereabouts of Vegeta's kid, destroy him, and I'll treat you to a barbecue. The 4 men nodded in unison and used the detector to check Vegeta's location. Strange, how come this planet does not have people with more than 10,000 combat power? The highest is about 3,000. Guys was a little puzzled. There's nothing strange about it. Captain Kainu said with a smile, before coming here, His Excellency Frieza told me that Vegeta, this little ghost, don't look old, but there are many ghost eyes, he must be on Earth. And, didn't we just lose touch with Sob? I was thinking that Vegeta, the little ghost, probably had some way to hide his combat power so that we could not find his existence. A way to hide combat effectiveness? Is there such a way in the world? Guys and the others were a little surprised. The methods are all figured out by people, and nothing is impossible. Captain Kainu smiled. Also, just in case, you have to keep an eye on the movement in the sky at all times, and once Vegeta, this little ghost, creates an artificial full moon, let me knock it down immediately. Understood. The 4 team members nodded together. Just as Captain Kainu's voice fell, he suddenly found a bright light flashing and rushed into the sky. Artificial full moon. What did I say? What do I say? Captain Kainu smiled. How brilliant it was. Hit, give me a hard beating. You must not let this kid become a giant ape. With his current strength, if he really becomes a giant ape, a few of us will wait to be abused. After the words fell, 5 people, including Captain Kainu, released flames of light from their hands, and the huge energy went straight to the artificial full moon. Boom! With an earth-shattering loud noise, the artificial full moon had not had time to play its role, and it had been blown to pieces. Seeing this scene hundreds of kilometers away, Vegeta was shocked into a cold sweat, and then he quickly hid his breath and jumped away from the scene. He's over there, don't let him run. Kainu ordered. Oh! The 3 figures quickly swept towards Vegeta's position just now, only Kainu and Guldo did not move. Guldo, your combat effectiveness is the lowest, just follow Captain Ben. Captain Kainu smiled and patted Guldo's round head. How depressed Vegeta is, Nima, you let the family make the artificial full moon. It seems that the giant ape transformation into this method of improving combat effectiveness is really a bit chicken, and I will have time to ponder how to protect that artificial full moon in the future. If you are still so fucked, you would rather not use this skill. It is worth mentioning that Vegeta released the artificial full moon, and the energy in his body was also consumed a lot. And his combat effectiveness at this time had been reduced to about 50,000. After slipping away for a distance, Vegeta was suddenly happy. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 022. There were 3 people in the Special Operations team tracking him, and Vegeta was sure that there was no Captain Kainu in them. That being the case, the corners of Vegeta's mouth outlined a graceful arc. First attract these 3 guys to a place to destroy them. Thinking of this, Vegeta suddenly increased his combat effectiveness to about 20,000, and the next moment, he flew towards the edge of the sky. The 3 of guys, who were looking for Vegeta's figure, suddenly appeared on the probe, and the 3 were overjoyed and quickly chased after them. Ha ha ha, what did I say? As long as I don't show up, Vegeta will appear. Guys, you guys keep an eye on this imp for me, and I'll go right away. Kainu was overjoyed and quickly used the detector to give orders to the 3 of guys. Captain, rest assured, Vegeta's combat power is only 20,000, and any one of the 3 of us can kill him in seconds. Guys replied with a smile. Idiot! Kainu scolded loudly. Sob has been boosted by His Excellency Frieza, and he is still not Vegeta's opponent. You 3 are less arrogant there, and keep an eye on people. If it ruins the good deeds of Lord Frieza, I will take your heads to his old man's house. The 3 of guys' hearts sank, and they did not dare to slack off any longer. Just when Vegeta was about to find an opportunity to destroy the 3, he suddenly noticed that Captain Kainu was flying towards him, and he was shocked in his heart, and quickly increased his speed, and after a few flashes, he disappeared from the sight of the 3. It's gone. What a speed! Guy's eyes widened and he was stunned. Humph, wheel speed, my Bart's speed is the first. As long as he appears again, my Bart will not let him run. Bart was very unconvinced, as if it had touched some of his nerves. Beep. At this moment, Bart's detector suddenly flashed the trace of Vegeta. Found it. Bart won't play with you. I'll take a step first and let Vegeta, this little ghost, have nowhere to hide. After Bart finished speaking, his speed increased several times, turned into a light and shadow, and quickly disappeared. Wait, Bart, the captain said, this Vegeta is tricky and very cunning, you must not act alone. Guys persuaded from the probe. Don't worry, my speed is the first in the world, even if he is powerful, he may not be able to beat me. Bart said with disdain. Guys and Likum looked at each other, ignored Bart's words, and also accelerated their march. I have to say that Bart's speed is indeed very fast, and in just a few breaths, he can already see Vegeta's figure. Vegeta, I see you, Saiyan Imp, you better give me an honest stop, otherwise, I will be rude to you," Bart yelled behind Vegeta. Vegeta didn't bother and increased his speed again. However, Bart was in hot pursuit. For a time, I saw that on the blue sky, two white lights and shadows chased each other, opening a long white line in the sky. "Vegeta, little ghost, my Bart has caught up with you, haha, wheel speed, my Bart is the number 1 in the world, how is it, are you convinced?" Bart was already advancing parallel to Vegeta at this time, and his face was also excited, and he looked at Vegeta with interest, as if he was afraid that Vegeta would not see it. "You? How can you have such speed?" Vegeta's face was a little stunned. "Little ghost, Saiyans are all low-level creatures after all, and they dare to call themselves a fighting nation, humph. Aren't you running fast? What do you think? Not cattle now?" Bart looked at Vegeta with a smile and smiled happily. "Yes." Vegeta laughed, "But what is this?" "What?" Bart was stunned. "Shock cannon." Vegeta's hand suddenly emitted a strong flame of light, and huge energy rushed out, shooting directly towards Bart's location. Bart's eyes widened suddenly, and his jaw almost dropped. However, it was too late for him to dodge this powerful blow. Boom! With a loud bang, Bart's body was completely swallowed up by this powerful energy. After the huge energy dissipated, Bart's body was already out of shape, and it was estimated that it would hang up with only one breath left. "Vegeta, you're playing tricks." Bart grinned and glared viciously at Vegeta. "This is war, idiot." Vegeta shook his head, ignored the other and flew quickly into the distance. You, Bart was not convinced, but it was useless, and he quickly burped. "What, Bart is dead? Didn't this idiot say to let him be careful?" Kainu jumped like a thunder and gave the order, "You guys wait where you are, I'll go right away." After speaking, Kainu looked at Guldo with an unkind face and shouted, "Guldo, you Malgobi, it's all you bastard, if you weren't dragging us down here, Lao Zi would have caught up with them a long time ago." Guldo was depressed and about to vomit blood. "Nima, can I still take care of you with you?" Of course, this is also a grumbling in his heart, and he does not dare to say it. "Guldo, Lao Zi doesn't care about you, you speed me up." After Kainu finished speaking, he suddenly increased his speed and quickly disappeared in front of Guldo. Guldo smiled coldly and muttered in a low voice, "Humph, what's so great, I don't want to play with you guys yet." Kainu soon caught up with Guys and Likum, and after the three met, they couldn't help but pose as a team. "Hey, Bart and Guldo are not there, the shape of the three of us is too ugly, it seems that it will have to be redesigned with a lot of brains." Kainu gritted his teeth and said hatefully. "Captain, what now? Guys Khan is raining down, thanks to his own lack of catching up, this Vegeta is too terrible, he can kill himself in seconds. Bart is the best example. Since we can't find him, we might as well kill all the people on this planet and let Vegeta, the little ghost, hide on an uninhabited planet by himself." Likum, who had never spoken, came up with such an idea. "No, the Saiyans are even more ruthless than us." Kainu shook his head, "Even if he kills everyone, Vegeta won't care, he can go to other planets." "Captain, what do we do then?" Guys asked again. "What if we don't kill people and directly destroy this planet?" A wicked smile appeared on Kainu's face. "Hey? Captain, didn't Your Excellency Frieza say that he wanted us to bring Vegeta back? If he died in the explosion of the planet, how do we explain to Your Excellency Frieza?" Guys was slightly startled and couldn't help but look at the vast land. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 023. Small, idiot. Kainu laughed and lowered his voice, "I did this just to scare him, and I'm sure he will show up." "So it is, Captain Wise." Guys and Likum nodded in unison. "However, before you do this, you must destroy Vegeta, Doria, and Sob and their spaceships, lest this kid run away on the spaceship. Kainu does things dripping and thoughtful. The two nodded, and it just so happened that the probe could also detect the exact point of the spacecraft, which took some time, but was still easy to do. Just in case, I'm going to act with the two of you this time. Kainu said quietly. Thank you, Captain. After Vegeta traveled some distance, he suddenly felt that the three of Kainu were going in another direction, and he was a little puzzled. Where are they going? Vegeta frowned, quickly thinking about what was special about that position. However, Vegeta thought about it for a long time and didn't come up with it, weighing it for a moment, feeling that the most important thing now was to quickly find the last Dragon Ball, so as not to dream more at night. As long as Shenlong gets his wish, do you still have to worry about them? At that time, it is also very possible to abuse Frieza. Vegeta ignored the Kainu and instead sped faster and galloped in the direction of the last Dragon Ball. In the depths of the East China Sea, the waves are rough, and sometimes storms flash. The immortal took a deep breath and plunged into the vast sea. After about 10 minutes, the immortal had an extra rice cooker in his hand. Bringing the rice cooker to land, the immortal stared at this thing silently, and the next moment, as if he had made up his mind, a flame of light shot out from his hand, blowing the rice cooker to pieces. Boom! In the midst of a loud noise, a green race that looked exactly like a god appeared. It's just that the green race's eyes look evil, and there is a sneer on the corner of his mouth. However, when this person discovered the immortal on the opposite side, his body couldn't help trembling, and he shouted sharply, "Old immortal, what are you doing running down there? My Piccolo Great Devil's affairs, you'd better not interfere." "Piccolo, don't get excited yet." The immortal smiled bitterly and said, "I was forced to release you. If you have something to say quickly, less verbosity here." The Piccolo Great Demon King snorted coldly. "You first sense the powerful aura on this planet." The immortal shook his head and said in a deep voice. The Piccolo Great Demon King frowned, snorted coldly, and then went to sense everything on the planet. In just a few seconds, the face of the Piccolo Great Demon King became extremely ugly, and his face was full of shock. "This? Who are these people?" The Piccolo Great Demon King broke out in a cold sweat, and his body trembled involuntarily. "It's terrifying, the breath of these people is so powerful." The Piccolo Great Demon King, who used to be a blessing in this world, also feels that the end is coming. "Since you have sensed it, then I will say it directly." The immortal smiled gently. "Recently, several powerful aliens have come to Earth. Nowadays, there is no need for immortals and demon kings in this world, what we need is the strong." "What the hell are you trying to say?" Piccolo said in a deep voice. "A long time ago, we were the same person, and we separated for unavoidable reasons, and now, I have decided to merge with you. I believe that after we merge, we may be able to deal with these aliens." The immortal smiled. "I hope you don't refuse, and only in this way can we survive." Fusion. The Piccolo Great Demon King looked up and down at the person opposite, who was exactly like himself, and was silent for a moment before replying, "Do you think that with the current level of the two of us, we can defeat them after fusion?" "Joke, their breath is 100 times stronger than ours, and fusion has a fart use." "Piccolo, you listen to me first." The immortal was not in a hurry, but patiently persuaded, "Although the breath of the two of us is very weak now, this is because when we separated, a lot of vitality was dissipated, and after fusion, these vitality will re-enter our body. I've already calculated that if we fuse, it's more than enough to deal with those aliens." "Oh!" The Piccolo Great Devil's eyes rolled back and forth, and he suddenly sneered, "I can promise you, but I have 2 conditions." "You say?" The immortal nodded. "First, if you want to fuse with this Demon King, you must focus on this Demon King's body. Second, before fusing, this Demon King must gather 7 Dragon Balls as soon as possible and restore his youth first." The great demon king of Piccolo smiled gently. You should also have noticed that the lifespan of the two of us is not many years now, and you don't want a strong person to die, right? I agree. The immortal nodded lightly and said, I know the location of the Dragon Ball, you follow me. After speaking, the immortal soared into the air and headed towards the direction where Vegeta stored the Dragon Balls. Boom! Bang! With a loud noise, several spaceships existing on Earth have been completely destroyed by Kainu and others. Vegeta, who was flying towards the last Dragon Ball, sensed what Kainu and the others had done, and couldn't help but wonder a little. What are these guys doing destroying the spaceship? Suddenly, Vegeta's mind flashed. Could it be? A sense of foreboding surfaced in Vegeta's brain. Vegeta gritted his teeth and sped up his march. Soon, it's time for the last Dragon Ball. I hope there will be time. Captain, the spaceship has been cleaned up except for the 5 we were on. Guys smiled and asked a little puzzled, but how do we inform Vegeta? The kid didn't seem to have a detector. It's easy. Captain Kainu smiled slightly. The next moment, I saw that Kainu's chest suddenly swelled. He exerted all his strength, facing the direction where Vegeta was, and said loudly, Vegeta, all the spacecraft on this planet except us has been destroyed. If you don't appear, I will immediately take the spaceship, and then destroy the planet. I'm not scaring you, I'll give you half an hour. If you don't appear, you will wait to disappear with the Earth. Vegeta, thousands of miles away, gritted his teeth and ignored it. Sure enough, they are going to destroy the Earth. However, going to Kainu is also death, it is better not to go. Vegeta once again increased his speed to the extreme. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 024. Captain Kainu's voice was so loud that it spread almost half the world, and many Earthlings didn't know what was going on. Vegeta could hear Captain Kainu's voice, and the immortals were no exception. Oops! The face of the immortal was moved. If the Earth is gone, he will not be able to survive in space. Hurry up, Piccolo! The immortal immediately sped up. At this time, the immortals are more powerful than the Piccolo Great Devil, so they are far ahead in speed. You go first, tell me the whereabouts of the last Dragon Ball, I will find the last Dragon Ball, and we will find a place to meet. The great demon king of Piccolo said in a deep voice. When the immortals thought about it, they blamed themselves for being too anxious. Such a simple truth, why didn't they think of it? The last Dragon Ball is far away from here, so you go find the 6 Dragon Balls, I will find the remaining one, and converge as soon as possible after finding it. The immortals made a decision. Don't be verbose, hurry up. The Piccolo Great Demon gritted his teeth. One god and one demon split up and flew towards the direction of the Dragon Ball. After all, Vegeta's speed is much faster than that of the immortals, and at this time, he finally came to the direction where the last Dragon Ball was. When he saw the familiar island, Vegeta was stunned. It turned out that the last Dragon Ball was actually in the hands of the Turtle Immortal. At this moment, the Turtle Immortal is lying on a lounge chair basking in the sun, and the Dragon Ball is also hung around his neck. At this critical juncture, Vegeta didn't bother to go over, rushed up and directly snatched the Dragon Balls around the Turtle Fairy's neck, and then turned towards the direction of the 6 Dragon Balls. The Turtle Immortal opened his eyes a little dazedly and looked around. A strong wind had just blown, and he naturally sensed it. However, when he looked down, he was stunned. What about pearls around your neck? Why is it gone? The Turtle Immortal scratched his head, puzzled. Vegeta, there are still 5 minutes to go, if you don't show up again, you will disappear with the Earth. Captain Kainu swelled his body again and shouted loudly. Vegeta gritted his teeth, he wanted to talk to Captain Kainu, but he didn't bring the detector with him, let alone Captain Kainu's ability to shout loudly, so he had to do so first. Just after Vegeta flew for about 2 minutes, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure speeding towards this side. Vegeta fixed his eyes. Isn't this an old immortal? What is this guy doing here? Vegeta didn't think much about it, and intercepted the old immortal at that time. Immortal, where are you going in a hurry? Vegeta asked, squinting. Vegeta, the last Dragon Ball has arrived, right? The immortal glanced at Vegeta, his heart sank, and then asked. What do you say? Vegeta smiled, are you also for Dragon Ball? The immortal gritted his teeth, nodded, and replied, until now, I won't hide it from you, let's talk as we go. On the way, the immortal told Vegeta about his desire to merge with the Piccolo Great Devil, and said that he needed the dragon to regain his youth. Vegeta, you should also feel it, there is an aura in it that is very powerful, I am afraid that even you are not his opponent. The immortal was afraid that Vegeta would not agree, so he persuaded again, only if I fuse with the great demon of Piccolo. We can eliminate this powerful opponent, I hope you cooperate with us well. I admit, after you fuse with Piccolo, you can destroy that Captain Kainu. Vegeta knew that after the immortals of the original Dragon Ball world fused with Piccolo, their strength had surpassed Frieza's. However, now with the strength of these two guys fusing, at most it is stronger than Kainu, and it may be difficult to surpass Frieza. You know, in the original Dragon Ball world, Piccolo practiced for a long time, and after he died, he practiced hard at the King of the Realm. Later, Piccolo went to Namex, luckily fused with Niru, and after 3 years of cultivation, he merged with the Immortals, so that he reached the height of surpassing Frieza. And now, the combat power of the Immortal and the Great Demon King of Piccolo is only about 200, these two guys are fused into one, think at the good, that is, surpass the Kainu, think at the worst, and only their own level if they are not good. In that case, then quickly hand over the Dragon Ball to us, after we fuse, we will definitely not be enemies with you. The Immortals gave assurances. But you probably don't know yet, do you? Vegeta smiled gently, this Captain Kainu is just someone's little brother, the really powerful character has not yet appeared, that person is very powerful, and Captain Kainu is less than 1,000th of him. What did you say? After hearing this, the Immortal's face changed greatly, and he was not very calm. If this so-called Captain Kainu is the last battle, the Immortals are 60% sure that they will kill each other after combining, but there is also a guy who is 1,000 times stronger than him, it is a bit of a pain. I said that no one is his opponent except me. Vegeta smiled and said in a deep voice. You are not that Kainu's opponent now, how can you defeat someone who is 1,000 times stronger than him? The Immortal looked at Vegeta with some disbelief. When I say this, naturally there is my way, as long as my wish is fulfilled. Vegeta smiled softly, and then said seriously, don't talk about these useless things, do you have a way to talk to Kainu? If they destroy the earth, none of us will survive. What are you trying to say? I can let Piccolo relay and he can do it. The Immortal nodded. Tell them that I am far away from them and appear in front of them within an hour. Vegeta mused. As soon as the words fell, I heard Captain Kainu start yelling loudly again. Vegeta, there are still the last 30 seconds, if you don't appear again, the earth will be gone, I am definitely not scaring you, although I also want to bring you to His Excellency Frieza, but His Excellency Frieza said, if you run away repeatedly, you can destroy it. Captain, Vegeta, this kid doesn't seem to listen to us. Seeing that Vegeta didn't seem to have much reaction, Guys was a little anxious. This stinky boy, if it weren't for His Excellency Frieza letting us capture him, I would really like to kill him with my own hands. Kainu gritted his steel teeth angrily, desperate to devour Vegeta alive. Captain, what will we do if he doesn't show up? Guys didn't know how to be good. Humph, if he doesn't show up, let's blow up part of the planet first and let him know that we will do it, this is a good idea, right? Kainu smiled happily, okay, let's do it together, as long as you make sure that the planet is not completely destroyed. That's enough. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 025. Guys and Likum nodded vigorously, and the flame of light in their hands was already running. Just as the three were about to make a move, they heard a voice coming from a distance. Don't do it yet, Vegeta is rushing towards you, but he is a little far away from you, an hour at most, he can arrive. Hearing this voice, Kainu and the others were stunned. An hour away? Not quite right, not quite right. Kainu muttered as he held his cheeks. Captain, what's wrong? Guys was puzzled. Stupid, we've all seen him just now, proving that he's not too far away from us, and now saying he's an hour away from us, that's a problem. What is he doing running so far? Captain Kainu bowed his head and groaned. Captain, don't worry, the spaceship has been destroyed anyway, what tricks can Vegeta's little cub play? I have already investigated, the current level of science and technology on Earth, like our kind of spacecraft, cannot do it at all. Even if they have their own spacecraft, they are very slow, and we can easily catch up with us at our flight speed. Guys smiled, a little unimpressed. Okay, then wait for this little cub for an hour, if he doesn't appear in an hour, don't blame me for destroying the planet. Kainu nodded and shouted. Hearing this, Vegeta was finally relieved, and with this hour, he could summon the Divine Dragon and fulfill his wish. Captain, do you really have to wait for this Vegeta for an hour? We just waited for half an hour and it was so boring. Guys sighed. Of course it's impossible to wait so boringly, hehe, I'm delaying the army. Captain Kainu smiled and pressed the detector, his face flashing with excitement. Found it, found him. Who did you find? Guys and Likum looked at each other. Find the person who just spoke to us, of course. Captain Kainu smiled heartily. Oh, let me see, the combat strength is only about 180, hehe, such a weak guy. Captain, what's the use of him? It's just a waste. Guys was a little dazed. Don't say that, sometimes waste can come in handy. Captain Kainu said this, glanced at Guldo who came from a distance, smiled at him, turned back and continued, have you noticed that Vegeta seems to have some collusion with the Earthlings, so if we catch that waste, hehe, can we find Vegeta smoothly? Captain, I've found Vegeta. Guldo interjected, why should we go directly to Vegeta, why go and arrest that person? Idiot, even if you find out, when you chase over, he hides the breath again, is it Harry? The captain is wise. Guys and Likum's eyes lit up. Go now. Captain Kainu glanced at Guldo with disdain, and then took the three team members and quickly flew towards the location of the Piccolo Great Devil. Vegeta, who was walking side by side with the immortals, suddenly sensed Captain Kainu's actions, and his brows were wrinkled together. What's wrong? Immortal asked. The situation of the great demon king of Piccolo is not good, will he hide his breath? Vegeta quickly asked. Probably not. The immortal shook his head, the hidden aura was also something he had just studied recently, and the Piccolo had just been released, and it would not be normal. This sucks. Vegeta's heart sank. It was not that he was worried about Piccolo's safety, but if Piccolo died, the immortals of the same person as him would not be spared. If the immortal dies, the Dragon Ball will disappear. And his wish will be frustrated. Vegeta quickly thought about what to do with the enemy. You tell Piccolo first that he's in trouble, see what he can do. Vegeta suggested. Already told him, he said to hide first. The immortal groaned in a low voice. There is a far to hide, people have detectors, as long as you can't hide your breath, it's easy to know your location. Vegeta huffed. What do you say? The immortals are also helpless. You ask Piccolo, has Dragon Ball been dug up now? Vegeta asked again. The immortal was silent, apparently communicating spiritually with Piccolo. Soon, the immortal shook his head, meaning that the Dragon Ball was still in its original position. Okay, you tell Piccolo, don't move Dragon Ball first, find a place to hide honestly, and don't show up. Vegeta said. The whole person's momentum suddenly rose, and the powerful aura almost blew away the immortals around him. Beep! Kainu and the other four who were traveling in the direction of Piccolo suddenly stopped, and Vegeta's powerful aura was naturally captured by the detector. Vegeta, combat power 60,000. Seeing the value on the detector, Guys and Likum were so shocked that their scalps were numb. Captain, is the detector malfunctioning? How can Vegeta's combat power reach 60,000? Guys couldn't believe it. Captain Kainu was also stunned for a moment, and then smiled. It's not a malfunction, he can easily destroy Bart, proving that there is no problem with this combat effectiveness. Humph, this Saiyan is really not simple, or His Excellency Frieza will bring him back by name. Captain, what does he want to do by raising his combat effectiveness to such a high level? Guys was puzzled. I don't know. Kainu shook his head, and after a short silence, he seemed to suddenly come to his senses, and ordered his subordinates, pay attention to the movement in the sky immediately, and watch out for this little cub making a full moon. Captain Kainu shouted sharply. As soon as these words came out, Guys and the others quickly stopped like a great enemy, and watched every move in the sky. Sure enough, after waiting for about 3 minutes, a strong light flew into the sky, emitting a hot flame of light, as if a full moon was shining in the sky. Hit me hard! Kainu ordered loudly. Boom! With a loud noise, the strong light just now had already been beaten to pieces, and soon rolled his eyes. Vegeta, what do you mean by that? The immortal asked a little puzzled. Let me ask you, how long is it until the full moon? Instead of answering the immortal's question, Vegeta asked rhetorically. Full moon? It's still early. Immortal Deo. You are the god of the earth, can't you make the full moon come early? Vegeta asked again. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 026. The immortal smiled bitterly and shook his head. How could he do this kind of thing? Okay, speed up, let's hurry up and find Dragon Ball and let Piccolo attract people to me. Vegeta ordered, grabbed the immortal's arm, turned into a white light, and quickly flew towards the location of the Dragon Ball. Vegeta even regretted putting the Dragon Balls in the ground, because he was afraid that he would hurt the Dragon Balls during the fight, and besides, he didn't expect Team Kinnit to come so quickly. However, now regretting these is useless, now I have to hurry up as soon as possible so that I can summon the Divine Dragon. After flying forward for about 10 minutes, Vegeta brewed a ball of energy light and threw it into the sky again. Boom! The ball of energy light that had just flown up was once again smashed by Kainu and others. Wait, something isn't right. Kainu suddenly shouted. What's wrong, Captain? Guys and others were puzzled. This is not an artificial full moon, this little cub is deceiving us. Captain Kainu sneered. As he spoke, a strong light suddenly rose above the sky, and a ball of energy light in the shape of a round sphere was also displayed. See? Look at the fight, right? It's just a very ordinary ball of energy light, ignore it, I'll see what this Vegeta wants to do. Kainu smiled, but this time there was no attack. Vegeta smiled and shook his head after seeing that the ball of energy light he emitted had not been broken. It seemed that Kainu had noticed that it was a fake artificial full moon. However, fortunately, Kainu has already stagnated, which can be regarded as buying Vegeta a little time. Just then, Vegeta suddenly sensed Naba speeding towards him. You came just in time, give me the detector. Vegeta ordered directly. Naba did not dare to slack off and threw the probe to Vegeta. Vegeta quickly put on the detector, adjusted the call line, found Kainu's frequency band, and said with a smile, "Kainu, your grandpa Vegeta will be here soon." "Little cub, you finally spoke." Kainu replied with a smile, "You know a lot, you actually know that I am Kainu, your father told you, right?" "Kainu, I don't talk nonsense with you anymore." Vegeta sneered, "I admit that I am not your opponent, but as long as you give me half an hour, I will definitely beat you to the point where you can't find the east and west." "Half an hour? Can your combat power be increased to more than 120,000? Are you kidding? What can you do in this half hour?" Kainu smiled, naturally not believing Vegeta's words. "How? Are you afraid?" Vegeta smiled dismissively. "Well, as you wish, I'll give you half an hour, and if you don't appear after half an hour, the earth will disappear with you." Kainu threatened, and added, "By the way, next time it's better not to use that kind of inferior move. You think your artificial full moon can fool me?" "Don't worry, I know that the artificial full moon will also be broken by you, I just did that, just to tease you." Vegeta replied with a smile. Kainu stopped talking nonsense, turned off the call line for the time being, and ordered Guys and the others, "Vegeta, this little cub is delaying time, and have you noticed that the direction he is traveling is exactly where the waste with combat power is about 118, anyway. We have to rush ahead of him to see what is special about this waste." Guys and the others nodded and quickly swept towards where Piccolo was. Vegeta was a little speechless. This guy Kainu was really persistent enough, but he didn't expect that he was still looking for Piccolo. Although Vegeta pulled the immortal to fly, he was faster than Kainu and the others in speed, but the problem was that Kainu was much closer to Piccolo than him. "This sucks. Vegeta has nothing to do this time, and if Piccolo is killed, all his plans will be in vain." The immortal also let out a long sigh, revealing a bitter melon face. "I can already have a hunch that soon my life will come to an end, Vegeta. I'm afraid the dragon won't be able to come out to help you." Vegeta glanced at the immortal and gritted her teeth to speed up. After a quick exchange, the four of Kainu finally found the Piccolo Great Demon one step ahead. Although the Piccolo Great Demon King has been avoiding the pursuit of Kainu and others, his combat effectiveness is too low, and in the eyes of others, there is no resistance at all. "This friend, you were the one who just spoke, right?" Kainu looked at the Piccolo Great Demon and asked. "What do you want to do?" The Piccolo Great Demon broke out in a cold sweat and took a fighting stance. "Captain, he seems to be a nemesis." Guys interjected. "Oh? So how did the Mexiancians appear on Earth? That's kind of weird." Kainu was a little surprised. "Captain, I heard that the planet of the Nemesis suffered a natural disaster, and many people were sent to aliens, and it is normal for him to come to Earth." Guys knows a little about Nemesis. Kainu nodded, obviously not interested in what happened to Namex. He looked at the Piccolo Archdemon with a smile and asked, "Tell me, Vegeta said that he will appear in a moment, what does he want to do during this time?" "In our place, there is a strange room, and a day outside is equivalent to a year inside, so Vegeta plans to go to that place to cultivate." Piccolo tried to calm himself down and said seriously. When Kainu and the others heard this, they were stunned. After being silent for a long time, Kainu looked at Piccolo with a smile. "You lie. 1 day outside, 1 year inside? This kind of lie you go to the devil. I've said everything, believe it or not." Piccolo shook his head. "Ask you one last time, what exactly does Vegeta want to do?" Kainu asked with a gloomy face. Piccolo was depressed and about to vomit blood, and under the attack of anger, he suddenly burst out, and the next moment, a strong storm was released from his hands, straight to where Kainu and the others were, and shouted fiercely, "The earth is mine, you are not allowed to occupy my earth." Kainu and the others laughed, ignoring the attack of the Piccolo Great Devil. After a storm, Kainu and the others appeared intact in front of Piccolo. Piccolo suddenly sweated like rain, and he was almost unstable on his feet. The earth is yours, that sounds good. Kainu rubbed his nose and looked at Piccolo with a smile, then his face sank, and he said coldly, "Finally give you a chance, say, what does Vegeta want to delay this time?" "I just said that." The Piccolo Great Demon King smiled, "He is cultivating in the Spirit Time House, so he can find a way to defeat you." As soon as these words came out, Kainu's face became extremely gloomy, and he stepped forward and pinched Piccolo's neck. Sneering, "Give you a chance you won't grasp, you can die." After speaking, Kainu threw the Piccolo into the distance. Bang! A strong light full of energy passed through Piccolo's chest, and when he looked again, a deep blood hole was exposed above Piccolo's chest, which was shocking. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 027. Captain, why did you kill him? It's just a waste. Guys was a little puzzled. Humph, because he lied to me, I already gave him a chance. Kainu smiled coldly, I'm a person who hates others to cheat on me the most, although he is a waste, but I won't spare him lightly. How did he lie to you, Captain? Guys was puzzled. First of all, Vegeta is not cultivating, you think about it, Vegeta is moving, how can anyone cultivate while moving? Kainu analyzed. Secondly, there is still a day outside and a year inside, this kind of nonsense can only deceive children. Also, I always feel that this person's life will be bad for us, and it is better to kill him, saving trouble. Captain wise. Guy's and Likum's longing gazes swept over. Kainu's face was filled with a happy expression of being praised. Vegeta, who was pulling the immortal to fly, suddenly felt that something was not right, and looked back to be shocked to find that the body of the immortal was blurred, the shadow was enormous, and it was possible to disappear at any time. Vegeta's heart sank, and he hurriedly sensed Piccolo's breath, and as a result, under this induction, he suddenly felt like falling into an ice cave. Nima, after all, is one step late. The great demon of Piccolo has just fallen. Vegeta feels like the sky is falling, Piccolo is dead, the fairy will soon burp, and the Dragon Ball will turn to stone in the next moment. Everything has fallen through. It seems that Frisia's supreme authority is still unable to challenge. After crossing over, he originally thought that he could change Vegeta's fate, but what happened? Wasn't it tortured like Frisia? Could it be that you can only wait for Goku to come to Earth and then start from scratch? Vegeta was desperate, his cultivation was too slow to transform into a Super Saiyan, and everything was empty talk. Ha ha ha, Vegeta, can you hear me? At this time, Kainu's harsh voice also came through the detector. You say? Vegeta was in ashes. To tell you the good news, that microphone of yours has been destroyed by me, hee, you must be crazy, right? Kainu had an angry attitude, and how brilliant his smile was. Faced with such provocative words, Vegeta really didn't know what to say. Defeated, really defeated. Little prince, although I don't know what use this person has for you, I can see that this person is very important to you, ha ha ha, isn't it? Captain Kainu said cheerfully. I'll go to you Malgobi. After Vegeta finished speaking, he turned off the communication line. Ha 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 ha. Although Captain Kainu was scolded, he didn't mean to be angry, but instead danced excitedly, eager to come to a street dance show. Captain, Vegeta is estimated to be, haha. Guys was also happy. Humph, he deserves to be unlucky. Captain Kainu smiled slightly, and after a little hesitation, he continued, it seems that this Vegeta really lives with the Earthlings, let's look for it again, and kill all the guys with high combat power on this planet one by one, I want to make this Vegeta very painful. Captain, I found out that there is a guy over there with a combat power of about 3000, kill him, Vegeta must be more painful. As if he had discovered a new continent, Guys pointed to the far east and said. Idiot, that person is Naba. Captain Kainu scolded, it's okay, kill Naba first, anyway, after a while, His Excellency Frisia will destroy the entire Saiyan clan. Let's wipe out the Saiyans on this side of the earth first. Guys and Likum nodded in agreement. The next moment, the three of them streaked a white light across the sky, and galloped towards where Naba was. Vegeta, hee, I didn't expect this moment to come so quickly. The figure of the immortal at this time became more and more blurred, and it was not far from disappearing. Old fellow, if you have any last wishes, as long as I can do it. Vegeta sighed, he could even foresee his tragic fate. Count you a little conscientious. The immortal smiled slightly, and the words suddenly changed, however, this guy Piccolo is really good. Vegeta was slightly startled, and he noticed that the expression of the immortal was a little wrong. Do you say? The next moment, Vegeta was pleasantly surprised to find that the figure of the immortal suddenly became clear again. Vegeta was stunned, this is to make hair? Looking closely, the immortal has returned to its original appearance, and its body has returned to its original color. What's wrong? Vegeta was amazed in her heart and carefully sensed the breath of Piccolo. Strange, the breath of Piccolo has indeed disappeared, why are the immortals still alive? Let's go, I'll tell you the truth on the way. The immortal smiled and swept forward. Although Vegeta was puzzled, the immortal did not burp because of this, which was definitely a great joy for himself. When this guy Piccolo was dying, he condensed the essence of his whole body into his son's body, and now his son has hidden in a safe position, and because he is in the egg, the breath is completely shielded. The immortal explained with a smile. Vegeta was stunned, so it was a false alarm. This Piccolo Great Demon is really interesting enough. It's almost time to reach our destination, let's quickly hide our breath so as not to be discovered by them. Vegeta looked ahead and commanded the immortal. The immortal nodded solemnly. By the way, old man, what are you still following me for? The sons of the great demon of Piccolo are all eggs, how do you still fuse with him? Why don't you go back to your temple and save yourself from getting in the way next to me? Vegeta glanced at the fairy and felt that the goods were a bit cumbersome. Vegeta needs the Dragon Balls of the immortals, not himself. You're busy, I'll take a look casually. The immortal smiled, but did not mean to leave. Vegeta frowned, always feeling as if this old fellow had some ulterior motives. However, now he is too lazy to take care of the immortals, seeing that the direction of the Dragon Ball is getting closer and closer. It just so happened that the place where Vegeta put the Dragon Balls was a messy stone mountain, which was easier to hide, and it was difficult for Kainu to find them. After flying here for a while, Kainu saw that he was getting closer and closer to Naba. Suddenly, Kainu stopped in midair and looked to the east. Captain, what's wrong? Guys asked a little puzzled. Did you find out, in that direction, there is a guy with a combat power of about 100, hee, this person should be Vegeta's friend, if we kill him, you say, Vegeta will be even more angry, right? Captain Kainu was smiling and confident. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 028. Captain Wise, then let's leave quickly. Guys and Likum nodded vigorously, killing Inaba, but they were not interested. Go. Captain Kainu turned into a white light and swept towards the direction of the temple. Naba, who was about to run for his life, found that Kainu and the others flew in another direction, and his hanging heart finally relaxed. At the same time, the faces of Garen Immortals and Mr. Bobo, who were watching the every move of Kainu and the others from the temple, had changed color. Meow! They found us! The Garen Immortals were shocked. Garen Immortal, what should I do? Let's get out of here, shall we? Mr. Bobo was also nervous. Escape? How to escape? Useless. The Garen immortal shook his head and quickly calmed down. I want to coexist with the temple. Garen immortal, this is my line. Mr. Bobo also made up his mind. The two looked at each other and smiled. Kainu, who was flying, suddenly let out a sneer and said, "Humph, Vegeta has hidden his combat power again, it seems that we are right to go here." After speaking, he turned to guys again. "Vegeta, according to the agreed time, how long is left?" "Oh, 10 more minutes." Guys looked at the time and asked with some concern, "Captain, what should we do if Vegeta doesn't come?" "He will come, he will come." Kainu sneered and said to Vegeta through the detector, "Little prince, the time is almost up, do you plan to continue hiding? Isn't there 10 minutes left? Are you in such a hurry to die?" Vegeta sneered. "Okay, you're going to be tough there." Kainu smiled, by the way, I have found another companion of yours on Earth, with a combat power of 115, and I will go over and destroy him now." "Oh? You're talking about an old white cat, right? It just so happens that I also look at him unfavorably, and it's okay for you to destroy him for me." Vegeta quickly discerned who Captain Kainu was talking about. He didn't have much good impression of the old cat, and he would destroy it if it was destroyed, as long as the immortals were still fine. "Oh? Really?" Kainu didn't expect Vegeta to react this way, and naturally didn't believe it. "Just keep your mouth shut, we'll soon find the location of the Earthman you said." "Then I thank you, family," Vegeta said and turned off the communicator. At this moment, Vegeta finally found the Dragon Balls hidden in the ground. He grabbed them forward, and the 6 Dragon Balls rubbed out of the ground and flew out from the ground. Finally coming true. Vegeta's face was excited. After tossing for so long, the wish is about to come true. Can Vegeta not be happy? "Vegeta, I am here to make it clear in advance, if you fulfill your wish, please leave the Earth immediately, the Earth does not welcome you." The immortal had a cold face, hoping that this little monster would get out immediately. "What do you mean?" Vegeta was upset. "If it weren't for you, the Earth wouldn't have suffered this calamity, and I want you to leave this planet." The immortal continued, "If you don't agree, I won't let you grant your wish." "Okay, I can promise you." Vegeta thought about it. "Isn't it just leaving Earth? Wait until you get your wish, destroy Frisia first, and then find a suitable planet to live on, and when you grow up, it is also a good choice to come and bring Boomer home. Earth, there is nothing to linger on. Old immortal. You will definitely regret letting me leave the Earth." Vegeta smiled. Can there be less things on Earth in the future? Not to mention that the Majin Buu who was placed in no man's land, that is, the artificial people, it was enough for the immortals to drink a pot. I don't know if Naba destroyed the Black Silk Army's laboratory, but Vegeta guessed that it was unlikely. It seemed that the laboratory was in a very hidden place. Even if it was his current self, he might not be able to find them. At this moment, Kainu and the others finally arrived at the temple. "I didn't expect that there was such a peculiar place on this planet, what a long pose." Kainu looked at the magnificent building of the temple in amazement, and couldn't help but sigh. "Captain, Vegeta is right, it's really an old cat." Guys had already discovered the Garen immortals at this time. Captain Kainu nodded, looked at the Garen immortal with a smile, and asked, "You should know the purpose of my coming here, right? Say, where is Vegeta now?" "Far away, near in front of you, meow." Garen immortal said with a changed face. "Humph." Captain Kainu grabbed it in the air, and the next moment, he saw the Garen immortal flying directly off the ground out of thin air and suspended in mid-air. "Dead cat, I'm going to pinch you to death like an ant, you'd better play dumb puzzles for me there." Kainu's face was gloomy, and he looked coldly at the Garen immortal who was controlled by himself. "Say, where is Vegeta?" "Meow," Garen SAIYAN-1 barked, but did not mean to speak. "I didn't expect that the Earthlings were quite stubborn. Well, you can die." There was a sneer on the corner of Kainu's mouth, and a flame of light was already brewing in his hand. As long as Kainu's mind moves slightly, the Garen immortals will turn into cosmic dust. However, the Garen immortal was not afraid at all, and his face was full of a death-defying smile. "Come out, Shenlong!" Vegeta shouted at the 7 shining Dragon Balls on the ground. Boom! The 7 Dragon Balls suddenly emitted golden rays of light, attached to the surface, and the whiskers fused together. With a loud bang, a golden pillar soared straight into the sky, and the sky suddenly became extremely dark at this time. Thunder and lightning, fierce winds. A divine dragon tens of thousands of meters long snaked above this vast sky, and the dragon's groans rose and fell one after another, which was terrifying. Kainu, who was about to make a move on the Garen immortals, suddenly found that the sky had become pitch black, and suddenly looked around in surprise. "Guys? What's going on?" Kainu asked. "Captain, I also wonder, supposedly 5 hours before the sun goes down, this sky suddenly darkened. It's weird." Guys shook his head, a little dazed. "Captain, look there." Likum pointed to the shining divine dragon in the distance, his face a little stunned. Kainu's gaze swept towards the position of the divine dragon, his brows furrowed tightly, and he took a closer look. "Vegeta. See, no, that's Vegeta." Kainu pointed far away, a small, barely visible figure, and shouted to the team members. "Sure enough, it's Vegeta." Guys and Likum also nodded yes. "What is this monster?" Kainu didn't think things were good. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29th to May 3rd. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 029. "Captain, let's go take a look quickly." Guys quickly answered. "Guldo, Guldo!" Kainu shouted. "Captain, I'm coming." Guldo flew in panting. It was also difficult for this guy, the combat effectiveness was not high, mixed in such an elite team, running around, it was indeed exhausted. "Use the time stand skill right now and take me to Vegeta's place, do you hear that?" Kainu ordered. Guldo's face changed slightly, and he responded with a bitter face, "Captain, I don't have much energy in my body now, and this time is very energy consuming." "How much to use, how much?" Kainu shouted sharply. "Understand, I'll do my best." Guldo nodded, raised his hands a height, and chanted words in his mouth. "People who have gathered the 7 Dragon Balls can say your wish." Shenlong looked at Vegeta and the immortals below and said, "Let aliens other than me disappear." Just as he was about to say his wish, Vegeta heard the immortal speak quickly from the side. Vegeta's heart sank, and with a whoosh shot, he pinched the immortal's neck, making him hold back the following words abruptly. "Old thing, believe it or not, I killed you." Vegeta was enraged. He had long seen that this old thing had bad intentions, and had been secretly watching out for him, but he did not expect that this old thing really had ulterior motives. It can be seen from the words of the old immortal that this guy wants to make himself and Kainu disappear on Earth, that is, let Shenlong transfer himself and Kainu to other planets to ensure that the Earth is safe and sound. What a cunning old fellow! The fairy's eyes widened and he smiled bitterly. "Shenlong, do you know Majin Buu?" Vegeta asked. "Shenlong knows everything." Shenlong gushed endlessly. "Majin Buu is very powerful, it was created by a magician named Bibidai, and it was destroyed everywhere." "Well, there is no need to say the rest of the words." Vegeta also did not expect the divine dragon to be so wordy. For fear that the night would grow and dream more, he quickly stopped it, and said, "My wish is very simple, let me have the magical physique of Majin Buu, understand?" "Understand, you want to have the physique of Majin Buu that can be regenerated indefinitely, right?" Shenlong nodded very easily. Good. Vegeta nodded and asked a little nervously, can it be achieved? The divine dragon is good, much simpler than the immortal communication. Hearing Vegeta's wish, Shenlong was silent for a while, not saying anything. Vegeta was a little nervous. Could it be that Shenlong could not fulfill this wish? It can be achieved. Finally, Shenlong spoke. Vegeta's heart was full of joy, and his mouth was almost on the root of his ear, and he was finally about to fulfill his wish. Frieza, you just wait. But it's a bit difficult for you to wish. Shenlong spoke again. What did you say? Vegeta was shocked. Because Majin Buu's physique is very special, and you are a Saiyan, the cells in this are very troublesome to modify. Shenlong explained, I have already calculated that it will take at least a quarter of an hour to transform you into the physique of Majin Buu. A quarter of an hour. Vegeta's eyes widened. Did I make a mistake? This Nima is too long, right? If there were no Kainu in their existence, let alone a quarter of an hour, even if it was an hour, 10 days and 10 nights, there would be no problem. But the key issue is that Kainu will be coming soon. Vegeta had already noticed that Kainu was speeding towards this side, and believed that it would only take 10 minutes to get there. At that time, he or Shenlong will definitely be destroyed by Kainu, and his wishes will be completely frustrated. Not bad, a quarter of an hour. Shenlong replied, you have also seen the current situation, Kainu is rushing towards this side, I advise you to make a simpler wish. Okay, dig out all the hidden energy in my body and let me become a Super Saiyan in advance, this wish can be fulfilled, right? Vegeta made up his mind and made another wish. As long as you become a Super Saiyan in advance and pass the level of Frieza, there is nothing to worry about. This can't work, your combat power has far surpassed me, and the transformation depends on you, and I can't achieve it. Shenlong shook his head. That. Then make me a legendary Super Saiyan, that physique can be achieved, right? We are all Saiyans, so it shouldn't be difficult to transform, right? Vegeta held back the anger in his heart and asked again. Yes, but it will take at least a quarter of an hour. Shenlong explained, because of the legendary Super Saiyan, the cells in the body have been transformed, and it takes a process to transform the cells, which is the same as changing to Majin Buu. That doesn't work, that doesn't work. Vegeta wanted to slap the dragon to death. Hurry up and say your wish, that Kainu will come soon. Shenlong urged. Nima, how is this divine dragon as hateful as the immortals? What to do? What to do? Vegeta is full of ashes, and the dragon is unreliable. It seems that they can only transfer the Kainu and them away first, as the immortals said. Taking advantage of this time, he first entered the spiritual time house to cultivate, maybe he could make a breakthrough. Just as he was about to say his wish, Shenlong spoke again. Vegeta, if you want to transform into the physique of Majin Buu, I have a quick way here, if you agree, this wish can be fulfilled for you. What? Vegeta was puzzled. I can help you transform part of it before that Kainu comes, and if you get together the Dragon Balls later, you can transform the rest of it. Shenlong looked at Vegeta. Transform part of it? What effect will it have? Vegeta asked rhetorically. If it is only a part of the physique and there is no effect, then it is better not to transform. Even if it is transformed, it is not Kainu's opponent, it is Mao Yu's. Majin Buu's physique is very special, and after a simple transformation of your body, you can automatically heal your injured body. However, because it is only partially transformed, this automatic healing time is a bit long. Shenlong explained. How long? Vegeta asked. The short is 1 year, the long is more than 10 years. Shenlong said, the length of time depends on the degree of injury you have. Vegeta mused. Nima, this is also too nonsense, as short as a year, as long as more than 10 years, and when his body recovers, the yellow cauliflower is cold. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 030. In case Kainu kills the Boomer family, when his body recovers, he can't revive them. You know, people who have died for more than a year cannot be resurrected. Because, more than a year, most of them will be reincarnated. Vegeta, hurry up and make a decision, Kainu will be here soon. Shenlong urged, by the way, I found that your body contains extremely powerful energy, although you drank the super divine water, but only released a little. Through this body transformation, you may be able to extract part of your energy. Vegeta was slightly pleased in his heart, and quickly asked, how much to extract? It's okay to deal with Kainu, right? Whether you can deal with Kainu depends on your creation, I can't say for sure now. Shenlong replied. Okay, then this wish, please, Shenlong. Vegeta had already made up his mind. This battle is a matter of sooner or later. Instead of blindly dodging, it is better to take the initiative. Perhaps, after the Shenlong transformed his body, the energy contained in the body could be extracted a lot. Hey! The golden light of the dragon's eyes flickered, and immediately after, a golden light fell from the sky and fell on Vegeta's body. Your wish has come true, goodbye. After the divine dragon finished speaking, it turned into 7 golden flames of light, and between the whiskers, 7 dragon balls rose up into the sky and spread in all directions. Snap! The dark night sky suddenly turned blue, and the sun hung high above the sky, radiating a warm glow outward. Vegeta looked up at the sky, felt the surging energy in his body, and was pleasantly surprised in his heart. In any case, my wish is part of it after all. Moreover, Vegeta also found that part of the huge energy hidden in his body was penetrating into the meridians little by little, and soon, he realized that his combat power had also increased to a new level. According to preliminary estimates, Vegeta's combat effectiveness at this time has increased by at least 3 times, that is to say, his combat effectiveness has reached 180,000 now. Since crossing to become Vegeta, he found that there was a very powerful energy in his body, and at this time, this energy finally played its due role and was partially refined, and he was naturally very excited. In addition, listening to the meaning of the dragon, this energy is very large, and it seems that there are still many that have not been refined, which gives Vegeta an extra whole card. The combat effectiveness improved, but Vegeta calmed down. Throwing the immortal to the side, Vegeta said coldly, you can go. Take a quick look, has your combat effectiveness improved? The immortal did not mean to leave, and quickly asked. For the sake of Shenlong's face, I won't worry about you this time. Vegeta ignored it and squinted at the immortal, not having the slightest affection for the old fellow. I already feel it, your combat effectiveness is improving. The immortal smiled, and then had a serious expression on his face. Vegeta, your wish has been fulfilled, should you fulfill your promise? You really want me to leave Earth? Vegeta's eyes narrowed. You should know that if it weren't for you, no one would have come to this planet. The immortal nodded. Humph, don't you know the purpose of my coming to Earth? Vegeta sneered. I understand. The immortal knew what Vegeta meant, and smiled self-deprecatingly. Since the moment Dragon Ball was born, I have hoped that someone can achieve good wishes through Dragon Ball, but in exchange for killing and self-interest, you are right, from today on, I will not make Dragon Ball, let them disappear forever. Vegeta ignored it, this old immortal is too unspeakable, old stubborn one. It seems that if you want to completely transform your body into the physique of Majin Buu, you have to go to Namexing. It is believed that the divine dragon of Namex may be able to successfully transform his body in the shortest possible time. I advise you to run quickly, Kainu is speeding towards this side. Vegeta looked up at the sky, and after dropping these words, suddenly flew up. The immortal hesitated for a moment below and found a place to hide. Meow, scared to death meow. Looking at Kainu and the others who had gone away, Garen Immortal was so frightened that his whole body broke out in a cold sweat, and just now, he was almost killed by Kainu. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the dragon appeared, attracting Kainu and others. Meow, that little monster's wish seems to have come true, and I wonder if he can deal with Kainu. Garen Immortal mused. Mr. Bobo was silent. Although Gerdo used several time stops in a row, it bought time for Kainu to quickly approach Vegeta. However, the temple was still far from Vegeta's side, and by the time Kainu came over, Vegeta had already fulfilled his wish. Useless stuff. Kainu insulted Guldo, then looked at Vegeta with a smile. Vegeta smiled lightly and said to Guldo, Guldo, your captain doesn't seem to care about you, why don't you follow me in the future? Blah blah, what are you? Gerdo spat out. Idiot. Vegeta shook his head and held out his hand to where Guldo was. Boom. The next moment, Guldo's body exploded and dissipated into the air. It's not that Vegeta is ruthless, in fact, keeping this little guy is a hidden danger, you know, don't look at this little thing's combat effectiveness is very low, but his special function is very bullish existence. In case of fighting with Kainu after a while, this goods makes a trip on the side, then it will be fucked. Therefore, taking advantage of the fact that Guldo's energy consumption is almost the same, it is the best choice to destroy him. Vegeta, you're getting more and more present, hey. Ki Nyu sneered, kill such a waste, do you feel like you are a cow? Less nonsense, get ready to die, Kainu. Vegeta sneered. His combat effectiveness increased, and he was trying to use Kainu as a whetstone. No hurry, let me ask you first, what happened just now? What about that monster, where did it go? Kainu is still at a loss about the dragon, anyway, Vegeta has already appeared, not too far away from him, this time he is saying that nothing can make Vegeta run away. It's just a special reaction on the planet, it's nothing. Of course, Vegeta wouldn't tell the other party the truth of the matter. Don't say anything. I wondered, why didn't you run? Aren't you the world's first runaway prince? Kainu sneered and sarcastically said, is it because you can't run away, so you came up and sent it to death? However, after more than an hour of cultivation, I wonder how much your combat effectiveness has improved? Saying that, Kainu pressed the detector and sighed. It seems that there is no improvement, the combat effectiveness is still a little more than 60,000, no, it's improved, it's 300. Ha 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 ha. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 031. Vegeta ignored it, and his combat effectiveness suddenly increased. Beep. New data appeared on the detector in Kainu. What? Your combat effectiveness has actually increased to 80,000, how is it possible? Kainu looked at Vegeta in amazement, unable to believe this fact. Vegeta smiled softly, and his combat effectiveness continued to improve. 90,000? Still growing? Kainu was a little unsure, his eyes widened, and he almost rolled out of his sockets. Vegeta grinned, smiling. 100,000. You, Kainu was so shocked that he was almost speechless. Kainu, let you see my true combat power. Vegeta laughed, and the whole person's momentum was raised to a new height. The powerful energy rolled up layers of air currents, swimming around in this mid-air, and everywhere it passed, even the white clouds were blown to hide, and even a bird passing by was shocked to almost flash its neck. Guys and Likum, who were rushing towards this side, were so shocked that they could no longer move after discovering Vegeta's high combat power. 120,000. The combat power value is 120,000. Vegeta's combat effectiveness is already on par with Captain Kainu. Guys and Likum, you look at me, I look at you, both see deep fear in each other's eyes. He is just a scion, how can he have such a powerful fighting power? This is bad. Guy's Khan was raining down, and his body couldn't stop trembling. Likum was also stunned on the spot, unable to say anything. Even Kainu opened his mouth wide and didn't say a word for half a sound. After being silent for a long time, Kainu finally spoke. He wiped the cold sweat on his face, smiled, and said in a deep voice, "Sure enough, 120,000 combat strength has caught up with me." Vegeta squinted at Kainu. He had already thought of a countermeasure in his heart, so he only increased his combat power to about 120,000, but did not release all his combat power. "Kainu, we are all 120,000 combat strength now, let's fight the victory here." Vegeta squinted. "Very good, as you wish, I will let you taste the power of my Kainu." Kainu snorted coldly, and the next moment, the whole person turned into a streamer, shooting towards Vegeta like a rocket. Bang! Kainu's head hit Vegeta's abdomen hard, and then he punched over, grabbed Vegeta's tiny arm, and threw it the vast ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the place where Vegeta passed turned into a ruin, and after his whole body landed, he also smashed a deep pit on the ground. "Humph, you're still tender." Kainu touched his nose and looked at Vegeta, who was hit on the ground by his own move, with a smile. Guys and Likum, who had just rushed over, couldn't help but applaud after seeing such an amazing scene. It turned out to be a detector failure. Vegeta is not the captain's opponent at all. I thought he could really be on an equal footing with the captain. Guys said with a smile. Yes, the captain fought in the south and the north, how can it be compared to a Saiyan cub? Likum echoed. As soon as the words of the two fell, they saw Vegeta lying on the ground jump up and quickly return to the sky. Guys and Likum were so shocked that their eyes bulged outwards and they almost fell out of mid-air. "Kainu, that's what you're good at." Vegeta took out the tissue that Boomer had given him, wiped the dust off his face, and looked at Captain Kainu with a smile. You are less pretentious there, the blow just now. You must have been injured not lightly." Captain Kainu snorted coldly. "Yes, I'm injured." Vegeta grinned, "But now it's my turn to attack, and you're ready." Saying that, Vegeta suddenly stretched out his right hand in the direction of Kainu, and with a flash of strong light, a strong energy burst out and went straight to the direction where Kainu was. Kainu's face turned pale at that time. Fast. Too fast. Kainu gritted his teeth and dodged to the side. However, the huge shock wave still grazed Kainu's arm and flew into the sky. Ah! Kainu let out a scream, and when the powerful shockwave flew away, he was shocked to find that his left arm had disappeared. Such a scene frightened Guys and Likum and wanted to escape the place immediately. "It's also 120,000 combat power, but I seem to be more powerful than you." Vegeta rubbed his nose. Kainu's face was like ashes, and he wondered, why did Vegeta simply throw his arm with a shockwave? In fact, where did Kainu know that Vegeta's combat effectiveness had long surpassed him, but people cleverly hid it? This can't be, this can't be. Kainu was thunderous and never believed this fact. "Okay, the victory and defeat have been divided, you can go to the King of Yan to report." Vegeta extended his right hand again and aimed it at where Kainu was. Kainu's face had become extremely ugly, his eyes were round and he gritted his teeth. Poof! However, at this critical moment, he saw Vegeta spraying out a mouthful of blood. The bright red blood is particularly eye-catching in this mid-air, as if it is a red rainbow, extremely beautiful. All the people watching the battle were stunned, and under the lump secretly watched the immortals fighting on both sides. "This is good, why is it spraying blood?" Kainu is even more confused by the monk of the second son. "Nima, tease me?" Seeing that he was about to be killed by Vegeta, Vegeta sprayed blood in public. Kainu felt a burst of excitement in his heart. It seemed, this is a good opportunity, should he take advantage of the fact that he is crippled now? Well, the opportunity must not be lost. If you don't do it now, when will it stay? Kainu no longer hesitated, ready to take advantage of Vegeta's spray of blood to deliver a fatal blow to him. However, when Kainu was just about to start, he saw that Vegeta began to spray blood again, and the next moment, he was pleasantly surprised to find that Vegeta's face turned pale. Not good, Vegeta drank lightly, his whole body shaking. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta slowly fell towards the ground, and only after landing did he stand up with difficulty. Vegeta, what do you want to do? Kainu wanted to take the opportunity to give Vegeta a hard blow, but he found that he didn't have to do it himself, and this guy was already seriously injured. This can't be, this can't be. Vegeta shouted loudly, you lied to me, I'm going to make you look good. What's going on? Kainu also fell to the ground, with question marks on his face. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 032. These earthlings are really cunning, they say they can help me improve my combat effectiveness. Vegeta gritted his teeth, blood still flowing from the corners of his mouth, obviously angry. Kainu, I'm at your disposal, but you help me kill them, help me kill all the earthlings. What's going on? Kainu was puzzled. These bastards, they say to help me improve my combat effectiveness, in fact, they consume my energy as much as possible. Just now my blow consumed all the energy in my body, and now, I don't have any strength. Vegeta's eyes were blood red, and he only gasped for breath. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Vegeta's words, Kainu laughed heartily and almost turned his back. Guys and Likum also leaned forward and beck with laughter, almost flashing their waist. Little prince, you really can, how can this kind of thing let you meet, ahahaha. Kainu smiled so smugly that he had already classified Vegeta into the ranks of idiots. How? Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked, I hope Captain Kainu can agree to my conditions just now. Little prince, your brain is funny. Kainu grinned, although he lost an arm, he felt very happy. You are a Saiyan who doesn't have much combat power, why should I promise you? Besides, I think it's very authentic for Earthlings to do this, ha ha ha, you're an idiot. Vegeta gritted her teeth and said nothing. Guys, Likum, get this little prince for me. Kainu ordered. Guys and Likum quickly and cautiously flew to Vegeta's side, using a detector to detect Vegeta's combat effectiveness, and when they found that his combat effectiveness had indeed dropped to less than 100, they rushed up and pinched Vegeta's arm. Kainu, what do you want to do? Vegeta gritted his teeth and asked sharply. After speaking, the energy in Vegeta's body burst out again. The powerful airflow almost blew Guys and Likum to the ground, frightening the two of them to hurriedly protect their heads, afraid that Vegeta would give them a fatal blow. How could he still have so much energy? Guys was so shocked that his whole body trembled. Kainu frowned, staring warily at Vegeta. Kainu, if you have the ability, you will kill me. Vegeta shouted. Vegeta, your energy is running out anymore, I advise you to save some effort. Kainu sneered. Humph, although the Earthlings deceived me, I still have a lot of energy. Vegeta said, the whole person's momentum increased again, and a huge ball of energy was brewing in his hand. The three of Kainu have earthy faces, this kid is definitely a freak, how can he still have such powerful energy? Poof! Just when the three of Kainu were about to resist, they saw the energy ball that Vegeta had condensed with great difficulty, and they saw the smoke disappear. You can even smell hot in the air. This can't be, this can't be. Vegeta shouted. However, as soon as his words fell, he saw his face change suddenly. Poof! Vegeta spurted out another mouthful of blood, and his body was also crooked, and he almost fell to the ground. Beep! Haha, his combat effectiveness is only 5, and he will poke him to death with one finger. Guys was pleasantly surprised. Kill me. Vegeta smiled bitterly and said lightly to Captain Kainu. Kill you? Humph, no, 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 I won't kill you. Kainu smiled gently, Your Excellency Frieza wants to see you, humph, count your fate, I won't kill you first, and when I meet Your Excellency Frieza. Your Excellency Frieza will naturally dispose of you. After speaking, Kainu waved at Guise and Likum, signaling to take Vegeta on board the spaceship. The Kainuit team brought a total of 5 space boats, but they were not suitable for the 4 of them to ride together, but when they destroyed the spaceship, at the behest of Kainu, they deliberately left SAIYAN-1. Escorted by Guise and Likum, Vegeta was taken to the spaceship. Okay, here we go. Kainu chuckled, but did not embarrass the people on Earth, because he felt that the people of the Earth were too open. Soon, the spacecraft started, accompanied by a loud bang, and the next second, it had already arrived in space. Captain, there is no use in keeping the Earth, it is better to destroy it. Guise suggested from the sidelines. No, the ecological environment of the Earth is not bad, and it also pitted Vegeta, an idiot. I think the Earthlings are quite cute now. Kainu smiled, besides, this side of the Earth is too far away from us, so keep it for now, and then His Excellency Frieza will naturally make arrangements. Hearing this, Guise nodded and said nothing more. However, what the 3 of Kainu did not see was that Vegeta's face clearly had a mocking smile on his face. What Vegeta did just now was naturally pretended. He is gambling, betting that Kainu they will not destroy the Earth. Also gambling, betting on Kainu that they will not kill themselves. The reason why they decided that Kainu would not kill himself was because they gave themselves too long. According to the style of the Kainuit team, it is impossible to waste time waiting for people for a long time, they can completely destroy the Earth and let themselves disappear with the Earth. So, Vegeta could almost conclude that it was probably Frieza who was looking for something else for himself. As for what happened, Vegeta didn't know. And through Kainu, Vegeta took the opportunity to leave Earth with all the aliens, which is also the best choice. In any case, this can be regarded as making the Earth temporarily free of danger. After all, if he stays on Earth, if he destroys Kainu, then the next step is for Frieza to come personally. Vegeta's current strength is not enough to fight Frieza to the death, so he can only avoid his edge for the time being. Anyway, the cells in Vegeta's body can be regenerated, although the regeneration time is longer, but it is better than nothing. Of course, Vegeta also relied on this to do this, and if Kainu really planned to do something to Earth, they would have to kill them in seconds. As for the aggressive attitude of the immortals, Vegeta actually did not pay attention to it at all, and the reason why he did this was because he did not want to see the Earth destroyed because of himself, causing Boomer, a cute little girl, to be implicated. And after Vegeta left Earth, the immortal finally breathed a long sigh of relief. After a short rest, the immortal went to take a look at the egg left by the great demon king of Piccolo, and then returned to the temple without looking back. Immortal, this little monster has finally left, and now the Earth is finally peaceful. The Garen immortals were overjoyed, as if they had won a great victory. Yes, the Earth can't withstand the toss. The immortal also smiled and nodded. However, what I didn't expect was that although Vegeta was a little evil, he didn't break his word. Vegeta, who was sailing in the universe, smiled lightly and secretly said, "Old immortal, you wait, one day you will beg me to return to Earth." P.S. Thanks CJQ950430 for the tips and flowers. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 033. Vast Space, Kainu's Spaceship. Captain Kainu dialed Frieza's phone with a solemn expression. "Your Excellency Frieza, I am Captain Kainu, and the task you arranged has been successfully completed." "Good, you send the little prince to planet Vegeta first, Don't let him run. Frisia gave the order. Your Excellency Frisia, don't worry, he can't run away. Captain Kainu responded with a smile, and then asked, So what should we do, Your Excellency, Frisia? You guys should also be stationed on planet Vegeta first, and I will inform you when there is a new mission. Frisia ordered. Yes. Kainu replied respectfully. After hanging up the phone, Kainu stretched out and said to Guys and Likum, Show me him, I'll go to heal first. This kid got off one of my arms, humph, I have to calculate this account well. Vegeta glanced at him and did not speak. By the way, you can abuse him if you are fine, but don't bother me when you have to. After Kainu finished speaking, he went into the treatment room to treat his arm. The technology of Frisia and his gang is still very developed, even if they break their arms, they can grow through a healing potion. After Kainu entered the treatment room, Guys and Likum watched Vegeta intensely, as if afraid that he would run away. For a while, the spacecraft was unusually quiet. After a long silence, Likum made a look at Guys, and Guys agreed. Little Prince, how are your injuries? Guys asked with a smile, looking very concerned. The energy is almost gone, and it's bad. Vegeta sighed. Really gone? Those Earthlings actually have such a powerful ability, it's not simple. Guys smiled and sighed. Humph, these Earthlings, I will settle accounts with them one day. Vegeta snorted coldly. Little Prince, your current situation is not good, look at you, there are only 5 combat effectiveness left, at your current level, how to find the Earthlings to settle the account? Guys smiled softly and looked at the detector in his eyes. My energy will be able to recover. Vegeta glanced sideways. Really? Guys smiled, but, Little Prince Vegeta, isn't it time for us to settle our account? We have a total of 5 people in the Kinnet team, and you eliminated 2, humph, is this matter so settled? What do you want? Vegeta asked coldly. How? Humph, you beat our 2 companions away, but you are here like a nobody, what do you say we are going to do? Guys sneered, and the look in his eyes towards Vegeta was also a little more cold. Seeing this scene, Vegeta just smiled lightly, and did not take these 2 people to heart at all. After all, with Vegeta's current strength, he could easily kill Kainu and the others in seconds. Originally, Vegeta did intend to do so, he was ready to destroy Kainu and the others after leaving Earth, and then find a planet to live on for the time being, and pull Frisia's hatred to other planets. However, Vegeta temporarily changed his mind after hearing the conversation between Kainu and Frisia. From Frisia's words, it can be judged that the planet Vegeta has not been destroyed by him, but he has to send himself back to his hometown. Vegeta wondered, what was the situation? Counting the time, Vegeta is now 6 years old, you know, according to the original historical process, when he was 5 years old, Carrot would be sent to Earth, that is, in that year, planet Vegeta was wiped out by Frisia. Vegeta speculates that perhaps his unauthorized actions have made Frisia change his original intention, causing some changes in the history of Dragon Ball. Since Frisia wants to send himself back to planet Vegeta, Vegeta also plans to return to his own planet to see. Anyway, Vegeta now has the ability to regenerate, although the time to regenerate is a little long, but it is better than hanging it directly. Another thing, Vegeta was thankful, he had obtained a cultivation room with 300 times gravity from Boomer's father. Moreover, Boomer's father did things very authentically, not only made this cultivation room, but also made it into the form of a transformation capsule, so that it was convenient for Vegeta to carry around. Likum, who had been speechless, looked at Vegeta with a smile at this time, and said with a defiant look, Humph, what do you think, little cub? I tell you, you'd better not think about escaping, this is a vast universe, you Saiyans are afraid that you Saiyans can't survive in this universe, right? Oh? So, you can survive in space? Vegeta asked with a smile. That's nature, Lao Tzu's physique is special, how can you science, a group of wild monkeys that have not fully evolved, still want to turn the sky over? Likum sneered. Vegeta stopped talking, walked to the position of the spaceship hatch, and glanced at the vast space. Little cub, it's useless for you to see, you think you can survive in space if you look outside. Likum swept towards Vegeta with a mocking look and touched his bright red hair with his hand. You'd better be honest with me, if it weren't for His Excellency Frisian not letting us kill you, humph, do you think you can live until now? What's your name? Vegeta looked at Likum and asked. These people on Team Kinnet, especially Likum and Bart, Vegeta is not very clear and easy to confuse. It's not that these two people look the same, in fact, these two guys belong to the existence of soy sauce, and Vegeta didn't pay much attention at that time. I'm Likum. Likum reported his name. Come here. Vegeta beckoned to him. What for? Likum glanced at Vegeta warily. No matter what, Vegeta's powerful scene earlier still frightened him. Are you scared? Vegeta smiled lightly. You can use the detector to see, my combat power is only 5, isn't it? Likum, if you pass, I still don't believe it, can he play tricks? Guys encouraged from the sidelines. Likum thinks about it, what kind of storm can a small miscellaneous piece with only 5 combat effectiveness set off? So, Likum walked towards Vegeta's location step by step, and said very arrogantly, Little cub, I just have idle hands itching, humph, there are still many months before your planet Vegeta, idle and bored to take you out. Saying that, Likum moved his muscles to repair Vegeta. Vegeta smiled widely, and after speaking, he pulled open the hatch of the spacecraft, and at the same time a beautiful tail flick was pumped on Likum's body. Ah! Likum screamed, and the whole person flew out of the spaceship. Sorry, my tail is itchy. Vegeta stroked his tail and looked at Guys with a smile. P.S. Thank you to the kindergarten principal and the 2 friends of Fall Number Fall for their tips. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 034. Guy's eyes widened and he was speechless. However, just as Likum flew out of the spaceship, Vegeta grabbed his red hair and pulled him abruptly. Save! Help! Likum looked at Vegeta almost desperately, afraid that he would let go of himself as soon as he let go. By the way, what's your name? Vegeta asked with a smile. My name is Likum. Likum was on the verge of crying. Oh, Likum, didn't you just say that you can survive in the universe? How about we try? Vegeta smiled softly, his fingers loosening slightly. Don't. I'm lying, I can't survive in the universe. Likum's tears are coming out. In fact, Likum can survive in the universe, but he knows that there are no planets with life nearby, and if he is really left in this vast space, he will definitely starve to death in the end. Is it? So you lied to me? I don't like scammers. Vegeta snorted coldly, his fingers relaxing again. Wait, Likum looked at Vegeta with desperate eyes, afraid that he would let go of himself. Vegeta, I advise you not to go too far. Guys on the side shouted sharply. That being said, Guys did not dare to step forward, as if he was afraid that Vegeta would do something to him. In addition, Guys wondered, Vegeta had just vomited blood, how did this Nima do it, why was there such a powerful force, so strong that Likum could not resist? Take a closer look at the detector. Guys nearly collapsed. Nima, Vegeta's combat power is still only 5, this is not funny. Isn't my combat strength only 5? You can help this whoever is who. Vegeta smiled back, looked at Likum again and asked, by the way, what's your name? Likum. Likum shouted vigorously. Oh, Likum, I remember you, and I'll go to your grave next year. The corners of Vegeta's mouth hooked an evil arc, and the next moment, his hand loosened slightly. Ah! Likum let out a scream, and when he looked again, he had disappeared. As for whether this guy died, Vegeta no longer cares. Besides, even if he is alive, he can't make any waves. Snap! Vegeta closed the hatch and looked at Guys with a sneer. Guys's face had changed color, and seeing Vegeta's expression, he couldn't help but step back. Is Likum a villain or can survive in the universe, himself? It seems that there is no such ability. Guys was so frightened that his legs and stomach were shaking. What's your name? Vegeta asked with a smile in her eyes. Guys. Oh, can you survive in the universe? Vegeta asked. No, Vegeta, don't mess around, Guys waved his hand vigorously. Poof. As soon as he said this, Guys's eyes widened all of a sudden, because he found that Vegeta was spraying blood again. Not bad, squirting blood again. This little cub, this is retribution. Guys almost laughed, but he didn't dare to laugh. These earthlings are really hateful, forget it, spare you today. Vegeta gritted her teeth, then ignored Guys and sat down on the ground, closing her eyes. Seeing Vegeta in such a state, Guys was a little moved. This Nima vomited blood. How about fixing him at this time? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once you miss it, it's not easy to encounter. Guys's face changed colorfully, and his heart was also entangled in whether to repair Vegeta. However, he was entangled for a long time, and he still did not dare to start. Guys thought about it, even if he repaired Vegeta, he couldn't take his life, forget it. If he couldn't bear it, he would make a big plan. Thinking of this, Guys completely quieted down and found a place to rest. Vegeta had just rested for a moment when he suddenly noticed a faint aura galloping from a distance. Frowning, Vegeta quickly walked to the window and swept outside. The next moment, he found a circular spaceship flying by from a distance, fixed his eyes, and his heart suddenly sank. The spaceship was accompanied by a small baby who had not been born for a long time. With a Saiyan tail. At this time, he was sleeping soundly in the spaceship. Monkey King. Vegeta couldn't help but whisper. Yes, among the spaceship that just passed was the Monkey King. Looking at the spacecraft's sailing route, it seems, it is preparing to go to Earth. Goku is already on his way to Earth, so is the Saiyan planet already destroyed? At least, what Vegeta knows about the history of Dragon Ball, that is, not long after Goku left Planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta stopped thinking about these troubles and sat down again to close her eyes. This time, although Guys was curious about Vegeta's actions, he did not dare to say anything. I don't know how long it took, Captain Kainu finally came out of the treatment room. After treatment, his destroyed arm has grown again, in addition, his spirit is much more refreshing than before. Guys, where's Likum? Kainu didn't notice Likum's figure, and he didn't think much about it at the time, thinking that he was in another room. He was thrown out by Vegeta. Guys glanced at Vegeta and then explained. Kainu's face suddenly became gloomy, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Vegeta became vicious. There are 5 people in Team Kainuit, and now only 2 people are left, himself and Guys, all thanks to the little prince of this Saiyan. It's strange that Kainu isn't angry. It's just that Frieza said, don't kill Vegeta, which makes Kainu dare not act without permission. How did he do it? Isn't he running out of energy? Kainu suppressed his anger and asked. I don't know, anyway, Likum has no resistance in front of him. Guys said dejectedly. Hey, Vegeta, don't sleep. Kainu's anger raged and looked at Vegeta, but he was sleeping there, and people didn't put themselves in their eyes at all. Vegeta's eyes narrowed slightly, and said lightly, oh, your injury is healed? Don't bother me, I'm going to rest. Wow, who are you because of you? Do you think you are still the little prince of the Saiyans? Tell you, you are now my prisoner, you better be honest with me, otherwise Lao Tzu makes you look good. Kainu glared at Vegeta almost furiously, desperately wanting to slap him to death. It's so hateful, Kainu has never seen such a rampant guy. By the way, Captain Kainu, I want to ask you, can you survive in the universe? Vegeta asked with a smile. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 035. Hearing this, Kainu's face was a little dazed. However, Guy's face changed color, his body couldn't help but tremble, and his lips were trembling. I didn't ask you, what are you excited about? Vegeta glanced sideways at Guys, as if to make a fuss about him. Vegeta, I don't care what tricks you want to play, but today no matter what, I will repair you properly. Kainu is really angry, this kid is so hateful. Wait. Vegeta waved his hand unhurriedly to stop it. You say. Kainu clenched his fists, resisting the urge to rush past for the time being. Likum said he could survive in the universe, so I threw him out, and as for you, I don't know if I can survive. Vegeta squinted and looked at the Captain Kainu in front of him. Captain Kainu's face was very ugly, and he suddenly had a very depressed feeling. It's not fun if it's thrown out of a spaceship. I can say in advance, we Saiyans can't survive in the universe, if we fight later, we accidentally damage this spaceship. How do you communicate over there in Frisia? Vegeta looked at Kainu with a smile and said unhurriedly. Kainu's face froze, so shocked that he couldn't say anything, and at the same time he was slightly relieved. What a terrible guy, why did I think he was so scary just now? Endure, you can only endure. Kainu felt like he was about to become a ninja turtle. Okay, don't argue, I still have to sleep. After Vegeta finished speaking, he closed his eyes again, not bothering to pay attention to Kainu and Guys. Kainu and Guys looked at each other, and the two gritted their teeth at each other, desperate to throw Vegeta out now. There was silence for a moment. Kainu beckoned to Guys and led him to another room. Guys, this kid is so hateful, what do you say? Kainu gritted his teeth and asked. Captain, I think we better endure. Guys cried, although his combat power is only 5, but he can easily deal with Likum, I think, he must still hide his combat power. If we really fight, if this spaceship is destroyed, we can't. It seems that the captain can't survive in space either, right? Captain Kainu nodded thoughtfully, but felt that there was a breath of evil in his heart that he could not swallow. Captain, I don't think it's worth losing your life for a Saiyan wild monkey. Guys said quietly. You're right. Kainu finally listened, nodded, and said nothing more. I don't know what His Excellency Frisia did when he captured this little cub of Vegeta alive. Guys shook his head, a little confused. Your Excellency's thoughts, who among us ordinary people can understand? Kainu sighed. For the rest of the journey, Kainu and Guys hid in their rooms, out of sight. Aren't you arrogant? Humph, I can't see you, let yourself slowly arrogant. Gradually, the moods of Kainu and Guys calmed down, leaving Vegeta alone to toss outside. The spacecraft streaked through space and headed quickly towards planet Vegeta. I don't know how long it took, Kainu walked out of the room, and when he saw the bitter melon on Guys' face, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Guys, what's wrong? Kainu quickly asked. Captain. Vegeta ate all the food. Guys was about to cry. You. What did you say? Kainu's body trembled and he almost fell to the ground. All the food on the spaceship. Even nutrient solution. Now not at all. Guys blushed, mentioning how sad and indignant he was. This little cub. Kainu felt like the volcano inside his body was about to erupt. It's so hateful, this is the rhythm to starve yourself alive. The next moment, Kainu rushed to the hall where Vegeta was in a huff, and asked angrily, Vegeta, I see that you are tired and crooked. Captain Kainu, what's going on? Vegeta asked, glancing sideways at the other. What about the food on our spaceship? Kainu was furious. Oh, don't you say I forgot, the food on your spaceship is too bad, I finally ate those things, next time you travel, remember to bring something delicious. Vegeta said, pulling out a toothpick to pick his teeth. Wow! Kainu really erupted the volcano, it's not delicious, you still eat it all. I said Captain Kainu, isn't it just a little food? As for making such a big fire? Vegeta smiled softly and burped, don't you know that we Saiyans have a big appetite, and I haven't eaten enough yet. You, Kainu burst into flames, burping and saying that it was just a little food? This Nima is still a month away from planet Vegeta, and although he will not starve to death, he will definitely be dizzy with hunger. It's so hateful, it's so hateful. Kainu really wanted to throw Vegeta out, but he held back. After a month of starvation, the spacecraft finally landed smoothly on the planet Vegeta. It's finally here. Kainu and Guys were both dizzy for a while, and when they opened the door, they almost fell off the spaceship. I'm hungry, I haven't eaten in a month. Not even a little strength. Looking at the unfamiliar planet Vegeta, Vegeta let out a long sigh of relief. This planet, after all, was not destroyed by Frieza. Perhaps, the time has not come, right? I didn't expect to toss around on Earth for so long, and finally return to planet Vegeta. Hurry up and go down, grind it. Vegeta was behind Kainu and Guys, and saw that these two did not step off the spacecraft for a long time, but kicked over. Poof, poof. Kainu and Guys both fell from above and almost came to a dog to eat. At this moment, the people at the space launch base finally recognized that it was the little prince of their own family who returned, and while being shocked, they quickly stepped forward to ask for peace. Show me these two people, don't give them food. Vegeta looked back at Kainu and Guys and ordered his men. His subordinates naturally did not dare to slacken, and quickly rushed over to control Kainu and Guys. Go away, you lower creatures, do you know who I am? Kainu was furious. Zhen, his combat strength is 120,000, so he was controlled by the two guards in front of him with a combat power of less than 1,000, and his nose was crooked. What a big breath, His Royal Highness, who is this person? The guard was stunned for a moment, then asked. Oh, the captives captured on the road. Vegeta smiled. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 036. Hearing Vegeta's words, Kainu and Guys were not light, and they were just about to contact Frieza, but they saw two rays of light shoot out, hitting their detectors. Boom! The detector was destroyed on the spot. Lock me up! Vegeta shouted. Vegeta, you wait for me, you scumbag! Kainu and Guys almost jumped up angrily, but their stomachs were too hungry, and they didn't have a little strength in their bodies. Bang! A guard slapped Kainu's head and shouted sharply, Give me civility, that's our Prince's Highness, you look like a bear, you look like an idiot, if you dare to talk nonsense, I will destroy you. Kainu molars are obviously not light. He is a well-known Kinnet team, Nima, who was actually bullied by a Saiyan guard. You must be unreasonable, we are Team Kinnet, the greatest team in the universe, dare to come nonsense, be careful of your dog's life. Guys said viciously, but after saying this, he suddenly felt dizzy, and the taste of hunger was really uncomfortable, and he lacked oxygen when he spoke. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned. Team Kinnet. Good bull fork team. However, the next moment, everyone laughed. What about Team Kinnet, just you two idiots? The head guard laughed and ordered, take away, starve these two idiots. Kainu and Guys were taken away and imprisoned in a dark cell surrounded by energy, believing that it was impossible for them to escape the place while they were hungry. Vegeta smiled softly and planned to return to the palace to take a look, but when he saw a guard coming quickly, he respectfully handed the probe over. "What's going on? Vegeta doesn't need this thing anymore. His Royal Highness, Your Excellency's Frieza call." The guard quickly answered. Vegeta frowned. Frieza's news was quite well informed. He had just returned to planet Vegeta, and this guy was looking for someone to contact him. Hanging the detector to his ear, soon Frieza's voice came as well. "Vegeta, I really didn't misread you. I didn't expect that even the famous Kainu team let you play around. Humph, good, good. Your Excellency Frieza, what are your instructions?" Vegeta didn't understand what Frieza meant, so he asked tentatively. "Release Kainu and guys to me at once, and then stay honest on your planet," Frieza said sharply, and after speaking, he interrupted the call very unceremoniously. Vegeta frowned, her face becoming gloomy. It's just that Vegeta knows that with his current strength, he will never be Frieza's opponent. Although Vegeta already has a near-immortal body, if he is bombarded by Frieza into scum, listening to the meaning of the dragon, it will take at least 10 years to recover his body. 10 years. This Nima has been too long, and when he recovers, the vast universe may not know what will happen. Since Frieza let himself be honest on planet Vegeta, it just bought time for Vegeta. It seemed that listening to Frieza's meaning, he had no intention of making a move on planet Vegeta, so Vegeta was much relieved. As for whether to let go of Kainu and guys, Vegeta didn't want to kill them in the first place, otherwise, when he was in the spaceship, he would have thrown them out to become astronauts. Let's leave it closed for 3 days. Having made this decision, Vegeta soared into the air and galloped towards the palace. However, just as Vegeta approached the palace, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura permeating the palace. What a powerful combat force! Vegeta was slightly stunned, and initially estimated that this person's combat power had reached at least 50,000. Vegeta was a little puzzled. When did such a strong warrior appear in the Saiyan? No, this person's breath does not seem to be Saiyan, but a bit like an alien. Vegeta hid his combat power at about 20,000 and quietly entered the palace. "King Bei, Your Excellency Frieza is angry at your Saiyan unauthorized actions, and the consequences are serious." An eerie voice reached Vegeta's ears from afar. Vegeta swept over where the voice came from. Standing with King Bei was a somewhat familiar-looking figure, and it was obvious that it was this person who had just spoken. And after this person finished speaking, he just turned his head to Vegeta's side. The two looked at each other. At a glance, Vegeta almost jumped. How can it be? This guy? Wasn't this guy destroyed by himself? Could it be that he also has an immortal body? Vegeta's face was a little stunned. Because, at this time, the person who was confronting King Beta, Vegeta was no longer familiar, only to see that his long green hair, light green skin, and handsome face were none other than Sob, who he had destroyed on Earth. Sob resurrected? Vegeta was uncertain. Oh, isn't this the little prince? How? Ran back from the ashes of the earth? Obviously, Sob also found Vegeta at this time, and after a slight stund, he said hello with a smile. Sob. Vegeta called out with some uncertainty. Little Bei, this is Sob's twin brother, Mr. Salon. King Pei explained on the side at this time. Hearing this, Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be Sob's twin brother, no wonder he looks exactly the same. As long as Sob wasn't reborn. Unexpectedly, Sob also has a twin brother, which has not been mentioned in the familiar Dragon Ball world. Little Prince, my brother doesn't look good at his appearance, in fact, he is still more ruthless. I hope he won't hurt you, otherwise, I won't be easy to explain to your father. Salon's smile looked at Vegeta, and although he said it politely, anyone could hear the sarcasm. After hearing this, King Bei clenched his fists, but he dared to be angry and did not dare to speak. SAIYAN, Sob's older brother, has a combat power of 50,000, and he can't afford to mess with it. By the way, it seems that your father and son haven't seen each other for a long time, so I won't bother. SAIYAN smiled, and then said with a cold face, King Bei, His Highness Galdo's full moon wine, I am still waiting for King Bei to participate, I hope King Bei will not disappoint me. I see. King Bei said in a deep voice. Ha 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 ha, I'll come back in 3 days. SAIYAN, with a long shrill laugh, left the palace without looking back. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 037. Vegeta ignored it, a small minions with only 50,000 combat power, and his target was Frieza, not such a small person. After SAIYAN's departure, King Bei looked at his son with a solemn expression. Father, what happened? Vegeta asked. Tell me first, how did you come back from Earth? King Bei did not answer his son's question, but asked a rhetorical question. If you don't want to say, I'm too lazy to ask. Vegeta turned around and left, although he was the son of King Bei, but to put it bluntly, his son was a fake, plus the cold blood of the Saiyans flowing on his body, there was not much affection for this King Bei. Stop me! King Bei shouted sharply. What else? Vegeta asked, if it's okay, I'm still going to practice, by the way, it's best not to disturb me when I'm cultivating. Ha 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 ha, this is my son of King Bei. When King Bei heard Vegeta's rude words, instead of being angry, he laughed. Vegeta was stunned, this old man was really a slut, and the more he rebelled against him, he was still happy to be like this. However, since King Shell was pleased with himself and Yan, Vegeta just happened to have something to ask, so he stopped. What happened to that Saiyans looking for you just now? Vegeta asked again. Galdo is over the full moon, and Frieza has all of us Saiyans past. When King Bei said this, his face turned blue, his fists were clenched tightly, and he said hatefully, Frieza also said that as long as we Saiyans can defeat Galdo, let us go, otherwise all our Saiyans will be wiped out. Vegeta was nothing surprising about this. Frieza's intention to destroy all Saiyans was a sure thing, but his delay in making a move made Vegeta a little strange. Galdo? Wait, who is this Galdo? Galdo is the child that Frieza just gave birth. King Bei explained, however, this person has a strong combat power, don't see that he is less than the full moon now, but the combat power has reached more than 200,000, even if we Saiyans transform into giant apes, it is difficult for us Saiyans to be his opponents. What the? Frieza actually has a son? Chaotic, the world of Dragon Ball is beyond the scope of his own familiarity. This Galdo, Vegeta felt that he should not be taken lightly, no matter what, he was Frieza's son after all, even if he was just born, he was definitely not to be taken lightly. After all, Galdo's combat strength has reached more than 200,000, which is already surpassing himself. No wonder Frieza didn't rush to make a move on the Saiyans, it turned out that this product suddenly had a child. Perhaps, Frieza kept himself, probably because he wanted his son to use himself as a whetstone? Vegeta gritted his teeth, hoping he could make a breakthrough before the full moon of Galdo. Anyway, enter the 300-fold gravity cultivation room first and try it. Vegeta no longer hesitated, turned and left, and went to the palace where he lived, throwing out the transformation capsule brought by Boomer's father. Boom! With a soft sound, the transformation capsule instantly turned into an oval-shaped house, which was particularly strange in this palace. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta ordered the guards not to disturb him, and then stepped into the gravity cultivation room. The operation steps of the cultivation room, Boomer's father, Dr. Brive, has already told Vegeta that as long as the corresponding number is entered, the gravity can be changed. Of course. This gravity cultivation room currently supports up to 300 times gravity. Let's start with 20 times gravity. Vegeta was not so stubborn as to directly turn on 100 times gravity. He knew that cultivation was a gradual thing. When the 20-fold gravity was turned on, Vegeta also raised his combat power to the extreme. It is worth mentioning that Dr. Brive also added a special material that can hide combat power to the gravity cultivation room, as Vegeta said, that is, Vegeta cultivates in it, and outsiders cannot sense his presence. 20 times gravity, as if nothing feels. Vegeta shook his head with some disappointment after feeling 20 times the gravity. He hardly felt any discomfort. No matter what exercise he did, he was more comfortable. Continue to grow. 30 times gravity. Vegeta still didn't feel any discomfort, only felt a slight heaviness in his body. 40 times. Still so. 50 times. 60 times. 100 times. Until Vegeta adjusted the gravity of the gravity cultivation room to 100 times. Finally, Vegeta was almost overwhelmed by the huge pressure. However, when Vegeta readjusted his breath, it took about 10 minutes or so to quickly overcome 100 times the gravity. Something is not quite right. Vegeta felt that this gravity cultivation room seemed to have a problem. This is 100 times gravity, and it was too fast to overcome it by himself, right? Just about to call Dr. Brive to inquire about the situation, when there was a knock on the door of the cultivation room. Vegeta went over and opened the door. The one who appeared in front of Vegeta was none other than his father, King Vegeta. Ziobe, what is this? King Bei looked at this building in his palace with some amazement, and he was still chatting with his son just now. How could this be a strange building in his palace in a blink of an eye? Before Vegeta could explain, he saw King Bei stride in. Poof! The next moment, King Bei spurted out a mouthful of blood, and immediately after, he fell heavily to the ground, and it was difficult to even move. Vegeta was shocked and quickly rushed up to turn off the gravity switch. King Bei got up from the ground with great difficulty, but just now, perhaps because of his heavy injury, his face was no longer bloody. What is this place? King Bei adjusted his breath and looked at this strange room in amazement. It's terrible. As soon as he came in, he felt a coercive pressure rushing towards him, and he almost lost his old life. This is where I practice, and gravity has just increased 100 times. Vegeta could now be sure that there was nothing wrong with this gravity cultivation room. It's not that there is a problem with the cultivation room, but that he has become very strong. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 038. Vegeta thought about it. He already had 180,000 combat power, and 100 times gravity was naturally easy to overcome. But King Bei only has a little more than 10,000 combat power, and he is not directly crushed to death by this powerful gravity, which is already very good. A place to cultivate? Double gravity? 100 times? How surprised Pei Wang's-hidi was, he looked at his son in disbelief. Just now, after entering the gravity room, he was pressed to vomit blood on the spot, but his son did nothing. Could it be said that his son's combat power has reached such a strong level? He has been able to move freely in this 100-fold gravity? You got this thing from Earth? King Bei asked with surprise in his heart. Vegeta nodded. He had nothing to hide from his father. Okay, father, I still have to cultivate, you can go out. Vegeta still has to hurry up and cultivate, too lazy to talk more nonsense with his father. King Bei took a deep look at his son, adjusted the energy in his body, turned around and left. After King Shell left, Vegeta turned on the gravity doubling button again, gritted his teeth, and entered 200 times gravity. The strong gravity, like a mountain, pressed Vegeta heavily on the ground on the spot, making him unable to move anymore. Vegeta gritted his teeth, used the energy in his body, and stood up abruptly, but his body was already sweaty, and the bones in his body seemed to be shattered, and he was unspeakably uncomfortable. It's so painful. Vegeta clenched his fists and defended his own gravity. I don't know how long it took, but Vegeta was finally able to move around smoothly. 200 times the gravity, it is not long before it is overcome. And after King Bei left the gravity cultivation room, the whole person seemed to be out of strength, and the whole body was unspeakably uncomfortable. Poof! King Bei spurted out another mouthful of blood, could no longer support his injured body, and fell to the ground with a bang. When the guards in the palace saw such a scene, they were shocked and hurriedly sent King Bei to the treatment room. 3 days later, when King Bei came out of the treatment room, the whole person was refreshed, as if he had been reborn. However, when he thought of the terrifying scene in the gravity cultivation room, he couldn't lift his spirits. I don't know what happened to Xiao Bei? And how did he manage to be safe under 100 times gravity? King Bei was very curious and couldn't help but come to Vegeta's gravity cultivation room again. Snap! At this moment, King Bei found that the door of the gravity cultivation room was open, and the next moment, he saw his son walking out of it with a bright look. Xiao Bei, congratulations on the improvement of your combat effectiveness a lot, it is already 25,000. After seeing the value on the detector, King Bei said with some surprise. Vegeta smiled softly, 25,000? Joke. After 3 days of cultivation, he had overcome 300 times gravity, and Vegeta felt more and more that he was not far from the realm of Super Saiyan. As long as you become a Super Saiyan, you don't have to fear Frieza anymore. This time the cultivation made Vegeta seem to be reborn, and the whole person looked a lot more mature, although he was only 6 years old this year. Frieza, you wait, you will regret it. Vegeta smiled, then glanced at King Bei and smiled slightly. Father, your combat effectiveness has also improved a lot, now there are 15,000, right? You don't need a detector to know my combat effectiveness? King Bei was surprised. Vegeta smiled, not meaning to explain. Just as he was about to go over to visit his old friends Kainu and Guys, he heard the guards report. King Bei, Your Highness, Mr. Salons is here. Okay, I see, let him wait for me in the palace. King Bei frowned, and after speaking, he glanced at his son again before leaving. Vegeta thought for a moment, ordered the guards to do so, and then followed King Bei. Coming to the palace, Vegeta saw from a distance that Salon was sitting on the throne with Erlang's legs up, and then looked at King Bei, his face was already livid. It's no wonder that it's King Bei's throne, and anyone who lets an outsider sit on it will be very angry. I'm sorry, I look at King Bei's throne is very comfortable, I can't help but come and sit, I don't mean anything else, ha ha ha. Salon quickly got up and explained with a smile. However, the taste in Salon's words, anyone can hear that it is intentional. The guards behind King Bei were all pale with anger, and they only waited for King Bei to give an order. It's just that although King Bei is angry, he dares to be angry and dare not speak, and in the case of the enemy being strong and weak, the only price to do is death. King Bei doesn't want to die yet. Since Mr. Salani wants this seat, then I will find an opportunity to build one for Mr. Salon. King Bei snorted coldly. No need, I just want to dip the king chi on it, recreated, where can I have this comfort of King Bei? Salon replied with a smile, then glanced at Vegeta with a smile and turned the topic to him, isn't it, little prince? I'm afraid this seat will be prepared for you later, right? Vegeta really couldn't listen, and said a little impatiently, dry. Oh? The little prince seems to be very angry, haha, anger is inevitable. Salon smiled softly and added, I wonder if my brother was not very respectful to you when he was on earth. It is no wonder that you are the prince of the Saiyans, not our prince, we are at the service of His Excellency Frieza. Your brother is indeed disrespectful to me, but he is dead. Vegeta sneered. What did you say? Salon's face changed suddenly, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Vegeta became cold. I said, your brother is dead. Vegeta said indifferently, did you stuff your ears with donkey hair, and repeat it a second time with me? You talk nonsense. That's impossible. Salon's face turned pale with shock, he couldn't believe that his brother had just died. You know, in Frisia's legion, he and his younger brother are considered to be one of the best existences, how can his younger brother die? And Vegeta's words, even King Bei was stunned when he heard it. Sob is dead? That seems unlikely, right? However, it is true that the person who returned with his son was not Sob, but someone else. It's just that these two people claim to be members of Team Kinnet. After hearing the name of the Kinnet team, King Bei was also stunned, and later he wanted to ask his son what was the situation, but he accidentally entered the gravity cultivation room, causing serious injuries all over his body, and was only cured today. Whatever you think, you still roll as far as you want, you are pretentious here. Vegeta was impatient. For his son's strength, King Pei is already a little unsure, and although doing so relieves hatred, it angers Mr. Salon, which is not fun. Good, I'm going to show you how good I am today. Salon got angry and glared angrily at Vegeta. Mr. Salon, there is something to say, the dog is young and ignorant, advised King Pei from the side. You shut up for me, Hu Laozi wants to repair, it's not your turn to interject. Salon's huffed, not taking King Pei in his eyes at all. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 039. Snap. A crisp slap sounded, which was particularly melodious in this palace hall. Everyone was stunned, because Prince Vegeta actually jumped up in front of so many people and gave Salon's resounding slap. This face is too connotative. And this initiator, the little prince of the Saiyan, was like a nobody, raised his hand, and said with an angry attitude, speaking of dryness, why do you still talk so much nonsense? Get lost. Salons are already a little dizzy, and he was actually slapped by a Saiyan. He touched his cheek, hot pain, and then felt that his hand was a little sticky, opened his hand and looked at it, and couldn't help but be furious. Blood. You actually bleed me. Salon's eyes were red, and his handsome face was already hideous. You won't remember without some blood. Vegeta sneered. Soul Light, I can't spare you. Salon's arrogance kept rising. The key problem is that Salon, who thinks that his noble blood, was actually beaten out by a Saiyan wild monkey, which made him a little breathless. Seeing Salon's appearance, King Bei was frightened, and quickly blocked his son behind him, and shouted sharply, Salon, what do you want to do? What for? Salon, almost furiously, roared, today, I want your father and son to pay a heavy price. Boom! After Salon's words, a strong light erupted from all over his body, and the huge energy swept the entire palace like a violent wind, and even, the palace became trembling because of Salon's powerful energy. Feeling such a powerful coercion, King Bei was completely stunned, and he didn't even have the mind to resist. Vegeta snorted coldly, and the next moment, he turned into a stream of light and rushed directly out of the palace. Want to run? Not so easy. Salon's eyes were blood red, he was hit in the face by this kid, and he also hit blood, he felt too humiliated, today he wanted to unload this kid no matter what. Salon's speed was fast, and he chased after Vegeta at a rapid pace. Idiot, I'm worried about ruining my palace. Vegeta shook his head and said disdainfully. After that, Vegeta came to a platform and stood still, silently waiting for Salon's appearance. This platform is just outside the palace, and in the center of the platform, there is a tall statue depicting none other than King Vegeta, the supreme leader of the Saiyans. Vegeta glanced at the statue of King Bei, and touched his nose helplessly. People are not dead yet, erect such a statue, I really don't know what King Bei thinks. Vegeta, you know you can't run, right? Humph, if I don't beat you to tears today, Lao Tzu will not be Saiyan. Saiyan, who looked at Vegeta with vicious eyes, suddenly increased his momentum several times. The combat strength is 50,000 too, which is much stronger than your younger brother. Vegeta smiled mockingly. Little cub, I'll kill you. Saiyan gritted his teeth and threw a powerful punch at Vegeta, believing that this punch would cripple Vegeta even if he didn't die. Wait! Vegeta, however, waved his hand unhurriedly and stopped Saiyan's attack. There is something to say in the Yin Cao dimension. Silhouette ignored Vegeta's words and continued his unbridled attacks. Don't you even listen to Frisia's orders? Vegeta snapped. Saiyan's attack suddenly stopped, and the whole person looked at Vegeta in horror, and did not dare to move his fist forward. Don't you know that Frisia has something important to do with me? Idiot! Vegeta smiled and said. What did you say? Saiyan's body froze. I said, Frisia brought me back from Earth all the way back, there is something to find me, if you kill me, how do you explain to Frisia? Yes? Vegeta smiled brightly. You, Saiyan's fists trembled for a long time, stammering and unable to speak. Indeed, Vegeta cannot die yet, this is the order of His Excellency Frisia. And how dare Saiyan, who is loyal to Frisia, disobey Frisia? For a moment, Saiyan gritted his steel teeth and stared at Vegeta viciously, he really wished that his eyes could scrape the other alive. That's all you have? Vegeta smiled softly. You wait for me, I will calculate this account well. Saiyan, with red eyes, snapped. After speaking, Saiyan planned to leave this sad place quickly. Nima, can't hit this guy, it's too humiliating. Who knows, just as Saiyan turned around, he heard Vegeta speak again. Wait, who let you go? You. Little cub, what else do you want to do? Saiyan gritted his teeth angrily, but there was nothing he could do with Vegeta. He was afraid that if he made a move, he would accidentally kill Vegeta, and when the time came, Frisia would blame him, which would not be fun. You don't dare to do anything to me now, do you? However, I can bully you with impunity. Vegeta said, suddenly flying out a punch that hit Saiyan's handsome face directly. Saiyan's nostrils were bloody, and he gazed viciously at Vegeta. Me what me? It's you idiot who hit. Vegeta flew up again and kicked Saiyan's spot to the ground. Saiyan soared into the air, and the whole person seemed to be about to storm away, and his momentum continued to increase. Fang K, Vegeta hit this goods twice, but did not use much energy. With Vegeta's current strength, killing Saiyan in seconds is a matter of moving fingers. Vegeta hasn't played enough yet, easily killing the other party in seconds, it's too cheap for him, so the next hand is lighter. It's just a Saiyan, he just wants to humiliate this guy, and the goods of the province are still on their own planet. You don't dare to kill me, but I can destroy you without scruples. Vegeta said with a smile. You. I can't spare you. Saiyan was so furious, his hair almost stood on end. The next moment, Saiyan turned into a stream of light and galloped towards Vegeta's direction. This time, he had decided, no matter what, first fix this bully kid, he can't be beaten and not fight back, this is not his style. Boom! However, just when Saiyan was about to attack Vegeta, it was as if he had been punched in the air by something, and then the cargo was like a cannonball, plunged headlong into the earth. Vegeta fixed his eyes. I'll go, the great ape transforms. Humph, dare to bully my son, Lao Tzu destroyed you. It was none other than King Vegeta, who transformed into a giant ape. This Saiyan king seemed so majestic at this moment. The huge body, as if it was a tall mountain, supported half of the sky, and his majestic figure, under the illumination of this slanting sun, was very long. For a while, Vegeta saw King Bei, who had transformed into a giant ape, and his proud words, and his heart seemed to open a bright light, and suddenly there was a small touch. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 040. At this time, King Bei, like a majestic mountain, looked at the little Bulletin Dian salon below. Vegeta found that after his father transformed into a giant ape, his combat power had increased to 100,000 high, and it was naturally easy to deal with Salon. Just as he wanted to hide his strength, Vegeta sat down with a smile, intending to admire how his father abused this Salon. Finally, Salon got up from the ground, he gritted his teeth and quickly soared into the air, and stood opposite King Bei. His eyes were red looking at him, and said in a deep voice, "King Bei, do you want to rebel?" "Salon, you're wrong, I'm an ordinary father now, fighting for my son, I don't represent a Saiyan, you understand." King Bei said this, and then shouted orders to the many guards below, "All Saiyans listen to me, this is our personal grudge between father and son and Mr. Salon, and no one should interfere." "Yes." Many Saiyans roared with great excitement, "King Bei is too good, after transforming into a giant ape, he can completely abuse Salon." For a time, the crowd was angry and cheered for King Bei. "Well, I also made it clear here, today is a personal grudge between me and King Bei's father and son, no matter who dies, don't resent others, that is his skill is inferior." How happy Salani was to Vegeta, he did not dare to kill, but His Excellency Frieza did not say that King Shell was the same, and the hatred that could not be vented in Vegeta should be transferred to King Shell. "Salon, you'd better see clearly, you're not my opponent at all now, I advise you to leave as soon as possible." After all, King Bei didn't want to offend the red people around Frieza too much, and it was naturally best to defuse that. "Not your opponent." Salon sneered, and the next moment, his body suddenly swelled, and his ugly toad face also appeared in front of everyone. After seeing Salon's transformation, the Saiyans present were deeply shocked. Combat power 100,000. After Salon's transformation, his combat power was actually 100,000. Such a value also made Vegeta slightly stunned, but he didn't expect that this Salon, much stronger than his brother, but fortunately his combat effectiveness has long been raised to a very powerful height, otherwise, this Sharon is really a fierce enemy. "Come on King Bei, I, Salon, will destroy you with my own hands." Seiran laughed maniacally, and under his mouth, a powerful flame of light went straight to where King Bei was. Not to be outdone, the light in his hand flickered, and a huge wave of energy was also emitted. Boom! With a loud bang, the energy waves of the two met in mid-air, erupting into a strong storm. The sky also seemed to be torn apart, and lightning fell from the sky and swept across the land. In the air, you can smell the fiery smell. Even, some Saiyans with low combat effectiveness were directly involved in this energy storm, and suddenly turned into clouds of smoke. Boom! The two launched a fierce battle on this land, and they were up and down for a while. Where they passed, they frightened everyone and quickly dodged. Of course, there are also many Saiyans who have too low combat effectiveness, so they have to transform into giant apes through the artificial full moon created by King Bei to avoid the powerful energy. Vegeta looked around. The planet at this moment is simply spectacular. Many gorillas stood there, their furry bodies showing their majestic silhouettes. A gathering of orangutans. Bang! Bang! King Bei and Salon, each gave each other a heavy blow, and then quickly retreated towards the back. "Mr. Salon, I don't think you're like that." King Bei sneered. The pressure of being at Frisia for a long time made him dull, and his battle today made him feel a lot hardy. The former king is finally back. King of the Scions, pride of the Scions. Many gorillas also cheered and cheered, proud of the king they embraced. "Humph, King Bei, don't think you can transform into a giant ape and think you're a bull? Tell you, my transformation does not have the slightest weakness, but you Scions, after transforming into a giant ape, have many weaknesses." After Salon's words, he smiled coldly, and immediately after, a flame of light shot out from his hand. "Oops!" King Bei was shocked. Boom! I only heard a loud noise in mid-air, and when I looked again, the artificial full moon suspended in the sky was destroyed by Salon. Ugh! King Bei and many Scions who transformed into giant apes gradually shrunk their bodies and soon returned to their original appearance. After returning to his human form, King Bei's face became ugly. After the battle just now, his combat effectiveness has dropped a lot, and at this time, as long as he squeezes Salon, he will hang up. King Bei looked at Salon warily. However, Salon did not mean to attack immediately, but looked at the other party with a smile. "King Bei, how is it now? Are you going to get someone else to make a full moon?" Salon's smile looked at King Bei with a look of victory, and then said with a sigh, "By the way, it seems that no one else in the Scions can make an artificial full moon except for your father and son, right?" "Humph, Vegeta, or will you make one for your dad?" Vegeta's eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked with a smile, "Oh? Are you sure? I am a very kind man, for the sake of your father and son, I can let you help your father create another artificial full moon, lest I say that I bully him." Salon's smile looked at Vegeta, his eyes twinkling with a sly color. Vegeta knew at a glance that this product was trying to humiliate himself by man-made full moon. As long as you make the artificial full moon, this product will change hands to kill the full moon to consume your own energy. After all, to create an artificial full moon, it takes a lot of energy. I hope you don't regret it." Vegeta smiled softly, and with a flick of his hand, an artificial full moon was created by him. The next moment, Vegeta threw the artificial full moon that had just been made into the sky, and squeezed it hard with his right hand. "P.S. I haven't seen the tip for a long time. Give some flowers too. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 041. Boom! The artificial full moon blooms in the sky with an amazing light, like a full moon, shining on this red earth. And after seeing Vegeta's artificial full moon, many Scions looked into the sky. Soon, their bodies grew larger again, and their bodies were covered with black hair. King Bei gritted his teeth, seized the opportunity, his body gradually became larger, and the body of the giant ape appeared again. Salon sneered, and when he saw that many Scions were about to transform successfully, a flame of light shot out of his hand again, rushing towards Vegeta's artificial full moon. At this moment, many Scions did not completely transform successfully, especially King Bei, and they didn't have time to resist, so they watched the flame of light hit the artificial full moon hard. A bunch of idiots! Salon's smile was bright, and he squinted at the group of Scions. Boom! With a deafening loud noise in the sky, the entire sky seemed to be exploded. "King Bei, I'm sorry to tell you that you lost, prepare to die," Salon said, and he bombarded King Bei. Snap! At this critical moment, I saw King Bei's thick tail flicked over, and it was fiercely pumped on Salon's face. Ah! Salon's voice shouted, and his body flew out upside down, his face already changing shape. Quickly adjusting his figure, Salon looked at the successful King Bei with a blank face, and the look of surprise in his eyes kept flickering. Evildoer, didn't he already destroy the artificial full moon just now? Why? Why can King Bei still transform? Salon's eyes were very puzzled and cast his eyes into the sky, and then he was shocked to find that the artificial full moon was still hanging intact in the sky, emitting amazing light flames outward. This is... Salon's shock was astonished. Even King Bei and many other scions suddenly reacted at this time. Yes, Salon's strong blow just now should have destroyed the artificial full moon. Why is the artificial full moon nothing? Salon's quickly calmed down, wondering if he hadn't been aiming just now, or maybe he had missed it. Yes, it must have been missed. Salon smiled viciously, and then another strong flame of light shot out from his hand, heading straight for the artificial full moon in the sky. Boom! A loud noise shook the heavens and the earth, as if the entire sky was shaking. Salon's face was already full of smiles. Humph! The artificial full moon, after all, it is useless. Salon glanced at Vegeta disdainfully. Idiot, keep your eyes open and take a good look. Vegeta snorted coldly. What did you say? Salon looked up again, his eyeballs almost falling out of their sockets. I saw that the artificial full moon hanging in the sky was still emitting an elegant light outward at this time, providing the energy to transform for these scions present. This. How is this possible? Salons aren't very calm. I have obviously hit the artificial full moon. Why is there no problem with the artificial full moon? How is this done? Salon's confusion was so much that he wanted to scratch his ears and cheeks. Salon, dazed here, was equally dazed by the scions, including King Bei. This artificial full moon is also too strong, right? Received such a powerful blow from Salon, actually intact? For a while, King Bei and Salons even forgot to fight, and they all looked at the artificial full moon in the sky in amazement. Impossible! Impossible! Salon's powerful aura burst out again, and flames of light rose from the sky, heading straight for the artificial full moon in the sky. Boom! Boom! Huge energy burst out from the sky, blooming everywhere on this land, and the sky was like day. After a puff of smoke, Salons looked up at the sky. Then, he was immediately dumbfounded. The artificial full moon is still hanging there intact. It was as if his attack just now was just tickling people. This, Salon's speech was already stammering. Idiot, do you have to live with the artificial full moon? Vegeta smiled softly. It's no wonder that Vegeta can't let his weaknesses go, and when he was in the gravity cultivation room, he tried everything he could to overcome the fragility of the artificial full moon. Nowadays, the artificial full moon created by Vegeta, unless a character 20 times stronger than him appears, it is difficult to destroy the artificial full moon. Even if it is destroyed, it will consume a lot of its own energy. And there really was a guy 20 times stronger than Vegeta, and Vegeta admitted that even if he transformed into a giant ape, it would be useless, and he could only slip away. Salon, go with your brother to the Yin Cao Di mansion to be company. Vegeta smiled coldly, and a ball of energy light was also brewed. Stop! Just as Vegeta was about to destroy this obstructive fellow, he heard a majestic voice coming from a distance. However, although the voice is majestic, it carries a feeling of weakness. Vegeta fixed his eyes on it, and saw that in a clearing, Kainu and guys were pitifully escorted. And it was Kainu who spoke. Wow, how do you talk? That's our prince, you kneel for me. One of the guards couldn't see it, so he kicked Kainu's knee fiercely. Poof! Captain Kainu knelt in front of everyone with his knees limp, facing Vegeta, his face flushed. And you, guy who doesn't have long eyes. The guard kicked Guys again, causing him to kneel down as well. Kainu and Guys had blood-red eyes and glared viciously at Vegeta. No, get up. Vegeta smiled softly. After seeing this scene, SAIYAN was stunned on the spot. What is the situation with this Nima? The dignified Captain Kainu was actually controlled by the Saiyans? I'm not mistaken, right? Could it be that that person is not Captain Kainu? No, he really looks like Captain Kainu. SAIYAN felt that he was already confused, and did not think much at that time, and quickly swept towards the location where Kainu was. Although the two guards were strong, when they saw SAIYAN coming over, they were frightened for a while, but they did not dare to be rough with Kainu anymore. At this time, King Bei also had a stunned expression. Really Kainu? He wondered, how could Captain Kainu be on planet Vegeta? And he was so bullied by two subordinates. Captain Kainu, I'm not mistaken, am I? SAIYAN, stunned, couldn't believe it. P.S. Thanks for the amount of 10,000 gold coins on time, the readership of this book, who hasn't come in yet. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 042. SAIYAN, kill this little beast for me. Kainu's brow burst out, and he gritted his teeth and drank. Kainu, what happened? SAIYAN, still at a loss here. This little beast is playing tricks and makes me and Captain Kainu hungry, we haven't eaten for a month. Guys said viciously from the side. What? SAIYAN's puzzlement was even more. Haven't eaten in a month? How does this sound like a joke? As a team member of Kinut, he was actually starved like this. How is this so funny? However, SAIYAN couldn't laugh anyway, his body trembled violently, and then he trembled and asked, then? What about my brother Sob? Dead, killed by this little beast? Guys replied. SAIYAN's eyes widened, his mouth was wide open, and his body couldn't stop moving. How is that possible? How can it be? My brother's combat power far exceeds Vegeta's, how can he be killed? SAIYAN couldn't believe the fact. You must be mistaken, you must be mistaken. SAIYAN, it's only me and the captain left in Team Kinut, do you say it's possible? Guys said with a wry smile. What? Bart, they were all killed by Vegeta? SAIYAN, in amazement, glanced at Vegeta. Guys nodded solemnly. Guys, what are you doing with so much nonsense? Kainu shouted sharply, then winked at SAIYAN, and lowered his voice, SAIYAN, hurry up and get us the food. SAIYAN thought in his heart, and quietly took out a small bottle from his pocket and shoved it into Kainu's hand. The small bottle contains a special nutrient solution, as long as it is taken, it can solve the basic problem of food and clothing. At that time, on the spaceship, Vegeta ate all the food and drank all the nutrient solution. Genu was overjoyed in his heart, and quickly opened the small bottle and poured the nutrient solution inside into his stomach. As if they had noticed that the situation was not good, the two guards glanced at each other and quietly slipped away. After drinking the nutrient solution, the energy of Kainu is gradually increasing. Haha, I'm finally back. The next moment, Kainu's whole body exuded a strong aura, and the huge energy was like a huge wave, blowing so that the Saiyans present were almost unstable. Even, some Saiyans with relatively low combat effectiveness were directly suppressed by this huge energy and vomited blood on the spot. Such a scene has completely changed the color of King Bei's face. Nima, Fang Cai has almost destroyed SAIYAN, and now it's good, and another Kainu has emerged. Beep. At this time, King Bei's detector also showed the combat strength value of Captain Kainu. 120,000. Combat strength 120,000. Even if he transforms into a giant ape, he is far from being this person's opponent. Little beast, give me death. Kainu's pent-up anger finally burst out, like a gust of wind, sweeping towards Vegeta's location. Vegeta sneered slightly. To say that he was afraid of this Kainu before, but since Shenlong fulfilled his wish, he has completely ignored Kainun. What's more, Vegeta, who had overcome 300 times the gravity, was even more amazing in combat power at this time. Seeing Kainu speeding towards him, Vegeta stretched out his little hand unhurriedly. Not good. Seeing Kainu rushing towards his son, King Pei gulped and quickly chased after him. King Pei, where do you want to go? Humph, your opponent is me. Just as King Pei was about to approach Vegeta, suddenly there was an additional figure beside him. And it was SAIYAN who was blocking the way. Get out of the way! King Pei shouted sharply. Humph, your son killed my brother, because of His Excellency Frisia's order, I can't do anything to your son, then I'll kill you with my own hands. Seiren's eyes were red with hatred, and when he said this, a strong flame of light was released towards King Pei. King Pei was shocked and quickly dodged. At the same time, Kainu had already come to Vegeta's side, and there was a sneer on his face, especially when he saw Vegeta's angry appearance. He hated him even more. If I don't cripple you today, I won't be Kainu. Kainu shouted loudly, and after speaking, he smashed his fist at Vegeta. It's strange that Kainu isn't angry. If Vegeta was really much stronger than him, then he would endure it. The key problem is that Vegeta was pitted by the Earthlings, and this cargo plagued himself in turn. This little guy is not authentic. In addition, Kainu also found that Vegeta's current combat strength is only about 1,000, which is too far from himself. Therefore, Captain Kainu's attack this time is not very powerful, and he is also worried that he will accidentally kill Vegeta, which is not easy to explain in Frisia. Bang! Just when Captain Kainu was thinking about whether to retract his strength a little more, he saw Vegeta raise his hand and hit his rough face on the spot. Suddenly, Kainu felt dizzy in his head, and his face was also hot and painful, unspeakably uncomfortable. Boom! Vegeta smiled softly, and a shock cannon passed, blowing Captain Kainu's skin open. Such a scene stunned everyone present, each of them widened their eyes, and they all looked at this little prince. Wow! Captain Kainu felt that his lungs were about to be blown up. Little beast, you deliberately hide your combat effectiveness again. Nima, Lao Tzu was kind enough to beat him to death, but this kid took this opportunity to fight back. Uncle can endure and can't bear it. Captain Kainu burst into furious flames and went straight for Vegeta, increasing his own energy at the same time. Snap! Vegeta stretched out his little hand unhurriedly, and saw Kainu bring his face together, and slapped it very unceremoniously. Kainu, you are not my opponent, hurry up and get out. After Vegeta slapped him, he didn't know much about his hatred, so he greeted him several times in a row. Kainu was completely blinded. What is the situation with this Nima? Why can't you hide from it? Get out, or take your dog's life. Vegeta snapped, kicking over after speaking. The next moment, I saw Kainu gliding in midair for a distance, and when he landed, he was already covered in scaly wounds, especially at the mouth, flowing with bright red blood. Ahem, Kainu struggled to get up, coughing and bringing out several teeth. SAIYAN, who was fighting fiercely with King Pei, just glanced at this sight and was stunned. How is this done? Why can't Kainu beat this Vegeta? P.S. Is there a reminder ticket? How much more to urge, it is so capricious. Thanks for the tips of the otaku career. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 043. Boom! Just when SAIYAN was a little dazed, King Pei swooped down and smashed heavily on his head. After SAIYAN's fall to the ground, the distance between him and Kainu was only about 3 meters. The two of you look at me, I look at you, can't say anything. Vegeta smiled softly, and the wind flew over lightly. King Pei looked at his son in amazement, a little unable to believe this fact. When did my son become so powerful? You know, from beginning to end, the sun did not look at the artificial full moon at all, that is to say, now he has not transformed into a giant ape. If you don't transform into a giant ape, you already have such strong strength, so what if you become a giant ape? That's all you have to offer, SAIYAN. Vegeta laughed and walked up and kicked him to the ground. SAIYAN wanted to resist, but in the face of Vegeta's kick, he suddenly felt powerless. This is impossible, why can't I beat him? His combat power is only 1,000. SAIYAN still had a question mark on his face. SAIYAN's face was confused here, and Kainu was also at a loss. When he was on Earth, he could obviously finish abusing Vegeta, how long had it been, and this guy was riding high on his head. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in Kainu's mind, and a fact came to mind. Vegeta, did you deliberately leave Earth? Kainu asked. Humph, now I'll tell you, although those Earthlings have pitied me, but I am a genius, and I have transformed the energy they promoted to me into my own. Of course, Vegeta would not tell the matter of the Earth, and casually found a reason, the current me is no longer comparable to the original. You? What did you say? Kainu was stunned. Anyway, you are dying, so use your detector to take a good look at my true strength. Vegeta smiled gently, and the momentum of the whole person suddenly rose. Boom! The huge energy rolled up a storm in this planet Vegeta, and Vegeta's combat power also soared upward from 1,000. 10,000. 50,000. Lock. 150,000. In the end, Vegeta's combat power stopped at 150,000, just to scare people, he did not need to show all his strength to the other party. The 150,000 combat power can already make Kainu and SAIYAN stunned. Sure enough, after seeing such a powerful combat power, the two were so shocked that they couldn't slow down for a while. And all the Saiyans also looked at Vegeta with a stunned expression. 150,000 combat strength. It has completely exceeded everyone's imagination. Even King Bei watched such a scene in a daze, silent for several seconds, and almost shed tears with excitement. The son, his own son, actually grew to such a height. As a father, how can King Bei not be excited? Now that there is a son to deal with, he smiled self-deprecatingly, thinking that he could still protect his son, but in the end, his son protected himself. For a time, in this vast square, many Saiyans stared at Vegeta with fiery faces as if they had beaten chicken blood. Gaze at their proud little prince. After being silent for a long time, Kainu said with a cold face, Humph, really powerful, 150,000 combat strength, I underestimate you, Vegeta. After speaking, he smiled softly. Vegeta frowned, always feeling as if Kainu was going to play some trick. Sure enough, when Vegeta looked at Kainu, he saw a strong light emanating from Kainu's whole body, as if the whole person was wrapped in this layer of strong light. Exchange. Your body is going to be fixed, ha 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 ha. Kainu laughed maniacally, and the flames of light on his body swept towards where Vegeta was. Vegeta immediately understood that this was Kainu's extremely perverted trick to exchange bodies with others. Fortunately, Vegeta's current strength is extraordinary, and just now he found that something was not quite right with Kainu. Seeing the light flame coming quickly, his body turned into a stream of light, and strangely flew to the statue of King Shell standing on the side. Snap! The light on Kainu's body flew and all hit the statue. Ah! Don't, it's not like that! Kainu shouted loudly, but he just shouted 2 words, but he couldn't say it anymore, and the whole person stood on the spot, posing as a statue. And the original statue, the face seems to suddenly come alive, the eyes turned, but the body could not move a bit. Kainu, this is your fault, in the future, you will be the treasure of our Saiyans. Vegeta smiled and patted Kainu, who was transformed into a statue. Kainu's eyes were terrified, but he couldn't say anything. It's useless to keep this body, Vegeta said, and a pillar of energy light shot out, shattering Kainu's body on the spot. Such a scene stunned everyone. The captain of Team Kinet, just like that, fell. At this time, Salons were already so frightened that he had no idea at all, especially when Vegeta's gaze swept towards him, he was even more shocked. Don't worry, it'll be your turn right away. Vegeta smiled softly and looked at Salon. No. No. Salon's face turned earthy with fright, and the next moment, he turned into a stream of light and galloped towards the distance. Vegeta snorted coldly and quickly chased after him. However, just as Vegeta was about to deliver a fatal blow to Salon, he suddenly sensed a strong aura rising in the distance. Frowning slightly, Vegeta looked into the distance. About 10 kilometers from Vegeta's side, a spaceship fell from the sky. The hatch of the spaceship opened, and a small alien came out of it, purple-red skin, 2 hard short horns on his head, and a long tail. Vegeta looked at it from a distance and was stunned. Frieza. I didn't expect him to come so soon. Could it be that today is the end of your planet and the Saiyans? Vegeta admits that with his current strength, he is no match for Frieza in any way, unless he transforms into a Super Saiyan. However, in order to transform into a Super Saiyan, you must be led by extreme anger. And Vegeta has no desire to be angry at all now. How is this good? Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 044. Feeling the powerful aura in the other party's body, for a while, Vegeta even forgot to attack Salon. Salon, too, seemed to sense that something was not quite right with Vegeta, so he set his eyes on where Vegeta was watching. At a glance, Salon's face immediately appeared joyful, and his lips were trembling with excitement. Your Highness Gardo, help, save me! Salon, as he shouted, quickly swept into the distance. Vegeta was slightly stunned. Gardo? Isn't he Frieza? On closer inspection, it seems that it really isn't. At the very least, Frieza is taller and more mature than this guy. And this guy's face clearly has some immature feelings. This is Gardo? Oh, it's only been a month since he was born, and he has already grown so big, and the Frieza family is really a freak. However, since Frieza did not come, Vegeta was relieved. Soon, Gardo also seemed to sense the abnormality on this side, turned into a streamer, and in the blink of an eye, he came to Vegeta. Your Highness Gardo, Vegeta is going to rebel, His Highness hurry up and kill him. Salon, who seemed to have found a way to rely on, was busy answering. Gardo squinted at Salon and said very unhappily, Are you ordering me? Hearing Gardo's words, Salon was almost frightened, and quickly bowed respectfully and said, Don't dare, subordinates don't dare. Humph, don't you dare. Gardo said coldly, and then, his cold eyes swept to where Vegeta was, his eyes narrowed slightly, You are Vegeta. You are Gardo? Frieza's son? Vegeta smiled and looked at Gardo. It is worthy of being Frieza's son, he has only been born for a month, and his combat effectiveness has already reached 200,000. In addition, Vegeta also found that Gardo's current apparent combat power is about 200,000, and I don't know if he will transform now. If he can transform, it will be difficult to deal with. Vegeta, there have been a lot of rumors about you recently, so Ben Gongs especially came to take a look to see what you are capable of. Gardo looked at Vegeta with a smile. Vegeta smiled softly, without words. I'd rather see which of us is more powerful, you say. Gardo smiled. I heard that you have just reached the full moon, I don't want to bully children, you better go back. Vegeta waved his hand. Our family has grown up relatively fast, although I have just reached the full moon, but I am about the same as you who are about 5 or 6 years old. Dad asked me to come over, just to hone me. Humph, I advise you to fight me honestly. Galdo said very seriously, originally, my father wanted you Saiyans to come over to celebrate my birthday and let me fix you by the way, but I heard that Kainu was imprisoned by you, and I thought you were more personal, so I came over by myself. Vegeta smiled, to put it bluntly, even if this kid's combat effectiveness has grown relatively fast, it is not deeply involved in the world after all. This was the first time they met, and they shook out everything about him. Think about it, Gardo is only 1 month old, and his social experience is seriously inadequate. However, looking at the persistent appearance of this little brat, today's war is inevitable. Just as he was about to fight, he heard someone shouting loudly, Your Highness Gardo, Your Highness Gardo, you want to avenge Captain Kainu. Vegeta looked down, and it was the only survivor of Team Kinnet Guys who spoke. At this time, Guys' eyes were blood red and he stared at Vegeta viciously. However, when Vegeta glanced at him, he was immediately startled and quickly shifted his gaze. Guys is depressed, with His Highness Gardo present, Vegeta will not make a second, what is there to be afraid of? Having figured this out, Guys gritted his teeth and stared at Vegeta fiercely. Kainu is dead. Gardo only glanced at Guys lightly, looked at Vegeta and asked. I'm sorry, I hit too hard, he accidentally died. Vegeta chuckled, and after speaking, the light in his hand flashed, it's like this. Boom! A strong light burst down and hit Guys directly. In an instant, Guys was blasted into slag by Vegeta's shockwave. Humph, what is the ability to bully a person who has no combat effectiveness? Gardo smiled disdainfully. I just want to warm up. Vegeta smiled slightly, and then pointed to the distance, since Gongzi wants to fight with me, we might as well change places with fewer people. After that, Vegeta ignored Gardo and flew into the distance. Gardo smiled, looked at SAIYAN, who was beside him, and beckoned to him. SAIYAN did not dare to slacken and hurried forward. SAIYAN, you and Ben Gongzi, you will be useful in a while. Gardo said this with a sinister smile on his face. SAIYAN's solemn nod, always feeling a little bad, but didn't think much about it. For a while, after seeing such a scene, King Bei and the others were stunned. The little prince wants to fight Gardo? This news soon spread throughout the planet, and many Saiyans flocked in, but they did not dare to get too close to Vegeta. After all, Gardo's strength, many people know. At this moment, Vegeta and Gardo had arrived over a desert. And behind Gardo, it is SAIYAN, who follows the ass. Vegeta, Ben Gongzi especially asked my father to spare you from death, should you thank me? Gardo looked at Vegeta with a grin, but he didn't fight directly as soon as he came up. Can I be your whetstone? Vegeta sneered. Yes, after our family is born, we have to find a suitable opponent to grind, although now I have no opponents except my father, but if I don't grind, my future growth will be very difficult. Gardo explained with a smile on his face, and since Bengongzi was born, I have heard rumors about you, and Bengongzi wanted to fight you at that time, so I asked Kainu and them to bring you back. Vegeta nodded thoughtfully, saying that he should thank this Gardo well, if it were not for him, the trouble on earth would be more and more. I didn't expect you to disappoint me, in just 1 year, your combat effectiveness has increased to 150,000. Gardo smiled slightly, you should already know the combat power of this prince from the mouth of your clan, right? But rest assured, although you only have 150,000 combat power, this prince will not exert his full strength, and I will not kill you easily. P.S. Some readers and friends have seen that the Frisia family should be frozen on their planet for as long as possible, and they should write that Gardo came out of the frozen planet, not just born. However, the published chapters cannot be modified. As for Gardo, let him play soy sauce first, it will be useful later. Mayday reading is happy. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP bonds. Immediately preemptive, event period, April 29 to May 3. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 045. Then I will thank Gongzi a lot. Vegeta replied politely, and then asked a little puzzled, Gongzi is surrounded by strong people like clouds, why don't you use them as your whetstones? You mean kinda them? Gardo understood what Vegeta meant, chuckled, and said, Ben Gongzi doesn't like them, they are all old and stubborn, besides, even if Ben Gongzi really fights them, do they dare? Ben Gongzi thought about it, in this vast universe, except for you, the little prince, I'm afraid no one dares to hit me. Gongzi really knows me. Vegeta nodded thoughtfully. Okay, you come later, I'll warm up first. After Gardo finished speaking, he beckoned to Salon. Salon, confused, flew over and quickly asked, what instructions does His Highness Gardo have? Stand to my right. Gardo commanded. Salon nodded and came to Gardo's right. Boom. The next moment, I saw a strong flame of light released from Gardo's right hand. No, 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 Salon's face changed color, this is his own life. However, it was too late for Salon's attempt to dodge, and in despair, he ate this flame of light. Boom. Salon's body fell apart on the spot, and when he looked again, he had already turned into cosmic dust. Okay, Ben Gongzi is finished warming up, we can start. After Gardo finished speaking, he beckoned to Vegeta, meaning that he would attack first. King Bei and the others who were watching the battle from afar were stunned to watch this scene, unable to say anything. Also, the people watching the battle over there, I would like to state in advance that this is a battle between me and Vegeta, and no one can interfere, otherwise. Gardo said loudly to King Bei and the others, and after speaking, a red bright light already appeared in his fingers. After Gardo said this, he flicked his arm gently in the direction where King Bei and the others were. Boom! Suddenly, the whole earth trembled. Under the smoke, a bottomless black hole appeared in front of King Bei and others. King Bei and the others were so frightened that sweat soaked their clothes. There was silence for a long time. King Bei, His Highness's combat strength is 150,000, Gardo 200,000, I'm afraid this battle is, said a Saiyan warrior beside him with some concern. How could King Bei not know this truth? But now, he couldn't do anything about it. After the accumulation of time just now, the artificial full moon at this time has disappeared. The artificial full moon can only last for 10 minutes at most, which Vegeta also knows. Of course, against Gardo, Vegeta does not intend to use the giant ape transformation, the other party wants to use himself as a whetstone, why don't he want to use the other party as a whetstone? Finally, an opponent who was equal to himself appeared, and Vegeta felt that it was really a gift from God. And after he grows to a certain stage, I'm afraid it's too late for Frieza to stop it. Give me a part of your energy, at the critical moment, I see that I can only make the little prince giant ape transform. King Bei said solemnly to a few henchmen. But King Bei, just as Gardo said, no one is allowed to interfere. Less nonsense, hurry! King Bei shouted sharply. After a few henchmen hesitated slightly, they transferred their own energy. With these energies, King Bei can make an artificial full moon again, and at the critical moment, as long as the little prince transforms into a giant ape. I believe that Gardo can be defeated no matter what. Boom! Vegeta didn't mean to be polite, and rushed towards Gardo and punched him in the face. This punch was not unscrupulous, and Gardo's eyes bulged outward, and his neck was about to twist. Tap-da-da! Vegeta's fists kept hitting Gardo's chest like machine guns. Gardo's body couldn't stop trembling, and he was trembling vigorously in midair. Boom! Vegeta backhanded a shock cannon and blew Gardo away. Such a scene shocked King Bei and the others present. How could the little prince be so powerful? Actually beat Gardo to the point that he was unable to fight back? The little prince is amazing, he really deserves the pride of our Saiyans. Someone cheered for Vegeta. However, it may also be the reason why Gardo did not exert his full strength, right? Others have a different attitude. In the sound of words, Gardo's figure gradually emerged, his face was covered with dirty blood, his body was also a little embarrassed, and the eyes that looked at Vegeta became even more vicious. Well, you Vegeta, you really fight? Ben Gongzi is very angry, Ben Gongzi is not playing with you, Ben Gongzi wants to exert all his strength to destroy you. Gardo shouted angrily. To put it bluntly, Gardo has only been in the world for a month, and his mind is not very mature. Originally, Gardo's idea was very good, he planned to play with Vegeta to hone himself, but it turned out to be good, and he was beaten by Vegeta as soon as he came up, making him almost collapse. Didn't your father tell you that underestimating the enemy comes at a price? Vegeta smiled softly, and then said tentatively, transform, I heard that your father can transform, you should be fine, right? Humph, against you, a Saiyan with only 150,000 combat strength, Ben Gongzi still uses transformation. Gardo sneered, and the next moment, he flew up and struck at Vegeta fiercely, his long tail was like a long recklessness, extremely flexible. Vegeta was quick-eyed, grabbed Gardo's long tail, flew up and kicked it. Bang! Gardo fell into the vast earth, leaving a deep hole in the ground. Boom! Gardo was angry, and all the dust centered on him seemed to roll up layers of sandstorms and fly all over the sky. Ugh! Gardo gritted his teeth and flew up, gazing at Vegeta breathlessly. You have completely angered Ben Gongzi, Ben Gongzi is going to destroy you with his own hands. At this time, Gardo had already raised his combat effectiveness to the extreme. Beep! On the detector of King Bei and others, Gardo's combat effectiveness value appeared again. After seeing this value, all the Saiyans turned extremely pale. 300,000 combat strength, this terrible guy didn't exert his full strength just now. Gardo has 300,000 combat power, isn't Frieza more terrifying? His Royal Highness is in danger. Many Saiyans were stunned and frightened by Gardo's powerful fighting power into a cold sweat. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 046. King Bei gritted his teeth, ready to make an artificial full moon. As long as his son transformed into a giant ape, his combat effectiveness would increase tenfold, so that it was still easy to deal with a Gardo. King Bei, don't worry, I see that His Royal Highness the Prince has not panicked because of this, he has always been very confident. At this time, a henchman persuaded King Bei. King Bei took a closer look, and sure enough, his son's face was full of confidence, and he did not feel panicked at all because of Gardo's powerful combat power. That's all you're capable of? Vegeta smiled gently, you better transform, your current combat effectiveness is not very high, not as good as me. Ha 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 ha, Vegeta, what are you kidding? As if he heard a funny joke, Gardo raised his head to the sky and roared, and then pointed to his detector, Vegeta, you didn't bring a detector, and Ben Gongzi will forgive your ignorance. Ben Gongzi told you well, my current combat strength is 300,000, how about you? Humph, sorry, it's only 150,000. Really? Vegeta sneered. Ben Gongzi knows that you are hiding your combat power, but Ben Gongzi guesses that your combat power is only 250,000 at most. Humph, you are not Ben Gongzi's opponent. Gardo sneered. Since that's the case, let's get started. Vegeta beckoned to Gardo. If you don't know whether you are dead or alive, let you see the horror of this sun. After Gardo finished speaking, he raised his right arm, and a red flame of light shot out from his hand. Ugh! Red flames of light passed Vegeta's body. Boom! The red light flame hit the vast sand, the whole earth trembled violently, and the sand and dust rose up into the sky, scattering in this space. What a terrible combat power, if hit! King Bei and the others looked at each other, and the atmosphere did not dare to breathe. Is the little prince all right? Someone asked. He ducked. Gardo looked at Vegeta in amazement, a little unable to believe the fact. Vegeta smiled slightly and shook his head. It's too slow. That's impossible. Gardo was furious, and the flames of light flashed again at his fingertips, and 5 consecutive red rays of light rushed towards Vegeta's location, blocking his way to death. Vegeta, however, stretched out his little hand unhurriedly, with a smile on his face. Snap! These 5 intense red lights were slapped away by him with several slaps. How is this possible? Gardo's eyes widened, unable to speak any longer. What's impossible? That's what you're good at? Vegeta smiled softly. You have completely angered Ben Gongzi. Ben Gongzi wants to make you look good. Gardo was furious, and the momentum of the whole person increased again. You said this just now, and it doesn't seem to be anything remarkable. Vegeta shook his head helplessly and looked at each other with contempt. Oh, Gardo's body suddenly swelled, and his body also changed from the original petite and delicate to extremely large. Even, at this time, Gardo was much taller than Vegeta, and people who didn't know could not have imagined that this was just a child who had just been born for a month. Finally transformed. Vegeta smiled slightly, all he wanted was for Gardo to transform as soon as possible. A Gardo who has not transformed, even Frieza, with Vegeta's current strength, does not put it in his eyes. After Gardo transformed, the huge energy was like a raging wave, extending layer by layer to the surroundings. Beep! Boom! The detectors carried by King Pei and the others could no longer withstand such a powerful energy reaction and burst one after another. And after seeing Gardena's powerful scene, King Pei and the others were already speechless. This is simply a little monster. A month after birth, he had such a powerful combat power. Hehe, Vegeta, you forced me, I'm transforming now, as you wish. Gardo sneered, well, the detector can no longer detect my combat power, but let me tell you, Ben Gongzi's current combat power is at least 600,000, haha, is it about to be scared to pee? 600,000, it's really not simple. Vegeta smiled and nodded. As if hearing Gardo's words, King Pei's face turned pale. 600,000. Even if he transforms into a giant ape, he can't defeat the other party. But why is Xiaobei so confident? What happened during his time on Earth? Why did he become so confident? By the way, before we really fight, I'll tell you something even more terrible. Gardo smiled, our clan can transform 3 times, and each time the combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Humph, now you know my terrible, right? Vegeta looked at him expressionlessly, feeling like he was looking at an idiot. How? Scared, right? Too scared to speak, right? How proud Gardotsudi is. Vegeta smiled softly, he already knew that Frieza could transform 3 times. But don't worry, because of his young age, Ben Gongzi can only transform once now, and when Ben Gongzi cultivates and cultivates again, he can transform 3 times. Gardo added. Vegeta looked at him expressionlessly and did not speak. Hey? Are you not afraid? Gardo was a little surprised to see Vegeta so calm. What's so scary? We Saiyans can also transform. Vegeta said with a smile. I know you Saiyans can transform into monkeys, humph, but after transforming into a giant ape, there are still many weaknesses. Gardo naturally knew a lot about the Saiyans, otherwise he would not have come to planet Vegeta alone. Against you, you also used to transform into a giant ape. Vegeta sneered, it's a pity that now the detector has no way to detect my combat power, forget it, let me see my true strength. After speaking, Vegeta's whole body was filled with amazing light flames, and the powerful energy was like a tornado, rolling up layers of storms in this desert. The impactful airflow tore the sky open. For a time, thunder and lightning were mixed, and wind and rain were coming. Gardo's triangular eyes widened and he looked at Vegeta with some dismay. As you wish, my current combat strength is at least 600,000. Vegeta looked at each other with a smile. That's impossible. Galdo was completely stunned. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 047. Too much nonsense, come on. Vegeta's momentum increased again, aiming at the position where Gardo was, and powerful shock cannons burst out. Gardo was so shocked that his tail was about to stand up, his eyes widened, and he quickly jumped to the side. Boom! With a loud bang, the whole earth trembled violently. Gardo luckily dodged the attack, and cold sweat broke out in fear. Glancing at the bombarded place, Gardo gritted his teeth and rushed towards Vegeta. Kill! 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 The next moment, the two fought in this desert. Everywhere you go, smoke and dust fill the air. The earth trembled for it, and the sky changed color for it. Everyone was stunned. The little prince actually has such a powerful combat power. Such a scene already makes everyone feel like they are dreaming. Since the little prince is a Saiyan and he will become so powerful, what about us? All Saiyans are thinking that maybe one day, they can become as powerful as the little prince. Boom! Boom! The battle continued, and the battle between Vegeta and Gardo lasted from noon to evening. The necks of King Bei and the others were almost sore, but no one left. All Saiyans know that this is a battle for their own destiny, and if the little prince loses, the whole clan may be in danger. Hoo, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, my first layer transformation only tied with you. Gardo looked at Vegeta breathlessly. Do you want to keep fighting? Vegeta asked with a cold face. Humph, let's do this today. Gardo wanted to continue fighting, but after thinking about it, even if he continued to fight like this, it would be a close match. It was better to go back and cultivate well, maybe the next time he came over, he would have the skill of the second transformation. Okay, then I won't send it. Vegeta smiled softly, he could see that Gardo would go back to cultivation. This way, Vegeta can buy time from Gardo and use him as a whetstone the next time he comes. At least, Vegeta now feels that he is getting closer and closer to the realm of Super Saiyan. Perhaps, all that remains now is an opportunity to be angry, and transforming into a Super Saiyan is already a sure thing. 10 days at most, I will come back to you. Gardo said this, turned around and flew in the direction of the spaceship. Vegeta naturally wouldn't stop it, his body shook, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and he fell to the ground all of a sudden. Galdo, who had just flown out not far away, seemed to sense the situation on this side and glanced back. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I won, I won. Galdo was stunned for a moment and cheered. King Pei was shocked, but he did not expect that his son would faint before Gardo left. How is this good? In case Gardo takes the opportunity to face Xiaobei. King Bei didn't dare to imagine it, he gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and flew in the direction where Vegeta was. Gardo went and returned, oblivious to King Bei's arrival, his eyes fixed on Vegeta. No wonder you don't want to fight anymore, it turns out that you are already injured not lightly, ha 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 ha. How happy Gardo was laughing. Hee, let you see it. Vegeta reluctantly stood up, now is a good opportunity to kill me, you do it. When King Bei heard this, he quickly blocked in front of Vegeta and watched Gardo vigilantly. Father, it's useless, it's between me and Gardo, you get out of the way for me. Vegeta said sharply, this daddy. Why can't he have a little city? Didn't he find out that he was pretending? If this really angered Gardo, this daddy would be destroyed by the other party. At that time, save yourself or not. If you save, your true strength will be completely displayed, and if you don't save it, you can't bear it. Gardo looked at Vegeta, then at King Bei, touched his nose, and said with a smile, don't worry, why am I willing to kill you? It's rare to find such a good opponent as you, and it's too late for me to be happy. Hearing Gardo's words, King Bei finally breathed a sigh of relief and flashed to the side quietly. As for you, King Bei, you are not small. Gardo's face suddenly turned cold, like a double-edged sword, shot towards King Bei. This is a matter between me and your son, Ben Gongzi said just before the big war, no one is allowed to interfere. Humph, you say, how will Ben Gongzi punish you? This, King Bei was completely frightened by Gardo's powerful momentum. Go and die. A red flame of light shot out from Gardo's hand and went straight to where King Bei was. King Bei's face changed color, however, with his speed, he couldn't dodge this intense flame of light at all. At this critical juncture, Vegeta stepped forward and knocked King Bei aside. Poof! The red flame of light pierced Vegeta's left chest on the spot and flew into the distance. Ahem! Vegeta spewed out another mouthful of blood. King Bei was shocked, and quickly went over to hold his son up. His face also became livid, and he looked at Gardo with hatred, at this terrible enemy. It's a pity, it's a pity. Gardo shook his head with some regret, I wanted to destroy you, but I didn't expect your son to be saved, forget it, spare you today. Vegeta, I know you can't die of this level of injury, and I'll come back to you in 10 days. After saying this, Gardo no longer looked at the Vegeta father and son, turned and flew in the direction of the spaceship. Boom! The spaceship took off into the sky and entered the vast universe. At this point, King Bei panicked and ordered to everyone, hurry up and send the prince to the treatment room. No need, I'll go myself. Vegeta said to King Bei, and after speaking, he flew staggering in the direction of the palace. King Bei's eyes widened. The Saiyans who came behind them were also surprised. The little prince was so badly injured that he could still fly, and, where did he want to go? Just when everyone was puzzled, Vegeta had already entered the palace and returned to the place where he lived. Taking a deep breath, the corners of Vegeta's mouth hooked an elegant arc. P.S. The picture is taken from Dragon Ball AF, originally named Frisia's Son Ace. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 048. Just now, Vegeta had already calculated and knew that Gardo's blow would not do much damage to him, so he blocked it for his father. The reason for this, Vegeta also wanted to take the opportunity to paralyze Frisia. If he let Frisia know that his strength was equal to his son's, maybe this old guy would personally commit suicide. Although it is close to the realm of Super Saiyan, if Vegeta wants to transform without fail, it is naturally best to delay a little time. And after the battle just now, he finally vomited blood and was injured by Gard. In the end, Gardo went back and described excitedly, believing that Frisia would not come over. After all, he also wanted his son to grow up. In addition, Vegeta plans to take this opportunity to see if his cells have regenerative functions. Now this 3-inch hole in the left chest is just enough to provide his own experiment. Vegeta held back the pain and walked towards the gravity room. Xiaobei, why don't you go to the treatment room? King Bei chased after him and asked with concern. No need, I have my own way to recover, I went to cultivate, I don't want anyone to disturb. After Vegeta finished speaking, he opened the door of the gravity cultivation room and stepped in. Snap! The door is closed. King Bei opened his mouth, and the outstretched hand finally retracted. Meanwhile, Gardo had already arrived at Frisia's spaceship. back. Frisia sat on a suspended throne, looking her son up and down. Dad, that Vegeta is very good, but in the end, I won. Gardo said excitedly. The first layer of transformation, just barely won, are you okay to say? Frisia's face turned cold. Dad, it's not that I barely won, it's Vegeta who dies to save face, in fact, I have already won. Gardo said dissatisfied. I don't think so, Vegeta is deliberately showing weakness so that you can despise him. There was a sneer on the corner of Frisia's mouth. No, to be exact, he wants me to despise him. Humph, he has such a plan at a young age, this person must be eliminated as soon as possible. Deliberately showing weakness? Gardo's eyes widened, and he didn't look like awe. However, when he heard his father say that he would destroy Vegeta, he was in a hurry. Dad, don't worry, I said, I will go back in 10 days, and when the time comes, wouldn't it be better for the child to get rid of him with his own hands? Gardo advised that it would not be easy to find such an opponent of equal ranks, and he also felt that he had gained a lot of experience in this battle. You are not necessarily his opponent. Frisia glanced at his son and said lightly. I have obviously beaten him to the point of vomiting blood, he can never pretend. I don't believe that he can be better than me. Gardo said unconvinced. That's it, in 10 days, I'll go with you. Frisia pondered for a moment, waved his hand, and said, you go down first, heal your injuries as soon as possible, and strive to enter the next layer of transformation. However, I can say in advance, next time, whether you can win or not, I will not let this Vegeta continue to grow. Understood. Gardo nodded solemnly. After Vegeta arrived at the gravity training room, he tried to use energy to repair his wounds. Sure enough, when the energy in the body was concentrated on the wound, Vegeta found through the mirror that his wound was slowly growing new bones, and the muscles and skin were also growing slowly, and at this rate, it would take about 1 day to fully recover. It seems that his regeneration rate is still very slow. You know, the demon Bu was reborn all of a sudden. However, it is better to have regeneration than not to regenerate, and Vegeta is already satisfied at this stage. A day later, Vegeta walked out of the gravity room, and the moment he appeared, many Saiyans kept cheering. In this regard, Vegeta just smiled indifferently. There were more powerful enemies waiting for him, and he could not slack off because of this. And how surprised he was to learn that his son had recovered in just 1 day. Others don't know, but he clearly remembers that his son has not been to the treatment room, but just spent a day and a night in the gravity cultivation room, and his body is well nourished. Such a big blood hole, all penetrated his lungs, he actually raised it himself? King Pei couldn't believe this fact. After a long silence, King Pei dialed Naba's phone. Naba, are you back? King Pei asked. King Shell, we are on the road, and we still have 2 hours to reach planet Vegeta. Naba replied. Okay, I'll wait for you in the palace. King Pei said. 2 hours passed quickly, and Naba and Raditz spacecraft finally arrived smoothly. After sensing the breath of Naba and Raditz, Vegeta's brows furrowed together, swoosh flew away, and the next moment, he had already appeared in front of the two. Seeing Vegeta suddenly appear in front of him, Naba and Raditz trembled all over and quickly bowed to ask for peace. Why are you guys back? Didn't I ask you to protect Dr. Brive's family? Vegeta asked with a cold face. Your Highness, it was King Bei who let us come back, Naba replied tremblingly, but Your Highness, rest assured, Dr. Brive's family is safe, and before we came back, we specially injected energy into a robot they created, believing that as long as it is not a powerful guy who appears, it will never be possible to hurt them. Vegeta was relieved that since the Boomer family was fine, he wouldn't blame these two guys. With a wave of his hand, Vegeta ignored Naba and Raditz and walked around on his own. Simple cultivation cannot quickly improve combat effectiveness, but will make the body uncomfortable, which Vegeta also knows. Now, he has overcome 300 times gravity, and in the remaining days, he has to rest well and let his body completely adapt. I believe that in the first battle in 9 days, Frisia will come over soon. Vegeta is even considering whether he can transfer the battlefield to another planet, so as not to cause Vegeta to be persecuted. At this moment, Naba and Raditz had already arrived at the palace and met King Bei. "Tell me, what happened to you on Earth?" King Bei asked. Naba and Raditz did not dare to slacken, and told King Bei everything they had seen on Earth. After listening patiently, King Bei shook his head and couldn't say why. However, there was one place that caught his attention. "You say, a long dragon appeared in the sky, and then suddenly it got dark?" King Bei asked again. "Yes, even Kainu was shocked at that time, and after this long dragon disappeared, His Highness suddenly stopped dodging." Naba explained. "Who else knows about this besides you?" King Bei's face suddenly turned grim. Seeing King Bei looking like this, Naba and Raditz were so frightened that they knelt on the ground. "Say!" King Bei shouted sharply. "There is no one else." "King Bei, we won't say it." Naba kowtowed hard, he knew that King Bei was going to kill people. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 049. King Bei, we are all Saiyans, we Saiyans will not betray our companions. Raditz also knelt in front of King Bei and quickly answered. "King Bei, we will definitely be tight-lipped, please rest assured." Naba said with a serious face. "Well, I hope you guys take care of yourself." King Bei's eyes flickered, and after all, he did not start to destroy these two people. If it were in peacetime, with the character of King Bei, these two people would have been destroyed long ago. However, at this time of the Saiyans crisis, he didn't want to start infighting, and Naba would be better to say, but this Raditz, his father is not an ordinary character. It is said that Raditz's father, Bardock, was very strong when he went to fight on the planet Myth. There were guards to report that Bardock's combat effectiveness had reached a high of 30,000. Offending a high-level warrior for no reason, King Bei thought it was not very cost-effective. Moreover, many people in Frisia have gone to Earth, and it is unrealistic to say that no news has been revealed. Seeing that King Bei calmed down his killing intent, Naba and Raditz looked at each other and were relieved. Just about to leave, at this time, King Bei asked with a cold face. "Why didn't you contact me a while ago?" "King Bei, we are also strange, for a while, we couldn't communicate with the outside world, I don't know why." Naba quickly answered. "Yes, King Bei, when we were on Earth, it seems that we have not been able to communicate with the outside world, but since His Highness left, the situation has improved." Raditz also said, "We heard that there is a guy called a fairy on Earth, and I suspect that 80% is the ghost of this immortal." King Bei's face was cold, he didn't say anything more, and waved his hand to signal that the two could leave. Vegeta circled the planet a few times and suddenly sensed a powerful aura rising in the distance. Such a powerful combat power, at least 50,000. Vegeta was slightly startled. The planet of the Saiyans, how did a guy with 50,000 combat power emerge again? Curious, Vegeta flew towards where the breath was. However, when he saw the figure of the other party, Vegeta was stunned all of a sudden. Bardock. This person is actually Bardock. Bardock actually has a combat power of 50,000. This discovery surprised Vegeta. You know, in the original Dragon Ball world, Bardock's combat power was at most a little more than 10,000, after all, he couldn't even beat a Dodoria. Today, Bardock's combat power actually exceeds 50,000. However, Vegeta thought that Bardock should be the first Super Saiyan in the Dragon Ball world, but because of his appearance, he changed the existing historical operation. Now his combat strength has reached 50,000, which is also very normal. His Royal Highness. Bardock bowed slightly when he saw Vegeta. Bardock, what are you doing here? Vegeta asked. I cultivate here, and I admire His Royal Highness the Prince in my Majesty, and I also want to be a strong person like His Royal Highness. Bardock smiled slightly, looked at Vegeta and said. Your combat power is already second only to me among the Saiyans, Bardock, you are really not simple. Vegeta smiled wickedly. Bardock did not have any nervous expression, but said very calmly, presumably His Highness also knows, the potential of Saiyans is endless, I can also sense the huge energy contained in my body, one day. I will find a way to tap it. Oh! When Vegeta heard this, he looked at Bardock a little differently. Your Highness, if my guess is correct, Frieza will definitely come to supervise his son personally during the next Great War, His Highness's bitter meat plan. Being able to hide from others, I am afraid that it is difficult to hide from Frieza, the old fox. Bardock let out a long sigh and looked at Vegeta with some helplessness. You see that? Vegeta's expression changed slightly. Although His Highness has superb acting skills, I think I can see it, and Frieza will definitely see it. Bardock explained, if Frieza knew that His Highness had more strength than his son, he would never have allowed His Highness to remain in the world. Besides, all our Saiyans have long been looking unpleasant to the eye, and have always wanted to destroy our entire clan. Vegeta didn't speak, meaning for Bardock to continue. However, hearing Bardock's words, Vegeta felt that he had underestimated the enemy, but he did not expect that Frieza was much smarter than he thought. Actually, after His Highness left planet Vegeta, not long after arriving on Earth, Frieza had already moved the idea of destroying all Saiyans. Bardock bowed his head and said, however, at this critical juncture, Frieza had a child, and this matter was delayed until his child was born. Wait! Vegeta interrupted Bardock, then asked curiously, does Frieza have a wife? No. They're hermaphrodites, Bardock explained. Hermaphroditic? How to have a baby? Vegeta has always wondered how Frieza had an extra son. This. I don't know about this, Bardock didn't even know what to say. Vegeta thought about it, probably this Frieza was self-defeating, otherwise, how could a son appear? Frieza seems to have laid an egg, and then after a year or so of hatching, the shell breaks and Gardo comes out. Bardock said, I also heard this from others, and I don't think I can be wrong. Vegeta nodded, if it really took a year to hatch, then Frieza really wouldn't have time to attack the Saiyans. Okay, you practice well, I won't bother. Vegeta was too lazy to talk nonsense, turned around and planned to leave. Wait a minute. Bardock stopped Vegeta. Vegeta looked back at Bardock. Your Highness, I think that if the great battle in 9 days is indispensable, if your Highness can transfer the battlefield, it will be the best thing. Bardock mused, if Frieza's character is completely angered, I am afraid that our planet Vegeta will be destroyed by him. Humph, do you think we're going out now? Vegeta smiled coldly, then ignored Bardock and flew away from the place. Bardock's face was stunned. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 050. Indeed, Vegeta had the idea of moving the battlefield, but he knew that Frieza would not be able to let him go. Now, I am afraid that the entire planet Vegeta has been monitored by Frieza, and I believe that no one can fly out. Can't fly out? Wait a minute. Vegeta suddenly thought of something. You don't necessarily have to leave the planet with a spaceship. Now, he has the physique of Majin Buu, and although his ability to regenerate is weak, he can survive in space. If the battlefield is transferred to the universe, planet Vegeta may be able to survive. Thinking of this, Vegeta was a little excited. Isn't it fun to fight in the universe? Of course, it wasn't time to fight Frieza yet, and Vegeta had this idea and planned to leave again in a few days. Fighting with the Frieza father and son, he chose to do it in the universe. Time passed quickly, and 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. Vegeta was also ready for battle, and after 9 days of traveling, he looked calm on the surface, as if nothing had happened. However, those who really know Vegeta clearly know that this little prince of the Saiyans should be more powerful than before. At this moment, all the Saiyans also gathered about 1,000 meters away from Vegeta, waiting for this mortal battle. However, after waiting for a moment, Vegeta smiled softly, and then took off into the air, and then galloped towards the distant space. King Bei and the others who were watching the battle wondered, "What is the little prince doing? Why did you run to the sky?" Yes, Vegeta is precisely to transfer the battlefield to the universe, and planet Vegeta can no longer withstand this level of war. King Bei, according to the latest investigation, Frisia's spaceship has begun to move. Someone came to report. What do you say? Frisia's spaceship? King Bei was slightly stunned. I reckon that Frisia will come over in person this time. Bardock smiled bitterly on the side. What? Frisia coming over? King Bei was even more surprised. If Frisia came to planet Vegeta, King Frisia really didn't have the slightest certainty about the fate of this planet. There was silence for a long, long time. With a gloomy face, King Bei gave the order, all Saiyans listen to the order, immediately prepare for the first level of defense. Yes. The Saiyans shouted in unison. In the face of a formidable enemy, the Saiyans finally united. For a time, on the planet Vegeta, many Saiyans were excited, and the melodious voice made even the vast earth tremble for it. Meanwhile, in the vast universe, Frisia holds a transparent goblet with half a glass of red wine in it, and he looks at the space monitor with a smile. Your Excellency Frisia, we have now completely monitored planet Vegeta. Any spaceship that leaves the planet, we will destroy it in the first time. The Saiyans cannot survive in the universe, none of them can run. One of his subordinates said. Good. Frisia nodded in satisfaction. Humph, a group of wild monkeys, I will destroy you all today. Dad, let's hurry, when I destroy Vegeta, we can have a planetary fireworks display today. Galdo said excitedly. Humph, a group of single-celled wild monkeys also want to rebel against me, Frisia. Frisia snorted coldly, and disdain flashed in his eyes. Dad, I can destroy their entire clan alone. Gardo is full of war, and he can't wait to rush over and destroy planet Vegeta now. Frisia squinted and smiled. Ignored his son, and asked his subordinates, last time I asked you to investigate Vegeta's affairs on Earth, how did the situation go? Your Excellency Frisia, we have obtained a preliminary verification. The subordinate replied, there is a self-proclaimed immortal on Earth who is said to have a magical ability to craft Dragon Balls, and as long as they gather 7 Dragon Balls, they can grant any wish. However, we are still continuing to investigate this matter, these are only rumors, and there is no scientific basis at present. What did you say? Frisia's triangular eyes widened at once, and the wine glass was crushed by him on the spot. The subordinates were frightened, and quickly repeated the words just now. Can any wish be granted? Frisia muttered in a low voice. Your Excellency Frisia, when I heard that Vegeta was on Earth, it seems that he gathered 7 Dragon Balls. The subordinate said carefully, Captain Kainu reported this at that time, but at that time, Captain Kainu did not know the Dragon Ball, only said that there were 7 sparkling golden beads, and after our analysis, most of these 7 beads are the legendary Dragon Ball. Leave for Earth now. Frisia gave the order, and as soon as the words fell, he asked again, by the way, how long does it take to go to Earth? Dad. Gardo was anxious, and he was still waiting to fight Vegeta. You shut up for me. Frisia shouted and said to his hand, you continue. Your Excellency Frisia, the Earth will need to sail for about 150 days from our side. The subordinate replied. You just said that the person who called himself a god is a nemesis. Frisia asked again. The subordinate nodded solemnly, and operated on the computer with long eyes, pointing to a black hole on the screen and said, Your Excellency Frisia, that Messes is located in the Eastern Universe, although it is more distant, but if we pass through this black hole, we can reach it in about 10 days. Good, go to Namex immediately. Frisia gave the order. Dad, what about the fight between me and Vegeta? Gardo finally couldn't help it anymore and said again. Idiot, what's more wonderful than fulfilling a wish? Frisia glared at his son. But Dad, Galdo still wanted to fight. Son, as long as we let the Dragon Balls help us fulfill our wish of the immortal body, wouldn't the battle between you and Vegeta be more interesting? Frisia smiled and said meaningfully. Gardo's eyes lit up, his face was beaming, and he nodded solemnly. The spacecraft cut an arc in the universe, reversed its original direction, and went straight for the distant black hole. What? Frisia's spaceship headed for a black hole? King Bei immediately received Frisia's latest movements, and then lowered his head and muttered, what is he doing in the Eastern Universe? The subordinate shook his head, obviously not quite aware of the matter. What's in the Eastern Universe? King Bei wondered. After about 10 minutes of silence, King Bei's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something, and quickly asked, investigate immediately, is that Mising in the Eastern Universe? P.S. Thank you Ajian for the reward. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 051. After some time, the results of the investigation came out, confirming King Bei's speculation. Get the prince back immediately. King Bei's face was ugly, and he ordered his subordinates. By the time Vegeta returned to the palace, Frisia had been gone for 3 hours, and it was no wonder that after waiting so long in the sky, Gardo had not been found. When King Becky told Vegeta what he knew, Vegeta was surprised. That Mising? Frisia went to Namex? Vegeta is sure that since Frisia went to that planet, he probably knows the secret of Dragon Ball. Then, he went to Namexing, most likely because he wanted an immortal body. Immortal body? Vegeta smiled, I'm afraid Shenlong doesn't have such great ability, right? Moreover, Frisia definitely doesn't know about Majin Buu, even if he really has an immortal body, when the time comes, he will transform into a Super Saiyan and then beat him to a cripple, hehe, isn't it interesting? The corners of Vegeta's mouth drew an evil arc. Since Frisia went to Namex, the Saiyan planet should be fine, it is better to take this opportunity to go to Namex to see if he can get together the Dragon Balls before Frisia so that his body can be completely transformed. Xiaobei, what do you think? King Bei asked. Humph, just when I'm idle and bored, I'll also go to Namexing. Vegeta smiled indifferently, then added, however, you better not follow, Frisia is not so easy to deal with. After speaking, Vegeta no longer paid attention to King Bei and the others, and flew towards the space launch base. About 10 minutes later, Vegeta's spaceship took off and entered the vast universe. Goal, that Mega Buster. After Vegeta left, King Shell called several of his henchmen, including Bardock, to the palace and told his plan. I heard that the Dragon Balls can only be made to fulfill the wish, so let's go to Namex this time, try not to contact the people of Frisia, try to find one of the Dragon Balls, and hide it immediately. King Bei said with a solemn expression, in this way, even if Frisia has 6 Dragon Balls, he will not be able to fulfill his wish. Bardock and the others nodded. If Frisia fulfills his wish for an immortal body, we Saiyans really have nothing to save. King Bei said again. Bardock and others knew the seriousness of the matter and said yes. The spacecraft took off, carrying King Bei and the others, towards the distant black hole. Boom! However, when King Bei and they had just set off not long ago, they saw a blinding light burst out from a distant place ahead. Everyone's hearts trembled. How is this done? Bei. King Bei, that. It seems to be a spaceship of His Royal Highness the Prince. The subordinate said with a look of horror. King Bei's eyes widened at this time, and he hurriedly shouted, hurry up and take a look. Wait. Bardock had a different opinion. Turn around and return to planet Vegeta immediately. Frisia has already laid a net outside our planet, and our spacecraft cannot escape. Bardock, you listen to me, my son is now in the universe. King Bei was furious, and shouted sharply, chase me up. I'm sorry, King Bei. Bardock's face sank, and he slapped a hand on King Bei's back. King Bei's eyes were red, and he fainted on the spot. Turn around immediately, don't be reckless. Bardock shouted. Although King Bei's henchmen want to stop it, they don't want to die in vain. After all, Saiyans can't survive in the universe. And if the spaceship explodes, there is only a dead end waiting for them. So, the spacecraft cut an arc in the universe and smoothly returned to the planet Vegeta. After about 10 minutes, King Bei suddenly woke up, and he immediately swept his hatred gaze towards Bardock, and shouted an order, come, take Bardock down for me. Everyone, you look at me, I look at you, hesitant. King Bei, I'm at your disposal. Bardock was not afraid in the slightest. King Bei, Bardock is also for the sake of us Saiyans. King Bei, think about it, if we catch up, when the time comes, we will only die in the universe, and now our main thing is to take revenge. Avenge His Royal Highness. Yes, King Bei, let Bardock make meritorious deeds. Several Saiyans present persuaded, knowing that Bardock had just done the right thing in that situation. King Bei looked at Bardock hatefully, his eyes blood red. The sun's spaceship exploded. Could it be said that as the strongest warrior of the Saiyan, he died in the universe like this? This method of death, King Bei, is really unacceptable. If his son died in battle, King Bei had nothing to say, but he watched his son die in the universe, and he didn't want to accept this fact. As for Bardock, King Bei actually didn't blame him too much, and now he also understood that if he followed the past, he could only have the same fate as his son. King Bei gritted his teeth, his sharp eyes scanned the Saiyans present, and said in a deep voice, since Frisia has gone to Namex, then these people who monitor us should not have very high combat effectiveness. Speaking of this, King Bei looked at Bardock coldly and ordered, Bardock, I order you to take people to destroy the monitoring system outside the planet immediately. We Saiyans, it's time to rise. Yes. Bardock nodded solemnly. Avenge the prince. Everyone also said in a deep voice. For a time, the Saiyan crowd of planet Vegeta was majestic, and the voice of revenge for the prince rose one after another. However, at this time, Prince Vegeta did not die because of the explosion of the spaceship. He already had the physique to survive in space. Humph, I forgot, Frisia laid an ambush near my planet, damn it. Vegeta is also not light, without a spaceship, with his current flight speed, I don't know how long it will take to reach Namex. Looking left and right, Vegeta soon found that there was a spaceship at a relatively distant point. Looking at the situation, it was the other party who fired at his spaceship just now. At this moment, the spacecraft is floating in space. Looking at the location of the spacecraft, it just happens to be at the center of the spaceflight of planet Vegeta. Ugh! Vegeta smiled coldly, and the next moment, he cut an arc in space and flew towards the direction of the spaceship. The alien who was working in the spacecraft suddenly sensed that an energy was approaching, and quickly turned on the detection system. When they saw that Vegeta was speeding towards this side, everyone in the spaceship immediately widened their eyes. Leave immediately, hurry up, start flying at extreme speed. Someone shouted loudly. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 052. Boom. As soon as the words fell, a loud noise was heard from the spacecraft, and Vegeta had successfully entered the spaceship. Call Your Excellency Frisia, call Your Excellency Frisia. Someone hurriedly contacted Frisia. What's going on? Frisia's side also received a signal here. Your Excellency Frisia. Vegeta's spaceship is destroyed, but he can survive in the universe. The man quickly replied. Oh? Is there such a thing? Frisia's face was also surprised. Aren't Saiyans unable to survive in the universe? Why is Vegeta okay? Okay, I see. Frisia broke off contact after speaking. Dad, what happened? Gardo on the side asked. Vegeta can survive in the universe, which is enough to prove that the thing that Dragon Ball wishes are true is true. Frisia laughed, and then his face sank. However, this Vegeta is too arrogant, it seems that he has to be taught a lesson. Dad, let me go, this time I will kill him with my own hands. Gardo volunteered. Vegeta came out on a spaceship, most likely knowing about my going to find Dragon Ball. Frisia analyzed, with Vegeta's character, you see I has long fulfilled the wish of an immortal body, if this is the case, you are not his opponent. Dad, it's not a big deal to be immortal. Galdo grinned, if Vegeta's combat effectiveness is not as high as ours, then we will remove his arms and legs and make him unable to move, hee. Isn't this the same as the living dead? Isn't this kind of immortal body also interesting? Worthy of being my son of Frisia, you have a good idea. Frisia smiled and nodded. Dad, he'll definitely catch up. Gardo's face had a smile on his face. After the last battle with Vegeta, I learned a lot, and I already have the ability to transform into a second layer. Dad, I must kill him with my own hands this time and let him know who is the king of the universe. Since you have to fight Vegeta, that's okay. Frisia thought about it, and finally agreed to his son's request. After all, if his son wants to grow up quickly, it is best to have a suitable opponent as a grindstone. After saying this, there was a moment of silence, and then said, well, when we get to Namex, you will pester Vegeta outside, and I will put together the Dragon Balls first and strive to fulfill the wish as soon as possible. Okay Dad. Galdo excitedly agreed. I've always had a bad hunch lately, Frisia whispered. What? Galdo looked at his father and asked. Saiyans are growing too fast, especially this Vegeta. Frisia said in a deep voice, you can't be merciful this time anyway. Dad, don't worry, I will definitely solve him with my own hands. Gardo nodded vigorously. Vegeta quickly occupied the spaceship, attacking him and threw all the people on it into space, and the aliens who could survive in space were very unceremoniously killed. The next moment, Vegeta manipulated the spacecraft and flew towards the black hole. At the same time, on planet Vegeta, the movement of Vegeta's spaceship was also received. However, everyone was a little puzzled, especially Bardock and the others, who were preparing to attack the spaceship, were even more at a loss. How did the spaceship run? Moreover, looking at the situation of the spaceship and the many alien corpses floating outside, it is really incomprehensible. What is the situation? Forget it, let's ignore the spaceship first. Let's clean up the spaceship near the planet first. Bardock commanded his men. For a time, outside the planet of the Saiyans, many Saiyans united together and launched a fierce attack on Frisia's gang. As for the rebellion of the Saiyans, Frisia's side also quickly got accurate information. This group of wild monkeys, I will let you scream for a while, and when I have an immortal body, I will find you to settle accounts one by one. Frisia said angrily. Dad, why don't you let me teach them a lesson? Gardo's hands itched again. Leave them alone, it's just a group of wild monkeys, except for Vegeta, who is still relatively strong, the rest of those can't make any waves. Frisia shook his head, but did not agree to his son's request. Ugh! At this time, the spacecraft finally entered the black hole. 10 days later, Frisia's spaceship set foot on the land of Namex. Dad, I'm going to intercept Vegeta. This time, I'll beat him all over the same as last time. After Galdo finished speaking, he flew towards the vast space. Everyone obeys the order, look for the Dragon Ball immediately. Frisia's side also gave orders to his men. 8 hours later, Vegeta's spacecraft appeared on the edge of Namex. Vegeta suddenly sensed a powerful aura surging out, walked to the edge of the spaceship to take a look. There was no unnecessary nonsense, sneered, and flew out of the spaceship. Vegeta, we meet again. Gardo looked at Vegeta with a smile. I said, you are not my opponent, hurry up and let your Laozi come over. Vegeta snorted coldly. I'm not your opponent? Ha ha ha, joke, I now have the third layer of transformation. As if he had heard a big joke, Gardo smiled proudly. I heard that you deliberately lost to me last time, right? Maybe. Vegeta didn't deny it, just smiled gently. Sure enough, Bardock's guess was not wrong, and he did not lie to Frieza after all. Frieza, this old fellow, is really shrewd enough. Good, good, I'll let you know this time how terrible I am. After Gardo finished speaking, his body shook violently. The transformation begins. I saw that Gardo's body gradually became larger, his mouth bulged outward, and his forehead was also elongated a little, and then looked at his body, some sharp horns were growing outward. Bang! Vegeta rushed over and punched him. A. With a scream, when he looked again, Gardo was covered in scaly wounds and spat blood from his mouth. Idiot! I don't have time to wait here for you to transform. Vegeta smiled coldly, and a shock cannon was fired at Gardo. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 053. Wait, Gardo was anxious, don't take such a play, let the family transform first. However, Vegeta didn't mean to wait with him, and the impact cannon carried huge energy and hit Gardo's body directly. The next moment, I saw Gardo let out a scream, and when the smoke cleared, his body was already covered in scales, obviously not lightly injured. Vegeta, you've angered Ben Gongzi. Ben Gongzi wants your dog's life. Gardo was furious, and his whole body was trembling. However, because it was an injury, this anger did not matter, and the pain made him grin and cry out uncontrollably. You've said this many times, but I'm still alive and well. Vegeta touched his nose and looked at Gardo with a smile. I won't let you go this time. Gardo's eyes were red and swollen, and his body couldn't stop trembling. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Gardo's whole body erupted with strong flames of light, and strong lights bloomed in this vast universe, as bright as the sun. Vegeta was slightly stunned. This little guy's combat effectiveness has really improved a lot, at least compared to 10 days ago, I don't know how many times stronger. In this way, the Frieza family is indeed not to be taken lightly. How? Vegeta, do you know what my current combat power is? Gardo sneered. At this time, he finally transformed successfully, a powerful aura permeated, floating in this universe. Oh, by the way, you don't have a detector, I'll tell you what my combat power is, 2 million, enough for 2 million, ha 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 ha. Vegeta smiled slightly and did not speak. Is it only 2 million? You don't seem to be scared, aren't you scared to pee? How proud Gardo Lingdi was, however, it seems that it is not easy to pee in the universe, right? Do you know how much my combat power is? Vegeta sneered. I know, even if you improve, you will die at most 1 million. Gardo smiled. Really? The corners of Vegeta's mouth drew an evil arc, and the next moment, his body moved rapidly in the direction of Gardo. The speed is too slow, and the gap in combat effectiveness cannot be bridged. Gardo glanced at Vegeta with disdain, and the flames of light in his hand shot out and went straight to where Vegeta was. Ugh! However, just when Gardo thought that the light flame was about to shoot Vegeta, he saw Vegeta's figure suddenly shake. And then, it disappeared. What about people? What about people? Gardo looked around. Idiot, above you. Vegeta said condescendingly, and at the same time, his small hand was already outstretched. You! How can you have such speed? Gardo broke out in a cold sweat, and there was already a lot of panic in his eyes. Flash cannon! With a loud snort, a white flame of light the thickness of a bowl shot straight down from Vegeta's hand. Don't, Gardo hissed, it was too late to dodge, and his eyes were even more terrified. Boom! This loud noise spread almost throughout space, and even the distant nemesis was trembling for it. Frisia and the others, who were collecting Dragon Balls below, seemed to sense such a powerful movement and looked up at the sky. The next moment, Frisia's triangular eyes were already narrowed. Not good. Frisia saw the display on the probe, trembled in his heart, and flew towards space. Looking at Vegeta's side, Gardo was poured from the head by the flash cannon just now. At this time, he was no longer human, even a large piece of his brain case was broken. And his arms were even cut off. Gardo looked at the monster standing above him, falling into deep fear. As I said, you are not my opponent. Vegeta sneered, okay, go to the Yin Cao dimension to meet the King of Yan. Don't, Gardo was startled, do you know who I am? I'm Frisia's son and you can't kill me. Idiot, I will destroy you just because you are Frisia's son. Vegeta sneered, and then he appeared behind Gardo and punched him in the back of the heart. Ahem, Gardo's blood spurted out wildly. Saiyans are not easy to bully. Vegeta punched it again. Ah, Gardo hissed, Daddy, save me, save me. Perhaps sensing his son's call, Frisia quickly transformed during the flight, and his small and delicate body also transformed rapidly. Fourth layer transformation. After the fourth layer of transformation, Frisia's speed also increased several times, and in less than a breath of time, he had already seen his son's miserable appearance from a distance. Vegeta sensed Frisia coming this way, but when Frisia actually arrived, he was also shocked. Too fast. Frisia's speed was terrifyingly fast. Vegeta thought that with his current strength, he was definitely not Frisia's opponent, and if the other party exerted his full strength, he was likely to kill himself in seconds. It seems that only by transforming into a Super Saiyan can deal with this guy. Let him go. Frisia roared from afar. Frisia, you're finally here. Vegeta smiled coldly and grabbed Gardo by the neck, pinching him tightly. Frisia's eyes were blood red, and he came to the opposite side of Vegeta and his son with a black face. Dad, save me, Gardo looked at his father with a look of despair. Vegeta has some small feelings, the Frisia family is really not simple, this kid is injured like this, and he is still jumping alive, if he is replaced by a Saiyan, I am afraid he will die. Let go, I'll let you go. Frisia snapped. Vegeta grinned, and a white flame of light brewed in his hand, which hit Gardo's body directly. Immediately afterwards, I saw Gardo rushing towards the distant sun like a cannonball. Daddy, shouted Gardo. Vegeta. Frisia's eyes were red and swollen, and he hurriedly chased in the direction of Gardo. Frisia, eat me. Vegeta grinned and stretched his hands on the sides of his cheeks, sun fist. A burst of strong light suddenly burst out, and from the position centered on Vegeta, it emitted a strong flame of light outward, which was impossible to see. Frisia's eyes immediately turned white. Immediately afterwards, he felt that there was a pail in front of him, and he could not see anything. Frisia, eat me. Vegeta kicked Frisia and destroyed his detector with a finger. The next moment, Vegeta adjusted his figure and swept in the direction of Namex. Don't play, it's enough. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 054. Vegeta Sensei was so happy, he laughed maniacally, blinked his eyes, and had already arrived at the place where the Frisia spaceship landed. Ah! Yes! It's Vegeta! Several aliens who remained near the spacecraft widened their eyes and looked terrified. Give me all to die. Vegeta's hands flashed with light, instantly destroying many of Frisia's men present and destroying their detectors. Vegeta then turned and left, disappearing on the spot. As for the Sun Fist, it was also understood by Vegeta in the process of traveling in the past few days, and originally thought that it was a complicated boxing technique, but he tried it against the sun and was actually comprehended by him. When Frisia's eyes returned to normal, he found that his son had flown to the sun. Although Frisia was arrogant, he was not arrogant enough to go to the sun to save his son. "Dad, save me," Gardo's voice came again. Although sound cannot be transmitted in the universe, Frisia can sense his son's call, his eyes widen all of a sudden, and the hatred in his eyes is constantly increasing. The teeth crunched, and Frisia's whole body erupted with a strong breath. "Vegeta, I will destroy you with my own hands." Gritting his teeth, Frisia ignored his son and flew in the direction of Namex. When Frisia saw many of his men lying on the ground, he felt like his lungs were about to explode. "It's hateful! It's hateful! This wild monkey, I will teach you a painful lesson." Frisia was furious, his arrogance was rising, and after speaking, he looked around, trying to find out Vegeta's whereabouts. However, Frisia's detector had just been destroyed by Vegeta, and he had no ability to sense breath. So Frisia looked around for the detector, and what made him even more angry was that all his detectors were destroyed. In other words, Frisia has no way of knowing the whereabouts of the others now, and without the detector, he can't go anywhere. "Soul Light, I Frisia want you to look good." Frisia was not light, trying to calm himself down, and suddenly remembered that the spaceship's control room could also contact the outside world. Just let the little brothers in the outside world contact a few of their subordinates who are going to detect Dragon Ball, and let them come back to send detectors to themselves, isn't it? Thinking so, Frisia flew towards the spaceship's control room. However, Frisia changed several channels in the control room, and still could not get in touch with the outside world, all because of signal problems. What's going on? Frisia felt a little bad, and then suddenly realized, understood, this group of SAIYAN wild monkeys, dare to destroy my base, I Frisia will let you die wonderfully. Immediately afterwards, Frisia stopped being verbose and directly contacted the more distant base, and finally connected. After giving the order, Frisia waited patiently in the spacecraft. However, after a long time, Frisia did not see any younger brother bring the probe, so he had to connect the phone from the base again. "What's going on? What about people?" Frisia asked coldly. "Your Excellency Frisia? Didn't they come to you?" The subordinate was a little stunned. "What do you say?" Frisia's eyes narrowed together. "Your Excellency Frisia, I'll contact them right away, please wait." The subordinate was frightened, and after a while, his face changed color, and he explained to Frisia, "It's not good. The connection over there has been broken." Frisia's brows suddenly furrowed together, and the connection was broken, proving that Vegeta had attacked that side in the past. "Hateful! It's hateful!" Frisia shouted, "Inform everyone and come back to me immediately." After speaking, Frisia hung up the phone in anger, the bruises on his forehead burst, and he wanted to crush the entire Namex with one punch. However, the thought of the Dragon Ball that could have an immortal body calmed down. Birth, old age, illness, and death, even Frisia, the king of the universe, cannot avoid it. If he could really have an immortal body, he would say that he could get anything. Although Vegeta is hateful, in comparison, he still hopes to get an immortal body, and with an immortal body, it is also a good choice to slowly repair Vegeta and these Saiyans. As for his son's death, although Frisia's heart hurts, he can still stroke. No, it's regeneration. With an immortal body, you don't have to worry about consuming youth when giving birth. Frisia quickly calmed down, and now, he had to get the detector as soon as possible, at least to find the first Dragon Ball. Vegeta successfully destroyed one of the aliens looking for Dragon Ball, but unfortunately, the nemesis here have been killed. Thankfully, though, the village happens to have a Dragon Ball. And after seeing this huge Dragon Ball, Vegeta was also speechless for a while, thinking about it. It was not very convenient to hold it on his body after all, so he found a place to hide it first. Anyway, Frieza doesn't have a Dragon Ball radar, they look for Dragon Ball, just through the Namakis people in the village. After doing all this, Vegeta did not mean to stay, and after sensing the reaction of several other breaths, he quickly flew towards that side. 10 minutes later, Vegeta was suspended in mid-air. And below Vegeta, about a dozen heavily armed aliens are escorting several old men and children of Namex, forcing them to hand over the Dragon Balls. How did you find out about Dragon Ball? One of the old men asked with a cold face. Less nonsense, hurry up and hand over the Dragon Balls, otherwise I will kill you with my own hands. One of the aliens dressed as captain shouted. Vegeta made a slight comparison. The highest combat power on the side of the Nemesis was about 500, and the alien dressed as the captain had a combat power of more than 5,000. I'm afraid that all the Nemesis in this village combined are no match for this captain. What is your wish? Say it, and I can consider telling you the location of the Dragon Ball. The old man said coldly. Old man, I don't have time to talk to you. The captain slapped the old man of the Nemesis on the wrist, and shouted, hurry up, or you and these children will die. You, the old man held the child tightly, and his face became ugly. At this moment, Vegeta fell from the sky, with a smile on his face, and squinted at the captain. Vegeta! The captain's eyes almost jumped out. How could this guy be in this place? For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 055. About the battle between Vegeta and Gardo, many of Frieza's subordinates already knew, and naturally knew that this Vegeta was far from what these people could resist. You can die. Vegeta sneered, and after speaking, a strong light flew out and directly hit the captain's body. The captain barely reacted and fell on the spot. The remaining team members were shocked and fled. Vegeta would not be merciful, his body flew away like a phantom, and between a few ups and downs, he had already killed everyone on the spot. The next moment, Vegeta fell to the ground. Thank you, this friend. An old man stepped forward and thanked him very politely. You're welcome. 2 things, first, give me the Dragon Ball, and second, take me to your great elder. Vegeta asked bluntly. You're also looking for Dragon Ball, and also, how do you know about the great elder? The old man looked at Vegeta in surprise. Less nonsense, I have an urgent matter to find the great elder, don't ink, quickly hand over the Dragon Balls to me. Vegeta said coldly, otherwise, your entire clan may be in danger. Hey! The old man's eyes widened and he was silent for a long time before he said, come with me, I'll take you to meet the great elder, but there are no Dragon Balls in our village. Vegeta didn't believe it, took out the Dragon Ball radar and looked at it. Sure enough, it didn't, so he didn't think about it with the other party. The next moment, the old man soared into the air and galloped away with Vegeta in the direction of the Great Elder. The reason why he went to the Great Elder was that Vegeta also hoped to get in touch with the highest authority here, so that they could stand on his side and help him successfully realize his wishes. After all, in order to fulfill a wish in name-seeing, you must use the Namex language, which cannot be achieved without the help of name-science. It's just that after flying for about half an hour or so, Vegeta suddenly sensed a powerful aura flying from a distance, and under careful sensing, wasn't it Frieza? It's not good, I didn't expect him to be so fast. Vegeta's face changed color, and he quickly asked, how far is it from the Great Elder's side? Although Vegeta really wants to destroy all of Frieza's little brother's probes, it is a pity that Frieza's little brothers are too scattered, and the planet is extremely vast, it is difficult to do one without leakage. At our current flight speed, it will take about an hour. The old man replied. It's too late, the man will come over soon. Vegeta said in a deep voice, is there a way for you to hide your aura? The old man shook his head blankly, obviously not even knowing what Vegeta meant. Despite this, the old man also knew that a powerful figure was about to appear, and after a short silence, he said, this friend, I will stop the person you said, if you have a way, you can go to the Great Elder alone, the Great Elder should know what is happening here. Oh, the Great Elder was on a high platform over there, and it was easy to tell. I'm sorry to tell you, I can't save you now. Vegeta wrote. I understand, young man. The old man smiled, but did not feel afraid of this, and then added, but young man, I can see that your body contains very powerful energy, and once this energy is tapped, it may not be that person's opponent. Vegeta smiled softly, what else to say? If he can really exert this powerful energy, Frieza is not easy to deal with? Okay, there you go. After the old man finished speaking, he turned around and flew in the direction of Frieza. Vegeta didn't say much nonsense, hiding his combat power to the extent that the detector could not detect it, and jumped towards the position of the Great Elder step by step. 2 minutes later, Frieza appeared above Vegeta's position and was intercepted by the old man of Namex. What about Vegeta? Where did he hide? Frieza stopped, used the detector to look around for Vegeta's whereabouts, and then fixed his eyes on the old man. He's gone. The old man said lightly. You're united. Frieza's face was gloomy, and he asked coldly. You just want Dragon Ball to get your wish, right? The old man did not answer, but asked rhetorically. Yes, you know about Dragon Ball? Well, as long as you tell me the whereabouts of the 7 Dragon Balls, I cannot pursue the matter of you hiding Vegeta in private. Frieza squinted at the nemesis on the other side. There are a total of 7 Dragon Balls, scattered in every corner of Namek, and later found by several of our elders and stored them one by one. The old man said unhurriedly, Dragon Ball is equivalent to the totem of our nemesis, and we compare wisdom, courage, and courage with each other through Dragon Ball. I don't want to hear this, I just need to know where the Dragon Ball is now. Frieza interrupted the old man's words and said with a smile, I know that you and Vegeta were together just now, you said so much, it is nothing more than to let that little monkey escape, don't worry, I will repair that monkey sooner or later, you just tell me, where is the Dragon Ball? I won't tell you. The old man smiled coldly. You look for death. Frieza's face became gloomy at that time, and as he said this, his tail was like a python, and he suddenly wrapped around the old man's neck. The old man looked at death as if he were at home, and there was no fear on his face. Say. Frieza was angry and increased the force of his tail. Ahem, the old man spurted blood on the spot. Say or not? Frieza shouted angrily. The old man still had no words. Well, you cannot tell me the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball, you tell me where Vegeta is, and I can spare you from dying. Frieza changed the question again. The old man just smiled contemptuously and said lightly, I won't tell you. Humph, I know that Vegeta is hiding underneath, and if you don't say I have a way to get him out. Frieza said this, stretching out one hand downward, intending to turn the mountains below into flat ground. I advise you to stop. The old man said coldly, if the Dragon Ball happens to be below and you destroy it because of this, you don't want to, right? You just said that the Dragon Ball is in the village of several of your elders. Frieza did not rush to make a move, and asked rhetorically. It's in our village, but the Dragon Balls from our village were taken by Vegeta. The old man smiled. Frieza's face immediately turned livid, this old thing, specially came to find himself right? However, because Vegeta has Dragon Balls on him, Frieza does not dare to make a big sweep, for fear of destroying the Dragon Balls. Snap! Frieza was really angry, took the old man's arm and gently tugged, accompanied by a miserable cry, and suddenly, the old man's arm had been torn off his body. The flesh and blood are blurry and miserable. The old man was in pain and shouted loudly. "Give you another chance, where is Vegeta? To say or not to say?" Frisia asked again. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 056. Humph, if you have the ability, you will kill me. The old man was in pain, but he was not afraid of death. Snap! Frisia gently tugged again, and abruptly pulled off the old man's other arm. Ah! The heart-rending voice of the old man spread throughout the sky. Say or not? Frisia asked coldly. Humph, just don't tell you. When the old man said this, the whole person suddenly swelled. Boom! With a loud bang, the old man's body fell apart. In the end, he chose to blow himself up. Frisia's face became more and more gloomy, and he glanced down, but where could he see Vegeta's figure? Little monkey, if you listen to me, you can hide it well. Frisia shouted to the vast land, I see how long you can hide. When the time comes, I will have my own way to find you. After saying this, Frisia glanced down hatefully, then adjusted the detector and galloped in the other direction. Since he can't find Vegeta now, Frisia plans to collect the Dragon Balls first. On the way, Frisia secretly pondered, it seems that Dragon Balls can only be fulfilled if there are 7 together, since Vegeta, the little monkey, has already fulfilled his wish on Earth, why is he also looking for Dragon Balls? Could it be that his wish on Earth has not been fulfilled? Unlikely, if it hadn't been realized, why could he survive in the universe? Do you say? Frisia suddenly thought of a possibility, and immediately laughed. Understood, is Vegeta, the little monkey, wishing to survive in the universe? Idiot, idiot. Frisia laughed maniacally, as if he had found an outlet. After a moment of silence, he began to think again. Since there are 7 Dragon Balls to have an effect, then I can find one of the Dragon Balls first, and when Vegeta comes to grab it, I will kill him and take the opportunity to take his Dragon Balls. Well, that's it. When Frisia thought of this, he swept in the direction of his men. Sensing that Frisia was gone, Vegeta took off and sped up his flight. Frisia suddenly sensed Vegeta's presence through the detector, frowned, gritted his teeth and said, forget it, let this little monkey bounce around for a while. Vegeta, after sensing that Frisia was not chasing, smiled softly and increased his speed again. About 10 minutes later, Vegeta spotted a high platform rising into the sky, believing that it was the residence of the Great Elder. Just approaching the high platform, Vegeta suddenly felt a powerful aura rising up, and guessed in her heart that this breath was probably Niru beside the Great Elder. Sure enough, Vegeta's guess was correct, and the next moment, he saw a nemesis who looked pretty good on the outside walk out. What are you? You are not welcome here. Niru glanced at Vegeta and said with a cold face. I'm here to find the Great Elder, welcome or not, I'm already here. Vegeta ignored Niru and walked straight towards the Great Elder's room. After all, Vegeta had sensed that there was a slightly more powerful aura in this room, and I believed that it was the Great Elder. Stop! Niru shouted sharply, if you dare to take another step forward, I will be rude to you. Vegeta smiled lightly, naturally ignoring Niru's threatening words. A character of Niru's level, in the current Vegeta, is not on the table at all. Speaking of which, Niru is at best the level of the Kainu players, and can be destroyed with one finger. If it weren't for Vegeta's request to the Nemesis, he would have slapped this guy away. Seeing that he was completely ignored, Niru's face flashed with anger, and the next moment, he quickly grabbed Vegeta's position. Ugh! However, Niru, who originally thought that he had caught Vegeta squarely, was shocked to find that the kid had disappeared. Where is it? Niru looked around, his eyes filled with shock. Niru, no need to look for it, he's here with me. At this moment, a majestic and kind voice sounded in the room. Neru's heart sank, and he quickly rushed into the room, relieved to see that there was no conflict between Vegeta and the Great Elder. With Neru's grab just now, Vegeta only moved his body slightly, and he already dodged easily. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta came to the Great Elder's room. Looking over, the Great Elder was silently facing himself. His figure was relatively burly, but he looked a little old. "Alien, tell me, what exactly are you coming to me for?" The Great Elder looked at Vegeta and asked. "Let's make a long story short." Vegeta simply pronounced his name and explained, "There is a powerful character who has come to name X, and neither of us is an opponent, so I need you to help me do two things. First, I need your Dragon Ball, and second, I need your support and fulfill my wishes. Tell me, how did you find out about Dragon Ball?" The Great Elder asked rhetorically. "It's simple, because Earth also has Dragon Balls." Vegeta smiled and said simply. "Earth also has Dragon Balls? What's going on?" The Great Elder was slightly stunned. "Well, you don't care why there are Dragon Balls on Earth. If you don't act quickly, the entire planet may be persecuted," Vegeta urged. The Great Elder fell silent, his eyes closing slightly. After about a minute, cold sweat broke out on the Great Elder's face, and his body couldn't stop trembling. My children! They are being slaughtered by aliens." The Great Elder's face was livid, his whole body was trembling, and he almost fell to the ground. Nialu hurriedly stepped forward to help the Great Elder, and asked a little strangely, "Great Elder, what happened?" The Great Elder waved his hand, signaling Niru not to speak first, then looked at Vegeta and asked, "Alien, tell me, what is your wish?" "I have already fulfilled a wish on Earth." He had a special constitution, but at that time on Earth, because of the shortage of time, this wish was only half fulfilled, and I now need to make this wish complete so that I can deal with the man named Frieza. Vegeta explained. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 057. Last time, Vegeta's body was pierced by Gardo's energy, and it took a day to return to normal. Vegeta felt that it was too long. Looking at the demon view, just a blink of an eye can make the body recover as before. Since he has come to name Seeing, he will fulfill his wish this time. Hearing Vegeta's words, the Great Elder became silent again, closed his eyes and pondered for a full 5 minutes, before opening his chaotic eyes and looking at Vegeta and saying, "I can grant your request, but can you protect my people from harm?" "That's nature." Vegeta smiled, "Destroy Frieza, and the Nemesis will naturally be safe, which is a two-pronged thing. Niru, from now on, you go and assist Vegeta and help him fulfill his wish," the Great Elder ordered. "Great Elder, what about you?" Niru asked with some unease. "Don't worry, I'll be fine." The Great Elder smiled and patted Niru's shoulder. "Okay, let's hurry up and find the Dragon Ball as soon as possible," Vegeta said, and took out the Dragon Ball radar to check the location of the Dragon Ball. "Vegeta, what are you holding in your hand?" The Great Elder was slightly startled. "Dragon Ball radar." Vegeta didn't mean to hide it, he felt that this Great Elder was much more pleasing to the eye than the Earth Immortals. "Since you have the Dragon Ball radar," the Great Elder mused, "go find the Dragon Ball yourself, and I will inform all the Nemesis and cooperate with you well." "Oh? It couldn't be better." Vegeta grinned, he didn't want to carry the oil bottle Niru with him. After all, although Niru's strength is second to none in name Seeing, it is still a big difference compared to himself, and he will not hide his combat power. In case he is discovered by Frieza, things will be a little complicated. "Okay, you inform slowly, I'll go to the nearest point first to find the Dragon Ball." After Vegeta finished speaking, he left the Great Elder's room and flew towards the nearest Dragon Ball location. After Vegeta left, Niru looked at the Great Elder, and finally asked uneasily, "Great Elder, the evil aura on this person is too heavy, I don't think it can be trusted." "Yes, I found out too." The Great Elder nodded in acknowledgement, and then retorted, "However, there is still a lot of righteous energy in his body, and this energy is extremely huge. I estimate that no one is that Frisia's opponent except him. Also, before he came here, he had rescued Elder Gumu and them. So are we going to help him get his wish?" Niru asked again. "Let's talk about it according to the situation." The Great Elder let out a long sigh. "According to my estimation, this Vegeta may not be able to get the Dragon Ball ahead of Frisia, and what will happen in the future is anyone's guess. Or not. I'm going to help him?" Niru hesitated. "No need." The Great Elder waved his hand and vetoed Niru's statement, and then looked at the other party with a heavy face, and said in a solemn tone, "Niru, in case Vegeta's side is really unreliable, I see that there is only one way to deal with Frisia." "Great Elder, what way?" Niru was stunned. "I provide you with wisdom and energy, and I believe that only in this way may be able to protect my children." The Great Elder said seriously. "Great Elder, what do you mean? Assimilation?" Niru's whole body trembled. At the same time, Vegeta had already arrived at the location of the Dragon Ball closest to him. "You're Vegeta, right? The Great Elder has already told me that this is the Dragon Ball you need." As soon as Vegeta landed, he was about to explain, when he saw an old man with a Dragon Ball greeting him. In this regard, Vegeta was overjoyed in his heart. He didn't expect the Great Elder to do things so reliably, and he didn't mean to be polite at the moment, directly picked up the Dragon Ball and flew towards the direction of the next Dragon Ball. Time passes minute by minute. 3 hours later, Vegeta had successfully collected 3 Dragon Balls. After taking it out, Vegeta looked at the 4 Dragon Balls on the ground, and his face was full of joy. Because the Dragon Balls of Namex were so big, Vegeta couldn't run around with these 4 Dragon Balls, so he had to find a hidden place to bury them first, and then took out the Dragon Ball radar to query the last 3 Dragon Balls. The original 2 Dragon Balls are moving towards the last Dragon Ball, and it seems that during the time I was collecting the Dragon Balls, Frisia also gathered too. When he saw the Dragon Ball position on the radar, Vegeta also had a headache. How to snatch the Dragon Balls from Frisia's hands is a complicated matter. Still, Vegeta decided to try. Having made up his mind, Vegeta hid his combat power and quietly moved towards the position of the last Dragon Ball. Fortunately, the last Dragon Ball was relatively close to his location, and even if it was a hidden combat power, it only took about half an hour in the past. Meanwhile, Frisia's side came to the village where the last Dragon Ball was taken. After coercing and destroying several children in the village, Dragon Ball was smoothly pinned down by Frisia with energy and was spinning in midair. "Okay, kill everyone and look for the next moment of Dragon Ball," Frisia ordered. At this moment, Vegeta happened to come to this village, and when he saw the 3 Dragon Balls spinning in front of Frisia, he was a little itchy. "Frisia!" Vegeta's heart moved slightly and he stood up. "Vegeta!" Frisia's expression was shocked, and then there was a flash of hatred in his eyes. "Frisia, I advise you not to kill innocents. Don't you know, the Dragon Balls are made by the Nemesis, and if you kill them, the Dragon Balls are likely to disappear," Vegeta said with a smile. "Oh? Is it?" Frisia rubbed his nose and chuckled. "If you say this, I might consider sparing them, but you... little monkey, you think I will believe it?" After speaking, Frisia waved his big hand, and a burst of light flames shot out, instantly killing all the nemesis present. For the death of the Namesyen, Vegeta was also helpless. He had already done what he should do, and there was no way he could save so many people from Frisia at once. "Little monkey, you are not small, and you dare to appear in front of me." After Frisia destroyed a few nemesis, his mood seemed to be much more relaxed, and then he looked at Vegeta with a look of hatred. However, This time you want to escape my son's suffering, I will double my devotion to you. Really? If you have the ability, you can try my trick. Vegeta said this, with a strange smile, and then the light flames on his body flickered, and a pillar of energy light went straight to Frisia's body. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 058. Humph! Carving insect trick. Frisia ignored it and stretched his arm forward, intending to catch the pillar of energy light abruptly. However, at this very moment, the pillar of energy light suddenly fell apart, and a burst of light flames shot out, striking towards the surrounding little brother Frisia. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! With a loud bang, these little brothers of Frisia were suddenly blown into pieces, and they were already dead and could no longer die. Frisia was angry, and Vegeta killed his little brother in front of him, undoubtedly giving him a resounding slap in the face. In anger, Frisia flew towards Vegeta with a whoosh. Sun Fist. Vegeta took advantage of this opportunity, the corners of his mouth hooked an arc, and the Sun Fist was also unleashed by him. Not good. Frisia's eyes widened. The next moment, the blinding light bloomed instantly. Frisia's eyes turned white and he couldn't see anything. Yes, it is now. Vegeta smiled softly, and when Frisia's eyes were blind, he quickly rushed over and snatched the 3 Dragon Balls into his hand, and looked in a certain direction, throwing them one by one into the distance. Hehe, Frisia doesn't have a Dragon Ball radar, and this guy may not be able to find Dragon Ball. After doing all this, Vegeta flew into the distance with a whoosh and found a place to hide. When Frisia opened his eyes, he saw the disappeared Vegeta, and his whole body was shaking. There was silence for a few seconds. Frisia suddenly woke up, looked back at the Dragon Ball, and it was long gone. At this moment, Frisia was completely enraged, his face was ugly, his brows were tightly locked, and his fists were clenched. Frisia quickly guessed that Vegeta had probably found the other 4 Dragon Balls and came to grab the last 3. In any case, the wish will not be able to be fulfilled by this wild monkey. Immediately afterwards, Frisia rose up into the sky and shouted at the vast earth, "Vegeta, I will give you 10 seconds to hand over the Dragon Balls immediately, otherwise, you will disappear with this planet." As he said this, a red flame of light had already condensed in Frisia's hand, and the flame of light was filled with an evil aura. The huge energy rolled up layers of storms around Frisia. For a while, the entire sky seemed to be eclipsed, which was shocking. Vegeta was not far away, and when he saw such a scene, he was also shocked and numb. 10. Frisia's side had already begun to count, and the red flames had expanded several times again with his voice. Vegeta was sweating. If this guy destroys the planet, then he will fulfill a fart wish. At the end of the day, it's not empty yet. Vegeta didn't expect Frisia to be so desperate. Moreover, with his current strength, he is not Frisia's opponent at all, and it seems that there is really no other way but to run at the moment. 9. Frisia's face became more and more gloomy, and the red flame of light condensed in his hand swelled several times again. Vegeta gritted his teeth, just a little, just a little. Unexpectedly, in the end, this is the result. 8. Frisia shouted sharply, his voice was exceptionally cold, and the red flame of light continued to expand. Wait. Vegeta really didn't have the slightest way, he knew that Frisia did what he said, angered him, and could only completely destroy the planet. It was better to give him those 3 Dragon Balls first, buy a little time, and then think about whether there was another way to get it. After figuring this out, Vegeta no longer hesitated and stood up silently. "Little monkey, you finally came out, I believe you don't want the planet to disappear either, right?" When Frisia saw Vegeta, although her eyes were hateful, her face was clearly filled with victory joy. Each other. Vegeta smiled and pointed to the location of the Dragon Balls, those 3 Dragon Balls are over there, go and find them yourself. Oh! Frisia's eyes narrowed slightly, and he glanced over there, but he really found the shining Dragon Balls, but then his eyes became gloomy again. Vegeta, I know you put together the other 4 Dragon Balls, tell me, where are they? If I get together, will I tell you the 3 Dragon Balls I snatched from you? Vegeta smiled coldly and asked rhetorically. You're afraid I'll destroy the planet? Frisia smiled and looked around Vegeta. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. If you think I have Dragon Balls in my hand, just chase it. Vegeta said this, smiled softly, and then turned and left, not caring about Frisia's increasingly gloomy face. Do you think you can run? Frisia squinted at Vegeta's back. I admit that I am not your opponent now, but I want to leave, and you want to stop me. Vegeta said without looking back. Really? I'd rather see how you run away under my nose. Frisia's eyes were like flames, filled with endless anger. This kid is so hateful. After the words fell, Frisia's whoosh turned into a stream of light and swooped towards Vegeta. Sun Fist. Vegeta didn't hesitate to bring out the Sun Fist. Wow! Frisia was furious, his eyes widened, he never expected that Vegeta would play Sun Fist again. Quickly closed his eyes, in order not to let Vegeta escape, Frisia linked 10 fingers, waved, as if condensing a large net, and desperately pounced in the direction of Vegeta. However, after Vegeta cast the Sun Fist, he smiled lightly, and flashed into the distance, and several ups and downs had completely disappeared. And Frisia's big net of energy didn't even touch a single hair of Vegeta. When Frisia opened his eyes, he saw that he couldn't trace Vegeta, and he was so angry that he really wanted to blast the planet into slag with one punch and find out this hateful Vegeta and fry it. However, reason eventually triumphed over anger, and Frisia suppressed his anger a little and quickly came to the direction where Vegeta threw away the Dragon Ball. Finding the 3 Dragon Balls lying on the ground intact, Frisia calmed the evil breath in his heart, and then took the Dragon Balls and got in touch with the other 2 teams. Your Excellency Frisia, we haven't found the Dragon Balls here. Your Excellency Frisia, we don't have Dragon Balls here either. The 2 teams sent out transmitted the news from their own side. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 059. You guys wait there, I'll pass. Frisia knew that Vegeta was probably ghosting, and after thinking about it, he decided to go over and see for himself. The next moment, Frisia took the Dragon Ball and rushed to the location of one of the squads. Vegeta returned to the Great Elder's residence a little depressed, told the other party what had just happened, and asked, Great Elder, is there a way to summon the Divine Dragon immediately when gathering the Dragon Balls? Then fulfill the first of these wishes and transfer Frisia to another planet. I'm afraid it's a little difficult. The Great Elder shook his head and replied, Frisia's strength has far surpassed that of the Divine Dragon, and if you want the Divine Dragon to transfer him, I am afraid that you must obtain his consent. Hey! Vegeta's eyes widened. Nima, this Divine Dragon is also too weak, right? However, we can try. The Great Elder continued, if you let the Divine Dragon forcibly transfer Frisia, this can be achieved, but I can't say exactly where to transfer it. As long as I can buy us time and move him away for an hour or so, I will have a way to deal with him. Vegeta said confidently. An hour, there should be no problem. The Great Elder was silent for a moment and nodded, in this way, let Elder Mulin help you summon the Divine Dragon and assist you in fulfilling your wish, what do you think? Okay, that's it. Vegeta nodded, intending to leave and find a way to snatch the Dragon Ball. Wait a minute. The Great Elder stopped Vegeta, is there any way you can snatch all the Dragon Balls around Frisia? Hearing this question, Vegeta was annoyed, and for now, he can only try Sun Fist again. I just don't know if Frisia will still be fooled. There is a way on my side, but I need your good cooperation. The great elder smiled and spoke his way. Vegeta listened carefully, and his eyes couldn't help but flicker. This is a good method, so that you can make your wish come true without much effort. Vegeta took a deep look at the great elder and said that it was really good to be wise and calculating. Great elder, this old fox is really shrewd enough. Okay, Vegeta, you go and prepare. If the dragon wants to transform your physique, although it can be done in this position, it is better to be closer. The great elder continued, therefore, after the divine dragon appears, you must immediately let the divine dragon see you, otherwise if something goes wrong, it will be difficult to recover. Understood. Vegeta nodded solemnly, thanked him, and turned to leave the great elder's room. After Vegeta left, Nero glanced at the great elder with some confusion and asked respectfully, Great elder, why don't we fulfill a wish and let the divine dragon transfer all Vegeta and Frieza to another planet? Wouldn't it be better to let the dragon hide our planet again so that they could not find it? Nero, you should know that the great change that happened in Namex some time ago. The forces of nature are endless, and even Polunga cannot reverse it. If we beg Polunga to do things for us again, in the end, the great elder did not continue, sighing softly, Polunga, after all, there are many wishes that cannot be fulfilled. This time, the wish will be given to this Vegeta, hoping that our nemesis can save the danger. Nero seemed to understand and nodded solemnly. Vegeta soon followed the great elder's instructions and found Elder Mulin's village. You are Vegeta? Mulin looked at Vegeta and then said with a solemn expression, I already know the matter, now you take me to the location where the Dragon Ball is stored, and the rest will be left to me, as long as you hide it well. Vegeta nodded, didn't say more nonsense, and galloped towards the direction where the 4 Dragon Balls were stored. When he reached the sky above the 4 Dragon Balls, Vegeta pointed to the buried location, this is it is easy to identify if you look closely. Mulin said that he understood, did not say anything more, and after asking where Frieza was, he flew towards that side. About an hour or so, Mulin finally spotted a gloomy Frieza look. Frieza was not light at this time. The 2 teams sent out to find the Dragon Balls were unable to find the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls, and now, he is more and more sure that the remaining 4 Dragon Balls, 80% of them let Vegeta go. Annoyed, Frieza naturally killed everyone in these 2 villages very unceremoniously, but after all, he could not find out the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball. I was about to use the probe to explore Vegeta's figure, but I found a nemesis descending from the sky. Then the Mexician, are you also coming and saying something stupid like you want to kill me? Frieza squinted at Mulin, there was already a ball of energy brewing in his hand, as long as the other party's words did not suit his heart, he would kill the other party in seconds. Frieza, I came here this time to help you fulfill your wish. Mulin said with a flat expression. Oh? How are you going to help me? Frieza smiled slightly, looking at Mulin with some disbelief. I know the whereabouts of the remaining 4 Dragon Balls, and I can help you put together these 7 Dragon Balls. Mulin explained. Really fake? You nemesis wouldn't be so kind, would you? Frieza asked coldly. When things go wrong, there must be demons, and Frieza always feels that there is a conspiracy staring at him. If your wish is granted, you can leave Namex and never set foot in again, right? Mulin asked with a cold face, as long as you agree to this condition to me, I can help you fulfill your wish. This is no problem, I have fulfilled my wish, naturally I will leave. Frieza smiled, guessing in his heart, most of the Nemesis people have been scared, and this is to please themselves. Humph, wait until your wish is fulfilled and destroy the planet. Frieza was very satisfied with Mulin's attitude, and said a little impatiently, let's go immediately, you'd better not deceive me, otherwise, humph, I will let you live better than die. I understand. Mulin nodded lightly and added, also, I want to make a note in advance. P.S. Recently, no one has given a tip, ask for one. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 060. You say. Frisia smiled and looked at each other. If you want to grant your wishes, you must use the Nemesis language. Can you understand when I say that? Mullen emphatically emphasized. What did you say? Frisia was surprised. Originally he wanted to wait until he gathered 7 Dragon Balls and immediately kill this Mullen. Now it seems that thanks to this guy said in advance. Forget it, let him scream first, and when his wish comes true, it will not be too late to destroy them. Thinking of this, Frisia smiled and waved his hand. Then please lead the way. You can rest assured, as long as my wish is fulfilled, I will never harass your planet again. On the contrary, if someone bullies you, you can tell me, I will act as your umbrella in the future, hee. The words were so touching that those who didn't know really thought that this was Frisia's sincerity. However, Mullen was able to sense that Frisia was lying through a special ability. Of course, he didn't bother to break it, and flew towards the direction of storing the Dragon Balls with Frisia. You all stay here, and do not act rashly without my orders. Frisia ordered, and followed. When he came to the sky above the Dragon Balls, Mullen pointed to where Vegeta stored the Dragon Balls and explained, this is it, dig it out first and put all the Dragon Balls together. Frisia silently looked at the location where the Dragon Balls were stored, and with a slight raise of his hand, the 4 Dragon Balls collapsed from the earth, and then, he squinted his eyes and asked, tell me, why are these 4 Dragon Balls in this place? This is what we found through a special method, and we don't know why we are here. I think there must be someone else besides you who is also looking for Dragon Ball, right? Mullen said without changing his face. Frisia stared at him deeply, then ignored it, and then looked at the 7 Dragon Balls gathered together, and shouted, Dragon Balls, let me have an immortal body. After the words fell, Dragon Ball did not react in the slightest. Frisia's eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Mullen and asked, what's going on? There didn't seem to be any reaction. I said that if you want to get your wish, you have to use our Nemesis language. Mullen said lightly. Humph, I see. When Frisia said this, a flame of light suddenly shot out from his finger. Bang! With a soft sound, this flame of light directly penetrated Mullen's abdomen and shot into the distant jungle. Boom! The earth-shattering sound was endless, and the earth trembled. Mullen fell to the ground on the spot, blood spurted out of his mouth, and he wondered. He kindly found the remaining 4 Dragon Balls for Frisia, and he thought that there was no flaw. Why did this guy have to be cruel to himself? Get up, I know you can't die. Frisia smiled slightly and pulled Mullen up with his own hand. You? What do you mean? Mullen asked with a gloomy face. Don't worry, you can't die. Frisia smiled brightly, took Mullen's big hand, and smiled widely. It seems that people who don't know won't think that Mullen was injured by him. Mullen's face was black, and the pain in his abdomen made him unbearable. Cold sweat couldn't help falling, and his body was shaking gently. He wondered, Frisia was doing this. Hurry up and let me fulfill my wishes, don't try to play any tricks. Humph, those are useless to me. Frisia said with a smile, otherwise you will be tens or hundreds of times more uncomfortable than just now. Mullen woke up on the spot. It turned out that Frisia was threatening himself. With a cold smile, Mullen said to Frisia, don't worry, what I said, naturally I will not regret it. That's best. Frisia was very satisfied with Mullen's attitude. As long as you let my wish come true, I will let my subordinates treat you well and ensure your safety. Then thank you. Mullen nodded expressionlessly. Please let me go back. The Dragon Ball cannot directly fulfill the wish, and the one used to fulfill the wish is the divine dragon called by the Dragon Ball. Shenlong? What is that? Frisia was a little surprised. Come out, Shenlong. Instead of explaining, Mullen shouted in name seeing. Whoops! The light on the 7 dragon balls flickered one after another, and the golden light quickly gathered together. Boom! A golden pillar rose up. Between the whiskers, the sky darkened. In less than a moment, the tall and majestic figure of the divine dragon Polangana appeared in front of Murin and Vegeta. People who gather the 7 dragon balls, I can grant any 3 of your wishes, say your wishes. Frisia was already stunned at this time, until he heard the divine dragon speak, and then excitedly shouted to the divine dragon, Shenlong, let me Frisia have an immortal body. Shenlong didn't look at him, and he didn't care. Frisia suddenly remembered Mulin's words, grabbed him by the collar, and hurriedly said, hurry up, let the dragon fulfill my wish. Mulin nodded and said in the Namex language to the Shenlong, Shenlong, can we communicate in the Nemesis language for our later words? Yes. Shenlong nodded. Well, my first wish, please forcibly transfer this Frisia to another planet, as far away as possible, it is better to never find us. Mulin began to make wishes. This. I'm afraid I can't do this, Shenlong explained a little embarrassed. Why? Mulin was puzzled. He is holding you now, if he forcibly transfers, he will inevitably transfer you together, which is equivalent to 2 wishes. Shenlong explained. 2 wishes are 2 wishes, hurry up, it's too late, the farther the better. Mulin was crying and laughing, he had forgotten about Vegeta. It's normal to do this, after all, if you can transfer Frisia to another planet so that he can't find Namestar, that's the best thing, and the rest will be done by someone else, anyway, there is a wish. Okay, I'll try. Shenlong nodded, his eyes shining, your wish has come true, goodbye. The next moment, I saw Frisia and Mulin's smack disappear. Vegeta's side was still waiting to fulfill his wish, and when he found that the 2 had disappeared together, he guessed a little, and immediately understood that Mulin had transferred with him. Nima, did you make a mistake? For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 061. Vegeta didn't have time to think about it, so he flew straight up and flew towards a nearby village. Soon, after arriving in the village, Vegeta asked one of the older nemesis to quickly contact the Grand Elder. The Great Elder said, because Mulin and Frisia's bodies are next to each other, just now the Divine Dragon has transferred Frisia and Elder Mulin, and used up 2 wishes at once, rest assured, we still have a wish that can fulfill you, and I will go with you to fulfill the wish. The nemesis gave an explanation. When Vegeta heard it, it was really as he guessed, but it was really painful to use up 2 wishes at once, especially the desire for Mulin to teleport together. Fortunately, there is 1 wish left, so there should be no problem in terms of time. Without a word, Vegeta grabbed the nemesis and flew in the direction of the dragon. At the same time, Frisia just felt that his eyes were flickering, and when he looked around, he found that the scene around him had changed. What is this place? Frisia looked around, and when he saw Mulin beside him, he suddenly came to his senses and shouted sharply, say, what's going on? Humph, it's nothing, I asked Shenlong to transfer the 2 of us to another planet. Mulin sneered, you can kill me, it doesn't matter, I didn't think about living. What did you say? Frisia didn't rush to move, flying around the planet, looking left and right, suddenly wondering, strange, why is this planet so familiar? Mulin also seemed to have noticed this problem, and his face immediately changed color. Vegeta and the Namex were still on their way to the dragon at this time, and suddenly he noticed a powerful aura rising from a distance, which made him stop. Then, Vegeta grabbed the nemesis and shouted, what the hell are you doing? Why is Frisia still in Namesing? Hey? This. It can't be, right? The nemesis was stunned. That's right, that chi must be Frisia's, closer to the divine dragon than we are. Vegeta gritted his teeth angrily. I'll immediately contact the Great Elder to see what the situation is. Namexing's face had changed color, and then he went to communicate with the Great Elder. A minute later, the Nemesis conveyed the Great Elder's explanation. The Great Elder said that the power of the Divine Dragon is much weaker than that of Frisia, and with the power of the Divine Dragon, he can only forcibly transfer Frisia to such a far location, and he can't go anywhere else. The Great Elder also said that he did not expect Frisia to be so powerful. As for your wishes, it will take more time to realize them, I'm afraid. What do you say? You mean, my wish was frustrated? Vegeta huffed. Sorry, the Great Elder said so. The Nemesis nodded embarrassedly. Vegeta gritted his teeth, sensed Frisia's breath, sensed the location of the Great Elder, gritted his teeth, and flew towards the location of the Great Elder. Hehe, you guy, aren't you going to let the Shenlong transfer us to another planet? Why are we still in Namesing? Frisia looked at Mullen with a smile on his face, and when he spoke, his face became gloomy. After Mulin discovered this situation, he also immediately contacted the Great Elder, and when he learned the truth of the matter, he couldn't help but be frustrated. You found it yourself. Frisia's triangular eyes narrowed together, and the flames in his hands flickered. Bang bang bang! The next moment, accompanied by a scream, when he looked again, Mulin's body already had more than a dozen blood holes, which was shocking. Humph, Frisia, our nemesis will take revenge someday. Mulin had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, snorted coldly, and the whole person suddenly exploded. In the end, Mulin chose to blow himself up. That mimesis! You all deserve to die, dare to play with me Frisia, I Frieza will let you all die. Frisia was so furious that he flew straight into the sky. Soon, a huge energy flame was already brewing in Frisia's hands, intending to directly destroy the planet. However, just as Frisia was about to throw the flame of light down, his eyes suddenly lit up. That was, Frisia looked at the distant glowing spot, Divine Dragon? That seems to be a dragon? Absorbing the energy flame in his hand into his body, Frisia turned into a stream of light and shot towards the position of the Divine Dragon. Shenlong, let me have an immortal body! Frisia shouted. The Divine Dragon Polenga glanced at him and ignored it. Shenlong, if you are willing to fulfill my wish, I will always worship you so that you will not be bullied. Frisia said quickly. Shenlong turned his head in disdain. Shenlong, are you willing to fulfill my wish? If you don't know how to be a villain, I will make you die a ugly death. Seeing that he couldn't do it, Frisia was going to use force. Snap! Just as Frisia was about to make a move, he saw that the figure of the Divine Dragon suddenly became blurred. Snap! The next moment, 7 dragon balls fell from the sky and turned into 7 stone eggs. The dark sky once again appeared light. The warm sun shines on the earth and the wind blows. Frisia looked at such a strange scene, and was a little stunned for a while. How is this done? Why did Shenlong suddenly disappear? Frisia's face became more and more ugly, and he quickly pressed the detector and croaked his teeth. That breath! That chi should be Vegeta's. He is approaching another powerful chi, what is going on? The next moment, a cold flame appeared in Frisia's eyes, turned into a strong light, and flew towards Vegeta's position. Vegeta, who was marching, naturally noticed the abnormality in the sky and quickly increased his speed. However, just as Vegeta was approaching the high platform, he suddenly noticed a powerful aura rising from the opposite side. Whose breath is this? After feeling the power of this breath, Vegeta's face changed color slightly. This aura is extremely powerful, and it can even be said that it has reached the level of Gardo. Who is it? How could there be such a powerful figure on Nemesis? Vegeta was stunned. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 062. Just when Vegeta was a little surprised, he saw a very strong nemesis slowly walking out from the high platform. This person. Vegeta didn't have any impression at all, and his appearance was a bit like the Piccolo Great Demon when he grew up, but upon closer inspection, it was not very similar. This person looked a little old, especially the pair of eyes, as if they had gone through vicissitudes, deep and shining. However, his appearance was quite young, almost out of proportion to the look in his eyes. Not Niru. I'm so sorry, Vegeta, I didn't expect such a result. The nemesis flew over unhurriedly, looked at Vegeta and said, Frisia's strength is beyond my imagination after all. Who are you? Vegeta asked. I'm the great elder of Namixing, why, don't you know me? The man looked at Vegeta expressionlessly, as if he wanted to see through his thoughts. That great elder of Mizing? You? How can you have such a powerful aura? Vegeta was shocked, and thought he had misheard. How could this person be a great elder? The great elder didn't look like this at all, but he looked a bit like Niru. But compared with the inflow, it is more mature. Nothing, I've already assimilated with Niru. The great elder said lightly, it's a pity that at the critical moment, the Dragon Ball turned into stone, and from now on, the Dragon Ball will no longer exist. What did you say? Vegeta's face was a little ugly, no wonder the sky suddenly brightened, it turned out to be the reason. Vegeta also did not expect that the Great Elder and Niru could also be assimilated. Moreover, after assimilation, the combat effectiveness was actually raised to such a powerful realm. It's just that Vegeta is not in the mood to listen to any assimilation story now, he wants to fulfill his wish and complete his physical transformation. It's a pity. Hopes were disappointed. Nima finally came to name seeing, but it was such a result. But after thinking about it, it seems that there is no other way. You think you can defeat Frisia after assimilating with Niru? Joke. Vegeta took a deep breath, I'll tell you, even if we join forces, we may not be Frisia's opponent. The Great Elder glanced at Vegeta silently, was silent for a few seconds, and said indifferently, this matter was my miscalculation from beginning to end, but don't worry, I can tap your potential energy, maybe you can be more powerful than before. Hearing this, Vegeta's eyes lit up. The next moment, the Great Elder took Vegeta to a village. And after seeing the Great Elder like this, the Nemesis people in the village were stunned. Great Elder, what happened? The crowd asked. I already told you about the previous things. The Great Elder explained with a gloomy face, I know that none of us is this Frisia's opponent, so Niru and I assimilated into one person, but these are far from enough. Everyone looked at the Great Elder in amazement, so it was. This planet doesn't need a Great Elder anymore. The Great Elder smiled and said, Children, I'm sorry, I need your strength, my children can't be bullied by Frisia anymore. Great Elder, we support you. Instead of us being killed one by the bad guys, we should give you all our energy. When everyone said this, they surrounded the Great Elder in the middle. The next moment, the dozen nemesis present touched their hands on the chest of the Great Elder. Boom! With a blinding flame of light flickering. When he looked again, the Namex people who were besieging the Great Elder had completely disappeared. Vegeta fixed his eyes and saw that this Great Elder's body was taller than before, and his combat power was also spreading outward amazingly, and he was even about to reach his own level. Vegeta was surprised, Nima, the Great Elder didn't bring such a play. This product has absorbed all its own children, and can actually raise the combat effectiveness to this height. Not simple, not simple. Vegeta felt that he really couldn't underestimate this Great Elder, and if he assimilated in this way, it was estimated that he would not have to take action himself, and the Great Elder alone could destroy Frisia. Children, I will not let the murderer go unpunished. After the Great Elder finished speaking, he galloped towards another village. Hey, I said Great Elder, when did you dig out the hidden energy in my body? Vegeta chased after him and asked unhappily. Let me see what happened to you first. The great elder said, and grabbed his hand on Vegeta's head. Vegeta frowned, he didn't like the other man's action, and then slapped his arm away. How can he let this outsider know his secret? Maybe, just now I also discovered that although your breath is evil, your potential energy is righteous. The great elder smiled, and then reached out and touched Vegeta's chest. I will immediately tap the potential energy for you now. Boom! Vegeta felt his aura rising, and when he broke through to a critical point, he suddenly burst out with a strong light, and his hair was about to stand up. With a powerful aura, even the clouds that were fluttering in the sky were blown around. What an amazing gas! The great elder also looked at Vegeta in amazement. He never expected that Vegeta would be so powerful. It's just that what the great elder doesn't know is that even so, Vegeta still hides his combat power, and at this time, he is just the tip of the iceberg. However, it is worth mentioning that Vegeta was elevated by this great elder, and now he feels infinitely close to the Super Saiyan. Vegeta wondered, he was so powerful, at this time, he had already surpassed Frieza in terms of breath. Wasn't he still this guy's opponent? Nowadays, it is a simple ordinary state, and the combat effectiveness is so bullish. What if I transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta couldn't imagine it. At the same time, Frieza, who was moving, suddenly detected a powerful airflow in the distance through the detector, and he did not dare to use the detector to check, for fear that this powerful energy would destroy the detector. It's just that this airflow is too powerful, and although Frieza can't sense the existence of Chi, it's only a faint breath. And the breath of an extraordinary person like Vegeta, he can already vaguely sense it. Vegeta? There was also a huge energy reaction around him. Who was this person? Frieza was also stunned and increased his speed again. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 063. Yes, you didn't let me down. After feeling Vegeta's powerful aura, the great elder nodded with satisfaction, and then asked, do you think that now that the two of us have joined forces, we are not that Frieza's opponent? I don't know. Vegeta shook his head and asked, you should be able to improve your combat effectiveness, right? Yes, I can also assimilate with my children. The great elder nodded, however, I don't want to do that as a last resort. As long as the two of us join forces to eliminate that Frieza, why bother sacrificing my children? Vegeta thought about it. It seemed that the nemesis of the entire planet were the children of the great elder. If all of them were assimilated, he would be lonely, and he would be depressed enough. In that case, let's go to Frieza first to try the depth. What do you think? The great elder made an invitation. No thanks, he's already here. Vegeta smiled softly. What? The great elder was slightly startled and quickly turned around. I saw that in a place not far from him, a terrible opponent was watching him. Just being glanced at by the other party like this, the great elder had a feeling of palpitations. How strong this guy must be. At this moment, Frieza smiled and levitated in the air, silently looked at the great elder, and then looked at Vegeta and said, Vegeta, your courage is getting bigger and bigger, and you won't run away when you see me. Vegeta sneered and didn't speak. Tell me, what's going on with Shenlong? Frieza snapped. Frieza, we won't tell you, you better imagine it yourself. Vegeta smiled softly, with an angry attitude. Little monkey, this time you are dead. Frieza shouted coldly, and after speaking, he rushed towards Vegeta's side. Snap! Just as Frieza was about to rush to Vegeta's side, he found that the arm he swung out was suddenly caught. And this person who grabbed his arm was the Nemesis man. Frieza's eyes widened. This guy, what a strong force! Presumptuous! Frieza snapped. The great elder smiled lightly and let go of Frieza's arm, and coldness filled his eyes. Frieza took a few steps back, and his face became ugly. Vegeta, I didn't expect that your popularity is good, you can unite with the nemesis, the matter of the dragon is your ghost, right? Is he Frisia? Much more naive than I thought. The great elder smiled gently. You first or me first? Vegeta asked with a smile. I'll come first. The great elder said in a low voice, if you find that it is not his opponent, you don't have to worry about me, immediately flee here, I have my own way to escape. Vegeta would not be polite with the other party, nodded in agreement, and asked, by the way, can you survive in the universe? Okay, what do you ask this for? The great elder asked rhetorically. This guy is angry and corrupted, and most of them will raise their hands to destroy this planet. Vegeta explained. You? What did you say? The great elder's eyes widened, and a look of concern appeared in his eyes. It is true that the great elder can survive in the universe, but what about his children? Although his children can survive in the universe, if the planet explodes, the powerful impact will not be able to withstand it. In this way, they are bound to be swept into the vortex of death with the explosion of the planet. Okay, how did you two discuss the battle plan? Frisia said coldly, I'm here to say it first. None of you want to leave here today, this is your grave. Vegeta smiled and didn't speak. Before I abuse you, Nemesis, there is something I want to consult you. Frisia shifted his gaze to the great elder, squinted his eyes and asked, I have summoned the divine dragon just now, but at the critical moment, the divine dragon suddenly disappeared, and the dragon ball also turned into stone. I want to ask, what is going on? I'm afraid you are going to be disappointed, the dragon ball won't appear again, I've already destroyed the dragon ball. The great elder snorted coldly, now I can only fight. After speaking, a cloud of light flames immediately appeared all over the great elder's body, and the momentum of the whole person increased to a very strong level. At this time, his face was particularly indifferent. The next moment, the great elder's body flew violently towards Frisia, flew up and kicked the opponent in the face impartially. Boom! Frisia's body plunged heavily into a large mountain, and with a loud noise, the entire mountain collapsed instantly. 3 seconds later, Frisia flew up from below intact, looking at the great elder with an icy face. Well, that mimesis can have this level, I really underestimate you. Frisia touched his nose and said to Vegeta again, Vegeta, you can join forces, or you will not be my opponent alone. No need. Vegeta smiled softly, and at the same time made a quick judgment. Nowadays, judging from the strength of his combat power on the surface, his combat strength is already comparable to Frisia's, and if he really unites with the Great Elder, it is really possible to defeat Frisia. However, Vegeta is not sure now whether Frisia has exerted his full strength, and if he also hides his strength, it will not be fun. When he didn't test the strength of the enemy, Vegeta felt that it was better to take a look before speaking. After all, in the history of Dragon Ball, it seems that only by transforming into a Super Saiyan can you deal with Frisia. Nay Nemesis, the kick you kicked me just now, and the matter of Dragon Ball, I don't care about you. Frisia smiled coldly, this little monkey killed my son, I will kill him with my own hands, if you are willing to be my subordinate, the hatred between us will be wiped out, what do you think? What about my children you killed? Do you think it can be written off? The Great Elder looked at Frisia hatefully and asked word by word. They died at my hands, and I should feel honored. Frisia smiled slightly. I'll go to your Malgobi. The Great Elder directly burst out of his foul language in anger, and the next moment, he rushed towards Frisia. Seeing the Great Elder coming quickly, Frisia chuckled unhurriedly. Just as the Great Elder was about to approach Frisia, Frisia's body disappeared. Where? The Great Elder looked east, stunned. Humph, behind you. After Frisia finished speaking, he flew up and kicked the Great Elder into the ground. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny Chapter 064. The Great Elder rubbed out of the land, with an indifferent taste on his face, and looked at the other party without saying a word. How? This is revenge for the one you just dealt with me. Frisia smiled. That's how much you're doing? Much weaker than I thought. The Great Elder sneered. Really? It's not easy for a nemesis to reach your level, but you're not my opponent. Frisia smiled and praised, and then flew towards the Great Elder with a whoosh. Bang! The next moment, Frisia's head hit the Great Elder's nose hard, directly knocking him upside down and flying out without suspense, streaking a ray of light in midair. Ugh! Frisia's figure disappeared all of a sudden, and when it appeared, it had already quickly arrived behind the Great Elder. Squinting his eyes, Frisia punched the back of the Great Elder's heart, and the powerful force made the Great Elder's mouth spray blood wildly, and his face turned pale instantly. Am I at that point? Yes? Frisia's long tail wrapped around the Great Elder's neck and asked with a smile. The Great Elder was in pain, gritted his teeth and opened his mouth wide, biting on his tail. Ah! Frisia's face changed color, he shouted, involuntarily loosened his tail, and gave the Great Elder a kick. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Great Elder quickly landed on the ground and looked at Vegeta with a wry smile. It's hard to deal with, it seems that the two of us have to join forces to fight. The Great Elder shook his head at Vegeta with a very helpless expression. I'll meet him first. Vegeta didn't mean to join forces, he liked to go it alone, and he always did. Be careful, this person is more powerful than I thought. It seems that I still underestimate the enemy. After the Great Elder finished speaking, he lowered his voice again. Vegeta, can you hold him back? Since he wants to destroy our planet, it's better for me to assimilate my children than to die of them. You can go. Vegeta waved his hand and said what he was more concerned about, but what about the Dragon Ball? Is there a way you can bring Dragon Ball back to life? I have my own way to do this, and the most urgent problem now is to solve this guy. The Great Elder nodded. Don't worry, what I promised you, I will definitely do it, then the mising people will not deceive. When the Great Elder said this, Vegeta was relieved, waved his hand, and signaled that the Great Elder could leave. What are you two muttering there? Frisia sneered. Humph, no matter what tricks you play, you don't want to escape my palm, today is your time to die. Frisia, your opponent is me. Vegeta's whole body shone brightly, and the powerful energy was like layers of powerful storms, rolling up gusts of wind on the planet. And after sensing Vegeta's strength, the Great Elder could be described as stunned. He never expected that Vegeta would be so powerful, and for a while, he was a little sluggish. Even Frisia's eyes widened, although he could not sense the strength of the breath, but just now Vegeta's energy was too large, and the air was distorted and changed shape, which was captured by him. This little monkey is much stronger than when he fought with his son. You can't let him continue to develop, in that case, he will inevitably be defeated by this little monkey. Gritting his teeth, Frisia's face was already a little solemn. What are you doing here? Hurry up! After Vegeta finished speaking, he turned into a bright light and dived towards Frisia. Boom! Vegeta threw a powerful punch that went straight to Frisia's face like a mountain. Frisia's expression froze and he rushed towards Vegeta's fist. Boom! The next moment, the fists of the two collided together, bursting out shocking energy. For a time, sand and rocks flew on the ground, and the waves were terrifying. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky, and the sound was loud. Vegeta, you are not simple, you can actually be comparable to my fourth layer transformation. Frisia stared coldly at Vegeta and snorted coldly. Frisia, today you either die or I die. Vegeta snapped. The hatred about Frisia, Vegeta has long been buried deep in his heart, and it bursts out at this moment, extremely strong. Between the whiskers, a cloud of air burst out from the ground where the two of them were, blowing the ground into an arc. The Great Elder's face was extremely stunned. Vegeta, it would actually be so powerful. The Great Elder felt funny when he thought about it, and he really looked away. No, it's this kid who hides too deeply, and even he is deceived by his appearance. Although he sighed so much, the Great Elder did not give up the opportunity to flee here, and while the two were fighting here, the Great Elder turned into a light and shadow and quickly flew away from the scene. Frisia's eyes lit up, glanced towards the position of the Great Elder, and then kicked in the direction where Vegeta was. Vegeta threw his hands downwards to fend off the attack. However, Frisia did not mean to continue attacking, but flew towards the location where the Great Elder was. The Great Elder, who was about to leave, suddenly noticed that there was an additional figure in front of him, and fixed his eyes on it. It was Frisia who was blocking his front. What a speed! Just now he has obviously flown out far away. How come in the blink of an eye, he ran in front of him? Then Mexian people, where do you want to go in such a hurry? Frisia looked at the Great Elder coldly. However, as soon as Frisia's words fell, he suddenly felt a little abnormal in his head, looked up, and suddenly found a big-footed girl rushing towards him. Frisia's eyes bulged all of a sudden. The next moment, Frisia fell into the distant mountains like a cannonball, shaking the earth and flying dust. Let's go, grind, and do something useless. Vegeta said impatiently. Boom! As soon as the Great Elder left, he saw a violent boom below, and when he looked again, he saw Frisia rushing up with a look of resentment. Great Elder, close your eyes. Vegeta put his hands on his cheeks and smiled softly at Frisia, Sun Fist. Frisia was stunned. Nima, play this trick again, Lao Tzu will not be fooled. So, Frisia quickly closed his eyes, afraid that he would be stabbed by this strong light. For more free-flow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 065. 6 seconds after hearing Vegeta's shouts fall, Frisia finally opened his eyes. Vegeta smiled contemptuously and immediately unleashed the Sun Fist. Just now, he just shouted, and after finding that Frisia closed his eyes, he stopped and released the Sun Fist, just to wait for this moment. Ah! Suddenly, a blinding bright light rushed and shot directly into Frisia's pupils. Frisia's eyes suddenly turned white. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Vegeta unleashed a shock cannon, blowing Frisia up with a squeak. When Frisia's eyes returned to normal, he looked left and right, and the Great Elder was no longer visible. Look at Vegeta, who is above him, looking at himself condescendingly. Frisia's anger rushed to his heart, his eyes narrowed, and 2 flames of light went straight to Vegeta's body. Vegeta smiled coldly and slapped the 2 red lights away. Humph, little monkey, I really didn't expect that your skills are not small, and you can beat me Frisia like this, except for my father and brother, only you. Frisia's smile was very gloomy, and the anger rose up like a volcano. Frisia, your end has come. Vegeta sneered. Little monkey, your tone is not small. Frisia looked around, he could never find the figure of the Great Elder, and his face was particularly ugly, but then again, what do you mean by putting in so much effort to get that nemesis away? Do you think I'll tell you? Vegeta chuckled, naturally not telling the Great Elder's secret. I know you have ulterior motives, but you think he'll be able to run away then? When Frisia said this, the whole person laughed maniacally, and quickly flew towards the sky, and between the whiskers, his index finger had condensed a red light mass, and as soon as the light mass was born, it was growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the diameter of this red flame reached hundreds of meters. Vegeta's face has changed color. This guy, is he trying to destroy this planet? Hey, planet destruction bomb! Frisia laughed, and the red flame on his fingers became stronger. For a time, thunder and lightning were mixed, and the wind was fierce, and the earth was eclipsed. Vegeta was shocked. CFBG, this guy's aura was too powerful, in a hurry, he had no time to think carefully, and the powerful energy also burst out without reservation. Shockwave. Vegeta's hand flashed with a bright light, and the shockwave full of explosive energy ran directly to the location of the planet-destroying bomb. Haha, it's useless, little monkey, can't you survive in the universe? Wouldn't it be more interesting for us to move the battlefield to the universe? Frieza looked at Vegeta with a wicked smile, and when the planet destruction bomb he had condensed reached a certain limit, he waved his hand sharply. Boom! Vegeta's shockwave hit the star, and it didn't have the slightest effect. At this moment, huge red destruction bombs smashed all over the world. Vegeta was shocked. If he didn't dodge, he would definitely be devoured by this behemoth. In a hurry, Vegeta could no longer care about the fate of the planet, turned into a light and shadow, and quickly fled towards the distance. Little monkey, I hope you don't explode in the planet. Humph, I haven't solved my hatred yet. Frieza sneered, but did not go after Vegeta. He was also worried that Beson's annihilation would not fully exert his hatred. The planet destruction bomb sank little by little, and soon touched the surface of the planet. Boom! A loud bang rose and fell one after another, and the entire planet trembled violently. Earth fission, magma eruption. There was silence for a few seconds. Boom! A blinding bright light rose up, and the planet had completely changed shape, flying sand and stones for a while, and thunder and lightning flashed. Vast energy continues to emerge in this space, rushing into the vast universe. Snap! The planet disappeared, and the boulders that burst out of the planet flew in this cosmic space. Ha 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 ha, it's so good looking, it's so good looking. Frieza laughed as if excited by this amazing planetary fireworks. After the laughter, Frieza's eyes began to search for Vegeta's whereabouts. Little monkey, you hurry up and give me out, I know you can't die, this level of attack, you won't die. Frieza shouted at the vast universe. Under the special energy of Frieza, his voice spread directly through this powerful medium, instantly spreading throughout this cosmic space. However, after the voice fell, Vegeta did not react at all. This little monkey can't really be blown up, right? Frieza muttered, scanning back and forth through space, trying to figure out where Vegeta was. Of course, Vegeta was not dead, and a large explosion of this magnitude could not hurt him. At this time, Vegeta was standing on a boulder floating in space, and he looked at Frieza from a distance, and he was also making judgments in his heart. Through the battle just now, Vegeta knew that there was still a big gap between himself and Frieza. At the very least, the planet destruction bomb released by Frieza had no way to resist it. I can only watch as Frieza destroys the planet. Do you want to continue fighting? Vegeta was silent for a long time, and finally made up his mind. Anyway, his body can be regenerated, and if he doesn't continue to fight with Frieza, he is really a little sorry for the wish he made in Shenlong. However, before the great battle, Vegeta sensed the position of the Great Elder again. Great Elder, don't hang up this product, if he dies, the matter of Dragon Ball will be difficult to handle in the future. Although there are Dragon Balls on Earth, the immortals on Earth are too old and stubborn, and they are not very easy to talk to. If the Great Elder had a way to revive the Dragon Ball, he wouldn't have to ask the old immortal with a dead face. After carefully sensing a circle, Vegeta finally sensed the position of the Great Elder. The Great Elder is still alive. Vegeta was a little relieved in his heart, but thinking about it, the strength of the Great Elder was already much stronger than Gardo, and he would be fine with this level of explosion. However, it is a pity that because of the explosion of the planet, the Great Elder can no longer assimilate with his children, that is, his strength has reached the end by now. It seems that there is no hope on the Great Elder's side. Vegeta, little monkey, I know you're alive, get out of here for me immediately, otherwise, the Saiyan planet will suffer the same fate as Namek. Frieza shouted. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please follow For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 066. Vegeta's heart sank. He knew that Frisia could say it, and he would definitely be able to do it. Through his travels on planet Vegeta in the past few days, Vegeta has gradually liked his own planet and also likes those scions full of blood. If it is because of himself that the planet is destroyed, Vegeta will not bear it after all. Frisia, I'm here. Vegeta stopped being verbose and flew to the opposite side of Frisia. Humph, I knew you would show up. Frisia smiled and rubbed his nose. Little monkey, you are indeed much more powerful than I thought. Without my existence, you would already be the third in the universe. Cosmic third? Vegeta was slightly stunned. Yes, I forgot to tell you, I also have an older brother. His combat power is far higher than mine. In addition, my father's combat power is also very strong. Our race is the most powerful fighting nation in the universe. You scions, you are only worthy of carrying shoes for us. Frisia sneered. Frisia's brother? Frisia's dad? I went. Vegeta suddenly became a little big-headed. He naturally remembered these two characters, especially Frisia's brother Gura, whose strength far exceeded Frisia, as if that guy would transform in the fifth layer. As for Frisia's dad, Vegeta didn't think it was a big deal. Frisia's dad Kurd, in the history of Dragon Ball, has hardly done much, but was directly killed by Trunks. However, these are all original histories, completely different from their own. With Vegeta's strength now, one Frisia is already a headache, let alone two other ruthless people. You are finally afraid. I warned you a long time ago, our clan is not so easy to mess with. Frisia smiled and was very proud. Frisia, just laugh. Vegeta snorted coldly, maybe you don't know yet, right? Now I'm transforming into a Super Saiyan, and it's because you're afraid of Super Saiyans that you want to kill us, right? Hearing the word Super Saiyan, Frisia's pupils were enlarged several times at that time, and he looked at Vegeta with a stunned expression. Then, Frisia smiled lightly and rubbed his nose. Little monkey, Super Saiyan is just a legend. Do you think you can really become a Super Saiyan? You'll find out sooner or later. Vegeta snorted coldly. The two had just said this, but they saw the Great Elder flying over with a gloomy face, and his face was filled with coldness. It is conceivable that anyone will be angry when they watch their planet explode and their children die. Oh? That Mexian people, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be alive? And can survive in space? Frisia looked at the Great Elder with a smile. Frisia, you are unforgivable, you are unforgivable. The Great Elder's whole body trembled angrily, and he flew in the direction of Frisia, and his huge fist also went straight to his cheek. Bang! The Great Elder punched over, beat SA on the spot, and almost went out. However, Frisia raised his head unhurriedly, and his triangular eyes became even more gloomy and terrifying. I know how strong you and Vegeta are, but I'll tell you, so do I. Frisia squinted, his long tail banged on a flying head, lowered his head and muttered, I have already calculated, as long as I come up with about 50% of my strength, I can make you two universe dust. As soon as these words came out, Vegeta and the Great Elder were shocked. As long as you take out half of your strength, you can let yourself and the Great Chong Age become the dust of the universe? Vegeta was stunned. He was already so powerful, did he have to transform into a Super Saiyan to compete with the other party? Originally, Vegeta thought that the gap between himself and Frisia was not too great, but he did not expect that this Frisia had not yet exerted half of his strength. Well, this is the end of the game, I'm tired of this war. Frisia snorted coldly, but little monkey, I won't let you die painfully, and you can't just forget about killing my son. After speaking, Frisia's momentum continued to rise, and the whole person seemed to be about to burn. The powerful aura constantly spread out in this vast universe, and everywhere it passed, some floating star stones turned into powder on the spot. And after feeling Frisia's breath, Vegeta's face changed color. This guy really didn't blow, the energy is actually powerful to this realm. Ask for flowers. Even the great elder was stunned. What a powerful chi! For a while, the two were dumbfounded, unable to say anything. Humph, dare to provoke me, Frisia, I will let you die very rhythmically. Frisia sneered, and after the words fell, he swept his tail towards Vegeta's place. Snap! The power of this tail could not be described as ruthless, and Vegeta's face suddenly had a long blood print. Humph, little wild monkey, dare to challenge my authority too. Frisia smiled and punched him again. Bang! Vegeta flew thousands of meters away, and bright red blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Such a strong blow made Vegeta's heart seem to fall into an ice cave. 000. It's so powerful. It's so powerful. Frisia is simply a monster. Between himself and him, it is not on the same level at all. By the way, angry, I'm going to be angry. Only anger can transform into a Super Saiyan. However, Vegeta did not find anything angry in any way, and even remembered his past life. There was nothing to be angry about. What to do? Then SAIYAN, don't you want to join forces with the little monkey? Come on, I'd like to see what you two can do together. Frisia smiled contemptuously at the great elder and sarcastically said in passing. The great elder's body trembled, he was silent for several seconds, gritted his teeth, and flew towards Vegeta's direction. Vegeta, now I see only one way to defeat Frisia. The great elder smiled bitterly, and his eyes became solemn as he looked at Vegeta. What? Vegeta was slightly stunned. I know that the two of us joining forces may not be his opponents, and until now, only I will provide you with all my energy, and maybe a battle. The great elder's face was very ugly, and after saying this, he shook his head and said, however, if this guy really only exerts half of his strength, then these energies of mine may not be able to come in handy. Vegeta glanced at the great elder and did not speak. Don't worry, I'm just offering energy to you, I'm not so great as to give you my life. The great elder laughed self-deprecatingly, and after speaking, his momentum suddenly increased. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. For more free Philo novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 067. The great elder put his hand on Vegeta's chest, and after letting out a long roar, a stream of energy also extended down his arm to Vegeta's body. Seeing this scene, Frisia's eyes turned red, and he felt that the situation was not quite right, and hurriedly flew towards this side. Sun Fist. Vegeta unleashed the Sun Fist without hesitation. Little monkey, if I don't torture you to death, I'm not Frisia. Frisia had already tasted the hatefulness of the Sun Fist several times, his eyes were closed, and his teeth were crunching. Feeling the energy in his body constantly increasing, Vegeta was overjoyed in his heart, and quickly asked, hurry up great elder, how long is it left? Soon. The great elder said with a solemn expression. Frisia's eyes gradually regained their light, and he looked at the location of Vegeta and the great elder, and a red light shot out from his fingers. Go and die! Frisia shouted sharply, the position of this flame of light was aimed at the great elder. Snap! However, a scene that surprised Frisia happened, only to see Vegeta stretch out his small hand and slap the red light away. This? How is this possible? Frisia was surprised, his eyes were round, and he looked at this scene in disbelief. At this time, Vegeta, but felt that the energy all over his body was gushing wildly, believing that this might be the energy of the great elder playing his role. With a gentle smile, Vegeta instantly came to Frisia's side, the corner of his mouth hooked an evil arc, and the next moment, a punch hit Frisia's chest. Ahem! A stream of black blood spurted out of Frisia's mouth, and his face turned hideous. Tapda. Vegeta's fists were like machine guns, aiming at Frisia's sore spot, and punched hard. Frisia grinned in pain, and his body couldn't stop shaking. Yay! As if he could no longer bear this huge pain, Frisia shouted, swung his tail fiercely, blocked the 2 punches that came over, and then flew towards the back. Shock cannon. A white flame of light condensed from Vegeta's hands, like a long dragon, heading straight for Frisia's place. The impact cannon became larger and larger, emitting an amazing light outward, and the huge energy stirred back and forth in this universe, like a tornado, and the nearby meteorites were directly attracted in, and suddenly turned into ruins. This. What is it? Frisia exclaimed, and by the time he reacted, it was too late to dodge. In a hurry, Frisia raised his right arm and tried to block the terrifying shock cannon. Boom! With a loud bang that shook the universe, Frisia was completely drowned in a powerful shock cannon. The huge energy continued to spread around, turning into dust everywhere. With this blow, Vegeta can be said to have exerted all his energy, and if Frisia is not dead, then he really has nothing to do. Great, Vegeta, we finally made it. The big long flew over. Vegeta smiled softly, because this powerful energy had not completely dissipated, sensing Frisia's breath was not very real, and he could not be sure if Frisia had been killed now. Boy, my energy is not blind, you rest well, I have my own way to resurrect the Dragon Ball thing, and my children are still waiting to resurrect the dragon. The great elder smiled happily, as if he felt that everything was over. Don't rejoice too early, if Frisia can be easily killed, he is not Frisia. Vegeta smiled bitterly, and the great elder was also happy too early. He wasn't really sure he would be able to kill Frisia. Could it be that if you don't become a Super Saiyan yourself, you can solve Frisia? If this is the case, does it mean that he already has the level of a Super Saiyan, but he has not transformed? Perhaps, this is unlikely, right? In space, the smoke gradually dissipated, and when it completely disappeared, Vegeta quickly looked over. In the vast universe, where is Frisia's figure? Really dead? Wrong. Vegeta withdrew his gaze and quickly sensed Frisia's breath. At the critical moment, I almost forgot the existence of the sensing ability, and actually used my eyes to find it. Under this induction, sure enough, Frisia's breath suddenly emerged, and it was suspended high above him. Vegeta raised his head in some surprise and looked at Frisia coldly. This old monster! At this time, Frisia's whole body was steaming, as if he had been roasted. Frisia also watched Vegeta silently. The two just looked at each other. The great elder's face had turned bitter, and Frisia's power completely subverted his cognition. I'm afraid that if you want to defeat this monster, you must at least assimilate the bodies of hundreds of children, right? Vegeta also gritted his teeth with hatred, and with all the energy of the great elder, he still didn't kill Frisia with one blow. This guy was really powerful. When will the energy hidden in the body burst out? Vegeta already felt dead. Especially just now released a huge impact cannon, so that his energy consumption is a lot. Now because of continuous combat, there is not much energy left. Little monkey, the move you made just now was good, you beat me very painfully. Frisia looked at the place where the smoke was coming from his body, his teeth were about to be shattered, his eyes looked at Vegeta coldly, and after speaking, he quickly ran towards Vegeta. Bang! Frisia flew up and hit Bay 1.6 Vegeta's face directly. You beat me so much! Frisia snapped and punched Vegeta in the face again. The great elder who was watching the battle from the sidelines shook his head in horror, his eyes full of helplessness. It's over, this universe, I'm afraid that no one is this Frisia's opponent. He gave all his energy to Vegeta, but he still couldn't defeat this terrible opponent, and the great elder couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Don't worry, I won't let you die easily, I want you to regret that you came to this world. Frisia punched and kicked Vegeta, who had little energy, and then threw him to the side. Swish, swish. In the next moment, 10 red flames of light shot out from Frisia's 10 fingers, heading straight for Vegeta's body. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please follow. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 068. Seeing the 10 red flames of light coming quickly, Vegeta was so frightened that he quickly dodged. However, when Vegeta took a breath of energy, he found out tragically, and his body could no longer move quickly. After all, the energy consumption just now was too great, and he didn't have any ability to resist. Snap! 10 red flames of light penetrated Vegeta's body without suspense and flew towards the abyss of the universe. The immense pain, the horror of the enemy, made Vegeta's consciousness begin to blur. Humph! How does it taste? Frisia smiled very brightly, no longer paying attention to Vegeta, who did not have much combat power, withdrew his gaze, and glanced at the Great Elder coldly. By the way, and you, if you are willing to tell me how to revive the Dragon Ball, humph, I can consider sparing your life. Don't worry, Frisia will do what he says. You think I'll believe you? The Great Elder sneered. My patience is limited. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't say it, I'll kill you. Frisia snorted coldly. Don't think that only you can make Dragon Balls. As far as I know, there are Dragon Balls on Earth. I just don't want to go to the trouble of running. What do you say? Dragon Balls on Earth too? The Great Elder's face was a little stunned, and he was silent for a moment, and suddenly thought of something. I-25 understand. The nemesis on Earth should be the son of Kadaz. It turns out that he really arrived on Earth, hehe. Okay, don't talk nonsense, I'm not interested in his history. Hurry up and resurrect the Dragon Ball, I can spare you from dying. Frisia became impatient and interrupted the Great Elder's self-talk. Joke. You killed so many of my children, do you think I will resurrect the Dragon Ball and help you complete the immortal body? The Great Elder smiled disdainfully. Snap! Frisia was enraged, and a red flame of light shot out from his hand, directly penetrating the Great Elder's heart. The Great Elder's body trembled violently, the dark blue blood in his mouth spurted out, his eyes widened, and he lay silently in the embrace of the universe, seemingly silent. Vegeta watched as the Great Elder was killed by Frisia, but there was nothing he could do. Humph! The strongest warrior of that Messi's star can't withstand my light blow. Frisia smiled gently, no longer paying attention to the Great Elder, and focused his gaze on Vegeta again. Little monkey, don't worry, I said I wouldn't kill you easily, humph, I will let you die wonderfully. Vegeta smiled bitterly, he didn't have much energy anymore, let alone repair these injured wounds, and even the power to fly didn't have much. Die at the hands of my Frisia, you should deserve to be happy. Frisia laughed. That eerie laughter made Vegeta sound very harsh at the moment. As soon as I said this, I only heard a voice suddenly coming from a distance. Frisia, what makes you so happy? The voice was abrupt, Vegeta wrinkled, and the position of the voice swept away. At first glance, Vegeta is like falling into an ice cave. I saw a huge spaceship parked not far away, and outside the spacecraft, there were 2 aliens who looked very similar to Frisia suspended. Nima, there is no mistake. Vegeta was on the verge of crying. One Frisia was enough for himself, and now his brother and daddy were here. How else to fight this? Brother? Father? Why are you here? Frisia glanced over there and asked with some astonishment. It was Frisia's brother Gula and father Kurd. Gula, like Frisia, is also a 4th layer transformation, while Kurd is only a 2nd layer transformation. Vegeta sensed the strength of these 2 people's breath, and was speechless for a while. Even if he wanted to run today, he couldn't run away. It's a big game. Humph, I heard that my nephew was accidentally killed by a Saiyan. How can I, who is an uncle, have to come and personally take revenge? Frisia's brother Gula flew over with a smile. Frisia, this is the scion who killed my grandson. Frisia's father, Kurd, also flew over and looked at Vegeta coldly. Dad, brother, it's just a scion wild monkey, what are you doing here? Frisia said with some discomfort. Humph, you see, I alone can already abuse him without any ability to fight back, and now this little monkey has nothing to do, he wants to die immediately. Kill him easily, that's cheap for him. Kurdish said coldly, I didn't even see my grandson's face, so I was killed by this kid, how can this feud be rewarded well? Dad, what can you do? Frisia asked. Since he is a scion, wouldn't it be interesting for us to destroy all the scions one by one in front of him and then tear him apart? With an evil smile on his face, Kurd spoke his way. Dad, if you really have you, just do it. Frisia thought this was too good a solution, and agreed at that time. Let's go, Dad and brother, let's go to planet Vegeta. To what planet Vegeta? Kurd smiled slightly. Your brother and I came over, naturally I can't go empty-handed. Come, escort them out for me. Gula shouted orders to the spaceship. After the words fell, a group of heavily armed aliens escorted King Bei and Bardock, as well as many scions, out of the spaceship and into space. Scions cannot survive in the universe after all, so they all carry oxygen masks on their heads. Father, Vegeta looked stunned, he never thought that Frisia's brother and father had actually brought his father over. King Bei was slightly stunned, and when he saw his son, he suddenly looked overjoyed, and quickly said, Xiao Bei, are you still alive? How do you? Originally, King Bei thought that his son had died in the explosion of the spaceship, but now that his son is still alive, as a father, he is naturally excited. However, after saying this, King Bei couldn't be happy. He could already see that his son was very miserable, and he was afraid that he had already lost to Frisia. Vegeta didn't speak, staring at Frisia with a dark face. King Bei suddenly held his strength and said loudly, Xiao Bei, you are the prince of the Scion, you can't just fall like this. You are going to fight for us Scions, we are a fighting people, have you forgotten? Vegeta still didn't speak, and smiled bitterly. King Bei stared at his son, was silent for a moment, and continued, Xiao Bei, stand up, you have to remember that we Scions are invincible. Snap! On the side, Kurdish applauded, and then said with a smile, okay, let's start with King Vegeta and take off his oxygen mask. After the words fell, an alien grabbed the oxygen mask that King Bei was carrying, and pulled it down so abruptly. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. For more free Philo novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 069. Vegeta's eyes burst into flames of anger. Scions cannot survive in the universe, and King Bei's oxygen mask is removed, meaning he will suffocate. King Bei, King Bei. Many Scions turned pale, stared angrily at the Frisia father and son, and shouted for their king. Suddenly, King Betty seemed to fall silent and smiled at Vegeta, as if to let Vegeta not worry about herself. The smile is full of love. Vegeta's eyes blurred a little. Although he has never regarded King Bei as a father, this Scion King has always protected himself, no matter what time, he hopes that he can grow strongly. Since leaving planet Vegeta, Vegeta sometimes even thinks that since he is the son of King Vegeta, he will honestly be the son of others. Xiao Bei, stand up, Scions won't cry. King Bei shouted sharply, but because there was no oxygen support, the voice behind him became smaller and smaller. Vegeta little monkey, you are really a freak, you see that your father and king can't survive in this universe, and then look at you, but you live so comfortably, don't you feel uncomfortable? Frisia smiled proudly. Vegeta's face sank, and he quickly swept in the direction of King Bei. He had to snatch the oxygen mask over, he couldn't watch his father die, right? However, just as Vegeta left, he saw a figure whoosh and rushed over, blocking his way tightly. Exactly, Frisia. Little monkey, where do you want to go? Frisia smiled and rubbed his nose. We have already decided on the order of death, first your father, then all the scions, they will die one by one in front of you. Humph, this is the price you should pay for killing my son. Get out of the way. Vegeta said coldly. Humph, if I don't get out of the way. Frisia laughed. I'll let you get out of the way. Vegeta rushed forward and punched Frisia hard in the face of his arrogance. Frisia turned his neck, still with a smile on his face, and then shook his head and said, too weak, if you have the ability, you will show all your strength. Humph, just with your current level, it is only worthy of tickling me. Bang! As soon as Frisia said this, he suddenly noticed a wave of energy coming towards him, and it was too late to react. With a tendency, this energy happened to hit Frisia's face, as if giving a slap in the face, which sounded exceptionally crisp in this universe. Ha 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 ha, this is my last energy, I am already very satisfied to be able to do this step. King Bei laughed, and the laughter was full of helplessness. Although King Bei cannot survive in the universe, he is a warrior after all, and even without oxygen, he can use his own energy to support for a while and a half. However, after using the energy just now, his aura suddenly weakened. You look for death. Frisia was angry, and a red flame of light shot out of his fingers. Poof! The red flame of light was like a sharp sword, directly piercing through King Bei's heart. The next moment, I saw that King Bei's expression was completely lost, the blood in his mouth was also oozing outward, and his face was pale. Vegeta froze. The heart was shot through. So to speak. Frisia, you are too anxious, we haven't tortured him properly, you killed him. Kurt said with some regret on the side. Yes, Frisia, it's a pity to let King Bei die like that. Gula also shook his head and sighed. Humph, it's useless anyway, what are you keeping for? Frisia snorted coldly. Vegeta's eyes were blood red and he quickly swept in the direction of King Shell. Stop, I want you to watch your dad die. Frisia blocked the way. Vegeta's whole body trembled, and the momentum of the whole person continued to rise, and his eyes flashed with golden light. Xiao Bei, fight for the scions and release all the energy in your body. King Pei looked at his son with a smile and a look of satisfaction. The next moment, King Bei's body twitched. The piercing of his heart, coupled with the continuous lack of oxygen, could not continue his life. However, the smile on his face is still so confident. It is as if he is an eternal king, standing on the planet Vegeta, guiding the direction of this people. King Pei, a generation of kings. King Bei, King Bei. Many scions kept calling. Vegeta's eyes were moist, and golden rays of light flashed from time to time. Humph, useless waste, there is so much nonsense when dying. Frisia glanced back at King Bei and rubbed his nose with a smile. Hey! Laugh it! Woo! Patches of golden electric arcs shone bright colors in this universe. Boom! Lightning bolts the thickness of the bowl spread in all directions, blooming golden flames of light in this universe. What is this phenomenon? How can there be lightning in the universe? Kurd looked at such a strange scene with some dazedness. Frisia and Gula also looked at the shocking lightning. For a time, in this cosmic space, there was death-like silence. Only the golden flame of light was still flickering. Boom! Another bolt of lightning rolled down and hit Vegeta's perimeter. Looking at Vegeta again, his hair, which had already stood upside down, was exceptionally flexible at this moment. Snap! The black hair, at this moment, suddenly became golden. His pupils also changed color at this time, and his black eyes, just blinking, had already changed to gold. Unforgivable, unforgivable! Vegeta's whole body trembled, his eyes were tearful, and after letting out a hissing cry, golden light suddenly spread into the universe. Boom! The golden light finally quieted down. The next moment, I saw a layer of bright flame of light, evenly attached to Vegeta's body, as if illuminating the entire, universe. Super Saiyan. King Bai's death finally awakened Vegeta's sleeping power, turning him into a Super Saiyan. After seeing Vegeta's change, everyone present was stunned. What is it? Aren't Saiyans just monkeys transforming? What does this change mean? Frieza muttered, a little confused. Ugh! Just as Frieza was wondering, he saw Vegeta's body flashing with gold. The next moment, Vegeta appeared beside him with a sinister smile. Bang! The heavy fist hit Frieza's abdomen fiercely, causing the muscles in his body to sink deeply. Poof! A mouthful of purple-black blood spurted out, and Frieza's face had changed shape. Oh! Vegeta shouted loudly, grabbed Frieza's right arm, and with one force, broke it in two. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please follow. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 070. For a while, everyone present was sluggish. It was as if Vegeta had lost his mind and turned into a hungry wolf, eating his own food. Ah! With hatred in his eyes, Vegeta punched him again, knocking Frieza a rock. After doing all this, Vegeta snorted coldly and quickly swept towards King Beck. Your Highness, Bell is still alive. Bardock was taking care of King Bai on the side, and when he saw Vegeta coming over, he quickly answered. Vegeta's eyes lit up and he glanced at the alien who tore off his father's oxygen mask. The alien was completely stunned by fright at this time, and his whole body couldn't stop trembling. This guy was a fierce man, even Frieza's arm was broken by him, which shows how powerful he is. Snap! Vegeta's small hand grabbed forward, directly ripped off the alien's oxygen mask, and brought it to King Betta's face. The next moment, Vegeta's hands flashed with golden light, and streams of energy poured into King Beck's body. Bardock and the others were shocked to find that the injured place of King Bai was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just in the blink of an eye, King Bai's injured place has improved, and the whole person's face has also returned to blood. Bardock was surprised. His Highness would actually heal others? When did he learn such skills? 000 Vegeta had sensed at this time that after transforming into a Super Saiyan, his physique had undergone even greater changes, and the magical healing skills of Majin Buu emerged in his mind at that time. Seeing that his father was no longer in danger, Vegeta's face eased slightly. The next moment, he waved at Gula and the Kurdish brothers. In an instant, these little brothers present were blasted into slag by him. Father King is still alive, you take him and the Great Elder, hurry up and get out of here. As Vegeta spoke, he grabbed the Great Elder by the way, but did not treat him accordingly, and he found that the Great Elder was still alive, and he couldn't die for a while. After all, treatment consumes energy. Besides, there is a healing room on the spaceship, and as long as the Great Elder enters the treatment room, the treatment can also be completed. It would be fine if there was only one Frieza, but the problem is that Frieza has two more powerful helpers. Although Vegeta has transformed into a Super Saiyan, he is not sure if he can defeat Gula and Kurd. Therefore, Vegeta wants to retain strength, enough to kill Gula and Kurds. But, Your Royal Highness, how about you? Bardock asked with some shock. Hurry up, don't be verbose. Vegeta snapped. I understand, I understand. Bardock nodded vigorously and said to the many Saiyans, let's go. Many Saiyans looked at Vegeta angrily and flew solemnly towards the spaceship. Humph, if you want to run, none of you Saiyans can run. Frieza had already slowed down at this time and rushed towards Vegeta. Vegeta just smiled contemptuously and grabbed Frieza's arm. You? How could you have such an amount? Frieza looked at Vegeta in amazement. I broke my right arm just now, now it's my left arm, right? Vegeta snorted coldly. After hearing these words, Foley suddenly enlarged, and cold sweat also slipped down his cheeks. Day! Only a crisp sound was heard, and Frisia's left arm was also broken by Vegeta. Ah! Frisia was paralyzed in both arms, and his whole body was in pain. Frisia, I'm angry. Vegeta flew up and kicked Frisia to a height. And then he flew up and hit the back of the opponent with a punch. After 2 moves, Frisia was already powerless to resist. For a while, both Gula and the Kurds were dumbfounded. They never imagined that the form would be reversed to this extent. Even how Bardock left has been completely ignored by Gula and Kurds. Frisia, aren't you very capable? Vegeta still didn't know the hatred, put his right hand on Frisia's legs, CFBG, and smiled coldly. Boom! Vegeta's hand flashed with golden light, and a powerful energy emanated from his hand, directly hitting Frisia's legs. In an instant, Frisia's legs were broken, and his expression was a little lost. Gula and Kurt's eyes widened, feeling like they were dreaming. Humph! With a wave of his hand, Vegeta flew up and kicked Frisia into the distance, and then looked at Gula and Kurd with a smile. The two were shocked, like great enemies. Dad, hurry up and enter the last layer of transformation state. Gula shouted loudly, and as he said this, his body had undergone drastic changes. Powerful energy spread everywhere in this vast universe, and layers of armor like barbs grew on Gula's body, making it even more hideous and terrifying. Kurds are not idle, and their bodies are changing rapidly. Vegeta looked at this scene coldly, but did not mean to step forward to attack. He fought for the Saiyans. He wants to burst into all his potential and let Frisia's father and brother know that Saiyans are the strongest in the universe. Soon, the transformation of the two was already successful. 5th layer transformation. Gula and Kurdish are both 5th layer transformations. Vegeta smiled, he didn't expect Frisia's father to transform into the 5th layer. It is a little difficult to deal with at this time, and it can be judged from the breath of these two people that the energy contained in their bodies is also extremely powerful, and they are even close to the limit of Super Saiyan. If only one person is a 5th layer transformation, Vegeta is completely sure, but these two guys join forces, it is not so easy to deal with. It's just that Vegeta, who has transformed into a Super Saiyan, has endless fighting intent in her blood, as if urging herself to fight. Wait! Just as Vegeta was about to fight Gula and the Kurds, he heard Frisia's somewhat absent voice. Dad, brother, this matter can't just be settled, I'm going to kill him with my own hands. Frisia flew slowly, his eyes staring viciously at Vegeta. Frisia, I think you still forget it, you are not his opponent. Gula shook her head and smiled. Vegeta, little monkey, you are indeed not simple, I underestimate you. With blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, Frisia said with a black face. You are not simple, your limbs are crippled, and you can still laugh. Vegeta snorted coldly. Humph! Frisia smiled ugly, I want to ask you, what is going on with your transformation? Don't you know yet? Vegeta said coldly, standing in front of you is the Super Saiyan you fear the most. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. For more free Philo novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 071. Super Saiyan. Hearing this title, the expressions of the Frisia father and son were stunned. This is Super Saiyan? The 3 looked at each other, and the next moment, the 3 laughed. What are you laughing at? Die to the end of laughter? Vegeta stared coldly at the 3 of Frisia. Frisia, you quickly retreat, now you are not his opponent. Gula said, and then said with a smile, originally, I thought how powerful the Super Saiyans were, but now it seems that at most, it is only the 5th layer transformation of our clan. Vegeta smiled softly, too lazy to talk more nonsense. Frisia, stand down, it's over to me and Dad. Gula said again. Humph, brother may not know yet, I, Frisia, have also mastered the 5th layer of transformation. When Frisia said this, his body suddenly swelled, and the legs that had been destroyed by Vegeta also grew outward at a speed visible to the naked eye. Frisia's body became somewhat similar to Gura's, and the place that had been damaged by Vegeta was completely restored at this time. Powerful energy rolled up layers of storms in this universe and spread everywhere. Little monkey, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed, I still have a hand. Frisia moved his muscles and stared coldly at Vegeta. Vegeta was taken aback. Frisia will also transform on the 5th layer. It's really a headache now. Trouble. However, Vegeta was not cowardly because of this, and finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. How could he be frightened by Frisia? Super Saiyan? Do you think Super Saiyans are amazing? Frisia's grim laughter pervaded, and immediately after, a strong flame of light shot out from his hand. Ugh! This flame of light burst out of the air, super fast, and streaked through the cosmic space. However, just when Frisia thought that the light flame was about to hit Vegeta, he saw Vegeta's figure blurred. Ugh! The flame of light flew directly into the vast cosmic abyss and hit a small satellite. Boom! The satellite fell apart at that time, and with a bang, it turned into cosmic dust. He dodged? Frisia's eyes widened and he was stunned. He was less than 20 meters away from Vegeta, and at such a short distance, his mastery trick was actually avoided. Frisia rubbed her eyes, seemingly unable to believe the fact. Vegeta chuckled. This can't be, this can't be. Frisia was furious, and the flames of light in his hand shot out, rushing towards Vegeta's location one by one. Vegeta dodged easily, with a smile on his face. Frisia smiled grimly, humph, if you hit, you are finished. Vegeta was silent for 2 seconds, and the corners of his mouth curved, yes, try it once. What an arrogant fellow. Frisia's whole body trembled angrily, this is what you said, if you have the ability, don't hide. Ugh! Another flame of light shot out and went straight to Vegeta. Vegeta didn't dodge this time, just stretched out his little hand and grabbed it with a slap. Snap! The red light flame fell apart on the spot, turning into a little bit of golden light. This. How is this possible? Frisia stuttered. Vegeta sneered, and the next moment, his figure flashed suddenly, and he had already come to Frisia's face, grabbed his arm, and pulled him fiercely. Ah! Click! Frisia's arm was once again dragged off by Vegeta. I don't know if you can regenerate this time. Vegeta smiled, and the golden light all over his body was pervasive. Running energy, and bombarding it with a punch. Frisia was shocked and quickly used his other arm to resist. Snap! The only remaining arm was knocked off the elbow by Vegeta's punch, and blood sprayed outward, which was shocking. Vegeta waved his hand and knocked out these 2 strong lights, and his eyes were already extremely cold. This is impossible, I am the strong man of the universe, how can I lose to a Saiyan wild monkey? Frisia's whole body trembled, and huge energy burst out again. The next moment, a bowl-thick flame of light erupted from Frisia's mouth. The vast energy carried a powerful storm straight to where Vegeta was. Vegeta's face was expressionless, and when the other party's powerful energy was about to get close, a golden flame of light erupted from his hand. Ask for flowers. Boom! The 2 strands of energy met in mid-air, bursting into an astonishing flame of light. After a few seconds, the golden flame of light quickly swept towards Frisia's position. It was actually pushed back. Frisia's face twisted, utterly shocked. Get out of the way! Gula rushed up and kicked Frisia away. Boom! The golden flame of light released by Vegeta grazed Gula's body and flew into the depths of the universe. A dozen seconds later, there was an earth-shattering roar, and the golden light bloomed in the distance, and I don't know which planet accidentally suffered. Frisia's whole body was twitching, and when he looked into Vegeta's eyes, he couldn't help but feel a little more fearful. 000. It's horrible, it's terrible. The energy of this wild monkey has far exceeded itself. Frisia, you stand down for me. Kurd shouted sharply, you just consumed too much energy, even if you have a fifth layer transformation, you are not his opponent, let me and your brother do the rest. After saying this, Kurd flew up. Gula was not idle, her eyes flashed, and the two trapped Vegeta in the middle. Frisia gritted his teeth in hatred, but he was seriously injured, and with too much energy consumption, there was no way to join the battle. However, when he thought about it, a sly smile immediately appeared on his face. Humph, Vegeta little monkey, you can have fun with my father and brother, but I won't watch you fight here, although I can't beat you now, but I can still deal with the escaped Saiyans. Frisia laughed, and after saying this, he quickly tracked towards the spaceship where King Bei was. Not good. Vegeta believes that at Frisia's current speed, it should only be a matter of time before he catches up with the spacecraft. They've all become Super Saiyan, and if they can't protect their father, it's a great deserved. Vegeta was about to chase in the direction of Frisia, but at this moment, he saw that Gula and Kurds had blocked their way. Vegeta, your opponent is us, where are you going in a hurry? Gula smiled and stretched out his arms in. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please follow. For more free-follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 072. Get out of here! Vegeta snapped. Humph, this wild monkey is really arrogant, do you think that if you defeat Frisia, you can be my opponent? Gula's face was gloomy and terrifying, and there was a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Don't let you tell you, even in an ordinary state, my combat power is 3 times that of Frisia. Vegeta stopped talking nonsense and rushed up to punch hard. Snap! However, to Vegeta's consternation, his punch was actually taken abruptly by Gura. Looking at Gula again, his face was very calm, and he didn't seem to be hurt at all. This guy is indeed many times more powerful than Frisia. Vegeta's face changed color slightly, and the Saiyan's battle blood couldn't help but boil. With a sneer on the corner of his mouth, he bombarded it with another punch. Bang! This time, Gula's face changed color slightly, and he could feel the huge coercion carried by Vegeta's punch. Even, Gula was hit by this punch and moved several steps back on the spot before he could stop. Me! Vegeta snapped, flew up and kicked Gula in the chest. Gula spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Taking advantage of this vacancy, Vegeta flew away and tracked in Frisia's direction. However, just after flying less than a meter away, Vegeta suddenly found that his calf was being dragged abruptly. When I looked back, I saw a gloomy smile on Kurd's face. The next moment, Kurdish shouted and threw Vegeta out fiercely. Boom! Vegeta slammed into a huge rock, kicking up patches of dust. Boom! Vegeta's body exploded with golden light, and the nearby rocks turned into pieces on the spot and floated in the universe. Turning his head to look in Frisia's direction, Vegeta secretly exclaimed not good, because Frisia was almost gone by this time. With Frisia's current speed, it was too early to catch up with the spacecraft of King Bei and the others. Vegeta did not dare to slacken, the golden light flashed, and he quickly chased in the direction of Frisia. However, just when Vegeta had just flown out and had not far away, he saw Gula and Kurds greeting him again. Stop, it said, your opponent is us. Gula smiled gloomily, and an arrow flew forward, and a heavy punch landed on Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta, on the other hand, grabbed the right fist and twisted it hard. Bang! At this time, the Kurds rushed forward and punched Vegeta in the face, immediately leaving a blood-red fist print. Vegeta's eyes were cold at the time. The hand slapped over. Snap! A crisp slap came out, and Kurd's face already had 5 more black palm prints. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Vegeta chased after Frieza again. "Dad, attack together, can't let him catch up with Frieza," Gula said loudly. The next moment, the two of them unanimously released powerful energy from their hands, like a long dragon, flying straight towards Vegeta. Vegeta's face sank, and he could see that these two energies had gathered together, and with his current strength, I am afraid it would be difficult to resist. In a hurry, Vegeta didn't have time to hesitate, and quickly flashed to the side. Ugh! The dragon of hundreds of meters cut an arc in midair and went straight to the depths of the universe. Vegeta wiped a cold sweat. Such a powerful energy, if he was hit just now, he would definitely be injured. Just as Vegeta hesitated, Gula and Kurd rushed up again. These two clingy flies! Vegeta's fury burned again. Looking at the two people who rushed up, the corners of his mouth suddenly turned upward. Wait! Why, wild monkey, are you planning to admit defeat? Gula smiled and said, Super Saiyan, but that's it. Of course not. Vegeta smiled slightly, I want you to see a trick I have. Oh? Just brag about it. Gula sneered, what trick can you have? I'm afraid your combat power has been exerted to the extreme, right? Look, this trick Frieza has eaten several times, and every time he is crazy. Vegeta smiled. Really? We want to see what a terrible trick it is. There was a contemptuous smile on the corners of Gula's mouth. Kurt is also smiling, and he also discovers that under the joint efforts of him and his son, this Super Saiyan may not be his opponent. Sun Fist! Vegeta shouted, and the Sun Fist immediately bloomed. The dazzling flame of light soon entered the pupils of Gula and Kurd. The eyes of the two turned white all of a sudden. Ah! My eyes! Two idiots, take your time here and enjoy the warmth of the Sunday. Vegeta smiled gently. Fortunately, there are 3 suns in Namek, and in this universe, these 3 suns can provide themselves with the opportunity to cast the Sun Fist. Ignoring Gula and Kurd, Vegeta turned into a golden light, blinked, and chased after Frieza. Frieza is fast, and the Saiyan spaceship is speeding forward. At this time, King Bei woke up leisurely, stood up abruptly, and looked at his intact hands and energy-multiplying body. I'm alive? What's going on here? King Bei couldn't believe this fact. He remembered that he had been pierced through the heart by Frieza's red flame hole, and he should be dead. King Bei, it was His Royal Highness the Prince who saved you. Bardock explained from the sidelines. What? Xiao Bei saved me? How did he do it? King Bei was surprised, and then found that he was in the spaceship, so he quickly asked, what about Xiao Bei? Where is he? His Royal Highness the Prince is fighting Frieza and them. Bardock smiled bitterly. What do you say? Although Xiao Bei is already very strong, it is impossible for 1.6 to be Frieza's opponent, and every Frieza is so powerful, let alone Gula and Kurd. King Bei's eyes widened and he ordered his subordinates, what are you doing here? Go back now. King Bei, you calm down first. Bardock advised, I believe that His Royal Highness will definitely win. What? What did you say? King Betty thought he had misheard, and looked at Bardock in disbelief, his consciousness still stuck in the scene where Vegeta was ravaged by Frieza. King Bei, I see it, Super Saiyan. Frieza, they fear the Super Saiyan. Bardock looked a little excited when he said this. Super Saiyan. King Bei was even more dazed, grabbed Bardock's neckline, and shouted sharply, Bardock, can you finish the words to me all at once? _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. For more free Philo novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny Chapter 073. King Bei was tortured by Frisia, and His Royal Highness the Prince became furious and finally transformed into the Super Saiyan that Frisia feared. That's it. Bardock quickly explained, it seems that we Saiyans will transform into Super Saiyans when we are jealous and angry. After hearing this, King Bei's body trembled violently. Super Saiyan. Xiao Bei actually transformed into a Super Saiyan. King Bei had heard about the Super Saiyans for a long time, and it was because of this that Frisia planned to destroy all the Saiyans. Unexpectedly, his son actually became a Super Saiyan. This news made King Bei excited for a while, rubbed his hands, and ordered, "Stop, such an exciting scene, how can I miss it? King Bei, it's dangerous over there." Many subordinates hurriedly persuaded. What's in danger? Although Xiao Bei has transformed into a Super Saiyan, he is still young after all. King Bei's face gradually calmed down. The three of Frisia's father and son are wise and calculating. I'm afraid it will be bad for Xiao Bei. I have made up my mind. Stop. Many Saiyans looked at each other, all looking at Bardock. And when Bardock led many Saiyans to attack Frisia's base, he performed extremely well, and his combat effectiveness was also the most powerful, and he couldn't help it. These Saiyans had secretly approached him. Saiyans are a fighting people and have always respected the strong. Today, Bardock's combat effectiveness far exceeds that of King Bei, and this transformation of Saiyans is also very normal. Of course, if it weren't for the appearance of Vegeta, the genius prince, I am afraid that the Saiyans would have wanted to support Bardock as the new king. Stop! Bardock thought for a moment and commanded to everyone. Not long after Bardock's voice fell, he saw his subordinates flying over in a hurry. King Bei, Bardock, it's not good, Frisia is speeding towards this side. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces changed color. Frisia caught up. What does it mean? Could it be that Xiao Bei has lost at the hands of Frisia? For a while, King Bei and the others present looked at each other, not knowing what to do. At this moment, another subordinate rushed over and hurriedly said, "His Royal Highness, His Royal Highness." King Bei flew up and kicked the panting guy to the ground, grabbed him by the collar, and asked sharply, "What's wrong with the prince? Say it." His Royal Highness the Prince has also caught up. The subordinate took a breath. King Bei threw the useless guy to the ground and walked quickly to the window. Looking over, Frisia is galloping towards the spaceship, and behind Frisia, followed by a shining man, isn't it his son Vegeta? Haha, Vegeta, although your speed is faster than mine, I arrived at the spaceship one step ahead of you after all. Frisia knew that Vegeta was catching up, but he had a gloomy smile on his face. Ha 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 ha, I'll let you watch your compatriots being killed. After saying this, a powerful ball of energy light was already brewing in Frisia's broken arm. He grinned, and the ball of energy light was thrown towards the spaceship. King Bei and the others immediately widened their eyes after seeing the light ball from far and near. They knew that if they were really hit by Frisia's ball of energy light, then these Saiyans on the spaceship would probably die immediately. Not good. Vegeta's eyes widened. And he turned around in a hurry, and the golden light in his hand shot out. The powerful impact, carrying Vegeta like a cannonball, rushed up like lightning. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta had already schemed over Frisia's head and headed straight for the spaceship. Frisia's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, so fast. Snap! Vegeta swung his backhand hard, and the rushing ball of energy light was knocked away by him like a volleyball. Super Flash Cannon! Vegeta shouted angrily, and after the words fell, a powerful golden light condensed along his outstretched arms. Immediately afterward, Vegeta folded his arms. Boom! A golden light carrying huge energy burst out, passing through space and heading straight for Frisia. Frisia's eyes widened, and the look of horror in his eyes was even worse. Go and die, Frisia! Vegeta shouted. Ah! This can't be, it's not like that. Frisia was already unable to dodge, and after coming into contact with this powerful golden flame, he suddenly felt as if his whole body was decomposing. Boom! The next moment, Frisia's form was destroyed, and he was bombarded into cosmic dust by Vegeta's golden light. Seeing this scene, all the Saiyans in the spaceship were stunned. Finally, someone asked in amazement. "Is that Frisia?" "Yes, it's Frisia, that's right, he was killed by His Royal Highness. Frisia actually died." Everyone didn't react for a while, feeling that the scene just now was too thrilling. At this time, Gula and Kurd, who rushed over from afar, just witnessed the scene of Frisia being bombarded into slag, and they were so stunned that they couldn't say anything. "Frisia is dead? How is this possible?" Kurd's whole body was in a state of trepidation, and the death of his son made him sad and indignant. "Frisia, this idiot, why is he so underestimating the enemy?" Gula gritted his teeth and drank unwillingly. After Vegeta blasted Frisia to death, he looked at Gula and Kurd with a smile. Seeing Vegeta's eyes sweeping over, both Gula and Kurd looked shocked. "Dad, his energy has decreased a lot, now is the best time to destroy him." Gula 000 shouted, and the next moment, he rushed towards Vegeta. Bang! Gula punched Vegeta in the face. Ahem! Vegeta spat blood and stood up to fight back. However, at this time, the Kurds also flew up, and under the joint efforts of the two, Vegeta's coping was difficult. Indeed, when killing Frisia just now, Vegeta consumed a lot of energy, plus the combat power of Gula and Kurd itself is very strong, and Vegeta is really struggling to deal with it at this time. The war continues, but Vegeta's energy is being consumed faster and faster. Gradually, Vegeta's physical strength seemed to be a little exhausted, and the strength of his punches was also reduced a lot. Boom! Gula slammed his punch down and knocked Vegeta out hard. Whew! Vegeta gasped, not expecting the alliance between Gula and Kurd to be so difficult to deal with. At this time, the spacecraft had stopped in the distance, and when he saw that Vegeta was still unable to resist the attack of Gula and Kurd, all the Saiyans became extremely ugly. Beep! The alarm bell in the treatment room rang, and the Great Elder of the Nemesis walked out from inside. It's just that many Saiyans are still in the mood to look at the Great Elder, and they are all staring into the depths of the universe. What's going on? What happened? The Great Elder asked with some astonishment. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please follow. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 074. One of the Saiyans glanced at him and said expressionlessly, "Oh, you're awake. I'm still alive? What happened?" The Great Elder looked left and right, found that he was intact, and hurriedly asked. "It was His Royal Highness the Prince who saved you, what else could happen?" The Saiyan said lightly, he was not in the mood to explain too much now, after all, the outside form was not very optimistic about Vegeta. "You mean Vegeta?" The Great Elder was even more dazed. "How can Vegeta save me? That's Frisia, how did he get me out of Frisia's hands? He is not an opponent at all." "Be Frieza, that guy is dead," the Saiyan said angrily. "What? What did you say?" The Great Elder's face changed color, and his eyes widened. "I said, Frisia is dead." The Saiyan glared at the Great Elder. What was there to fuss about? Dead? How did he die? When the Great Elder was in a coma, he didn't know that Gula and Kurd had also come. Of course, it was destroyed by our little prince. When the Saiyan said this, he felt a little proud, as if he was the one who destroyed Frisia. However, after saying this, thinking of the life and death battle outside, his expression suddenly darkened. Vegeta destroyed Frisia? This. How is this possible? The Great Elder clearly remembered that Vegeta was not Frisia's opponent at all. Not only that, but he was also abused into a monkey by Frisia. Okay, go see for yourself, there are 2 more guys. That Saiyan was a little depressed at this time, shook his head and sighed, Your Royal Highness, I'm afraid it will be difficult to defeat them. The Great Elder quickly came to the direction of the window and swept outside. Why does that kid emit golden light all over his body? The Great Elder was so shocked that he couldn't speak, especially after sensing Vegeta's powerful aura. His face was even more stunned. However, the Great Elder soon discovered that Vegeta's current form was not very good. It seemed that Vegeta didn't have much energy left. Looking at Gula and Curd, the energy of the 2 has far exceeded Vegeta. Indeed, at this time, Vegeta was already in a bitter battle, although he became a Super Saiyan, but purely in terms of combat effectiveness, the 5th layer transformation of Gula and Curd was almost close to the level of Super Saiyan. In addition, Vegeta has consumed a lot of energy because he destroyed Frisia, plus he has fought with Gula and Curd for hours, and the remaining energy is only to maintain his current transformation. It's not a way to go on like this. Don't watch the battle here, hurry up and think about what we should do. The Great Elder shouted at the many Saiyans. What can be done? Our current combat effectiveness is inferior to a finger of others, and we cannot do anything. A Saiyan shook his head and said helplessly. It is also very realistic for him to say this. After all, the highest combat power here is Bardock. Even Bardock is only more than 50,000, and compared to Super Saiyan, it is not at the same level at all. It can even be said that even if the current Gita does not have much energy, he can kill any Saiyan in seconds with the touch of his fingers. Not to mention, there are 2 more powerful Gulas and Kurds than Vegeta at this time. How? Vegeta, is this your level Saiyan? Gula laughed at how proud Shouty was, originally thought what a terrible warrior the Super Saiyans were, but now. That's not all. Vegeta smiled bitterly, looking at these 2 powerful enemies, his head aching. Just when Vegeta was a little tired, he saw Kurdish smile grimly, and then swept his tail over. Vegeta was shocked and quickly dodged. Snap! The tail grazed Vegeta's arm, accompanied by a loud bang, leaving a deep trail of blood. Vegeta gritted her teeth in pain, but helplessly. Okay, wild monkey, we're tired of this fight, get ready to die. When Kurd said this, a huge red flame of light was already condensed in his hands. Gula also snorted and smiled, and then a flame of light flashed out of his hand. Vegeta, under these 2 powerful energies of me and my father, you'd better dodge, otherwise, in your current state, I'm afraid it will be wiped out, ha 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 ha. Gura's laughter was very harsh, and the next moment, the ball of energy released by him and the Kurd rushed towards Vegeta. You'd better look behind you and dodge, Vegeta, you're going to die this time. Gula added again. Vegeta was about to dodge over, but when he turned back, he suddenly found that the Saiyan spaceship was docked behind him. If Vegeta hides there, the Saiyans will all be killed. And if he didn't dodge, after sensing the huge power of these 2 energy balls, Vegeta believed that he would probably be blown to pieces. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta did not dodge, but suddenly his whole body bloomed with an astonishing golden light. The ultimate shock cannon. The next moment, Vegeta's hands were already condensed with a vast energy, and he swung his hands forward, heading straight for the opponent's energy ball. It's not that Vegeta is so great that he has to protect his fellow citizens, he really has no choice but to do so. If all the Saiyans are wiped out, leaving them alone, they may not be able to hold out for long. After all, he doesn't have much energy now, and the remaining energy is only to support his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Boom! With a loud bang, 3 huge energies met in space, erupting into astonishing flames of light. 3 sphere-like energy bodies crowded together with each other. The overloaded energy wave rushed in, almost shattering the spaceship behind Vegeta. Yes! Humph, Vegeta, Don't be stubborn resistance, you don't have much energy, die early. Gula looked at the energy released by Vegeta and smiled contemptuously. Kurd also had a smile on his face, and the energy in his body kept pouring out. Soon, the two energy balls released by Gula and Kurd pushed Vegeta's energy back. Vegeta's face changed color, and he clenched his teeth and released the energy in his body again. It's useless, Vegeta wild monkey, you've run out of oil, prepare to die. Gula laughed. As he spoke, Gula and Kurd's energy balls moved some distance towards Vegeta's side again, seeing that they were getting closer and closer to Vegeta's side. All of you listen to me. Seeing that the form was not good, the Great Elder shouted at all the Saiyans, give me all your energy, hurry up, at present, only this method can fight for 0. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. For more free Philo novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny. Chapter 075. Hearing the Great Elder's words, all the Saiyans present were slightly stunned. Immediately afterwards, the Saiyans led by Bardock immediately reacted. Then the Mysian, you want us to provide you with all the energy. Bardock smiled coldly, what do you want to do? Let's not talk about what the purpose of this energy is, humph, with your strength, can you receive all of these energy? I am afraid that once you receive it, it will explode immediately, right? You don't have to worry about this, hurry up, it's too late. The Great Elder glanced at Bardock lightly. Everyone looked at Bardock, as if to see how he decided. What are you doing stupidly? Hurry, if you don't want your prince to be killed. The Great Elder shouted sharply, and the powerful aura on his whole body was also released, forming a huge coercion for these Saiyans present. Bardock and the others were shocked, and their bodies couldn't help shaking. Unexpectedly, this nemesis was so terrifying, no wonder the little prince had to save him. Give it all energy. Bardock was silent for a moment, and finally made up his mind, and while saying this, he ran the energy in his body and entered it into the Great Elder's body. Seeing that Bada 000 grams did this, many Saiyans no longer hesitated and input their energy to the Great Elder. After obtaining these energies, the Great Elder flew directly away from the spaceship without unnecessary nonsense and came to Vegeta's side. Bardock, and King Bai's energy is not provided to this nemesis. A Saiyan said. No need, King Bai just doesn't happen to be here, besides, it's not worse than King Bai alone. Bardock glanced at King Bai in the distance. At this time, King Bai was watching the battle outside wearing an oxygen mask, and he didn't seem to notice what was happening here. Vegeta little monkey, you are dead today, stop stubbornly resisting, it's useless. Gula smiled extremely brightly, and the energy in his body continued to burst out. Kurdish also smiled, and in the eyes of both of them, Vegeta's death was a matter of time. Sure enough, after Gula's voice fell, the 3 energy bodies facing each other in the sky were already moving rapidly towards the direction where Vegeta was, and if this situation continued, it would not take more than 10 seconds for Vegeta to be swallowed by these 3 energy bodies. Just then, the CFBG, Great Elder appeared. Hey? This nemesis is alive again? Gula glanced at the nemesis and muttered in a low voice. But then it became clear in his heart, guessing that this nemesis was put into the treatment room by the Saiyan for treatment, and it was normal to be able to survive. Leave him alone, a useless one. Kurd said lightly. Although the Great Elder is brave, he is only limited to Gardo, and he is not on the same level as Frieza, let alone a strong man like Gula, and Kurd has a reason to say so. For this contemptuous remark, the Great Elder just smiled lightly, but did not care, and then he injected the energy in his body into Vegeta's body. Boom! The next moment, I saw that Vegeta's energy seemed to suddenly burst out, and the momentum of the whole person increased several times, and the golden flame of light was more obvious than before. Thank you, Great Elder, your energy has come at the right time. Vegeta smiled slightly. Immediately afterwards, the three mixed energy bodies moved rapidly in the direction of Gula and Kurd. Gula and Kurdish both widened their eyes and their faces were extremely stunned. This? How is this possible? Gula sweated in shock. Gura, increase the energy. Kurdish suddenly felt the pressure multiplied, and quickly increased his energy. Gula did not dare to slack, and the energy in his body was also raised to the extreme. The huge energy body moved left and right in this space, one moment towards the direction of Gula and Kurd, and the other towards Vegeta's Dharma, and for a while there was no difference between victory and defeat. Great Elder, is it just such a little energy? Vegeta asked anxiously. That's all my energy and all of you Saiyans, Vegeta, and if you can't resist them anymore, there's nothing I can do. The Great Elder smiled bitterly and quickly replied. Vegeta gritted her teeth and the energy in her body was released again. However, although there are many Saiyans, the energy in their bodies is really limited. Therefore, the energy provided to Vegeta only lasted for a moment for his Super Saiyan. Soon, Vegeta used up the energy transmitted by the Great Elder, and the golden light became dim again, and the huge energy body moved towards Vegeta again. Ha 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 ha, Vegeta, what else can you do? Gula laughed, but his heart was a little shocked, just now it was really dangerous. Vegeta frowned, gritting his teeth to resist the attack of the two of them. Vegeta little monkey, you still admit defeat earlier, humph, even if that nemesis injects energy into you again, I'm afraid it will be the result just now. Gula smiled happily, as if Vegeta would soon be destroyed by both of them. Vegeta smiled slightly, Gula was right, even if the Great Elder injected himself with the original energy again, he might not be able to get benefits when the two joined forces. Vegeta calculated that even if he was at the peak of the Super Saiyan, he would have some more than enough to deal with this ultimate transformation of Gula and Kurd. After all, this fifth layer transformation of Gula and Kurd is already close to the realm of Super Saiyan. Don't be stunned, attack these two people together. The Great Elder shouted sharply at the many Saiyans who were still watching the battle. Then Miji people, don't be funny, we have provided you with all the energy, now even the basic energy balls cannot be released, and the combat power has dropped to less than 10, how can we attack? Bardock smiled helplessly and shook his head. The Great Elder let out a long sigh, could it be said that he just watched Vegeta being killed by these two people? Then, the entire universe was persecuted by these two people again? The Great Elder was also helpless, silent for a few seconds, glanced at Vegeta, and asked, how long can you hold out? If you can hold out for about 3 minutes, I may be able to find a way to summon the Divine Dragon and fully recover your physical strength. 3 minutes. Vegeta smiled, at this time, he didn't say 3 minutes, it was 30 seconds, it was already very difficult. Then I can't do anything about it, until now, I think, I can only find someone among you Saiyans to cultivate, and take him and me to a place where they can't find it, and cultivate well. The Great Elder also smiled lightly and stated his purpose, but then showed a bitter smile, humph, I'm sorry I can't save it, I'm leaving. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please follow. For more free follow novels, https://discord.com/invite/xe89fj6qny